3 years. 3 years, I, the young master, have been cooped up in a kitchen, spending my days washing dishes and honing my culinary skills, sleeping in the attic at night. At long last, I have emerged victorious. In New York's Chinatown, Jin Yu unabashedly shouted to the sky, oblivious to the peculiar stares from passers-by. In a world filled with myriad possibilities, one would expect a fortunate reincarnation after all. Others either found themselves in the company of nobility, wielding power and influence, or transformed into prodigious talents with systems that granted them immense wealth, surrounded by divine beauties. The least fortunate among them still enjoyed a life of affluence and grandeur. But not him had awakened on the streets of New York, lying beside a garbage bin, devoid of money, identity, or any advantageous systems. Had it not been for a stroke of luck in securing a job as a kitchen helper in Chinatown, he might have been whisked away by immigration authorities. Deportation was not his greatest fear, it was the knowledge that, as a reincarnated soul and not merely a spirit, being sent back to China would still leave him without an identical, undocumented existence. The solitary silver lining was that he had crossed over from the year 2020 to 2004, allowing him to revert to a youthful appearance reminiscent of his 18-year-old self. His certainty of being reincarnated stemmed from the unmistakable continuity of his physical features and the pajamas he wore upon awakening, along with the ever-present pendant around his neck, evidence that firmly established his reality. Initially, Jin Yu pondered the possibility of returning to the past, but after beginning work in Chinatown, he discovered that the leaders of various nations in this world bore little resemblance to those etched in his memory. However, most aspects of life in 2004 felt familiar, leading him to conclude that he existed in this world without any legal standing. After 3 grueling years of labor, he had endured hardships akin to those of a dog. Yet, his diligent efforts were not without reward. The restaurant owner, recognizing Jin Yu's unwavering commitment and diligent work ethic, managed to procure a green card for him through unknown channels, granting him a legitimate identity in this world. A green card, valued at $30,000, and a wealth of culinary skills. This was the entirety of his gains over the past 3 years. Nevertheless, it provided him with a foothold in this new life. Upon receiving his green card, Jin Yu promptly submitted his resignation to his employer. Despite the owner's pleas for him to stay, Jin Yu expressed that the past 3 years had been exceedingly arduous, and he wished to take some time to rest. If any employment opportunities arose in the future, he would certainly consider returning to this establishment. The owner, understanding of Jin Yu's sentiments, acknowledged the immense contributions he had made over the years, often working as 3 men in one. Without accounting for the green card, his 3-year salary of $30,000 was a remarkable saving, nearly equivalent to the cost of a donkey. Moreover, being in his early 20s, Jin Yu yearned to explore the greater world beyond the confines of a small restaurant kitchen. Little Jin, you are a good kid. If ever you find yourself struggling out there, feel free to return. I have no family, and should you wish to come back and assist me, I will help you build a life, and this restaurant will one day be yours. These were the parting words of his employer, who, despite being somewhat miserly, had shown genuine care for Jin Yu over the years, even going so far as to facilitate his green card. This act of kindness remained etched in Jin Yu's heart. After bidding farewell to his boss and stepping outside, Jin Yu was greeted by the familiar yet long-missed throngs of people. Unable to contain his emotions, he let out a few jubilant shouts to alleviate the pent-up stress of 3 years spent in obscurity. Fearing the watchful eyes of immigration officials, he had only ventured out to dispose of trash under the cover of night, rarely interacting with more than a handful of individuals at the local eateries. Even during the restaurant's opening, he had been too apprehensive to emerge from the kitchen. Given Jin Yu's vivacious and spirited nature, one could only wonder how he had managed to endure such confinement. Fortunately, within this new body resided the soul of a man in his 30s. Had he been merely 18, Jin Yu might have been driven to madness long ago. With an identity now secured and several tens of thousands of dollars at his disposal, he was in no rush to seek employment. Instead, he intended to immerse himself in the world around him, partly to unwind and partly to discern the contrasts between this reality and his previous one. He harbored aspirations of becoming a literary scribe, perhaps earning a modest income while embracing a carefree existence, thus honoring his identity as a traveler between worlds. As he exited Chinatown, just after dinner service, his boss had suggested he delay his departure until the following day. However, having suppressed his yearning for so long, Jin Yu could no longer resist. After all, this was his inaugural visit to New York, and he was determined to explore. Chinatown is situated in Manhattan, the smallest administrative district in New York, yet it stands as one of the most vibrant locales in the world, home to the renowned Times Square, Broadway theaters, and Wall Street. The September climate in New York is particularly pleasant, and as Jin Yu strolled along, the sea breeze caressed him. As twilight descended, the pedestrian traffic began to dwindle. Lost in thought about his future prospects in this new world, he unwittingly wandered into a dimly lit street. As he passed an aging building, a sense of familiarity washed over him, particularly drawn to the distinctive protruding glass adorned with intricate metallic patterns at the rooftop. It felt oddly recognizable. Jin Yu paused, glancing at the entrance where a sign on the wall read, 177 Bleecker Street. By the heavens, the New York sanctum, could this truly be? Just as Jin Yu was engulfed by disbelief, questioning whether this structure was indeed the sanctum or merely a serendipitous coincidence in a parallel realm, a sudden thunderous crash erupted, the old wooden door burst open, and a shadowy figure, accompanied by a shower of splintered wood, barreled toward him with alarming speed. Jin Yu barely had time to let out a startled cry before the figure collided with him, sending him sprawling across the street like a human cushion, landing squarely in the middle of the road. With a muffled groan, Jin Yu finally regained his senses, only to discover that the person who had crashed into him appeared entirely unfazed. As they hit the ground, the figure sprang to their feet, carelessly trampling on Jin Yu's calf in the process. "Blast it, you wretched fool!" Dazed and disoriented, Jin Yu could only curse silently in his mind. "Cassius, have you truly succumbed to darkness? Come back to Camartage with me." Jin Yu, still grappling with the bewildering situation, was soon confronted by another figure emerging from within, a monk clad in yellow robes, with a gleaming, snow-white bald head and an androgynous appearance. Their dialogue made it evident this was the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. Poor Jin Yu, just beginning to regain his composure, was plunged into confusion once more. Cassius, the Ancient One? Had he indeed traversed into the Marvel Universe? You remain as hypocritical as ever. Embracing darkness? Can you elucidate the source of the dark powers that you possess, my teacher? Cassius directed his ire and contempt at the Ancient One. The Ancient One paused momentarily, taken aback by the accusation, before exhaling a sigh, ceasing further discourse, and allowing golden magical energy to coalesce in his hands. Jin Yu's realization struck him with clarity. There was no doubt he was in the Marvel realm. Cassius, the traitor who had allied himself with Dormammu, and the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, this was indeed a celestial confrontation. Hastily, Jin Yu attempted to discreetly rise, intending to vacate this perilous locale. However, as fate would have it, just as he began to rise, Cassius seized him with one hand, while simultaneously, the energy whip in the Ancient One's hand was unleashed. Originally aimed at Cassius, but now inadvertently directed towards Jin Yu. Am I truly this unfortunate? I should have known to leave tomorrow instead. Jin Yu, witnessing the oncoming energy whip, resignedly closed his eyes. Chapter 2. The Ancient One caught sight of Jin Yu almost immediately. She had not anticipated the presence of another outside. As Jin Yu stealthily attempted to slip away, her movements did not go unnoticed. The whip she wielded was intended to divert Caecilius' attention, allowing the innocent bystander, Jin Yu, to make her escape. However, Caecilius proved to be cunning, having covertly monitored Jin Yu's actions all along, and he had orchestrated a plan to use her as a shield, thus ensuring his own evasion from the Ancient One's pursuit. With no time to withdraw, the Ancient One unleashed her full power, braving the risk of magical backlash as she endeavored to dissipate the energy in her grasp, minimizing the potential devastation. Yet, while she hesitated, Caecilius harbored a different intention. He sought to leave Jin Yu in a state of near demise, teetering on the brink of death, compelling the Ancient One to prioritize her rescue over her pursuit of him. As the energy in the Ancient One's hands diminished, a fierce glint ignited in Caecilius' eyes. He conjured a translucent, somewhat murky blade of magical energy, thrusting it towards Jin Yu's back. The whip and the blade, one derived from the magical prowess of the Sorcerer Supreme and the other from the dark sorcery of the Dark Dimension, struck Jin Yu's body almost simultaneously. The whip lashed against the pendant adorning her chest, while the blade pierced her skin. In that fleeting moment, Jin Yu felt a surge of warmth at her chest, accompanied by an inexplicable rush of exhilaration in her mind. an emotion that was not her own yet resonated within her consciousness. It was akin to being immersed in a surround sound experience, where the feelings conveyed through the music enveloped her. Perplexed, Jin Yu opened her eyes to discover that a palm-sized portion of her clothing had been torn away, revealing a section of her skin and the round, copper mirror-shaped pendant. The tip of the Ancient One's energy whip lingered on the mirror's surface, not merely resting but seemingly being absorbed. The energy whip remained taut as the mirror began to distort, transforming into a viscous liquid that twisted and swirled before vanishing entirely, morphing into a diminutive black hole. An overwhelming force emanated from the black hole, causing the copper mirror to quiver slightly. The Ancient One's energy whip appeared to morph into a wire, with waves of magical energy visibly surging toward it from the Ancient One, only to be mercilessly consumed by the black hole. Jin Yu was taken aback, though the astonishment was even greater for the Ancient One and Caecilius. Both sensed an anomaly the moment their attacks made contact with Jin Yu, akin to iron weapons being drawn towards a magnet, whereupon they were inexorably pulled in. More terrifyingly, the magical weapons merely served as conduits. The true essence being drawn in was the energy coursing through their very beings. Although Caecilius did not directly touch the pendant, his energy nonetheless traversed Jin Yu's body, continuously being devoured by the black hole that had taken the form of the copper mirror. On a desolate street late at night, three figures stood face to face, with Jin Yu caught in the middle. Before him loomed an energy whip, while behind him was lodged an almost transparent energy dagger. The trio remained motionless, creating an eerily odd tableau. In truth, they were not simply choosing to remain still. They were utterly immobilized. Gu Yi and Caecilius were being ravenously drained of their own energy, so much so that even speaking was beyond their capabilities. Jin Yu, although able to articulate words, found himself at a loss for what to say amidst such a surreal spectacle. Even without prior experience, he understood that the pendant of the copper mirror he possessed was something extraordinary. At that moment, it was evidently siphoning energy. Yet the reasons for this consumption and its ultimate purpose eluded Jin Yu, surpassing his comprehension. Caecilius stood behind him, out of sight, but Gu Yi was positioned not far in front, and Jin Yu could distinctly perceive the flicker of fear in her eyes. He attempted to turn his head, but was helpless to do so. Instead, he blinked innocently and uttered, "I assure you, this is not my concern. Do you believe me?" No sooner had he spoken than a thud echoed from behind. Caecilius collapsed to the ground. Although Jin Yu was unaware of the events that had transpired behind him, he could surmise the situation. He turned to Gu Yi and remarked, "I suspect he has merely exhausted himself. He should be fine, don't you think? Besides, you appear far more formidable than he does. Perhaps you'll recover shortly." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yi's expression shifted dramatically. With energy still surging forth, a visible wave of black energy began to manifest from her neck, spreading upward. This dark energy enveloped her neck, face, and even her bald head. Yet, this ominous energy came and went swiftly. As it spread across Gu Yi's form, it seemed to be drawn away like ink being siphoned out, flowing down her arms and through the energy conduit directly into the black void in Jin Yu's chest. The golden energy transmitted by the whip transformed into a viscous blackness. Before Jin Yu's very eyes, as the black energy was extracted, Gu Yi visibly withered and aged. Now it was Jin Yu's turn to be stricken with alarm. Had he inadvertently crossed into the Marvel Universe only to drain the life from the Sorcerer Supreme? Having seen the films, Jin Yu was aware that Gu Yi had sacrificed much to protect the Earth from Dormammu's onslaught, willingly absorbing dark energy to sustain her longevity. The cost of such power was the necessity to restrain the dark energy within her, lest she succumb fully to its influence and become a pawn of darkness, much like Caecilius. It appeared that too much energy had been siphoned from Gu Yi, overwhelming her ability to contain the dark energy. Yet, who could have anticipated that the dark energy itself would be drawn in by the black hole? If this continued, it was likely that Gu Yi would perish from old age. A sense of inexplicable anxiety gripped Jin Yu. If Gu Yi were to die, who would stand against Dormammu? If he were to acquire formidable powers and assume the mantle of a superhero, he could perhaps replace Gu Yi, but he feared that draining the copper mirror might not bestow any strength upon him. With a heart filled with trepidation, Jin Yu lost track of time as he observed Gu Yi's body nearing a state akin to that of a desiccated corpse. At last, the intense pull from his chest began to wane. Just before the energy whip dissipated, Jin Yu glimpsed a beam of white light emerging from the black hole, directly penetrating Gu Yi's form. As this energy entered, Gu Yi's withered body began to swell like a balloon, gradually returning to its original state, though he was utterly exhausted and collapsed by the roadside. Only then did Jin Yu exhale in relief, as the black hole in his chest gradually sealed, reverting to a mirrored surface. He felt an immediate alleviation of the pressure upon his body, regaining control over himself. Is it over? Jin Yu perceived no discernible changes within himself. The copper mirror had also reverted to its former appearance. After a moment of silence, he checked for the breath of Gu Yi and Caecilius, and as he suspected, both were still alive. While Jin Yu contemplated whether to stealthily depart or to first assist Gu Yi back to the sanctum, a slight tremor coursed through his chest once more, this time distinctly emanating from the copper mirror. A ripple-like energy surged from his chest to his brain, carrying with it an unmistakable sentiment of disdain. Master, too feeble. Allow me to assist you. Before Jin Yu could fully contemplate this, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of energy from the copper mirror, akin to a searing hammer, crashing into his body. The impact resonated through his mind, and in an instant he was plunged into darkness, losing consciousness. Chapter 3. The Golden Finger. After a considerable duration, the first to regain consciousness was Caecilius, who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness. His once darkened eye sockets, corrupted by dark energy, appeared considerably less intense, a surprising transformation. Simultaneously, he felt the remnants of the energy he had painstakingly sacrificed to Dormammu dwindle to almost nothing, leaving his entire being hollow. With a hint of trepidation, he cast a glance at the still figures of Jin Yu and Gu Yi, lying motionless on the ground. A flicker of murderous intent ignited in Caecilius's eyes as he prepared to conjure an energy blade. Just then, Gu Yi emitted a muffled groan, signaling the onset of awakening. Resigned, Caecilius regarded Gu Yi with a lingering gaze before casting a deep look at Jin Yu. With a flourish of his hands, ripples surged through the air, and a portal to another dimension materialized. Without hesitation, Caecilius plunged into the void. Jin Yu felt as though he had been ensnared in slumber for a century. His eyelids felt as heavy as if weighed down by lead, and upon opening his eyes, a dizzying sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. After lying motionless for an extended period, he finally emerged from the fog of confusion, his mind recalling the events that had transpired. Gu Yi, Caecilius, the Marvel Universe, and the energy absorbed by his pendant flooded back to him. Gazing down at his chest, Jin Yu beheld an ancient, copper mirror-shaped pendant, resting quietly as if it were merely an ordinary piece of jewelry, devoid of any remarkable features. Tentatively, he called out within his mind, but received no response. He then vocalized a few calls towards the pendant. Mirror, copper mirror, Aladdin? No reaction. After scrutinizing the pendant, he still could not discern anything extraordinary about it. Yet, the events that had unfolded were undeniably real. This copper mirror had traversed dimensions alongside him, and it was, in fact, the very reason for his journey across worlds. Having investigated the pendant without yielding any astonishing discoveries, Jin Yu set it aside for the moment and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a modest room, furnished with a simple wooden bed, a small desk, and a similarly constructed chair. The age of the room was indiscernible, and devoid of windows, it felt somewhat isolated. Contemplating his next move, he resolved to rise and open the door. As he stood, a remarkable change coursed through his being. His entire body felt significantly lighter, as if liberated from an unseen burden. It was akin to the sensation one experiences after suffering from a severe cold or fever for days, only to awaken feeling revitalized after a dose of medicine. A sudden and profound relief, magnified several-fold. Furrowing his brow, Jin Yu stood still for a moment before launching a flurry of punches into the air. His fists alternated with surprising speed, producing faint sounds of air being sliced apart. Jin Yu recognized that his body had undergone a tremendous enhancement. After a 3-year delay, he had finally stumbled upon his own golden finger through a fortuitous twist of fate. He believed this was merely the beginning. The functions of his golden finger would gradually unfold in due course. But first, he needed to ascertain his current whereabouts. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by a corridor predominantly adorned with wood. Flanking the passage are numerous adjacent room doors, while several oil paintings grace the walls. Dim chandeliers dangle from the ceiling, contributing to an ambience steeped in nostalgia, reminiscent of a luxurious hotel from decades past. The corridor is devoid of any occupants. At one end lies a wall, while the other is illuminated, seemingly leading to a grand hall. Jin Yu glanced around before making his way toward the brighter side. As he reached the dim corridor's end, the scene before him unfolded with clarity. Directly opposite was a corridor strikingly similar to his own, featuring numerous rooms. To Jin Yu's right, a staircase descended, exuding the charm of an antiquated hotel. The staircase was broad, leading up from a lower level to a landing, which then bifurcated into two staircases, each facing corridors lined with rooms. To Jin Yu's left, aligned with the staircase, were two long walls, each approximately 5 to 6 meters in length, forming a spacious corridor that directed him toward a hall on his left. Along both sides of the corridor stood two decorative pieces, wooden bases supporting transparent glass display cases filled with weapons, armor, and various footwear. Each item bore the weight of history, evoking a sense of a museum, yet Jin Yu knew he was within the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, and these display cases contained artifacts utilized by sorcerers. It appeared that he had been rescued by the Ancient One. He pondered her current state, though she seemed to have regained her composure, perhaps compensated in some manner by the copper mirror. Jin Yu entered the expansive corridor but refrained from descending the stairs, instead turning toward the hall on his left. Within, he found display cases similar to those lining the corridor, showcasing an array of peculiar magical artifacts, strange staffs and bizarre shields among them. Yet he did not encounter Dr. Strange's iconic cloak. Navigating past these curiosities, Jin Yu finally spotted windows at the hall's end. However, the view beyond them was astonishing. 3 double-hung windows, each the size of a room door, adorned one wall of the hall, separated by mere half-meter walls, yet each open to entirely distinct landscapes. The ocean, a rainforest, and snow-capped mountains. This sight was reminiscent of a scene he had witnessed in a film, where Dr. Strange had used these very windows to cast Caecilius minions into the snowy peaks. Despite having seen it on screen, the sight of these windows before him ignited Jin Yu's curiosity, compelling him to push open the window overlooking the snow-capped mountains. Instantly, a frigid gust enveloped him, swirling snowflakes that struck his face. Jin Yu stood transfixed, gazing at the distant, undulating mountains, as the snowflakes melted upon his skin, tracing a cool path down his face and dripping onto his attire. Jin Yu once again opened the sea-facing portal, revealing the tumultuous waves outside, with the breeze carrying a distinct briny scent. This magic was truly remarkably convenient. Not only could he summon a portal with a mere suspended ring, but he could also create a fixed window to behold any scenery he desired. It was genuinely delightful, as Jin Yu marveled at the wonders of magic. He suddenly heard a faint crackling sound behind him. Startled, he turned to see the familiar golden portal materializing, from which Gui emerged, her expression as inscrutable as ever. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Gui seemed slightly weakened compared to before, even as her spirit appeared revitalized. The mechanisms crafted from several fixed incantations could be likened to a pre-programmed sequence, designed to enhance the diversity of the vistas. Taking a step forward, Gui approached Jin Yu and turned a rounded wooden button affixed to the left wall of the window. In an instant, the magnificent sea transformed into a vast desert. With another twist, the desert morphed into a lush tropical rainforest. So, you are a magician or perhaps a sorcerer or a wizard of sorts, regardless of the title. This world undeniably harbors some mysterious forces, does it not? Jin Yu feigned ignorance, though he was well aware. You have already seen, have you not? Gui settled onto a nearby sofa and gestured for Jin Yu to join her before continuing. I am a mage. You may refer to me as the Supreme Mage or simply by my name, Gui. Where did you acquire that copper mirror you possess? Chapter 4. The Marvel Universe indeed. This world harbors superhuman powers. Jin Yu leaped from the sofa, feigning excitement as he gazed at Gui with admiration. Can I become a mage? Can I learn spells from you? That dazzling portal you just conjured, Can it take me anywhere? Gu sighed helplessly, her gaze fixed on the bronze mirror hanging from Jin Yu's chest, remaining silent. Oh, you mean this? Jin Yu gestured towards the pendant, as if just recalling what Gu had inquired about. I have no knowledge of its origins. It has been with me since my earliest memories. As an orphan, I do not know who bestowed it upon me. Before I encountered you all, it seemed perfectly ordinary. What exactly is it? A wondrous weapon of some sort? Must I learn magic to wield it? This statement was a blend of truth and fiction. The falsehood lay in Jin Yu's own origins, while the truth resided in the mysterious nature of the bronze mirror, which he had indeed worn since childhood without knowing its source. This bronze mirror is quite extraordinary. It absorbs my energy while simultaneously aiding me in alleviating certain troubles within my body. In essence, it is immensely powerful. However, I am uncertain how to manipulate it. The principles governing it differ from those I have learned, yet I can sense its formidable strength. It can devour all energy and transform it. The specifics of its usage will require your gradual exploration. As the supreme sorceress, Gu understood that certain mystical artifacts possess the ability to choose their masters. Just like the magical tools here, no matter how powerful one might be, they cannot be commanded without that special bond. The bronze mirror adorning Jin Yu's chest was no exception. It astonishingly absorbed two entirely distinct energies from within him, ultimately transmuting that energy into an exceptionally pure life force, thereby maintaining his body in optimal condition. This was truly remarkable. Gu was acutely aware of her own condition. Although she had lost considerable energy, her essence remained unscathed, and the mirror had resolved a significant issue regarding dark energy. This would spare her from expending more than half of her energy to suppress such darkness in the future, allowing her to attain peak strength after a period of cultivation. Gu was immensely satisfied with this outcome. The mirror absorbed power without harming her essence and even gifted her a life force. Regarding this sentient artifact, all Gu could say was that it exhibited a remarkable level of sophistication. Furthermore, she sensed that this mirror possessed a higher quality than the time stone she wore, perhaps originating from a more exalted realm of the cosmos. Such an object could even eliminate the latent threats posed by dark forces within her. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not intrigued. Yet Gu understood that divine objects possess their own consciousness. Having chosen this young man before her, they would naturally not serve anyone else. This mirror is yours. Consider it a debt I owe you. Should you someday master the power it grants you and retain an interest in magic, seek me out. After a moment's pause, Ancient One spoke again. It was not that she was unwilling to teach. Rather, she found herself unable to foresee Jin Yu's future. The bronze mirror was exceedingly peculiar, and she felt compelled to observe it for a while longer, to ascertain whether it might pose any danger to this world. Jin Yu, having been in sales in his previous life, had encountered all sorts of personalities and could likely surmise Ancient One's thoughts. However, he was not in a hurry. It was only 2007, and there was still ample time before the events of Doctor Strange would unfold. Since he could not learn magic at present, Jin Yu inquired further about the bronze mirror he possessed. Although Ancient One was a supreme sorcerer, her understanding of this particular mirror was evidently limited. Nevertheless, from her descriptions and his own experiences over the past few days, Jin Yu managed to glean several insights. First, the mirror had likely been dormant prior to absorbing the energies of Caecilius and Ancient One, which may have activated or excited it. Second, the mirror appeared to possess a form of life. It communicated with him in a fragmented manner, referring to him as its master. Its speech was intermittent and unclear, suggesting either damage or that it had only just awakened to sentience. Jin Yu leaned towards the former explanation. Third, its functions remained largely unknown, but as Ancient One indicated, could absorb energy and facilitate transformation. For instance, the energy it transmitted to Ancient One alleviated her aging, significantly enhancing her vitality. Thus, it seemed the mirror had three primary functions: energy absorption and transformation, healing, and enhancement. Jin Yu knew he must firmly commit these observations to memory and find ways to strengthen himself quickly. After all, this was a world steeped in the Marvel Universe. Although he had watched the film depicting the Endgame battle, in which the Avengers once again saved the world and Earth remained unharmed, the future was rife with unknown dangers. He engaged in casual conversation with Ancient One, asking a myriad of inconsequential questions in an effort to deepen her impression of him. Securing access to her portals was imperative. If not now, he would seek opportunities later. The world was perilous, and mastering the Kamartaj sorcerer's portals would grant him the freedom to traverse the universe, as long as it remained intact, allowing him to evade danger when necessary. As he exited the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, Jin Yu's expression shifted. While conversing with Ancient One, curiosity had compelled him to fiddle with the switches of several windows, altering the scenes outside. Most transitions were unproblematic, but when he switched to the desert, the voice of the bronze mirror echoed once more in his mind. Discover the essence. Fragments, collect, merge. Though the message was somewhat disjointed, Jin Yu grasped its intent. In order to protect himself, he refrained from mentioning this to Ancient One and instead feigned casual interest in the snowy mountains and rainforests visible outside. After a lengthy detour, he finally approached the core of the matter. He is indifferent to everything else, yet he is deeply concerned about the true nature of that desert. From the messages conveyed by the copper mirror, Jin Yu could sense its urgency, mirroring his own restless spirit. He harbored a premonition that once the copper mirror gathered its fragments, his golden touch would undergo a significant enhancement. The name Dena Desert may sound unfamiliar, unlike the Sahara, which is universally recognized as the largest desert in the world. The Dena Desert lies on the Arabian Peninsula, relatively obscure, yet the city nestled within this desert is known worldwide. Dubai. Chapter 5. Dubai. 3 days later in Dubai at the Burj Al Arab. This establishment, acclaimed as the world's most opulent and the only 7-star hotel, was a place that Jin Yu had never visited in her past life, as the truth is, it was beyond her financial reach. However, after her unexpected journey, she found herself fulfilling a long-held desire to reside in this luxurious hotel, reputed for its golden faucets. Whether the faucets were made of solid gold or merely gold-plated, Jin Yu could not discern. Nevertheless, the hotel was undeniably adorned in resplendent gold hues, from the lobby to the rooms with gold accents on the walls, furniture, tables, sofas, faucets, and even the notepaper on the tables. If only a few areas of the hotel showcased such opulence, it might have come across as somewhat gaudy. Yet, with gold embellishments saturating every corner, the overwhelming impression was one of sheer extravagance. This grandiosity, while magnificent, also stripped away any semblance of humanity, and naturally, such luxury came at a steep price. Jin Yu occupied a 2-story suite, touted as the smallest and least expensive room in the hotel, yet it boasted an impressive 170 square meters of space. This was not merely a hotel room, it was akin to a spacious luxury apartment, with a price tag that, when converted to her home currency, amounted to nearly 10,000 yuan per night. In truth, Jin Yu's total assets barely exceeded 30,000, and having already spent over $1,000 on her flight, she should not have been able to afford such lavish accommodations. Nevertheless, upon arriving in Dubai and following the guidance of the copper mirror, she found herself in this purportedly most luxurious hotel in the world. The hotel lobby did not restrict entry, and many tourists frequented the venue to take photos. Notably, each room was attended by a personal butler, and as Jin Yu walked through the corridors, she was greeted by staff inquiring about her needs. She could not pinpoint the exact location of the fragment, but she was certain it resided within one of the hotel's rooms. With no other choice, Jin Yu proceeded to check in. Fortunately, it was not the peak tourist season, and the hotel was not as bustling as it might have been in her previous world. Had it been more crowded, securing a room on short notice would have been unlikely. Reluctantly, she booked a room for herself. However, much like her time in the lobby, the copper mirror continued to provide its hints overhead. Jin Yu declined the butler's services and, under the pretense of wanting to explore the hotel, she took the elevator to various floors. Ultimately, she concluded that the fragment was located in a room on the 27th floor, as the hints from the copper mirror changed only when the elevator passed that level. Jin Yu refrained from aimlessly wandering the hotel. It was filled with a diverse array of guests, many accompanied by personal bodyguards, making it inappropriate for her to roam freely. Even if she knew which room contained the fragment, she could not simply knock on the door. Thus, she returned to her own room, comforted by the fact that the copper mirror would monitor any changes in location. She planned to devise a means to approach the individual possessing the fragment once they emerged. Little did she know, this wait would extend to a full week. Had it not been for the copper mirror's alerts regarding slight shifts in location, Jin Yu might have doubted whether the fragment had been carelessly abandoned in some corner of a room. For an entire week, Jin Yu's hard-earned salary, accumulated over 3 years, diminished by nearly 1/3. Jin Yu felt a deep sense of melancholy. Although he now possessed a golden finger and had achieved a certain level of physical enhancement, he had tested his body during this period. His strength, speed, power, and even recovery rate had reached an extraordinary level, akin to that of a superhuman. When he struck with all his might, he could deliver over 2 tons of force. In a full sprint, his explosive speed could rival that of a car traveling at 50 to 60 miles per hour. However, when it came to long distances, maintaining an average speed of 30 miles per hour was already quite impressive. Yet, without money, he found himself at a standstill in this world, as his strength was still insufficient to break the rules. Just as Jin Yu contemplated whether to rob a local tycoon, the bronze mirror finally provided another clue. Fragment above, 50 meters away. Fragment below, 50 meters away. Jin Yu jolted upright from the sofa. 50 meters above? Below? The elevator. He rushed out of the room, nearly smashing the elevator button in his haste, fearing that the target might leave before he could reach it. If he exceeded a certain distance and the bronze mirror could no longer sense it, he would be in trouble. After anxiously waiting for half a minute, the location of the fragment continued to shift until Jin Yu entered the elevator, at which point it finally stabilized, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Following the guidance of the bronze mirror, Jin Yu made his way to the very back of the hotel's first floor. It is well known that the sailboat hotel was constructed on the sea, and during the land reclamation, a sufficient area had been exposed around the hotel to accommodate supporting facilities or for tourist activities. This restaurant is a semi-open establishment, with part of it indoors and the majority of seating outdoors. The open-air section, facing the sea, features a large infinity pool, with transparent glass partitions that are nearly level with the sea's surface. It is said that this restaurant is frequently reserved by the affluent guests of the hotel for parties, making it an undeniably splendid venue for poolside gatherings. At this time, it was just around dusk, and the restaurant was beginning to prepare for dinner, with not many patrons present. Consequently, Jin Yu quickly pinpointed the location of the fragment. A couple he had previously encountered in the lobby had just entered ahead of him, but they were not the ones he was seeking. Instead, he focused on the tables farthest to the right, leaning against the railing. One gentleman, clad in a tailored gray leisure suit, occupied the best position in the entire restaurant, nestled in the far right corner, with the sea at his back and to his right. Alongside him were 3 other tables, each hosting 2 individuals dressed in black suits, displaying impassive expressions. Each one was tall and imposing, and although they each had a drink in front of them, their vigilant gazes were fixed ahead, clearly indicating their roles as bodyguards. Jin Yu casually surveyed the scene upon entering, and after gathering a sense of the surroundings, he chose a random seat, ordered a drink, and began capturing photographs of the ambience with his camera. The camera was purchased from a second-hand shop. At this moment, Jin Yu was attired in light blue shorts and a linen white 3/4 sleeve shirt, with a pair of sandals adorning her feet, embodying the quintessential tourist. She initially captured a few photographs from her seat before rising to change angles and snap several more pictures of her surroundings. To appear more natural, Jin Yu even took a few shots of a couple she had encountered in the lobby. Then, as if she had stumbled upon a hidden gem, she began to excitedly stroll towards the far right. "Sir, I apologize, but our boss is dining and prefers not to be disturbed. Please take your photographs elsewhere." Before Jin Yu could reach the end of the corridor, the most robust of the security team, towering at nearly 2 meters, stood up. His muscles bulged beneath his fitted black suit, resembling a modern-day Hercules, and he effectively blocked the passage between 2 rows of tables. Jin Yu lowered her camera, momentarily bewildered, and looked up to point at the wooden railing at the end of the corridor. "I merely wish to take a selfie there. I have no intention of approaching your boss. Furthermore, this is a public area. I am not going to sit at your boss's table. I'm sorry, sir, but you may return after my boss has finished dining. For now, I must insist that you do not proceed." The giant spoke politely, Yet his tone was laced with an icy detachment, and his imposing stature added an undeniable air of intimidation. "Hey, you big oaf. I do not care who your boss is. I am a guest at this hotel, dining here, and I possess the right to linger and take photographs in any corner of this restaurant. You have no authority to obstruct my passage. If your boss wishes to avoid interruptions, he should reserve the entire restaurant or retreat to his room for his meal. Now kindly step aside," Jin Yu exclaimed dramatically, her expression one of indignation. "Listen here, I have been exceedingly courteous. If you wish to avoid trouble, take your shabby camera and leave. You may return later to take your photographs. Understood?" Chuckling, Jin Yu found amusement in the situation. Initially, she intended to ascertain the whereabouts of the fragment, and after exchanging a few words, she was convinced it was with this so-called boss. As she pondered how to approach him, the security guard's rude remarks provided her with the perfect excuse. "Are you threatening me? Ha ha ha. Listen, you lumbering oaf, if you wish to curry favor with your boss, you can climb into bed with him at night and elevate your flabby ego. Now, I suggest you return to your seat before I send you sprawling back to your gut. Understood? Get lost." The giant could hardly tolerate her words. No sooner had Jin Yu spoken than he, with a furious expression, extended his right hand, larger than her face, spread his fingers wide, and forcefully pushed her head forward. To speak candidly, although Jin Yu's words were rather harsh and the towering bodyguard was visibly angered, he ultimately restrained his strength, for his primary concern was the safety of his employer, not to instigate trouble. Strangely, despite not exerting excessive force, the slight Asian man before him staggered back, tumbling to the ground. Yet, astonishingly, he soared backward, his feet leaving the ground, and collided with a sturdy table, which shockingly split in half, sending cutlery and various items crashing to the floor. The large man stood in bewilderment, glancing at his right hand, pondering when he had become so formidable. It was hard to believe that even a gentle push could yield such an outcome. Had he inadvertently gained strength from frequent use of his right hand? The commotion attracted the attention of his employer, who peered over, frowning upon witnessing the collapsed table. "No more dining," the man in the gray suit declared, wiping his mouth with a napkin, rising with an air of resignation. "Edmund, how many times must I remind you not to strike too forcefully? This is not the time to stir up trouble. Goodness, you've knocked him unconscious. How much strength did you employ, you fool?" "Boss." Edmund, the large man, looked utterly helpless, insisting that he had not exerted much force at all. "Orf, settle the bill and compensate for the restaurant's damages. Ensure you handle this young man's situation properly. Offer a generous compensation to avoid further complications." The man instructed a nearby bodyguard, his demeanor resigned as he prepared to exit. The commotion had drawn the attention of the restaurant staff and a nearby couple. Yet, surrounded by intimidating bodyguards and with Jin Yu as a cautionary tale, no one dared to speak. Meanwhile, the server responsible for the outside rushed inside to find the manager. The man in gray remained unfazed, simply instructing a bodyguard to manage the situation before he stood to leave the restaurant and return to his room. The narrow corridor forced the bodyguards to flank their employer as they hurried outside. Just as they passed by Jin Yu, who had been motionless on the floor, he suddenly sat up, and before anyone could react, his right hand shot forward like lightning towards the man in gray. Chapter 6. Conflict. Jin Yu's current speed was beyond the comprehension of those bodyguards. Rising swiftly, he yanked the man in the gray suit into his embrace, locking one hand around his neck and casting a glance into the seam of his shirt. To his astonishment, this individual had a portion of a copper mirror fashioned as a pendant, a handle the size of a thumb, its material indistinguishable beneath a layer of dust. "Your insolent subordinate has damaged my camera. Do you intend to simply walk away unscathed?" Good heavens, you actually have guns." Jin Yu pondered how to retrieve the shard. Earlier, he had inquired about the copper mirror, learning that two pieces must unite to fuse. As he contemplated a few words to buy time, the bodyguards, having regained their wits, simultaneously drew their firearms. This rigidity of thought stemmed from his previous life. Having lived in the domestic confines, most ordinary people had never encountered a real gun. With matters escalating, Jin Yu found himself with limited options. He directed his right foot at a shard of a broken vase on the ground and maneuvered the sharper edge toward the gray-suited man's neck. Everyone step back. Lower your weapons away from my head. I'm addressing you, you insufferable giant. Put the gun down. Jin Yu felt a twinge of panic. Despite possessing a golden finger, he had always been an ordinary person, and this was the first time he had a gun pointed at him, especially 6 at once, so close. Release my boss, or we will open fire. The bodyguards showed no signs of retreat, their dark muzzles unwaveringly trained on Jin Yu's head. Silence. I insist you lower your weapons. Otherwise, let us see who is quicker. The pressure in Jin Yu's grip involuntarily intensified. Damn it. Cough. Everyone put your guns down. Can you ease your grip? I can hardly breathe. Relax, brother. Jin Yu found himself in a precarious situation. Tension mounting on both sides, the volume of their voices escalating. Yet it was the gray-suited man he had seized who broke the silence. Put down your guns. Did you not hear my words? This is an accident. He is not here for me, or else he would be armed. Do not frighten him. I do not wish for my artery to be severed by a wretched shard of glass. Step back. The gray-suited man spoke, prompting the bodyguards to gradually retreat toward the seaside, their guns slowly lowering yet still held with both hands, poised for an immediate response if necessary. Listen to me, friend. I do not know who you are, but I am quite certain you are not here for me. I apologize for the impoliteness of my subordinate earlier. Whatever damages you have incurred, I will compensate you tenfold. Let us remain calm and discuss this, shall we? My name is Torres Ruslanvi. And you? Jin Yu. The hostage was evidently no ordinary individual. His calm demeanor suggested a keen awareness, as he quickly discerned that he was merely a novice, certainly not a killer or a kidnapper. He surmised that this situation was likely a mere accident, which prompted him to instruct his subordinates to stand down. He was unwilling to take unnecessary risks for an unforeseen event. Meanwhile, in a hotel room above, a man clad in black stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, peering through binoculars to observe the unfolding chaos below. Tommy, informed the chief. We are in trouble. The target has been seized. Behind the window, the spacious living area housed 7 or 8 individuals in black suits lounging on the couches, surrounded by an array of small devices evidently related to surveillance. Upon hearing Tommy's exclamation, one of the men rose from the sofa, grabbed another pair of binoculars, glanced out the window, and hurriedly ascended the stairs. After approximately a minute, the man known as Tommy descended with 2 cases in hand, promptly placing them on the coffee table. Inside were an assortment of small firearms. Everyone arm yourselves. 2 of you will go to the boat for extraction. We must act swiftly. Once we secure the target, we will depart by sea. Move now. At Tommy's command, the room's occupants sprang into action, swiftly retrieving their preferred weapons before filing out of the room in under a minute. Unbeknownst to Jin Yu, his target had drawn the attention of another group. He was preoccupied with devising a means of safely exiting the premises. As you can see, I am a person of stature. I would not act in bad faith. My bodyguard has already disarmed, has he not? If you become agitated and harm me, I assure you, my friend, I am here in Dubai to conduct business with the local elite. Torres had been incessantly assuring Jin Yu for several minutes that he meant no harm. Yet Jin Yu found such assurances hard to believe. Among all that Torres had said, one statement resonated with him, that he was indeed here to negotiate with influential figures. Ironically, this very remark only deepened Jin Yu's hesitation. Silence. Allow me to think. Jin Yu interjected, applying slight pressure to interrupt Torres. While the means of escape seemed readily available, he was apprehensive about the execution. His copper mirror was unreliable. Aside from the previous hints regarding fragments, his mental dialogue with it was sporadic at best, rendering coherent communication impossible. If, upon fusion, it failed to provide timely assistance for his departure or protective measures, Jin Yu lacked confidence in his ability to withstand firearms, particularly when 6 guns were aimed directly at him. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Yu's gaze became fixated on the vast ocean. His physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. As long as he could leap into the sea in a timely manner and distance himself from the shore, the boundless waters should make it exceedingly difficult to capture him. At worst, he could linger in the depths for a while, and then devise a plan for the ensuing circumstances. With this thought in mind, Jin Yu ceased to heed Torres's incessant chatter, subtly adjusting his stance before seizing the handle-like fragment beneath Torres's neck and yanking it forcefully. To his astonishment, Torres exhibited an unexpectedly swift reaction. The moment Jin Yu's hand approached his neck, Torres's expression shifted dramatically. As Jin Yu tugged at the fragment, he disregarded his own safety and instinctively clasped Jin Yu's hand, shouting without hesitation to his bodyguards, "Fire! Shoot this bastard!" No sooner had the words left his lips than 6 bodyguards simultaneously raised their weapons. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots erupted to Jin Yu's left, and the 6 bodyguards, who had just lifted their firearms, were struck and collapsed to the ground almost in unison. Jin Yu instinctively glanced to his left, only to behold 7 or 8 men clad in black, each wielding firearms, charging towards him from the restaurant's interior. Leading them was a woman, brandishing a handgun, her attire, a snug leather jacket and pants, exaggerating her curvaceous figure. Her long, crimson hair cascaded in gentle waves. Although her real-life appearance bore only an 80% resemblance to that of her cinematic counterpart, Jin Yu recognized her instantly. This was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, a super agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and one of the original members of the Avengers. Chapter 7. Cooperative escape. From the moment he observed Torres accompanied by 6 bodyguards, Jin Yu discerned that this individual was of extraordinary origin. However, he never anticipated the magnitude of his background, which had even attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. The situation seemed to grow increasingly convoluted. Damn it, you know what this pendant is, don't you? You're after this, aren't you? Despite the demise of the 6 bodyguards, Torres's gaze remained fixated on Jin Yu's hand. It's futile for you to take it. Only I can unlock its secrets. Tell me, what exactly is this? I'll offer you 100 million. What do you say? Silence. As S.H.I.E.L.D. agents prepared to rush in, Jin Yu had no desire to indulge Torres in further dialogue. With a swift motion, he exerted force with his right hand, easily freeing himself from Torres's grasp. He delivered a merciless punch to the base of Torres's skull, rendering him unconscious. He then placed the fragment against his chest. Upon contact with the copper mirror, the 2 items transformed like melting chocolate, shifting from solid to a viscous liquid that fused seamlessly. The lower frame of the mirror gradually merged with the fragment, forming a small, unified copper mirror with a handle, devoid of any visible seams. As the copper mirror absorbed the fragment, Jin Yu sensed a change. Once amalgamated, quivered slightly and then vanished instantaneously. Yet, he could feel its presence within his body, residing in what could be described as a mental space or a sea of consciousness. This phenomenon reminded Jin Yu of the magical artifacts often depicted in fantasy novels, which possessed the ability to integrate directly into the owner's being, allowing for effortless summoning when needed. However, this copper mirror exceeded such capabilities. After entering Jin Yu's body, it radiated a brilliant golden light within the sea of consciousness, drawing in the ambient energy from the air around him. This energy, upon entering his body, surged directly toward the mental space, or more accurately, toward the copper mirror. Upon entering, the energy transformed into another form. Part of it was absorbed and stored by the mirror, while the remainder transmuted into a unique energy that began to circulate autonomously within Jin Yu's body. With each cycle of this energy, his physical form underwent gradual enhancement. Setting aside other functions, even this singular aspect positioned Jin Yu as a force to be reckoned with. There was no time to ponder the newfound capabilities, as Black Widow and her team were already advancing toward him. To prevent Jin Yu from fleeing, one agent fired a burst of bullets from a submachine gun directly at him. This tactic aimed to thwart any possibility of Jin Yu escaping with Torres into the sea. Jin Yu felt a surge of frustration. Initially, he had perceived the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. as fortuitous, redirecting attention toward them and providing him a chance to slip away unhindered into the ocean. However, with this sudden assault, escape became impossible. As the agents closed in, Jin Yu had no choice but to bend down, retrieve a handgun, and press it firmly against Torres's temple. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were clearly focused on Torres. Jin Yu's earlier urgency to act stemmed from a faint sound of distant sirens. He lacked the confidence to breach the encirclement. Since SHIELD had thwarted his escape, he had no choice but to leverage the cards in his hand. Hand over the person, and I repeat myself. The man who had fired earlier reloaded his submachine gun, threateningly racking the slide. I have no need for the individual, but you have disrupted my escape plan. I can deliver them to you, provided I am allowed to leave with you. Is that agreeable? Compared to the initial panic when Torres's bodyguard had him at gunpoint, Jin Yu now appeared considerably more composed. Are you negotiating with us? The man with the submachine gun was exceptionally aggressive, raising his weapon to aim at Jin Yu. Jin Yu subtly shifted his position to better conceal himself behind Torres. You may try. Before you kill me, I can certainly put a bullet through his skull. Or perhaps those outside are your reinforcements. Jin Yu gestured towards the hotel, where, through the glass, he could vaguely discern figures in police uniforms moving about. The blaring sirens outside indicated that a substantial police presence was en route. The man's expression shifted, and he opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by Black Widow's dismissive gesture. Fine, I agree. Hand over the person, and we will take you with us. Jin Yu realized his gamble had paid off. This man was not bluffing. He indeed had ties with a significant local figure or organization, and SHIELD's operation was not public knowledge, which could spell trouble with local authorities. In truth, Jin Yu acknowledged that he had acted somewhat hastily. He should have approached the situation more diplomatically from the outset. However, navigating the Marvel Universe with an imperfect golden finger could provoke anxiety, especially considering his previous existence as an ordinary individual. Thus, when SHIELD agents appeared and ruthlessly shot the bodyguard beside Torres, Jin Yu compelled himself to calm down and devise advantageous measures. First, take me to a safe location. Look at that guy. His gaze is practically incendiary. I'm certain that if I hand over the person, he'll unleash every bullet in his magazine upon me. I didn't wear a bulletproof vest today. Jin Yu stiffly shrugged, attempting a harmless jest to appear more relaxed. All right, I agree. Black Widow once again silenced the gunman with a glance. It was essential to complete the mission. The area was about to be surrounded. As for Jin Yu's identity and the subsequent course of action, those were matters to be addressed after leaving this place. All right, you can come up now, immediately. The Black Widow spoke into her earpiece, and scarcely had her words faded when three objects, resembling diminutive spacecraft, began to rise slowly from the depths of the sea, approximately 10 meters away. Each appeared to be roughly the size of a large automobile. Once elevated, they commenced a rapid approach towards their position. Hurry, what are you dawdling for? The Black Widow urged, beckoning to the astonished Jin Yu, who stood in a state of disbelief. Chapter 8. Initial probes with the formidable influence of SHIELD. It would not evoke much surprise in Jin Yu if a vessel, even a nuclear submarine, were dispatched for assistance. However, the diminutive submarine before him, no larger than a car, sparked a sense of incongruity. The technological advancements of this world bore a striking resemblance to those of 2007, prior to his traversal. Yet, this small submarine radiated an unmistakable aura of futurism. Despite the knowledge that this was a realm teeming with clandestine technologies akin to those found in the Marvel Universe, Jin Yu felt a palpable disconnect. The submarine featured 2 seats in front, and a rear row that could accommodate 2 individuals comfortably, or 3 with a bit of a squeeze. Jin Yu occupied one of the back seats while the Black Widow sat in the passenger seat. Curiosity piqued. He leaned forward to observe the surrounding inky depths of the ocean, his left hand firmly gripping his pistol, which remained aimed at the unconscious Torres beside him. You need not be so anxious. I assure you I will let you go. If I truly intended to harm you, that pistol in your hand would not serve as a safeguard, the Black Widow remarked with a smile, recognizing Jin Yu's discomfort. Cannot help but feel uneasy. Damn it. All I wanted was to find a nice spot for a photograph. This brute's bodyguard intervened, and in a public place no less, drawing a weapon on me. And then I stumbled upon you. It's evident that you are also individuals of considerable significance. Didn't they say Dubai had excellent security? What rotten luck I have. Jin Yu vented, his words tumbling out in a fervent stream. At 21, having toiled for 3 years in Chinatown to obtain a green card, it was entirely reasonable to seek out new experiences with a bit of money. Accidentally entangled in the affairs of prominent figures, and conversing with a beautiful agent who wore a friendly smile, it was only natural for him to express his grievances. Jin Yu was acting, yet he remained hopeful that this incident would allow him to extricate himself safely. Nevertheless, much of what he uttered was grounded in truth, capable of withstanding scrutiny from S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the unconscious Torres, unless he was mentally impaired, it was unlikely he would betray any information regarding the fragment embedded in his neck. Once in Jin Yu's possession, there were ways to return it. However, falling into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. would render recovery a mere fantasy. This was a simple fact he should understand. Upon boarding the submarine, Jin Yu began to comprehend why Torres was so protective of the fragment. The complete copper mirror had already integrated into Jin Yu's consciousness. The portion he had previously used served as the main body, capable of absorbing and converting energy, while the handle around Torres's neck resembled an energy collector. With it, the copper mirror could continuously draw energy from its surroundings. However, Torres's anxiety stemmed from more than just this, for without the main body present, the fragment had no means to store the energy it absorbed. Its primary function as a fragment lay in its vast internal storage capacity. Much like the spatial rings found in fantasy novels, this storage space was extraordinarily expansive. While Jin Yu could not ascertain its exact dimensions, he was confident it could easily accommodate several times squares. What pleased Jin Yu the most was that this space was far from empty. It contained not only a substantial amount of cash and various weapons but also a plethora of survival supplies. Astonishingly, 2 off-road vehicles, a yacht, and even a small helicopter were stored within. Did Torres keep these means of escape at the ready? It made sense, considering he was being monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D. His daily dealings were certainly not above board. It was rather unfortunate for him to encounter such an eccentric as Jin Yu, who appeared to be a novice. If someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. were to burst in recklessly, they might indeed suffer a significant setback. Meanwhile, Jin Yu pondered this when Black Widow, with a cheerful demeanor, turned to engage him in conversation. However, your demeanor does not suggest that you are an ordinary individual. Our people have been known to shoot, and yet you dare to bargain with me? Her voice was soft, perhaps intentionally so, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. If Jin Yu were not from another world, he might have inadvertently divulged his entire lineage in mere conversation. I have no choice, Jin Yu exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. The moment my bodyguard approached, he was ready to act. I had no alternatives. They drew their guns, and I had to threaten their boss's life. I had no choice. You came here to kill, shooting at the ground, demanding I call someone out. He might be a significant figure here, and if you leave, I cannot absolve myself of suspicion. I have no choice. Do you understand? His animated gestures, particularly with a handgun in his left hand, created dark silhouettes in the confined space, leaving Black Widow momentarily taken aback. Setting aside the veracity of your words, if you continue to brandish that firearm, we may all find ourselves with no choices at all. This is the ocean floor. For heaven's sake, can you please lower that damned gun while you speak? Goodness, your finger is still on the trigger. My apologies. I may have gotten a bit carried away, but I hope you can understand my fury. I am merely a tourist, seeking a pleasant spot in a restaurant to take a photograph. Why must I encounter such a predicament? Oh, for heaven's sake, my camera, the one I just purchased before coming here. Truth be told, there was a stark contrast in Jin Yu's demeanor. He was acutely aware of it. However, at this juncture, there was no turning back. Moreover, his words were truthful, and the critical factor was that his identity posed no issues. He believed S.H.I.E.L.D. would find nothing amiss. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in Torres's ability to keep the secret of the copper mirror fragments from being revealed. As to why an ordinary person like Jin Yu could seize Torres under the watchful eyes of several bodyguards, it could only be attributed to their carelessness. Jin Yu had trained catching them off guard. In any case, it sufficed that as long as he did not speak recklessly, he trusted in his own safety. Fundamentally, he understood the nature of these Avengers from the films. They would only choose to do what was right, to uphold peace and protect ordinary individuals. Jin Yu believed himself to be one of those ordinary people. Especially for Black Widow, her experiences in the Red Room have haunted her throughout her life. After joining S.H.I.L.D., she has been striving to atone for her past misdeeds, has she not? Considering the film's context, let us not reference the comics. It matters not. If what you say is true, as long as you cooperate with us, we can offer you a new beginning. With global delivery. Where are you from? Where do you reside? Observing Jin Yu slightly relax her grip on the firearm, Black Widow's tone became more composed, yet she continued to probe cautiously. I have just obtained my green card. I was previously in New York, but I have not yet decided where to settle down. So, does that mean you truly will not kill me to silence me? Aside from matters concerning the copper mirror, Jin Yu could speak candidly, for even if he chose silence, S.H.I.L.D. would undoubtedly uncover everything. As for his origins, he could merely claim to be an undocumented immigrant. S.H.I.L.D. is not omniscient and cannot possibly trace someone who seemingly appeared out of thin air. Chapter 9. The function of the copper mirror. The small submarine had traversed the sea for over 2 hours, finally reaching a modest fishing port hundreds of kilometers from Dubai. During the journey, the Black Widow administered a tranquilizer to Jin Yu, ensuring that Torres would be peacefully asleep for several hours before their arrival. Under the cover of night, Jin Yu followed them to what appeared to be the home of an ordinary fisherman. As the Black Widow entered with her associates, the fisherman, who seemed just an unremarkable man, lifted his sofa to reveal a hidden passage leading to a secret chamber beneath the carpet. Naturally, Jin Yu was not permitted to follow. The Black Widow left 2 individuals to keep watch over him, the fisherman and a man clad in a black suit, though the one wielding a submachine gun was notably absent. Rest assured, if we truly intended to harm you, we could have arranged for a bullet in your back the moment we landed, ensuring you never had the chance to pull the trigger. Jin Yu had dragged the unconscious Torres along, and once inside, the Black Widow offered him an explanation. You should have informed me sooner. This fellow is heavier than a dead weight. Jin Yu scoffed as he handed Torres over. He was well aware that their descent would not only involve interrogating Torres but likely an investigation into himself as well. Although Jin Yu believed that no harm would come to him, he nonetheless swiftly recalled the weapons that Torres had left behind in his possession. Aside from some simple handguns and grenades, there were other items resembling bombs which, even if given to him, he would scarcely know how to utilize. He understood that grenades could simply be thrown after pulling the pin, but the other explosives were a mystery to him. He couldn't even determine how to activate them. There were also rifles and machine guns, and Jin Yu estimated that if he needed to retrieve them, he would have to search for the safety mechanisms for quite some time. In the event of a confrontation, he could only hope to brandish them as a means of intimidation to buy himself a moment. However, it was clear that Torres was indeed affluent. Jin Yu observed a neat stack of U.S. dollars, approximately the height of a 4-person dining table, all in denominations of 500. It seemed there must be at least 100 million, which would resolve his financial concerns in this realm. Mirror, mirror, now you may reveal to me your functions. Jin Yu seated himself on the displaced sofa, while the 2 agents from S.H.I.L.D. sat on either side, their guns in hand, although not pointed directly at him. Their vigilant gazes remained fixed upon him. Uninterested in their presence, Jin Yu summoned the copper mirror within his mind. Severely damaged, insufficient spiritual energy, currently absorbing energy to recover. At present, I can only utilize the surplus energy produced to enhance the master's physique. In moments of peril, I can release stored energy to heal injuries, albeit at the cost of diminishing my restoration speed. I kindly urge the master to take care of his health and refrain from unnecessary disputes, as peace is paramount. Having integrated the fragments, the copper mirror's speech had become considerably more fluid, yet its tone remained icy, reminiscent of a mobile voice assistant from a previous life. Why do I feel as though I'm being lectured? So, you're transforming my body with your surplus energy, are you? Jin Yu felt as though he had been fed scraps of food. His master was exceedingly frail, unable to withstand the pure spiritual energy. Once the artifact spirit restores itself to a greater extent, I shall subject my master's body to rigorous enhancement. Please do not fret. Artifact spirit? Indeed, it resembles the legendary treasures of ancient China, though I remain unaware of its true caliber. As for the origins of this copper mirror and how I arrived at this place, the artifact spirit provided no answers. It was not due to reluctance, but rather its severe damage had resulted in a significant loss of memory. In Jin Yu's understanding, the artifact spirit resembled an artificial intelligence computer. With only the core code remaining, having lost a vast repository of information and peripheral components. Fortunately, it could slowly absorb spiritual energy and begin to recover, which was a positive sign. How long will it take for you to fully restore? Jin Yu pressed, concerned about when he could attain greater power. At the current rate, given the spiritual energy density of this world, it will take 500 years to complete the first phase of restoration. 500 years? Are you certain you did not misspeak? Not 500 days. Jin Yu exclaimed in his mind. 500 years is quite swift, considering my essence is far too formidable for this world. Worry not. With my presence, time shall hold no sway over you. 500 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Jin Yu rolled his eyes. The good news was he seemed to have gained longevity, yet the bad news was that to roam this world unrestrained, a long journey lay ahead. What if I absorb some other energy, like that of the mage from before? The bald-headed ancient one, do you remember? I remember. Previously, I could not absorb spiritual energy due to my incomplete form. Now, I am capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of this world independently. However, if you can locate treasures formed innately in this realm, I believe their absorption would significantly expedite my restoration. But do not aim too high, for you are still far too weak. First, learn to protect yourself. We will take our time. The passage of hundreds or thousands of years is swift. Damn it, this conversation is futile. Jin Yu angrily severed the dialogue in his mind. Yet the words of the copper mirror's artifact spirit provided valuable insights. The innate formations of protection could be interpreted as something akin to the infinity stones, products of the universe's creation. It seemed plausible, yet reflecting on what the spirit had said, he realized he was indeed still weak. The infinity stones could wait. After all, he was somewhat of a seer in his own right. With idle time on his hands, Jin Yu inquired about Torres. Since the copper mirror had acknowledged him as its master, why was Torres able to utilize its functions despite possessing only a fragment? The mirror explained that the core of the artifact spirit resided in the main body. The handle was merely a fragment, devoid of sentience. Torres had fortuitously fused his blood with the fragment, thereby gaining access to that spatial realm. Jin Yu could only lament the fortune of Torres. For someone who navigates the precarious edge of danger, this ability is undeniably akin to a divine artifact, allowing one to thrive through smuggling. Unlike Jin Yu who, had it not been for a fortuitous encounter with Gu Yi, would still be oblivious to the true nature of the ordinary pendant he thought was merely a trinket, having been struck by an energy whip onto a copper mirror. If it weren't for the fact that he had worn it since before his journey across realms, serving as a token of remembrance, he might have resorted to selling it for money upon his arrival. As Jin Yu continued to ponder, the hidden door on the ground swung open from within, and the Black Widow emerged, leading the way. She cast a glance at the two individuals before turning her attention to Jin Yu, initially wearing a smile. However, after taking a few steps towards him, she abruptly drew a pistol from her thigh holster, aiming it directly at Jin Yu's brow. Who are you, really? Chapter 10. The temptation of the Black Widow. The sudden turn of events, with the Black Widow drawing her weapon, caught everyone off guard. Had it been the past, Jin Yu would have either panicked or instinctively moved to protect himself when confronted with a gun. In reality, his first impulse was indeed to seize the gun for self-preservation, even contemplating using the Black Widow as a hostage. Various strategies flashed through his mind, and in that moment, Jin Yu sensed a transformation within himself. Time around him seemed to slow, or more accurately, his thoughts accelerated with remarkable swiftness. As the Black Widow raised her weapon, everything around him appeared to move in slow motion, akin to the bullet time depicted in the Matrix. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that Jin Yu's physical speed did not increase. Rather, his mental acuity sharpened significantly. Simultaneously, his instincts heightened, allowing him to perceive the subtleties of the Black Widow's initial expression upon entering, the glances exchanged among those present, and the fury etched on her face, juxtaposed with the calmness in her eyes. Every detail, every nuance of expression and gaze, flowed through Jin Yu's mind like a cinematic reel from the moment the Black Widow emerged from the hidden chamber. The copper mirror in his mind's eye floated in mid-air, radiating waves of energy like a sun. Elation surged within him at this remarkable latent ability, although he lamented that his physical speed could not match it. Otherwise, he mused, would he not possess a power akin to Quicksilver? Yet one must not be greedy. For now, this newfound ability proved extraordinarily useful. Observing the Black Widow and the reactions of those around him, it became evident that despite their interrogation tactics, they had gleaned no information regarding the fragments of the copper mirror from Torres. In other words, they sensed that something was amiss, that Jin Yu was not as uncomplicated as he appeared, yet lacked concrete evidence. They were merely bluffing, Jin Yu concluded. If they were indeed deceiving him, then he must play along and stage a performance. Intriguingly, as Jin Yu arrived at this realization and determined his course of action, the rapidity of his thoughts began to wane, and the world around him resumed its normal pace. It felt as though the copper mirror had equipped him with a high-performance CPU within his very being. Although this may take some time to convey, by the moment Jin Yu's sensory world reverted to its usual state, the Black Widow's last words had barely settled in the air. As soon as her voice faded, Jin Yu sprang from the sofa like a leopard, lunging towards the Black Widow. They were not far apart, and in the blink of an eye, Jin Yu was before her, deftly sidestepping her gun's muzzle. He reached for her wrist with his right hand while his left arm encircled her neck, grasping her left shoulder. In that instant, should the Black Widow fail to react, she would be seized by Jin Yu, who would forcibly redirect her, aiming her own weapon at her. To capture Torres under the protection of 6 bodyguards at the Sailboat Hotel is no ordinary feat, regardless of the motivation behind it. Jin Yu had no intention of concealing his prowess. From the very outset, he exhibited a speed and reflexes akin to that of a superhero. Indeed, his reactions and swiftness exceeded the expectations of the Black Widow and her companions. Nevertheless, she was a seasoned combatant. With a deliberate looseness in her right hand, she allowed Jin Yu to wrest her handgun away, pivoting her left shoulder in alignment with his forceful grip. As she twisted her waist, leveraging Jin Yu's strength, her center of gravity shifted dramatically, positioning her upside down. Her legs ascended effortlessly, encircling Jin Yu's neck as she executed a full aerial rotation, landing face to face atop his shoulders. This maneuver was somewhat embarrassing. Before Jin Yu could fully register the remarkable elasticity against his cheek, the Black Widow harnessed the last vestiges of her kinetic energy, combining it with her core strength to execute a powerful twist. In an effort to dissipate the force, Jin Yu found his entire body compelled to follow the direction of her movement. At that moment, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. According to cinematic portrayals, the Black Widow and Hawkeye, as original Avengers, were deemed the weakest, their physical attributes considered peak among ordinary humans, distinguished solely by their superior combat awareness and skills. However, upon contact, Jin Yu realized his misjudgment. The Black Widow's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary individual. It is crucial to note that Jin Yu's own strength was measured in tons. Even a soldier trained to the utmost would struggle to shift even a fraction of Jin Yu's neck, especially while he was on guard. The power possessed by the Black Widow was undeniably extraordinary. Speaking of combat capabilities within the Marvel Universe, I would like to digress briefly. The issue of individual strength remains somewhat nebulous throughout the Marvel Cinematic Universe, particularly in its early stages. For instance, Captain America was initially portrayed as the pinnacle of human potential, while Spider-Man's official capacity was indicated to reach between 20 to 25 tons. Even though the young Spider had not yet fully matured, during the Civil War, Iron Man showcased footage of a nearly 1.5-ton vehicle colliding at a speed of approximately 40 miles per hour, illustrating an immense impact force. A vehicle weighing 1.5 tons, accelerating to 60 miles per hour, generates a tremendous amount of force, which the young Spider-Man effortlessly withstood. Yet, despite this formidable strength, he remained inferior to Captain America during Captain America: Civil War. One might ponder the true extent of Captain America's so-called human limits, particularly when considering his ability to absorb Thanos' punch without his shield in Avengers: Infinity War, a testament to extraordinary strength. Furthermore, the Black Widow, armed in the films, was capable of engaging with formidable opponents like the Black Order, even managing to overpower them at times. Although the films may have diminished the Black Order's strength, the sheer force required to send one flying in a single exchange is astounding. How does one contend with such power? The film may require a degree of ambiguity. Given that the setting is a tangible world, it necessitates a slight adjustment to delineate the realms of power for the sake of subsequent comparisons of strength in the minds of the audience. Ordinary individuals, akin to the everyday people around you and me, exist alongside extraordinary warriors such as Hawkeye, Falcon, and Black Widow. These gifted fighters, through extensive training, exhibit combat capabilities several times superior to those of real-world soldiers. One might interpret this as a consequence of the greater quantity of ambient energy in the Marvel Universe, which is more conducive to human absorption. However, it is essential to note that only through rigorous training can cells reach a level of efficiency to harness this energy, establishing the pinnacle of human combat prowess. Next, we have Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and Black Panther, who wields the power of the heart-shaped herb. These characters represent the zenith of Earth's human potential, with physical strength, speed, reflexes, and recovery rates that far exceed those of ordinary humans, capable of explosive feats reaching tens of tons. Following this are the superhuman-level beings. While their physical might may not surpass that of Captain America, they typically possess unique abilities or the capacity to manipulate energy, such as Loki and the sorcerers of Kamartaj. Then there are the demigod-level entities, including the earlier incarnations of Thor, Hulk, and Scarlet Witch, as well as Vision. At the god level, we encounter Odin, the Ancient One, Hela, the fully realized Scarlet Witch, and the later Doctor Strange, alongside Thanos when he wields the Infinity Gauntlet, albeit the powers of the stones should not be factored into this classification, as one should only consider Thanos' capabilities augmented by the stones, without accounting for their active abilities. Now that we have established a basic hierarchy, let us return to the main narrative. The moment Black Widow made her move, Jin Yu realized that he could no longer rely on cinematic portrayals to gauge their strength. After all, film is merely film, and this is a world of genuine existence, where certain elements undoubtedly require their own adjustments. As Black Widow's force caused his body to rotate twice, he instinctively bent forward and, upon relieving the pressure, struck downwards onto the coffee table. The solid wood table collapsed with a thunderous crash, prompting a muffled grunt from Black Widow, who slightly relaxed her stance. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Yu escaped, pressing his left hand against Black Widow's neck while retaining his grip on the handgun he had wrested from her. He countered her attempt to rise with the weapon. "I told you I am merely an ordinary person. Are you attempting to silence me?" Jin Yu's face was a mask of indignation, the gun barrel firmly pressed against Black Widow's forehead, as he remained vigilant, eyeing the agents around him who were drawing their weapons. Black Widow fixed her gaze intently on Jin Yu, seemingly searching for a chink in his armor within his eyes. After a moment, she burst into laughter, saying, "Now I believe you are just an ordinary person. By the way, this gun is unloaded, and the safety is still on." Chapter 11. What is your mother's name? In the fleeting moment of the altercation between the two individuals, Jin Yu once again entered the so-called bullet time. The concealed CPU within his brain, remarkably intelligent, would automatically activate under conditions of heightened mental concentration. To refer to it as a CPU is perhaps inaccurate. It resembles more of an exhilarating stimulant at the level of consciousness. As Jin Yu's mind raced at high speed, it emitted a unique energy that amplified his cognitive power and accelerated his processing capabilities in an instant. This extraordinary ability enabled Jin Yu to perceive every intricate detail on the faces of those around him, every subtle shift in their gazes. For instance, at the moment he threw Black Widow to the ground, he sensed that she possessed the capability to resist. However, she chose to relinquish that potential in a fleeting instant. Moreover, when Jin Yu pressed the barrel of her handgun against her temple, the surrounding agents, although they immediately reached for their weapons, exhibited an unusual calmness, their expressions betraying no hint of anxiety, except for the man in the sailing hotel who had fired at Jin Yu, his eyes brimming with lethal intent from the very outset. Indeed, when Black Widow remarked with a smile that Jin Yu had failed to disengage the safety of the handgun, Jin Yu lowered his weapon, and the other agents gradually retracted their arms. Yet that man not only continued to aim his gun unwaveringly at Jin Yu, but also strode purposefully towards him. "Hey, what are you doing, Langfaro? Put the gun down," Black Widow interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Jin Yu, while he remained composed, silently observing the man named Langfaro. He was clearly no ordinary individual. They needed to subdue him first and interrogate him thoroughly once their mission was complete. Langfaro did not relent even with Black Widow shielding Jin Yu. Instead, his gaze flickered malevolently towards Jin Yu, filled with brutality. "This is merely a coincidence, Langfaro. We have verified the facts, and you witnessed it yourself." He was oblivious to the fact that the handgun was devoid of ammunition and the safety was engaged. "He has received no training in this regard, has he?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Black Widow's face. Jin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, not solely because Black Widow was defending him, but due to his genuine ignorance regarding the gun's lack of bullets and whether the safety was engaged. This was no pretense. Can an untrained person snatch a gun from your grasp? Can he hold Torres hostage in the presence of 6 bodyguards? Langfaro persisted relentlessly. "Hey, he is a Chinese individual. The fight scenes in their action films have been studied by the FBI. The Chicago Police Department even enlisted an 80-year-old from Chinatown as a martial arts instructor. Kung Fu is renowned worldwide. There is nothing peculiar about it. Lower your weapon, for I am in command of this operation." "That is an order, Langfaro." By the final phrase, Black Widow's tone had grown increasingly stern. Reluctantly, Langfaro lowered his weapon. Yet his gaze continued to pierce through Black Widow, directed at Jin Yu, as he issued his silent threat. "Consider yourself fortunate, young man. Had I known earlier in Dubai, I would have eliminated you directly. You would do well to tread carefully, for I shall keep a vigilant eye on you. Should I discover any indiscretions, I will reduce your head to a mere pulp. I swear it, you wretched yellow-skinned monkey." Initially, Jin Yu merely watched them with a grin, believing that once matters reached their conclusion, they would part ways. As for Lang Fei Luo's disdain towards him, Jin Yu was decidedly indifferent. The crux of the matter is that, from another perspective, Lang Fei Luo was not entirely incorrect. Jin Yu indeed harbored ulterior motives, though they did not conflict with the interests of others. However, Lang Fei Luo's final remark caused a shift in Jin Yu's demeanor. "I shall exercise caution, my friend. I will sternly advise my acquaintances to refrain from engaging with those women peddling their wares on the streets, lest they encounter your mother. Was it Martha or Lisa?" Jin Yu feigned humility, yet his words dripped with venom. Lang Fei Luo, already harboring a grudge against Jin Yu, and with a hint of racial bias, erupted upon hearing this, swiftly raising his weapon and firing at Jin Yu. Jin Yu remained motionless, for the Black Widow had already stepped forward. Just as Lang Fei Luo pulled the trigger, the weapon was redirected skyward by her. The suppressed submachine gun emitted a series of muted thuds as splinters rained down from the cabin's ceiling. "Get away, you damned yellow-skinned monkey. He insulted my mother." Lang Fei Luo's voice quivered with rage, spittle flying as his temper flared. "In truth, my skin is not limited to one hue. There exists a part of me that is quite colorful, reminiscent of your mother's lipstick shade. Would you like to see?" Jin Yu flashed a grin, revealing his pearly whites while tugging at his trousers. "Silence, you wretch!" the Black Widow shouted at Jin Yu, as Lang Fei Luo released his grip on the submachine gun and charged towards him. Left with no choice, the Black Widow struck Lang Fei Luo's nape with the weapon. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. "This fellow is undoubtedly a racist. Does your entry examination not prohibit such biases?" Jin Yu shrugged innocently, while several agents affiliated with Lang Fei Luo glared at him, some even resting their hands on their weapons. "Shut your mouth, or next time, I shall turn a blind eye and allow them to turn you into a pincushion," the Black Widow retorted fiercely, noticing Jin Yu's opportunistic behavior. "As you wish, madam." The Black Widow appeared genuinely incensed, prompting Jin Yu to wisely close his mouth. Regarding the matter of Torres, Jin Yu refrained from further inquiry. He likely possessed several valuable items, and from the sparse remarks of the Black Widow, it appeared that he had been assimilated by S.H.I.E.L.D. This, however, did not particularly concern Jin Yu. Although he had kept the fragment incident under wraps, it essentially planted a seed for future complications. Yet Jin Yu was indifferent to it at present. The restoration of the copper mirror had conferred significant advantages upon him. When Torres ultimately gained the trust of SHIELD and established a foothold to seek retribution, Jin Yu was confident that he would possess the capability to handle him with ease. In summary, despite numerous unforeseen events during this trip to Dubai, he successfully restored the copper mirror, which stood as his greatest asset in this world. The effort invested in its restoration was not in vain, especially considering that, having arrived in this realm, he would inevitably engage with superheroes and organizations like SHIELD. Encountering them in advance was not necessarily detrimental. After a night of recuperation, Torres remained behind. He was indeed correct in stating that he had come to negotiate business with a powerful local figure. His departure from the UAE posed a significant burden for the Black Widow and her team, who were still on a mission. Consequently, he was retained there, awaiting appropriate arrangements from others. Jin Yu, having made an appearance at the Sailboat Hotel, had also gained recognition in the UAE. Reluctantly, he had to accompany the Black Widow and her team to the next task location, where she would provide him with a new passport, facilitating his direct return to the United States from another country. Chapter 12. Declining the invitation. Since Jin Yu was not a member of SHIELD, the Black Widow and her companions did not specifically summon him when discussing their matters. However, Jin Yu was quite perceptive, often choosing to keep his distance while they conversed, refraining from prying into their discussions. Previously, when it was mentioned that they would take him to another country, he had anticipated a destination in Western Europe. To his surprise, the Black Widow and her team utilized a small aircraft, the origin of which was unknown to him, to transport him directly to a quaint village in Ukraine. I had imagined we would visit countries like France or the Netherlands, which would afford me the opportunity to indulge in some sightseeing, but unexpectedly, we ended up in Ukraine. Jin Yu observed the foreign scenery. It was a modest village with underdeveloped infrastructure, where the majority of pedestrians were elderly individuals and women. Is Ukraine so undesirable? The cost of living is low, and it is known for its abundance of beauty. Truly, a paradise. The Black Widow assessed Jin Yu with a smile and remarked, I simply find it curious that, although unspoken, it's evident you belong to some American intelligence organization. After all, this territory was once part of the Soviet Union, and Americans do not seem to be particularly favored here. This must be yet another clandestine base for SHIELD. After arriving, the Black Widow dispatched everyone else on their respective missions, leaving only Jin Yu and herself behind. Throughout their journey, the two had become somewhat familiar, allowing their conversations to flow with less inhibition. This was not our decision. It was due to Torres. That fellow is an intelligence trafficker who also dabbles in human trafficking, dealing with individuals such as former Soviet weapon experts and scientists who have fallen into obscurity. He sells them for a high price to terrorist organizations or governments in the Middle East. Our purpose here is to retrieve a weapons expert he has temporarily housed, as Torres plans to sell him to someone in the UAE. Our trip to Dubai is entirely for this matter. The Black Widow, rather unexpectedly, divulged their plans without any concealment. Wait, I'm somewhat taken aback. Shouldn't this be classified information? You're just revealing it to me like that? Goodness. You're not planning to eliminate me as a loose end afterward, are you? After all, that idiot named Langfellow has long wanted to do away with me, Jin Yu exclaimed somewhat exaggeratedly. The Black Widow merely rolled her eyes in response. I believe there is no reason to continue concealing this. There is no one here capable of forging a passport for you. Once we secure the expert, you will accompany us to Odessa, where arrangements will be made for your passport. You can then take a flight to Kiev for a transfer. I'm informing you in advance to prevent any unnecessary anxiety during your journey. Rest assured, once you return, someone will inevitably approach you to sign a confidentiality agreement. The Black Widow spoke with an air of indifference, having just received a call confirming that, with Torres now under their control, his associates had cooperatively surrendered the weapons expert. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and she felt a sense of relief. I am curious, what would happen if someone like me were to breach the confidentiality of your organization? Jin Yu, with an expression of curiosity, inquired, Are you truly going to be tossed into the most notorious prison in the Federation, where murderers and depraved individuals reside? A delicate young man like you would certainly be a sought-after presence there. Despite recognizing that the Black Widow was merely attempting to intimidate him, Jin Yu could not help but conjure up an image of numerous burly men gazing at him suggestively, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Have you considered joining us? Your skills are impressive. Even if you cannot become a qualified agent, you could still be one of our operational team members, and the compensation is quite generous. The Black Widow enticed, aware that within S.H.I.L.D. Nick Fury maintained a tight grip over the agents, yet the operational teams often operated independently of the Defense Department's commands. Many members, like Langfaro, were part of these teams. As someone aligned with Nick Fury, the Black Widow sought to recruit more talent for her side. Jin Yu was indeed a promising candidate, youthful, skilled, and psychologically resilient. Let it go. I am just an ordinary person, uninterested in becoming an agent. Furthermore, I am accustomed to my freedom. This job is not suited for me. I think I shall head to Kiev to admire some beautiful women, Jin Yu declared as he stood by the window, stretching lazily. Since the restoration of the bronze mirror, he had sensed that it was absorbing energy from the outside world through his body, converting it and subsequently feeding a portion back to him, enabling his continuous enhancement. This sensation was delightful. He still possessed a significant sum of money within the bronze mirror and intended to relish life, gradually growing stronger before contemplating stepping into the limelight. Even then, he had no desire to bind himself to any organization. Our endeavors will render the world a better place. Do you not find that meaningful? The Black Widow attempted to persuade him from another angle. Let it go. Jin Yu nonchalantly lit a cigarette and sank into the sofa. This is a classic example of American thinking, saving the world, yearning for freedom. I do not judge right from wrong, but let me tell you, the world operates thanks to ordinary individuals like myself, not your cadre of agents. In my view, this world would be better off without agents who trample on rules at will, be they labeled righteous or wicked. Besides, even if the world truly needs saving, can do so without my involvement, can it not? Rather than using this argument to sway me, you would do better to mention that your organization is filled with alluring women like yourself. That would be far more enticing. At this point, Jin Yu felt a mischievous impulse and playfully exhaled a puff of smoke towards the Black Widow. It must be said that during this period, the Black Widow was indeed at the pinnacle of her beauty, her face adorned with youthful collagen, exquisite and rivaling that of any Eastern beauty. If you dare to blow smoke at me again, I will shatter your skull with a single shot. The Black Widow shattered the fleeting allure in Jin Yusen's heart with a single shot from her pistol. Perhaps it was the angle from which Jin spoke that had never crossed her mind before. After issuing a cold threat to Jin, the Black Widow ceased her attempts to persuade her to join and instead narrowed her eyes slightly, lost in contemplation. The mission proceeded smoothly. Shortly after the sun dipped below the horizon, the Black Widow received a message from her companions. They were traveling in an all-terrain vehicle, converging with other agents of S.H.I.L.D. as they made their way toward the port city of Odessa in Ukraine. Their location was not far from the small town, merely a little over 100 kilometers away. Having spoken candidly with Jin, there was no longer a need for concealment. S.H.I.L.D. agents led the way, while Jin occupied the passenger seat of the central vehicle, with an agent at the wheel. The Black Widow sat in the back seat alongside the elderly weapons specialist, while a second vehicle carried Langfaro and several members of the operational team. The journey was devoid of conversation, but as they approached the coastal mountain road near Odessa, a man appeared unexpectedly in the middle of the road ahead. He wore a mask, his long hair cascading down his shoulders, and brandished a heavy rifle equipped with a grenade launcher. Most strikingly, the mysterious figure's left arm glimmered with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. Chapter 13. The Winter Soldier. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air as the vehicle ahead transformed into a blazing fireball, soaring high into the sky. The shrill sound of screeching brakes echoed, and the occupants, caught off guard, instinctively slammed their brakes, wrenching the steering wheel sharply to the left. In an instant, Jin Yu found himself in bullet time, his perception heightened, allowing him to witness the flaming wreckage plummeting from above, rolling past his vehicle. He could even discern the charred agents within, their mouths agape in silent screams. It was not until the off-road vehicle careened down the steep cliff, plunging into the sea below, that Jin Yu turned his attention to the man blocking their path. Clad in long hair and a mask, with a metallic left arm, the figure's grenade launcher still emitted wisps of smoke, and his lifeless gaze infused the atmosphere with an ominous chill. It was the Winter Soldier. Jin Yu was astonished not only to encounter Black Widow on this journey, but also to confront another pivotal character, the Winter Soldier himself. However, it was evident that the Winter Soldier was still under Hydra's control, a mere emotionless weapon. In this heightened state of awareness, Jin Yu's thoughts raced at an extraordinary pace. Despite the cacophony of screeching brakes still echoing in his ears, he focused intently on the figure before him. Suddenly, a thunderous crash accompanied by violent jolts jolted him from his thoughts as the vehicle spun around and collided heavily against the mountainside to the left. Before he and his companions could recover from the impact, another collision occurred. The vehicle behind them, unable to halt in time, rammed into the rear of Jin Yu's car. The impact was jarring, causing Jin Yu's head to slam against the windshield, shattering it into a spiderweb of cracks, obscuring his view of the outside world. Damn it! He cursed, grateful for his enhanced physical resilience. Otherwise, that blow could have been fatal, given that the windshield was bulletproof. The driver beside him was unbuckling his seatbelt, seemingly unscathed. In the instant of the collision, Jin Yu felt a heavy impact against the back of his seat, followed by a muffled groan, likely from the weapons expert. Turning around, he found Black Widow, unsurprisingly unharmed, diligently checking the vital signs of the weapons expert. Aware of Jin Yu's gaze, she drew her weapon with one hand, her eyes still fixed on her task. Yes, fine, but we need to devise a plan to exit the vehicle quickly. We don't know how many enemies are approaching. Jin Yu thought to herself, why should I care whether he lives or dies? However, being trapped in the car was indeed not a viable option. Just as Jin Yu was about to seek an opportunity to exit and assess the situation, an exceptionally loud gunshot pierced the air. Accompanying the gunshot was the vivid bloom of crimson that erupted from the abdomen of the Black Widow. Following that was the sound of shattering glass and two muffled groans that were almost indistinguishable from one another. One belonged to the Black Widow, who had been shot in the abdomen, while the other came from the driver, whose chest had been brutally punctured by a bullet, creating a gaping wound the size of a fist. The driver's right hand remained frozen at the seatbelt clasp, blood bubbles forming at the corners of his mouth, signaling the end of his life was imminent. Such powerful weaponry. Had it not been for the driver, that shot might very well have claimed the Black Widow's life. Jin Yu was momentarily stunned, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sharp pain at her temple. Instinctively, she leaned back, and time seemed to slow. A golden bullet, adorned with spiral grooves, sliced through the air, creating ripples as it narrowly grazed her forehead, slightly angled as it passed between the two front seats, striking the weapon expert in the back seat with unerring accuracy. The elderly man's head burst open, blood splattering onto the injured Black Widow. As the convoy of 3 vehicles erupted into chaos, the subsequent 2 cars barely stabilized when 2 more bullets followed in swift succession. One shot claimed the life of the driver, while the other severely injured the strongest operative among them, the Black Widow. The second bullet took the life of their protected target. Had it not been for Jin Yu's extraordinary sense of danger, her own head might have been the first to explode. The fate of the third vehicle was clear. It would be mercilessly dealt with. This series of events allowed the Black Widow to swiftly assess the formidable strength and experience of their assailants. The wound in her abdomen left her incapacitated. Glancing at the weapon expert's lifeless body, the Black Widow uttered a single command to Jin Yu: run. Head towards the back. Their objective has been achieved. They want to pursue you relentlessly. Just run. As the Black Widow spoke, 2 more gunshots rang out, directed towards the car behind them. Clearly, the individuals in the rear had reacted and were preparing to retaliate, but were swiftly silenced by the Winter Soldier's 2 shots. Jin Yu quickly turned her gaze forward and indeed saw the Winter Soldier striding towards them with his guns drawn, maintaining his shooting stance, while his eyes remained fixed on the rear, bypassing Jin Yu's vehicle entirely. Jin Yu glanced at the driver's lifeless form, intending to seize the handgun tucked under his arm. However, the Winter Soldier seemed to have been watching her every move. The moment she shifted, he tilted his body, redirecting his gun, and fired 2 shots directly at her. Forced to protect herself from the bullets, Jin Yu could not retrieve the gun. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her head, grasped the car door, and with all her might, kicked the door at its hinges. With a sharp crack, Jin Yu hesitated no longer. Emulating a scene from a film, she wielded the car door as a shield and charged towards the Winter Soldier with determined strides. After engaging with the Black Widow, Jin Yu realized that the prowess of these pivotal characters might be even more formidable than depicted in the films. This was true for the Black Widow, and even more so for the Winter Soldier. However, presently, remaining in the vehicle was akin to awaiting death. Exiting the car would mean exposing his back to the Winter Soldier. The only viable option was to disembark and suppress the Winter Soldier's firepower at close range, with the possibility that agents from SHIELD might provide a glimmer of hope behind him. As he sprinted just a couple of steps, Jin Yu felt a sudden heaviness in his hand. 2 bullets had struck the car door beside him. Fortunately, the SHIELD agents reacted swiftly. Taking advantage of the Winter Soldier's focus on Jin Yu, gunfire erupted from behind, initiating a counterattack against the Winter Soldier. Jin Yu's spirits lifted as he glanced at the Winter Soldier, now merely 3 or 4 meters away. He raised his hand and wielded the car door as a weapon, swinging it fiercely towards the Winter Soldier. At that moment, the terrifying combat awareness of the Winter Soldier became evident. Almost instantaneously as the car door slipped from Jin Yu's grasp, the Winter Soldier aimed his gun at the retreating agents and unleashed a rapid succession of 3 shots, forcing them to take cover behind the vehicle. He then pivoted, ducked beneath the car door, and turned, using his body as a fulcrum and his left arm as a hammer, launching a counterattack towards Jin Yu. Just as Jin Yu's right hand retracted, he beheld a metallic arm slicing through the air, hurtling towards his head with a menacing velocity. Chapter 14. Male on male, the bronze mirror bestowed upon Jin Yu a precious gift of time, allowing him to meticulously analyze his opponent's attacks and devise his subsequent strategies in the face of impending danger. This remarkable ability compensated for the lack of combat experience inherent in an ordinary individual like Jin Yu. However, even with this advantage, when the Winter Soldier transitioned from defense to an unrelenting assault, Jin Yu could only retract his arms to shield his head. As the iron fist struck, Jin Yu felt as if a colossal truck had collided with him head-on. An overwhelming force surged through his arms, propelling him several meters into the air. After a heavy landing, he slid a considerable distance before crashing against the steep wall beside the mountain road, finally dissipating the force of the blow. What extraordinary strength is this? Jin Yu was astonished. Though his body, enhanced by the bronze mirror, absorbed the impact, the searing pain radiating from his arms indicated that subtle fractures had formed in his forearm bones. The bronze mirror in his mind emanated a unique energy, rushing towards his arms, gradually mending the fissures in his bones. Had he not been amidst battle, he could have healed such injuries within a couple of hours. Yet the Winter Soldier was evidently unwilling to grant Jin Yu this reprieve. Raising his right hand, he unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Jin Yu. Ignoring the lingering aches coursing through his body, Jin Yu executed a roll, taking refuge beside the off-road vehicle, effectively obstructing the Winter Soldier's line of sight. The sound of gunfire erupted from the rear, revealing that the occupants of the last vehicle had begun to retaliate, forcing the Winter Soldier to remain confined to the front of the vehicle. This provided Jin Yu a moment to breathe. He glanced back to see that the vehicle was occupied by members of the SHIELD strike team. Although Longfellow was somewhat insufferable, their proficiency in gunfights was commendable, for individuals had disembarked, pairing off to secure both flanks with their firearms. No matter from which side the Winter Soldier emerged, he would be met with a fierce barrage of fire, granting Jin Yu a temporary sanctuary. However, he found himself at the epicenter of the crossfire, with only half a vehicle separating him from the Winter Soldier. This precarious situation could not be sustained indefinitely. Retreat. Staying here is far too perilous. At that moment, Black Widow's voice resonated from within the vehicle. Jin Yu looked up to discover a small gap in the rear door, through which Black Widow was leaning, her body contorted over the seat. When he was injured earlier, Black Widow had urged him to flee immediately, a reluctant decision indeed. Yet abandoning her now was beyond Jin Yu's moral compass. After a moment of hesitation, he gently grasped her arm and whispered, "Let us go together." Black Widow was gravely injured, her wound located in the vital abdominal area, rendering her utterly powerless. Jin Yu painstakingly maneuvered to extract her from the vehicle, inch by inch. Observing his efforts to rescue his comrade, the others showed no restraint in their barrage of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The incessant gunfire resounded, pressing down on Winter Soldier to the point where he could scarcely lift his head, thus creating the most opportune moment for the retreat of the two. "Let us go." After a strenuous effort to subdue Black Widow, Jin Yu disregarded any semblance of gentlemanly decorum and swiftly scooped her up, crouching low as he prepared to retreat. At that moment, however, a sudden click echoed in his ear. The sound emerged amidst the intermittent gunfire, and it was evident that not only Jin Yu heard it, but Black Widow had also caught wind of it. Her expression changed dramatically as she pressed her right hand more forcefully against her wound, shouting towards the rear, "Grenade! Run!" Thanks to her timely warning, the members of the action team, not to be underestimated, instinctively scattered upon hearing her caution. Simultaneously, Winter Soldier, who had been lying in wait, suddenly rose. The grenade launcher beneath the muzzle of his rifle had somehow been reloaded, and he aimed it towards the back, firing off a grenade. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Jin Yu, lacking extensive knowledge of these explosive weapons, could only marvel at the devastating power of Winter Soldier's grenade, as the modified Humvee was catapulted into the air by the force of the blast. "Stop him! Buy us some time, or we will all perish." Black Widow, disregarding her abdominal injury, shouted hoarsely at Jin Yu. Although Jin Yu was inexperienced in battle, he was not foolish. Winter Soldier's blast had obliterated their adversaries, and he was certain that he would seize the moment of their disarray to launch an attack. If he succeeded in eliminating the rest, both he and Black Widow would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. With a cliff on one side and a sheer wall on the other, there was nowhere for Jin Yu to flee. He decided to heed Black Widow's words, positioning himself to confront Winter Soldier and provide the others a chance to regroup, thus creating a fleeting opportunity for survival. Rapidly weighing the stakes in his mind, Jin Yu resolved without further hesitation. He gently placed Black Widow on the ground, seized her small handgun, and with a determined step, leaped onto the hood of the Humvee, aiming the weapon directly at Winter Soldier's head. Bang! 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 Jin Yu did not contemplate the ammunition, unleashing a barrage at Winter Soldier. The latter's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Having just aimed his rifle at their pursuers, he was unable to pivot in time to counter Jin Yu's assault. Instead, he directed his left hand towards Jin Yu's gun, advancing rather than retreating, closing the distance in a single stride. Jin Yu managed to fire 3 rounds, all of which were deflected by Winter Soldier's left hand. As he pulled the trigger for the 4th time, Winter Soldier had already grasped Jin Yu's right wrist with his mechanical arm, redirecting the shot into the sky. "I've been waiting for this moment." Jin Yu smiled faintly, leveraging his left hand against the hood of the vehicle, while his right hand, despite the pain inflicted by Winter Soldier's grip, yanked back with fervor. With pent-up energy, his legs propelled him forward, akin to a rabbit striking at an eagle, as he inverted himself, channeling all his strength to deliver a powerful kick to Winter Soldier's chin. This was perhaps the most formidable strike that Jin Yu could muster at this moment. Even though the Winter Soldier's physical prowess surpassed Jin Yu's expectations, this unexpected blow propelled him off the ground, sending him hurtling backward. It can be said that Jin Yu had achieved his objective. The opportunity was fleeting. As long as those behind could regain their composure and the Winter Soldier had lost the cover of the vehicle, he would be forced to retreat under the barrage of firepower. After all, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were not without their own formidable arsenal. Initially, there had been allies in the vicinity, and the others were uncertain whether the weapons expert had perished, which had restrained them from deploying heavy artillery. Jin Yu had indeed calculated well and executed his plan flawlessly. However, he did not anticipate that, despite being kicked away, the Winter Soldier's left arm remained firmly grasping Jin Yu's right wrist, tightening its grip further. "What the hell?" was the only thought that flashed through Jin Yu's mind as he found himself lifted off the ground, crashing down onto the asphalt alongside the Winter Soldier. The sound of impact echoed with a dull thud, a clash of might between two formidable figures. Chapter 15. Caught from behind in a life-and-death struggle, the scene unfolded as if plucked straight from a melodramatic script. Fortunately, the Winter Soldier wore a mask, preventing an embarrassing close encounter that could have made Jin Yu the first to suffer a social faux pas in the Marvel Universe. Though Jin Yu might feel the heat of embarrassment, the Winter Soldier, a formidable weapon of flesh and steel, remained unfazed. His left arm maintained a vice-like grip on Jin Yu's wrist, while his right hand swiftly drew a dagger from the side of his combat trousers, turning it backhandedly toward Jin Yu's neck. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Yu seized the Winter Soldier's wrist, leveraging his superior position to muster all his strength in an attempt to suppress the soldier's right arm. Yet, the Winter Soldier's physical prowess was undeniably superhuman. Despite Jin Yu's utmost effort, he could not prevent the dagger from inching closer to his throat. "What are you doing back there? Can't you hold on?" Jin Yu exclaimed, his face flushed with exertion. To his astonishment, after what felt like an eternity, instead of the anticipated reinforcements, he heard Black Widow's voice, straining with urgency. "No!" Before the words had fully left her lips, a chilling stiffness enveloped Jin Yu, every pore on his body standing on end, akin to a startled kitten. A profound sense of danger surged within him, pushing him beyond his limits. Bang! 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 In this moment, time seemed to stretch as Jin Yu's heart pounded fiercely, each beat akin to a hammer threatening to escape his chest. In contrast, the Winter Soldier reacted with astonishing speed. Both arms released their grip almost simultaneously, his legs slightly bent, propelling Jin Yu's body with a powerful thrust. Utilizing the ground for leverage, he launched Jin Yu over a meter into the air, just as a whistling sound sliced through the air. Boom! A small artillery shell landed precisely where they had just stood, erupting in a violent explosion. As Jin Yu remained suspended in midair, flames and shockwaves consumed him, hurling him over the edge of the cliff before he could touch the ground. In the fleeting moments before losing consciousness, Jin Yu caught a glimpse of his allies from S.H.I.L.D. He saw Langford wielding a rocket launcher, its barrel still aimed in their direction, while Black Widow, supported by others, extended her hand toward Langford, her expression one of fury. "If only I had dealt with that bastard yesterday." This thought flashed through Jin Yu's mind as darkness enveloped him, plunging him into oblivion. Simultaneously, Black Widow, having lost considerable blood, succumbed to unconsciousness as well. 2 days later, a helicopter bearing the insignia of a television station from western Ukraine appeared at the site. At the base of the cliff, several meters below the winding mountain road, they discovered Jin Yu, tattered and bloodied, resembling a beggar who had fallen from grace. The helicopter circled overhead before finally finding a relatively flat rock to land upon, its descent awkward yet determined. The injured Black Widow, still recovering from her wounds, descended from the helicopter with the assistance of a soldier. It was midday, and the sun blazed fiercely. As she stepped down, she squinted her eyes against the brightness, gazing into the distance at the body of Jin Yu. With a deep sigh, she parted her crimson lips and whispered an apology. Jin Yu had saved them, yet had perished at her hands. She had lain unconscious in the hospital for 2 days, while her savior's body was exposed to the elements. The weight of guilt bore heavily upon her heart. At her signal, 2 soldiers emerged from the helicopter, leaping down the rocks to Jin Yu's side. One soldier reached under Jin Yu's arm, but suddenly froze. In disbelief, he extended 2 fingers to check for breath and a pulse. "Oh my God! He is alive! He is alive!" The impossible reality struck him. Black Widow, lost in thought as she stared at the sea, instinctively murmured something upon hearing the soldier's exclamation, only to be swept away by a wave of elation. With the help of the soldiers beside her, she approached, while the 2 men muttered incredulously about the impossibility of the situation. Gently, Black Widow placed her hand on Jin Yu's neck and felt the strong rhythm of his pulse. No one understood the gravity of the situation better than she did. An enhanced RPG had detonated less than 2 meters from him, sending him plummeting off a cliff dozens of meters high. How could he still be alive? Even the Winter Soldier, in a similar predicament, would have instinctively prioritized his own safety far more effectively than Jin Yu had. Despite his severe injuries, he had managed to escape, albeit barely. Yet the enigma deepened. Upon a cursory examination of Jin Yu's body, she found no visible injuries. Logically, a fall from such a height should have shattered his bones, but that was not the case. As a top-tier operative, Black Widow might not claim to be a medical expert, but her understanding of human anatomy surpassed that of most physicians. As her hands explored Jin Yu's form, she discovered numerous gaps within his skeletal structure. Yet overall, his integrity remained remarkably intact, with no signs of fractures. This peculiarity left her feeling profoundly perplexed. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it was a relief that he was unharmed. Acknowledging the concerns regarding Jin Yu's skeletal condition, she instructed for a stretcher to be brought forth, and with utmost care, they lifted him onto the helicopter. In a corner of the city of Odessa, a building bore a sign indicating it was a medical laboratory funded by a prominent European foundation dedicated to public welfare. In truth, it was a clandestine laboratory belonging to Country M's Faction J, primarily focused on biological cell and genetic engineering research. Certainly, given the intricate relationship between SHIELD and the military of Country M, this location serves as SHIELD's official office and liaison station in Ukraine. Following the incident involving their convoy, Black Widow lay in a state of unconsciousness here for 2 days while receiving medical treatment. And now Jin Yu finds himself in a similar predicament. Jin Yu has been brought to this facility for a week, during which he has remained in a comatose state. What perplexes the medical staff is that his body is undergoing an unconventional self-repair process. All vital signs are entirely normal, yet the reason for his prolonged unconsciousness remains a mystery. In desperation, the doctors have sent his blood and genetic samples to the laboratory, hoping to uncover the nature of the phenomena occurring within Jin Yu. "Incredible! Have you seen this?" exclaimed a middle-aged man in a white coat, as he tinkered with an array of unfamiliar instruments, his face alight with excitement. There is some astonishing energy within his body that facilitates rapid self-repair. It is truly unimaginable how this is achieved. Chapter 16. Military laboratory. Adjacent to the laboratory building stands a modest 3-story edifice, ostensibly appearing as an auxiliary facility to the laboratory. In reality, it serves as an independent office for SHIELD. Positioned in the heart of Eastern Europe, a traditional stronghold of Russian influence, SHIELD has deployed a considerable number of operatives here, primarily tasked with tracking down and rescuing various scientists and engineers who emerged from the former Soviet Union, as well as intercepting the substantial outflow of nuclear warheads. A contingent of logistical personnel from SHIELD is stationed here, yet many essential services, such as medical staff and equipment, are borrowed from the laboratory, contingent upon SHIELD providing the U.S. military with a wealth of intelligence. This arrangement stems from historical precedents. Originally established as part of a military alliance dominated by the United States following World War II, the Strategic Scientific Reserve was fundamentally military in nature. However, as the post-war landscape shifted from interstate confrontations to the management of terrorism and global crises, SHIELD gradually distanced itself from direct military oversight, evolving into a subordinate agency of the World Security Council. This transformation was catalyzed by Nick Fury's experiences during the 1995 Captain Marvel incident. Yet the agency remains intricately linked to the military, particularly given that former director Alexander Pierce still serves as the U.S. Secretary of Defense. At this juncture, SHIELD's full designation continues to be the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics. The fact that Fury does not exert complete control over the action teams is evident. Aside from the Hydra infiltrators, he has yet to fully dominate SHIELD from within. The situation is complex, yet it is apparent that the small building where Jin Yu resides is typically devoid of visitors from the laboratory. Despite their proximity in the same compound, the mysterious operatives and the eccentric scientists seldom interact. However, today, upon returning from an external assignment, Black Widow sensed an unusual atmosphere. Soldiers were stationed outside the small building, a presence that had seemingly materialized without notice. Given that the laboratory operates under military jurisdiction, the presence of soldiers is not surprising. Yet, their deployment to guard the small building raises concerns. What has transpired? Black Widow, clad in her striking form-fitting attire, furrowed her brow, her stunning visage betraying her unease. "I do not know, ma'am. We have been ordered to take over this location." A stoic African-American soldier responded coldly. "Ordered to take over? It seems your military is overstepping its bounds." Black Widow contemplated the implications of this command, pausing for a moment before refraining from expressing her ire. Instead, she maintained her composure and proceeded toward the building. However, as she stepped forward, the soldier abruptly blocked her path. "Stand aside." Black Widow twisted the soldier's arm with one hand, a firearm pressed firmly against his temple. "We are merely following orders, ma'am." Another soldier raised his rifle, fully aware that the military's interference in intelligence matters was a concern beyond their purview. They were not fools. A misstep could transform them into mere instruments for others' frustrations, unaware of their impending demise. The Black Widow, unmistakably an elite operative, understood that even if she eliminated the two soldiers, it would merely escalate into a futile exchange of words. However, duty bound her, and reluctantly, she lifted her rifle, her eyes betraying a profound sadness and helplessness. The Black Widow's remarkable observational skills allowed her to grasp the soldier's sentiments with a mere glance, causing her menacing demeanor to soften slightly. Just as she was about to speak, the thunderous roar of engines erupted from outside. A convoy of over 10 off-road vehicles sped into the courtyard, arriving in mere moments. With a jarring screech of brakes, the convoy came to a halt, and heavily armed American soldiers swiftly disembarked, encircling the area with their weapons trained squarely on the Black Widow. The unmistakable sound of bullets being chambered resonated in unison, and the steely resolve etched on the soldiers' faces revealed their battle-hardened experience, starkly contrasting with the original garrison stationed at the laboratory. The Black Widow's expression turned icy, not out of fear of these soldiers, as she believed no one would dare issue a shoot-to-kill order against her. Yet, the military's display instilled an unsettling sense of foreboding. As anticipated, the soldiers arranged themselves, and a path opened in the center, revealing Langford, who approached with deliberate strides, his combat boots echoing on the ground. He brandished a Colt M1911, handling it as if it were a mere toy, yet the muzzle seemed to deliberately hover near the Black Widow's head. "Langford, haven't you reported back to headquarters? What brings you and your men here? Are you hunting terrorists?" The Black Widow's mind raced with conjecture, yet her pistol remained steadfastly aimed at the African-American soldier, her smile as radiant as the sun. Langford felt a chill. As a quasi-colleague, he understood all too well the implications of the name Black Widow. Her smile, enchanting to others, prompted him to holster his weapon and respond with gravity. "There is credible intelligence suggesting a potential terrorist threat to this laboratory. I have been ordered to take temporary command of the area." As he spoke, Langford produced a legitimate order authorized by the Department of Defense. His statement was met with skepticism. Securing the laboratory was one matter, but surrounding this S.H.I.E.L.D. office was entirely another. However, given the overlapping jurisdictions of the Department of Defense and S.H.I.E.L.D., coupled with the authenticity of the order in his possession, his claim to protect the laboratory carried weight. The Black Widow's gaze shifted, and she lowered her weapon, adopting a more businesslike demeanor. "I must enter." Langford first gestured for his soldiers to lower their firearms. "Certainly you may enter. However, from this moment forth, no one shall be permitted to enter or exit at will." As if to demonstrate the gravity of his words before Black Widow, Longfellow gestured to the surrounding soldiers. The elite troops, organized into small clusters, swiftly executed their orders. Some proceeded directly into the small building, while others formed a perimeter, commencing their vigilance and patrol. Black Widow cast a penetrating glance at Longfellow before hastily making her way into the building. Chapter 17. the military's covetous gaze upon entering the small building. The Black Widow paid little heed to the soldier's actions, instead swiftly veering into the adjacent stairwell. She quickly retrieved her phone, only to find that the signal indicator at the top of the screen had been replaced by a diagonal slash, indicating that this area was devoid of signal. The Black Widow felt no surprise at this revelation. Rather, she glanced below, where a text message interface was prominently displayed, featuring an anonymous number. The content of the message was a solitary uppercase letter, S. With her seasoned instincts, the Black Widow had already dispatched a distress signal the moment she sensed something amiss. After confirming the message had been sent successfully, she exhaled deeply, closed her phone, and slowed her pace as she made her way to Jin Yu's hospital room. Just a few meters from the door, she spotted 2 armed soldiers stationed at the entrance, while the voices of several doctors discussing matters within echoed through the hallway. Romanoff, good afternoon. One soldier greeted her with exaggerated volume as soon as he laid eyes on her, his tone deliberate. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the animated discussions within ceased abruptly, replaced by the clattering of various instruments. The Black Widow furrowed her brow and took several strides forward, dismissing any potential entanglement with the soldiers as she stepped directly into the room. There, she was met by the head of a research team from the laboratory, an elderly scientist with wisps of white hair, accompanied by a few medical staff who were permanently stationed there. It appears your friend is gravely injured. The doctors have exhausted their expertise and require the assistance of a specialist in human cellular biology. In response to the Black Widow's sardonic remark, the specialist offered a non-committal smile. Your friend's body is undergoing a remarkable self-healing process, which transcends the realm of conventional medicine. I am merely here to observe and provide some insights. The Black Widow refrained from further comment, simply shrugging in resignation as she stepped aside to allow them passage. Once they departed, she swiftly closed the hospital room door and employed a device to conduct a thorough examination of every corner of the room. Upon confirming the absence of any surveillance equipment, she approached Jin Yu's bedside. Jin Yu lay there, appearing no different from an ordinary individual, devoid of visible injuries. However, the Black Widow was acutely aware that, despite his seemingly stable condition upon arrival, his internal organs were in disarray, bearing numerous signs of damage. In the days that followed, his body had been engaged in a slow process of self-repair, which was precisely why the doctors were at a loss for how to proceed. This unprecedented situation left them hesitant to administer any medications, fearing they might disrupt Jin Yu's extraordinary healing capabilities. It is entirely my fault. You saved us, and I should not have brought you to this place. When I discovered that you were still alive, I did not consider the implications. I should have foreseen this. You were thrown into the air and fell from such a great height yet survived, which clearly indicates you are no ordinary person. It seems the military has taken an interest in you. I have no means to contact our people to rescue you. We cannot engage the military in open conflict, not for your sake, nor for mine. I can only reach out to my friends, hoping that one of them can arrive in time. However, my friend, you best awaken swiftly. I have little confidence in carrying you out while you remain unconscious, even with the assistance of a skilled archer outside. Black Widow revealed a bittersweet smile. Jin Yu also smiled wryly, albeit within the confines of his consciousness, facing the suspended bronze mirror. His awareness had only just begun to revive, and after conversing with the mirror, he finally understood what had transpired with his body. His wry smile stemmed from his unfortunate circumstance. The Winter Soldier, if one were to assign ranks to the combat prowess of superheroes within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, then Hawkeye and Black Widow would undoubtedly be at the bottom tier, akin to bronze. In contrast, the Winter Soldier and Captain America, who underwent enhancements through the Super Soldier program, would merely qualify as silver tier at best. Well, Captain America does not count. At least the later version of him does not, especially considering how the combination of shield and hammer could temporarily subdue even Thanos. In summary, Jin Yu felt quite disheartened. As a traveler with an advantage, he found himself being thoroughly defeated by a silver-tier adversary and was ambushed by his own people, resulting in his body being shattered. Had it not been for the bronze mirror's immediate use of its stored energy to initiate the repair of his body, a week ago, they would have been lifting a pile of broken remains from the bottom of the cliff. You repaired me, yet why did you not restore me completely? Why leave me in this half-repaired state? I do not know how long I must remain bedridden. The energy was insufficient. My self-repair consumed a vast amount of energy. You are currently too weak. We are now one entity. The faster I repair myself, the stronger you become. To preserve your life, I have already expended half of my stored energy. The remainder will be utilized to gradually heal you by absorbing residual energy each day. I am uncertain whether it is due to being in the sea of consciousness, but compared to our mental dialogues in the outside world, the bronze mirror's voice in this enclosed space seems considerably more ancient and substantial, lacking a mechanical quality, instead resembling that of a mystical artifact. The bronze mirror incessantly absorbs external energy through Jin Yu's body, something he is aware of. The majority of this energy is employed by the mirror for its own restoration, with a small portion allocated to Jin Yu, gradually transforming his body. However, today he learned that the mirror adeptly manages its sustenance and had even stored a portion of energy. I admire your prudent approach to conservation, but is not this the very moment to utilize the stored energy? I am in such a dire state. What significance does retaining half hold? To prevent unforeseen circumstances. The mirror's response was succinct. What unforeseen circumstances could arise? I have already been shattered into pieces. Jin Yu felt a twinge of disbelief. Just take a look for yourself. As the voice of the copper mirror faded, the entire mirror began to spin rapidly within the realm of consciousness. A cascade of white energy erupted in all directions, sweeping away Jin Yu's spiritual essence from his mental space and returning it to his physical form. In the hospital room, the Black Widow was apprehensive about leaving the unconscious Jin Yu alone. She vigilantly kept watch over him throughout the night. However, much to her dismay, the anticipated rescue did not arrive. Instead, shortly after dawn, she was met by Lang Fei Luo, who entered accompanied by a fully armed squad of soldiers, their weapons immediately aimed at the Black Widow beside the hospital bed. Chapter 18. The arrest. Langfero, what are you planning? The Black Widow narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of danger flashing within them. The order from the Department of Defense is to take him elsewhere for treatment. I hope you will cooperate, Agent Romanoff. With a sweeping gesture, Langfero signaled to the soldiers behind him, who immediately advanced, seemingly intent on forcibly removing Jin Yu. Stop right there. The Black Widow rose to her feet, her gaze fixed intently on Langfero. Damn it, he saved all our lives. You shouldn't treat him this way. I have stated this is a directive from the Department of Defense, and he is of great importance to us. We will not harm him, you must understand. All for the sake of national interest. Langfero gestured for the soldiers to proceed. Yet, facing the renowned Black Widow, she swiftly pushed her chair aside, using the momentum to slide forward and take down a soldier approaching the bedside. With a single hand supporting her weight, she kicked another soldier's weapon away. Before anyone could react, she had taken a step forward, snatching a rifle from one soldier's grasp, aiming it at his head, and then, pulling the bewildered soldier with her, she retreated to the corner, hiding behind the towering figure of a soldier. I know what you're thinking, Langfero. Keeping someone locked away in a lab, experimenting with his blood cells, do you not consider that harm? Ha ha ha. At her words, Langfero erupted into laughter. You dare speak to me of human rights? How many unspoken secrets lie within your Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Agency? You, the world's most renowned spy, discussing human rights with me? I advise you to lower your weapon. Any grievances can be addressed through your superiors. But for now, do not impede my mission, or else. Langfero's demeanor turned grave, and before he could finish, the surrounding soldiers expressionlessly raised their weapons, showing no regard for the comrade now in the Black Widow's grasp. The expression on her face shifted to one of seriousness. Stealing a glance out the window, she noted several fully armed soldiers stationed below. In this predicament, she was uncertain she could escape unscathed, let alone with an unconscious patient in tow. Most crucially, that fellow should have received her text. Why hadn't he arrived yet? Langfero, with a measure of skill, stood beside the bed, allowing him to catch a glimpse of half her face. From her expressions, he could glean her thoughts. Give it up, you won't have any backup. The message you sent yesterday was intercepted. You bastard. The words escaped her lips, and she pressed the rifle harder against the soldier's head. You have 10 seconds to consider. Unless absolutely necessary, Langfero preferred to avoid direct confrontation with the Black Widow, as it would inevitably lead to a myriad of troublesome complications. Moreover, should the renowned Black Widow truly unleash her fury, despite his meticulous preparations, a scene of devastation was unavoidable. While his thoughts lingered on this, his demeanor remained resolute. After uttering his declaration, Langfero drew his handgun. 10, 9, 5. As the countdown progressed, Langfero's pace slowed. The widow understood that he was desperately trying to avert conflict. Yet she also recognized that the military higher-ups behind the scenes would stop at nothing to achieve their objectives, even if it meant taking her down today. Watching Jin Yu being taken away was something she could not abide. Once he was gone, who could predict where the military would hide him? Retrieving him afterward would be fraught with complications. She had heard whispers of a clandestine military experiment, a creation of uncontrollable green monstrosities, and she had no desire to witness Jin Yu transformed into such a horror. It was due to Hawkeye's unwavering trust and refusal to give up that she ultimately extricated herself from the Red Room, joining the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics to pursue what she believed to be righteous. Now, abandoning her savior and companion, making a decision that contradicted her very essence, was equally untenable. However, stubborn resistance would only ensnare them both in peril, with no viable solution in sight. 3, 2. The countdown persisted, and beads of sweat began to form on the widow's brow. Langfero tightened his grip on the gun, inhaling deeply. Should cooperation falter, he would have no choice but to eliminate the Black Widow and forcibly take Jin Yu. As for the ensuing disputes between the military and the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, surely they would not reach a mere pawn like him. Just as both parties found themselves in an untenable position, Jin Yu on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes. Yet his appearance belied that of a patient recently awakened from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, the momentary confusion vanished in less than a heartbeat, replaced by a piercing intensity, tinged with a hint of brutality. God! You are finally awake. Take him away immediately. The voices of the Black Widow and Langfero echoed almost in unison. The widow's tone was one of exhilaration. Should Jin Yu's condition be sufficiently restored, their collaboration would enable her to subdue Langfero and break through the encirclement. Conversely, Langfero felt a surge of anxiety, particularly as Jin Yu's gaze fell upon him, stirring an inexplicable unease within him. After all, it was Jin Yu who had once sent him plummeting off a cliff with a rocket while engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. If one were to interpret this action as a consequence of the adversary's overwhelming might, compelling a sacrifice of comrades, then upon Jin Yu's return, upon learning of the inexplicable and formidable regenerative capabilities of the human cells within him, he promptly reported this discovery to the military in hopes of garnering personal acclaim. Such behavior seems rather ignoble. Their words nearly coincided, and before those present could react, Jin Yu gently raised his hands, and without any apparent effort, he lightly tapped the bed. Bang! The bed, constructed from exceptionally durable plastic, collapsed with a resounding crash. Clad still in a hospital gown, Jin Yu had fully risen to his feet, propelled by that singular tap. You vile wretch, having launched an assault on me from the shadows, I had yet to seek retribution, and now you dare attempt to seize me? Chapter 19. The unusual Jin Yu. The utterance of Jin Yu was evidently not a question, for he had no desire to hear Lang Fei Luo's response. Almost immediately after his words fell, a figure flickered, and he stood before Lang Fei Luo, his right hand extending forward to firmly grasp the latter's throat. Despite Lang Fei Luo towering over 1.90 m with a robust physique, Jin Yu effortlessly lifted him as if he were a mere kitten or puppy, suspending him in midair. The resemblance to cradling a small animal was striking. However, the sight of Lang Fei Luo, disregarding his weapon and desperately clawing at Jin Yu's fingers with both hands, his face flushed, indicated that the grip of Jin Yu was far from gentle. Jin, please don't. The Black Widow feared that Jin Yu might inadvertently strangle Lang Fei Luo to death. Yet, before she could complete her plea, the surrounding soldiers simultaneously aimed their weapons at Jin Yu, fingers poised on triggers, evidently ready to fire. Bang! Ah! Under the threat of numerous guns, Jin Yu activated his bullet time instinctively, and his speed surged to an unfathomable degree. Casually, he hurled Lang Fei Luo to the ground. He moved like a whirlwind, and amidst the chaos, cries of agony and muffled groans filled the air. In mere moments, The squad of soldiers in the ward was rendered powerless. They could not even touch the shadow of Jin Yu. Aside from the Black Widow, the rest lay sprawled on the floor, their lamentations echoing throughout the room. At that instant, a loud crash resonated as soldiers stationed outside, sensing something amiss within, rushed in with their weapons drawn. Hearing the commotion, Jin Yu did not turn his head but swiftly seized the soldier in front of the Black Widow, and with a flick of his wrist, a human-shaped projectile flew forth, making precise contact with the two soldiers who had hastily entered, resulting in a muffled thud as all three collapsed into unconsciousness. What are you doing? The display of strength, speed, and reflexes by Jin Yu at this moment surpassed what he had exhibited during his battle with the Winter Soldier by leaps and bounds. Had he possessed such combat prowess then, the Winter Soldier might not have stood a chance against him. Logically, given that Jin Yu was still recovering from severe injuries, one would expect his combat effectiveness to have diminished. Thus, the scene before the Black Widow was beyond her comprehension. In response to her unvoiced query, Jin Yu waved his hand dismissively, offering no explanation. He promptly bypassed the hospital bed. When he had struck Lang Fei Luo earlier, he had employed a calculated finesse that, while causing dizziness, inflicted minimal harm. Now, recovering from the brief encounter, he wasted no time. Jin Yu stepped over the bed and decisively stomped down on Lang Fei Luo's right wrist. Though he did not exert his full strength, he did not hold back either. A resounding crack echoed as Lang Fei Luo's wrist succumbed to the force, transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh, resembling a thin meat pie pressed against the floor. Longfellow could certainly be considered a man of resilience. Despite his grievous injuries, he refrained from hollering or complaining, instead suppressing his voice to emit a primal roar, beads of sweat cascading down his face. This is for that explosive moment you orchestrated behind my back, Jin Yu remarked, devoid of any trace of compassion, her voice low and deliberate. And this is for the present. I saved you, yet you intend to package me off to the military? As she spoke, Jin Yu delivered a vicious stomp, this time with her left foot. Both of Longfellow's hands had become akin to minced meat. He could no longer endure the pain, both physically and psychologically, and let out a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Oh, you're still conscious? The awakened Jin Yu seemed transformed, her demeanor sharply contrasting with her usual self. While revenge was inevitable, it was never meant to be so gruesome or violent. However, the current Jin Yu, observing Longfellow's anguished cries, could only express her interest with a slight admiration before raising her foot again, this time aiming at his right knee. Jin Yu. Before she could strike, a reproachful voice from the side interrupted. Black Widowess. Jin Yu halted, turning to face her, noticing that Black Widow had somehow taken her firearm, the barrel now pointed squarely at Jin Yu. Confusion and a flicker of anger danced in her eyes as she questioned, You dare to point a gun at me? I have no objection to you killing him, but there is no need to torment him so deliberately. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. Besides, we still require his assistance to escape. Black Widow, observing the unmistakable change in Jin Yu, tilted her head and glanced out the window. Longfellow's cries had drawn the attention of soldiers outside, who were now rushing towards the small building. Jin Yu looked at Black Widow and then back at Longfellow, who was writhing on the ground. The fervent ferocity in her gaze gradually diminished. Nodding slightly, she bent down and pulled Longfellow up. Longfellow continued to scream in agony. Jin Yu frowned, grasping his hair and directing him toward the wall. With a resounding bang, Longfellow's head collided with the surface, causing him to slump unconscious. Within this laboratory, Longfellow was temporarily regarded as the highest authority. After Jin Yu and Black Widow had taken him hostage, the soldiers below complied remarkably with Black Widow's orders, procuring a vehicle for the duo and gathering all available vehicles in one place, allowing Black Widow to unleash a spectacular explosion. Over 100 soldiers could only watch helplessly as their commander was taken away by the two women. However, approximately 100 meters down the road, the vehicle suddenly came to a screeching halt. The doors swung open, and Longfellow was unceremoniously discarded from the car, akin to refuse, unceremoniously thrown from the middle of the road onto the roadside. The soldiers rushed forward, but upon witnessing Longfellow's condition, even those battle-hardened men could not suppress their gasp of horror. They had already observed that his hands were rendered useless, Yet now it was evident that not only his hands but also his knees had been brutally shattered, and several of his ribs were fractured, leaving him a limp figure sprawled on the ground, appearing to breathe with great difficulty. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, the widow, having confirmed that there were no pursuers behind her, furrowed her brow and glanced at Jin Yu in the rearview mirror. You might as well just kill him. There's no need to prolong his suffering. Just as Jin Yu attempted to respond with a simple "I," a sudden torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. His neck slumped, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 20. Escape. When Jin Yu opened his eyes once more, the first sight that greeted him was a vividly colored ceiling. Though he could not fully comprehend the significance of these hues, it was evident that the patterns bore a strong Islamic influence. As he surveyed the room, he noted that the carpet, cabinets, and even the intricate designs near the bedside all shared the same aesthetic. The surge of power within him had completely dissipated. The remaining energy stored in the copper mirror had provided Jin Yu with a temporary enhancement. But why temporary? His body was still in the process of gradual fortification, making it inadvisable to abruptly increase his strength. Furthermore, his injuries had yet to fully heal. The retreat of his power had caused the previously stabilizing wounds to exhibit some fluctuations. Fortunately, it was not a grave matter, but it was clear that he would need ample time for proper recovery. Rising from his bed, Jin Yu tested his physical condition. He could stand and walk without difficulty, yet any exertion would send a wave of discomfort through his bones, indicating that he would indeed need to assume the role of a patient for some time. Mirror, how long must this condition persist? How long will it take for your energy to completely restore my body? The series of recent mishaps had left Jin Yu feeling somewhat insecure. At least 2 months. Your previous power was excessively volatile for you. Your muscles, meridians, and bones are all damaged. Focus on resting or you risk falling apart. What? 2 months? Can't you absorb and transform energy daily to aid in my recovery? Jin Yu exclaimed in frustration at the length of time suggested. 2 months is a conservative estimate. In reality, it should be quicker. My stored energy has been depleted, and I must now reabsorb and store energy to expedite your healing. We are currently too weak to defend ourselves against potential threats. We must hasten our progress. The copper mirror's words resonated with wisdom. Without its foresight in reserving energy, Jin Yu would not have survived this crisis. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at its remarks regarding their lack of self-defense capabilities and their weakness. It was true, after all. Setting aside the formidable superheroes and villains yet to come, even the Winter Soldier had nearly cornered him. Contemplating this, Jin Yu chose not to engage further with the copper mirror, allowing it to drift into slumber while it concentrated on absorbing energy for his restoration. He leisurely strolled to the window, gazing outside. Before him stood a red, vintage apartment building, akin to those surrounding it. A road with light traffic lay before him, and across the street stretched an endless expanse of ocean. Nestled by the seaside, the picturesque landscape is devoid of towering skyscrapers or immediately recognizable landmarks, suggesting that this is likely not a bustling metropolis. Uncertain of the location to which the Black Widow has brought herself, it nevertheless appears quite pleasant. With the entrance facing the ocean and the temperature comfortably mild, it serves as an excellent refuge for recuperation. Just as Jin Yu contemplated exploring the various rooms to tour the house, the door creaked open. The Black Widow appeared, clad in a pink hoodie layered beneath a jacket, her auburn hair casually tied back in a ponytail, adorned with a baseball cap. The ensemble exuded a relaxed aura, transforming her demeanor into one that radiated youthfulness and playfulness. Considering the timeline within the cinematic universe, Black Widow, born in 1984, would be merely 23 or 24 at this juncture. One cannot deny that she is at the pinnacle of her beauty, her complexion luminous and brimming with collagen, leaving Jin Yu momentarily entranced. Wow! Jin Yu exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, and feeling unsatisfied, let out a sharp whistle before adding, "So, are we preparing for a vacation? What's the plan? A student trip or a honeymoon?" I personally recommend the latter, as we are no longer young, and it would be more fitting to embody newlyweds. When I first met you, you seemed like a student. After your injury, you awakened as a bloodthirsty beast. What kind of persona are you adopting this time? A roguish street urchin? As an exceptional agent, Black Widow possesses keen instincts, and despite merely exchanging pleasantries, she sensed the absence of the bloodthirsty aura that had once enveloped Jin Yu. Thus, she made a light-hearted jest. We were still unfamiliar then. As for the events prior, I employed a certain method to temporarily enhance my physical abilities, but the side effects do stimulate the brain and exacerbate my injuries. Jin Yu shrugged, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. The temporary surge of power granted by the copper mirror indeed incites mental agitation, rendering one irritable, volatile, and bloodthirsty, akin to a stimulant. Is it akin to a kind of stimulant? Black Widow inquired while turning back to place a leather bag on the living room table. Precisely. It's akin to a stimulant, albeit with a more potent effect. Jin Yu nodded, glancing at the contents of the bag. Bread, milk, fruits, everything one might need, suggesting a prolonged stay in this abode. The house, modest in size, comprises 2 bedrooms and a living room, with the bathroom located to the left upon entering. To the right lies a compact kitchen featuring a square dining table, with bedrooms flanking the living room, which boasts a balcony. The square layout of the house imparts a cozy ambience. The Black Widow stood before the kitchen table, stuffing items into the refrigerator, while Jin Yu plopped down onto the sofa. Where exactly is this place? A safe house? In a sense, yes. I purchased this location under a false identity, known only to myself. You see, my profession mandates that I remain ever vigilant. Thus I acquired this sanctuary. Whenever I find a moment of respite, I come here to savor a semblance of ordinary life. Welcome to Batumi, Georgia, a charming coastal town. After finishing her task, the Black Widow joined him on the sofa, her words tinged with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 21. Georgia in a previous life. Jin Yu was an avid admirer of Marvel films and possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the character of Black Widow. From a tender age, she was conscripted into the Red Room, enduring a hellish regimen of training, ultimately transforming into a human weapon. It was only upon encountering Hawkeye that she extricated herself from the clutches of the Red Room, subsequently aligning with S.H.I.E.L.D. The catalyst for her allegiance to S.H.I.E.L.D. was none other than Nick Fury's noble ideal of safeguarding the world, a means for Black Widow to bid farewell to her tumultuous past and seek atonement. This sentiment is palpable in Avengers Endgame. 5 years post the cataclysmic Thanos incident, while Hawkeye languished in the throes of vengeance, the others began to forge ahead with their lives. Yet, Black Widow remained isolated, stationed in a desolate base, consumed by the fear of impending crises. Deep within her heart, she yearned for a mundane existence, one enriched by familial bonds, albeit believing herself unworthy of such a life. Unexpectedly, in this tangible realm, Black Widow led a life unbeknownst to many. Jin Yu, though empathetic to her profound solitude, struggled to articulate it directly and deftly redirected the conversation. A house unknown to many. Then, so your act of saving me is a personal endeavor, correct? Here we are, isolated and defenseless. You betrayed your superior and the government for my sake. Oh my, how touching. My irresistible charm. Jin Yu's words captured Black Widow's attention, and with a playful laugh, she playfully punched his chest, remarking, "How did I not notice before that you possess such a silver tongue? However, you are mistaken. I have not betrayed my superior. I trust him implicitly. Yet, as you know, government entities are rife with chaos and unpredictability. I believe he will resolve this predicament, though it may require some time. For now, let us consider it a vacation. As for saving you, since you rescued me and we have fought side by side, you are my comrade, my ally, my savior. I cannot simply abandon you. I am aware that you harbor secrets, but as long as you refrain from causing harm to others, it is your prerogative. No one has the right to interfere. Regarding your charm, you are quite presentable, though not to my taste. Perhaps you are a tad too self-assured. Mysterious martial arts boy from Huaxia, with a raised eyebrow and a teasing smirk, Black Widow challenged him. All right. Jin Yu collapsed onto the sofa, nonchalantly extending his arms. I comprehend. You are a spy, a super agent, the epitome of coolness in films, reluctant to admit it. No worries. You can slip a love letter into my sock while I slumber, and I shall feign ignorance regarding your authorship. You know, one must express their affections, even anonymously. Otherwise, It festers within, affecting your pituitary gland, leading to hormonal imbalances and perhaps even acne. Are you not concerned? Jin Yu's playful banter elicited a peal of laughter from Black Widow, causing her to collapse onto the sofa, laughing heartily. In Washington, within a long-abandoned underground shelter, a remnant from the World War II era, the city transformed dramatically after the war, emerging as the preeminent victor. Urban development surged forward, mirrored by an extensive network of subterranean sewage pipes. By the late 1990s, as the world began to champion environmentalism, the capital of the most developed nation took the lead, initiating a new round of renovations and repairs to the sewer system. Some routes were newly established, while others were simply discarded. Coupled with several decommissioned subway lines, this resulted in one of the most intricate labyrinths of underground passages in the world, where one could never predict whether a given tunnel would lead to the ocean or an abandoned subway station. Without specialized means, seeking a World War II-era shelter underground would be an exercise in futility. Hence, this particular refuge stands as one of the safest places not only in Washington but across the globe. This modest shelter had been transformed into a secure haven, serving as one of Nick Fury's secret bases. The number of individuals privy to its existence did not exceed 5, and today most of them had converged here. Damn it, you have no idea how much trouble Natasha has caused me. The military has long harbored grievances against us, and now they have seized the opportunity to escalate matters. I spent all night explaining things to those hypocritical politicians. Fury's voice thundered as he stood before his most trusted subordinates, Hawkeye, Agent Hill, and the Ernest Carlson, who were seated around a rectangular dining table. I am your leader, and I should bear the consequences of the troubles you have caused. However, I have canceled all my engagements today to convene in this godforsaken place solely to discuss how we can resolve this issue. Yet you, Hawkeye, refuse to even tell me Natasha's whereabouts. Fury exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Faced with his superior's furious roar, Hawkeye could only roll his eyes in exasperation. I truly don't know, boss. You know how it is in our line of work. Everyone has their own secret safe house. How could I possibly know? She merely sent me an email instructing me to relay everything to you. After uttering this, Hawkeye turned his gaze away from Fury's piercing eye and addressed Agents Hill and Carlson, feeling somewhat awkward. Moreover, this situation isn't Natasha's fault. That young man saved them, including the members of the operation team. But the military scoundrels want to take him back for human experimentation. If I were in his shoes, I would have reacted the same way. Be quiet. I'm not here to debate right and wrong. My point is that Agent Romanoff should have returned immediately to allow me to assist in managing this situation, rather than hiding away and forcing me to clean up her mess. Nick Fury's finger was nearly poking into Hawkeye's head, but it was the ever-reliable Carlson who could no longer stand by. He interjected, I believe Natasha simply wished to avoid causing us trouble. Given the circumstances at that moment, her safe escape was already quite commendable. To then traverse halfway across the globe, facing an array of unpredictable challenges, would have been exceedingly difficult. Indeed, life is often riddled with unforeseen complications. Take that damned young man from the East. What was his name? Jin Yu, yes, Jin Yu. After breaking free from military control, they had reduced Ferranro to a deflated doll, and before any medical aid could be rendered, he was beyond saving. I care little for that scoundrel's fate, but this has brought me immense trouble. Damn it, I detest these uncontrollable predicaments. Nick Fury's roar shifted focus to Carlson, while Agent Hill, who had intended to speak, wisely chose silence upon witnessing Fury's reddening eye. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. After a prolonged moment of stillness, Nick Fury finally uttered coldly, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Have Natasha informed that young man that he owes me a favor. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye silently exhaled in relief. The rift between Black Widow and the military was not particularly alarming. The crux lay with Jin Yu, a primary target of the military, who had already suffered casualties. They would undoubtedly seek retribution. However, Fury's statement suggested he was confident in his ability to resolve the situation. As for that so-called favor, it was rumored that Jin Yu possessed extraordinary physical abilities, indicating Fury had taken a keen interest in him, especially considering he had a superhuman initiative in the works. Chapter 22. A vacation for 2 months and a half later. Batumi, Georgia. Dinner time. With Jin Yu's enthusiastic call, the Black Widow, who had been basking in the sea breeze and watching the sunset from the balcony, sprang to her feet. Over the past month, she had truly opened her eyes. She had long heard tales of the unparalleled culinary delights of Huaxia, and though there were numerous Huaxia restaurants in the United States offering hot pot and dim sum, she never anticipated that the cuisine of a single nation could be so remarkably diverse. In nearly 50 days, each day had provided a unique experience, with over 100 classic dishes showcasing different culinary traditions, and snaring the Black Widow, this super agent, in a sea of gastronomic pleasure. Jin Yu's 3 years in the kitchen had not been in vain. While claiming to have mastered over 100 dishes might be an exaggeration, the essence of cooking is that mastery of one technique often leads to understanding others. With nothing but leisure time, Jin Yu spent her days perusing recipes online and contemplating meals. After 3 years as an apprentice, her foundation was solid. Though her dishes might not rival those of professional chefs, she was more than capable of impressing the Black Widow. In a matter of moments, she arrived at the dining table, presenting a seafood dish of shrimp and shellfish drenched in a sauce made from lemon, red and green chilies, soy sauce, salt, sugar, fish sauce, and pepper, all combined with water. The cooked shrimp and shellfish marinated in this mixture for an hour in the refrigerator, exuding a refreshing scent with a hint of spiciness that was enough to make the Black Widow's mouth water. Additionally, Jin Yu had acquired some greens from a local supermarket, which she stir-fried with minced garlic, resulting in a vibrant, glossy dish that looked utterly appealing. Naturally, 2 dishes were not sufficient. There was also a large bowl of unfamiliar ingredients on the table, containing bean sprouts, beef, chilies, minced garlic, and coriander. It appeared chaotic and emitted no distinctive aroma. What on earth is this? It looks rather unappetizing, the Black Widow remarked, as Jin Yu continued her culinary endeavors. Though Jin Yu's cooking had long since won her heart, this particular dish seemed less than appealing. Do you know what the greatest virtue of humanity is? It is patience. The most exquisite delights often reveal themselves in time. As an agent, you ought to remain composed, should you not? Jin Yu turned to her, observing the Black Widow anxiously clutching a pair of chopsticks, and smiled. Allow me to perform a little magic for you. As soon as the words left her lips, Jin Yu grabbed a pot from behind and poured its contents over the large bowl. A plume of steaming hot oil cascaded over the dish the Black Widow had deemed chaotic. The beef, chilies, minced garlic, and coriander, every ingredient and seasoning, were instantaneously awakened by the infusion of the hot oil, releasing a rich, aromatic fragrance that wafted through the air and enveloped the senses. My goodness! This is astonishing. The Black Widow has grown accustomed to her appetite, and Jin Yu's words ring true. It indeed resembles an enchanting magic show. The marvelous artistry of Chinese cuisine transcends mere cooking. It is a form of art. If I were dining in a restaurant, I would gladly pay for this dish solely to witness the chef's performance. Though I uttered such sentiments, the Black Widow was swift in action, effortlessly wielding her chopsticks to extract a tender slice of beef from the large bowl, disregarding the fact that the oil had yet to fully settle, promptly shoving it into her mouth. A subtle movement of her teeth caused her captivating eyes to narrow into crescent moons. It was evident that she was enchanted by the dish even before savoring it in detail. It was simply exquisite. Words fail to describe it, but in essence, it was delectable. After expressing her delight, she paid no heed to Jin Yu and plunged into a relentless assault on the various dishes before her. Jin Yu chuckled and shook his head. Fortunately, the Black Widow engaged in daily physical activities, or else, given her voracious appetite, she might well have transformed into a plump figure. The Black Widow was immensely satisfied after the meal. Once they tidied up, they embarked on their customary evening stroll just as twilight began to descend. This habit, developed over an indeterminate period, was a mystery as to who initiated it. Nevertheless, each day commenced with a morning run, followed by breakfast. In the afternoons, they would indulge in their respective passions, basking in the sun. The Black Widow would brew a pot of coffee, while Jin Yu often prepared a fine tea ceremony with a delicate tea set. They would each immerse themselves in a book for a while, and after dinner, they would take a leisurely walk along the seaside. Over the course of more than a month, the two had grown increasingly familiar and in sync, their daily lives becoming a tapestry of simplicity. Their conversations became more casual, filled with light-hearted banter, akin to two close friends sharing a rented space. Their coexistence, however, was tinged with an undeniable dynamic, as they were a man and a woman, inevitably leading to moments of awkwardness or subtle intimacy. Yet, it was as if they had prearranged a silent agreement. When such moments arose, they would seamlessly shift the topic of conversation. Their strolls were characterized by a comfortable proximity, walking side by side, maintaining a distance of about a foot, allowing for whispers that were audible yet ensuring their hands never brushed against each other. While they referred to it as a stroll, it was merely an expedition to a supermarket located a fair distance across the seaside plaza to procure fruits. This particular supermarket, discovered earlier by Jin Yu, was owned by a Chinese proprietor and boasted a commendable selection of fruits and vegetables, not to mention an array of Chinese condiments. Since uncovering this gem, Jin Yu made it a nightly ritual to meander through, stocking up on ingredients for the following day's culinary endeavors. The seaside plaza itself is a renowned locale in Batumi, distinguished by a towering steel sculpture duo named Ali and Nino, representing the protagonists of a romantic novel. This intriguing sculpture features a male and female figure crafted from interlocking steel rings, with fixed steel rods on one side of their bodies, while the rest is composed of spaced rings atop movable bases. Every evening at 7 o'clock, the pair of steel sculptures draws near to one another, utilizing the height differential of their steel rings to merge 90% of their forms, intertwining and exchanging positions. It is said that this symbolizes the journey of two lovers as they come to know one another, embrace, and share tender kisses, only to eventually drift apart. This narrative evokes a sense of melancholy, mirroring the tale of the protagonists in the novel, where Ali sacrifices himself on the battlefield to protect his homeland, ultimately preventing the couple from growing old together. This duo of steel sculptures is renowned not only locally but throughout Eastern Europe. Jin Yu and Black Widow pass by this site daily and are, of course, familiar with the story. However, the base of the sculptures had recently been damaged and was unable to move, reportedly undergoing repairs. Today, as fate would have it, they have just been restored. As Jin Yu and his companions strolled near the sculptures, a sudden bang resounded, illuminating all the lights around the square, including the vibrant LED strips along the seaside railing. Then, with the roar of motors igniting, the colossal steel sculptures began their majestic movement, inching closer to one another. The statues of Ali and Nino were completed in 2010, while Jin Yu finds himself in 2007. Let this serve as a romantic touchpoint for the story involving the widow. Chapter 23. The Sudden Enchantment. We are indeed fortunate. When I visited previously, these statues were not yet restored, and now they appear to be in disrepair once again. I thought I would never see them, yet it seems our luck has held. Even super spies are women, and it is often true that women tend to be more sentimental about tales of romance than men. Thus, the Black Widow seated herself beside Jin Yu on a long bench by the sea. Do you know? This is a tragically romantic love story, that of Ali and Nino. They could have loved each other for a lifetime and built their own family, but war claimed Ali's life. The locals erected these two statues to commemorate this love story. Jin Yu had heard of this tale. In his previous life as a seasoned otaku, he had encountered numerous melodramatic romances. He offered no opinion, merely observing the Black Widow, who appeared genuinely moved like an ordinary girl, and he could only curl his lips in a dismissive manner, nodding casually in response. The widow, being an experienced agent, possessed the fundamental skill of reading expressions. Noticing the hint of disdain in Jin Yu's gaze, she playfully kicked him and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do you find this story lacking in emotion? Or do you believe such love is utterly insignificant in your eyes?" This playful kick amused Jin Yu. While she reveled in her emotions, she could not expect others to share in her sentiment. However, since she posed the question, he felt no obligation to preserve her fantasy. Casting a scornful glance at the widow, he pretentiously lit a cigarette and leisurely began to speak. Such stories are far too abundant. In people's hearts, it is often the unattainable love that is deemed the most beautiful, like Ali and Nino or Romeo and Juliet. In Chinese culture, there is also Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai. A doctor and a snake, by Suzhen and Suxian. In these tales, the lovers are deeply in love yet cannot be together due to societal status, systems, family, war, and so forth. If you think about it, examples abound in modern society. Couples parting due to money, distance, or differing lifestyles are commonplace. Their experiences mirror those of the lovers in these stories, interrupted by external factors that disrupt their love. Such narratives unfold daily, surrounding us, yet why do we not witness their tears of emotion? As for this statue, people do not merely commemorate their love. They seek to evoke emotion within themselves or perhaps to reaffirm their belief in love and beauty. But look around us. Jin Yu casually gestured towards a distant elderly couple, the man leaning on a cane, trembling, while the woman fussed and anxiously clutched her husband's arm. Behold, this is the epitome of beautiful love. However, the figures of the statues do not embody this, for they did not reach the conclusion of their journey together. Consider, had there been no war, Ali and Nino might have spent years embroiled in trivial disputes, perhaps arguing daily over matters such as income or the education of their children. It is also plausible that, after many years, their affection would have waned, leading them to infidelity and a life strewn with chaos and mutual resentment. Stop! Enough! By Cupid's arrow, you ought to be struck down, you wretched scoundrel, for you have shattered this narrative. Do you not understand? Ruined. The Black Widow felt a tinge of melancholy, pondering why she engaged in this discourse with Jin Yu. Ha ha ha! Jin Yu laughed heartily. You see, with but a few careless words, I have obliterated the beauty you held for this tale within your heart. Such is humanity. Akin to this sculpture, it does not commemorate love's essence, but rather reflects the busy lives of individuals who lack the time to uncover and nurture the beauty around them, yet yearn to proclaim the splendor in their hearts. This, my friends, is what we refer to as wanting to play the harlot while seeking to establish a reputation. If one desires to lose weight, one must run. If one seeks wealth, one must take action. If one wishes for a beautiful love, one must cherish those nearby, seizing each day and nurturing the love of the present. Only then will the future be bright. There is no need to gaze upon statues, lamenting love, while failing to remember one's own wife's birthday. It parallels certain acquaintances who, on Mother's Day and Father's Day, expound grandly on the virtues of parental love online yet refuse to return home for a simple meal with their parents. This is the crux of the matter. I had never realized you were such a passionate idealist. The Black Widow observed Jin Yu becoming increasingly animated, a smile playing on her lips. I wouldn't classify myself as such. I merely have encountered too many hypocrites masquerading as virtuous individuals. Jin Yu spoke from the heart, reflecting on the multitude of such people in his past life. Each Father's Day, they would extol the greatness of paternal love, while their own fathers perhaps could not even navigate WeChat, and Jin Yu would typically leave a comment. Thank you, my child. I have received your blessings. The Black Widow gazed at Jin Yu, having spent over a month together, and found his demeanor starkly different from others. Her experiences and environment left her surrounded by few normal individuals, where discussions revolved around life and death or the acquisition of intelligence. Yet with Jin Yu, each day entailed earnest conversations about what to eat the following day, the optimal amount of milk and sugar for coffee, or which flavor of chips to enjoy while watching a movie. This sensation was peculiar. To the Black Widow, these were trifles, insignificant matters that did not warrant contemplation or discussion. Yet witnessing Jin Yu's earnest engagement in these activities brought her unparalleled comfort and tranquility. Yes, tranquility. Observing him intently deliberating on tomorrow's meal and passionately articulating his views on love and familial bonds, she found this experience delightful, imbued with the essence of life. The words just spoken by Jin Yu could be described in terms of a previous existence as the musings of an underachiever. Successful individuals would scarcely concern themselves with such matters. Yet, it is precisely this earthy charm that captivates the Black Widow the most. Perhaps you are right. Believe in beauty. Seize the moment. Suddenly, I find this moment to be quite beautiful. Would you care to embrace it? As Jin Yu finished speaking, the Black Widow softly uttered these words. The gaze with which she delivered her statement made Jin Yu instantly comprehend the essence of a pool of autumn waters. Her eyes, shimmering with a hint of ambiguity, combined with the unknown shade of lipstick she wore today, rendered her lips particularly full and luscious. This unexpected, enchanting atmosphere transformed into a pink vortex, drawing Jin Yu irresistibly within. At that moment, both minds were devoid of thought. There was no need to consciously navigate their bodies. They drew closer and closer, much like the statues of Ali and Nino, inching ever nearer. Chapter 24. The disappearance of Tony Stark. The atmosphere here is quite pleasant. Undoubtedly an ideal spot for a kiss. As a venue for a rendezvous, it is certainly charming. Suddenly, an offhand remark shattered the couple's intimate ambience, leaving them in a state of awkwardness, their noses barely touching, before they hastily withdrew from each other. "Damn it, you bastard!" "Neek!" Jin Yu exclaimed, only to turn towards the source of the interruption upon hearing Black Widow's voice. Clad in a long black trench coat, bald with a single eye, it was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Jing, this is my boss, Nick Fury," Black Widow explained to Jin Yu with a hint of exasperation. "It seems our holiday has come to an abrupt end. That damned Hawkeye has ruined my vacation home. This has nothing to do with Clint. I had Agent Hill locate you. You've been gallivanting about, jogging, shopping without a care, and he simply couldn't evade the cameras. It wasn't particularly challenging to find you," she admitted, realizing her oversight. Ever since Hawkeye informed her that Nick Fury was entangled in military negotiations, she had not taken special measures to conceal their whereabouts, especially Jin Yu's. Little did she anticipate that Nick Fury would arrive so directly. After explaining the situation to Black Widow, Nick Fury turned his attention to Jin Yu. "Kid, you've absconded with my finest agent, creating a monumental inconvenience for me. I've been cleaning up your mess for a month. Now that I stand before you, instead of welcoming me with open arms, you dare to call me a bastard?" Jin Yu rolled his eyes towards the heavens and, with feigned seriousness, remarked to Black Widow, "I wager $10 that your boss is undoubtedly a bachelor, a man who has never known a woman in his life." After muttering this under his breath, he then addressed Nick Fury. "You ought to understand that I am merely an ordinary tourist. It was your people who embroiled me in your affairs, and when danger arose, I defended your agents. And guess what? During the fray, I was blasted to the bottom of a cliff by one of my own with a rocket launcher, only to be subjected to dissection for research afterward. I lay there in a hospital bed, gravely injured, with only Natasha by my side, while dozens of guns were pointed at her head. It was just the two of us, wounded and unarmed, and for heaven's sake, not a soul came to our aid, not a single one. This predicament stemmed from your actions. I was merely acting in self-preservation. It is your duty to clean up after us. Do you comprehend, Mr. Boss?" Jin Yu was genuinely incensed, on the verge of confrontation, when Nick Fury's untimely arrival and his audacious remarks interrupted them. Such an occurrence surely warranted divine retribution, and his agitation mounted, his finger nearly jabbing Nick Fury's face. Nick Fury, in a position of great authority, had not been addressed so directly in quite some time. Initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure, refusing to be outdone, his glossy forehead nearly pressing against Jin Yu's. "Listen here. It is indeed true that we have become entangled in your affairs, but after you escaped from peril, you took it upon yourself to eliminate that military figure in front of hundreds of soldiers. Furthermore, you abducted my finest agent, my very best. By all accounts, you have benefited from this situation. Had I not appeared just now, might I have had to grant Natasha a month-long honeymoon soon after? Additionally, when you decide to whisper insults about others being scoundrels, I would appreciate it if you could lower your voice. While I may not have a wife, I am certainly not lacking in female companionship, many women, in fact. Do you understand? Especially those divorced ladies, who are quite fond of men with a tall stature and considerable assets, if you catch my drift." As Fury emphasized the last point, he purposefully glanced downward at Jin Yu's midsection, which left Jin Yu feeling a blow to his masculine pride. "So, the black man is so impressive, is he? Let us see who measures up." Just as Jin Yu was about to leap up and confront Nick Fury, the increasingly animated Black Widow stood to mediate. "All right, enough of this. The past is behind us. The question of right or wrong is no longer significant. The issue has been resolved, hasn't it? Now, Nick, you wouldn't have come all this way without reason. What is it that you need?" As she spoke, she cast a calming glance at Jin Yu, her large, expressive eyes dousing some of his ire, prompting him to mutter a few choice expletives before resuming his seat. "Tony Stark," Nick Fury proclaimed, simultaneously returning Jin Yu's earlier gesture with a raised middle finger before continuing. The owner of Stark Industries, a brilliant scientist, and a premier weapons expert. Stark's convoy was ambushed by terrorists in Afghanistan, and he has gone missing. It is almost certain that he has been captured by Afghan militant groups. Do you comprehend what this means? Acquiring Stark equates to possessing the largest arsenal in the world. It is a perilous situation. The military has mobilized entirely, and our team is fervently searching for his whereabouts. It has been 3 days, 3 entire days, without a single lead. Soon, the news will be impossible to conceal. Within 2 days at most, the media will uncover the truth. With few others around, Nick Fury did not bother to lower his voice. Jin Yu absorbed the entirety of his revelation, a spark igniting within him. It appeared that the saga of Iron Man was on the brink of unfolding. However, Fury's deliberate approach to enlist the Black Widow's assistance in locating the future Iron Man was not something depicted in the film. It remained uncertain whether this development was absent from the cinematic narrative or if Jin Yu's presence had altered the course of events. As soon as Nick Fury finished speaking, Black Widow grasped the gravity of the situation. The circumstances were intricately complex. Should Tony Stark fall into the clutches of terrorists, they could undoubtedly forge the most advanced and terrifying weapons in existence, capable of reshaping the global balance of power and potentially igniting a super war that would engulf numerous nations and regions. The prospect of countless innocent lives lost was something Black Widow, who was dedicated to atoning for her past, could not bear to witness. With this thought in mind, she regained her composure as a super spy, casting a heartfelt glance at Jin Yu before turning her attention to Nick Fury. I am ready to depart at any moment to Afghanistan and exert every effort to locate Stark's captivity. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. Compared to Coulson or Hawkeye, Black Widow was evidently more suited for this mission. In the chaotic Middle East, a red-haired woman from E-country would surely be more adept at gathering intelligence than a bespectacled, suited man from M-country. We can leave tomorrow, but not just you. It will be you all, Nick Fury said with a smile. What? Me? Jin Yu exclaimed, suddenly rising from his seat. Chapter 25. Kandahar. Not only was Jin Yu bewildered, but even the Black Widow cast a perplexed glance at Nick Fury. Jin Yu was not one of their own. You need not be so astonished. He is of Chinese descent and will not attract undue attention in Afghanistan. This can aid in concealing your identity, and he possesses remarkable skills. Together, you will be safer, will you not? Nick Fury's assertion held a ring of truth. Yet Jin Yu was not aligned with them and had no intention of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. or serving any other faction. After laboring diligently for years after his arrival, he had finally acquired his own unique advantages and unexpectedly amassed a significant fortune. Moving forward, his life would be dedicated to enhancing his abilities while savoring the pleasures of existence. He had no desire to impose any restrictions upon himself. You seem to have forgotten something, Mr. Asshole. I am not your subordinate, Jin Yu retorted, resuming his seat and leisurely crossing his legs. You must go. You owe me a favor, not for the scoundrel you killed, but for yourself. Your physique possesses extraordinary strength, agility, and regenerative capabilities. I am indifferent to your secrets. I already know enough. However, the military does not share my indifference. Langford's demise is merely a pretext. Their true interest lies in you, human enhancement, super soldiers, bio-warriors. You embody the very essence of what they desire. Do you understand? I know what you are implying. Spare me your rhetoric on human rights. They have set their sights on you, the military of the United States. You cannot contend with them alone. I have resolved this predicament for you, and it is not merely the military. If the anomalies surrounding you were to leak, I assure you that a multitude of international factions would immediately pursue you. Can you fend off the incessant attempts on your life around the clock? The trouble I have alleviated exceeds your imagination, my friend. Not to mention, you have taken my finest agent. Help me this once and consider it a favor. You shall not find yourself at a disadvantage. Nick Fury's words reminded Jin Yu of a conversation in Avengers. The Black Widow had once told Bruce Banner that his ability to remain undetected was due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s covert assistance in fending off those who coveted him. While it may be a simple statement, the reality was far from straightforward. Jin Yu had not contemplated this deeply before, but now, having heard it from Nick Fury, he could not ignore the weight of this obligation. First, I will not join your department. Second, I am not a spy or an agent. I will fully cooperate with Natasha to complete the mission, but I cannot guarantee that I will locate that playboy. Third, this is a one-time arrangement. After this, we shall owe each other nothing. Agreed. Nick Fury replied solemnly as they shook hands. In his mind, this was not merely a favor being repaid. It was a test, a selection of a backup candidate, akin to the evaluations of Bruce Banner and Tony Stark, all in preparation for his future Avengers initiative. In the southern region of Afghanistan, Kandahar province remains a territory beyond the control of the Afghan government, adjacent to the desert and bordering Pakistan. It is regarded as one of the most tumultuous provinces in Afghanistan. Unlike the Earth of Jin Yu's previous life, the Afghanistan depicted in the Marvel Cinematic Universe does not present a confrontation between the military and a local armed force. Instead, it is a hub of myriad chaotic factions, encompassing numerous terrorists, anti-military groups, intelligence traffickers, arms dealers, and more. In a word, it is a landscape of disorder. Curiously, despite the rampant chaos throughout Kandahar province, its capital, Kandahar city, stands as one of the most vibrant cities in Afghanistan, second only to the capital itself. Here, one finds no police or government officials. Yet, the city has achieved a precarious balance through the mutual restraint of various factions. Even the most brutal terrorists, engaged in pillaging and slaughtering villages outside the city, behave with a semblance of lawfulness within its confines. Should one indulge too freely in drink and seek the company of women, they dare not shortchange anyone. Disputes must be resolved outside the city limits. Should you have the audacity to fire a weapon and take a life within the city, congratulations, for within moments, a coalition of local patrols from various factions will converge upon you. Regardless of your justification, they will not hesitate to execute you on the spot, displaying your severed head upon a nearby utility pole as a grim warning to others. It is worth noting that this is not a reflection of the inhabitants' reverence for peace. Rather, it underscores the necessity of a stable and tranquil environment for commerce, rest, and entertainment. In the most chaotic of settings, this city paradoxically stands as one of the safest places in the world. In stark contrast to the so-called mightiest nation, where even in the bustling streets of New York City, a solitary stroll at midnight could lead to a gun pressed to your temple, resulting in a swift and merciless robbery. This reality is undeniably ironic. For Jin Yu, concerns about safety are not paramount, as neither he nor Black Widow can be classified as ordinary individuals. His injuries have fully healed, and the copper mirror has replenished its reserve of energy, even showing slight improvement in its restoration progress. Jin Yu has calculated that the daily energy allocation from the copper mirror enhances his physical strength by approximately 5 kilograms each day. While 5 kilograms may seem substantial, over the course of a year it amounts to less than 2 tons. However, this daily, natural increment accumulates, and with the copper mirror continually repairing itself, the speed of enhancement is expected to accelerate. Currently, Jin Yu's prowess does not rival that of super soldiers like the Winter Soldier, who have undergone serum injections. Nevertheless, compared to the peak of ordinary human capabilities represented by Black Widow, his physical constitution has significantly improved. Coupled with his mastery of bullet time, should he encounter an adversary akin to the Winter Soldier again, his ability to escape would be assured. In the pursuit of locating Tony Stark, the task necessitated intelligence rather than a reckless foray into the desert, searching with mere eyes. After all, the military had deployed a satellite, complemented by numerous aircraft tirelessly patrolling the skies. A simplistic approach to searching would yield little merit. Thus, Jin Yu and Black Widow found themselves in Kandahar, a veritable hub of intelligence. Unlike their previous leisurely escapades in Georgia, this endeavor proved considerably more arduous. The duo assumed roles as bartenders in a local tavern, owned by a former Soviet citizen who, on the surface, presented himself as a local purveyor of information. In reality, he was a loyalist to S.H.I.E.L.D., serving as a peripheral operative under Coulson, meticulously sifting through valuable intelligence and regularly reporting back to him. For the Black Widow and Jin Yu, in urgent need of information, there was no more fitting locale than this bar. Thus, they transformed their identities. The Black Widow became the niece of the proprietor, having fled from a war-torn region to seek refuge with her uncle, while Jin Yu assumed the guise of an inconspicuous passerby, a young man hoping to strike it lucky in Kandahar. Given the complex web of influences in Kandahar, the presence of an additional young man from Huaxia would raise no eyebrows. In contrast, posing as a married couple would lack credibility, as Jin Yu was devoid of any proficiency in English or the languages of neighboring nations. This arrangement, with their roles distinctly delineated, ultimately facilitated their operations significantly. Chapter 26. My utter shallowness. Initially, Jin Yu believed himself to be exceptionally perceptive, convinced that he was aware of the collusion between a certain group and Tony Stark's associates, who possessed a vast arsenal of Stark Industries weaponry. He thought it would not take long to locate them. In fact, to facilitate Tony Stark's transformation from a frivolous playboy into Iron Man, Jin Yu even resolved to feign a gradual discovery of clues. However, after spending some time in Kandahar, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Many plotlines in films merely skim over complexities, but upon truly immersing oneself in a world, one discovers that certain matters are intricately more complicated than one could ever imagine. For instance, under the guise of the 10 Rings, there were no fewer than 4 or 5 factions claiming to be freedom fighters. Furthermore, these armed groups, those who were relatively thriving, almost invariably wielded a plethora of weaponry sourced from Stark Industries. In fact, within the city of Kandahar, Stark weapons could be traded as a form of hard currency. In his previous life, Jin Yu had read articles online suggesting that prolonged conflicts in various nations might be backed by multinational arms conglomerates. At the time, he had dismissed these claims as somewhat exaggerated. Now, however, the reality appeared infinitely darker and more terrifying than he had ever envisioned. Having spent nearly 2 months here, he had amassed a plethora of both useful and trivial intelligence, yet had unearthed not a single shred of information regarding Tony Stark. Instead, his prolonged exposure to this environment, so starkly different from his past life, had enriched his experiences considerably. During these 2 months, Stark Industry stock had plummeted dramatically, and numerous media outlets speculated whether Tony Stark might already be dead. In truth, anyone with a modicum of intelligence understood that whoever had captured such a prized asset as Tony Stark would undoubtedly be reluctant to kill him. Indeed, many intelligence operatives outside were acutely aware that after 2 months without any news, finding him again would be exceedingly difficult. They awaited the emergence of any novel weaponry of unknown origin or large quantities of arms traceable to Tony Stark, as that would provide a thread to follow in their search. The SHIELD agents shared this sentiment, with Black Widow and Jin Yu pursuing similar strategies, though Jin Yu understood that somewhere in a hidden cave within the desert, Tony Stark was crafting miracles from a heap of scrap metal, relying on his ingenuity to escape. After a late afternoon spent in the hotel, Jin Yu emerged to exchange a mix of genuine and dubious information with a group of impeccably dressed informants. Following dinner, he made his way to the bar where Black Widow was stationed. The bar, modest in size and named rather bluntly one drink, was sparsely populated when Jin Yu entered. Black Widow was behind the counter concocting drinks, while a robust Middle Eastern man with a bushy beard sat across from her, animatedly boasting about his prowess in the desert, to which Black Widow responded with casual, non-committal agreement. Upon the entrance of Jin Yu, the Black Widow's face brightened with delight, her professional smile effortlessly transforming into an enchanting, sweet grin. Her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and her angelic visage shimmered under the lights, captivating the attention of a burly man across the bar, who was momentarily entranced, spilling a significant portion of his beer onto his beard. "Damn, I do not believe in God, but you are undoubtedly an angel. I have never encountered a woman so exquisitely beautiful in my life. Come with me, no matter your price, I shall provide it, as long as I can spend one night with you." A voice from a nearby table teased, "Old Chekhov, someone is once again flirting with your niece. Aren't you going to throw him out?" Chekhov, the bar owner, had managed to gather intelligence for Coulson over a long period, possessing his own means of survival. He maintained good relations with various factions in the city, and the patrols were particularly lenient towards this establishment, seldom allowing disturbances. Regular patrons were well aware of Chekhov's stunningly beautiful niece, who had recently arrived, attracting daily jesters. However, the clumsy giant's direct inquiry about price marked him as a novice. Chekhov was busy in the kitchen, oblivious to the commotion outside, while the brute remained wholly fixated on the Black Widow, failing to notice Jin Yu taking a seat beside him. It was only after he had finished speaking and the Black Widow remained silent, maintaining her alluring smile and gazing at the space next to him, that he realized a slender East Asian young man had taken a seat beside him. Such a physique and countenance often irritated him, particularly when confronted with delicate-looking men like Jin Yu. Initially, he intended to disregard him, but upon observing the Black Widow's unwavering gaze fixed upon Jin Yu, the hulking man began to feel uneasy. With a hefty fist, he slammed it down before Jin Yu, causing several empty glasses on the bar to rattle. "Kid, you are not welcome here. Get lost." In Kandahar, gunfire would lead to immediate execution, but brawling was less stringently regulated. After all, conflicts among individuals were inevitable. As long as one did not inflict fatal or permanent harm, any inquiries from the patrols would typically conclude with a fine, proportional to the severity of the incident. Get lost? A peculiar smile crept upon Jin Yu's lips. Where should I go? Should I wander 3 blocks away to find your mother, who stands on the street waiting for business? Perhaps I could leave her lips painted with my essence? Having spent considerable time in this region, Jin Yu had adopted a rather rugged style of insult reminiscent of the local roughnecks. The moment his words echoed through the bar, laughter erupted. Even the Black Widow, cocktail shaker in hand, was laughing exuberantly, utterly disregarding the fact that the brutish man's face had turned a shade reminiscent of liver. He spun around, poised to retaliate against Jin Yu. "You damned!" Yet, before he could utter another word, Jin Yu swiftly seized a bottle and smashed it down onto the ground. Fighting is fighting. There is no need to utter so much meaningless chatter beforehand. Jin Yu leisurely discarded the half-broken bottle of wine in his hand, even taking a moment to wipe the liquor from his palms on the hem of his shirt. Seizing the moment before the burly man could rise, he swiftly stepped to his side, delivering a precisely aimed kick to the man's ribcage. A piercing scream echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. That single blow had undoubtedly fractured at least 3 of the man's ribs. Shut your mouth, refrain from shouting, and avoid exerting yourself too much. Otherwise, those ribs might puncture your lungs, and you'll have to get up and seek medical attention. If you desire revenge, I can be found here every night. The burly man lay on the ground for several minutes before he awkwardly rose, staggering toward the exit. "A Bloody Mary seems quite fitting for you today. Why did you strike so hard?" After the man departed, the Black Widow placed a cocktail in front of Jin Yu, smiling knowingly. "He is unfilial." Jin Yu took a small sip of his drink, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke with a mock seriousness. "His mother is a few blocks away, working hard to earn a living, while he squanders money on other women. I simply cannot bear to witness such injustice." "Oh? Is it not truly because his words offended me?" The Black Widow leaned forward, her body against the bar, her face nearly touching Jin Yu's, their proximity allowing them to feel the warmth of each other's breath. Jin Yu, known for his sharp tongue, felt a twinge of nervousness in the face of genuine confrontation, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. All right, I admit it. I am jealous." Upon hearing Jin Yu's confession, the smile on the Black Widow's face widened. "I am envious of that wild boar. I sat right beside him, and yet his eyes only ever sought you. With my allure, how could he not even spare me a glance? How absurd. Is it not true that my charm transcends gender? He even claimed that he would forsake his life for a mere night with you. Alas, a man whose heart is consumed solely by women is no different from a lustful beast. Does he not comprehend that love knows no constraints of gender or age? Such shallowness, such depravity. Ah, ha ha ha." The Black Widow found herself both exasperated and amused, laughing heartily for quite some time before finally catching her breath to pose a question to Jin Yu. "And what of you? Surely, your love is not bound by the limitations of gender or age, correct?" "No, it is," Jin Yu replied emphatically. "I am particularly superficial." Chapter 27. Analysis of the widow. In the early morning, after the bar had closed, the sky outside began to brighten, and the streets were devoid of any human presence. Closing the door, the 3 of them settled into a booth in the center of the bar. Chekhov retrieved a bottle of his private stash of vodka from behind the bar and poured a glass for each of them. "A personal reserve. Consuming it aids in slumber," he declared, then without further ado, downed his glass in one gulp and filled it again to the brim. Jin Yu lifted his glass and took a delicate sip, the fiery liquid exploding in his mouth, followed by a scorching sensation that traveled down his esophagus to his stomach. Was this not at least 60 proof? Setting down his glass, he gave Chekhov a thumbs up and was the first to speak. I met a local. His home lies in a small village on the edge of the desert. He mentioned that his cousin has joined a newly emerging armed group. They are a fresh force, also operating under the banner of the Ten Commandments gang, claiming to be freedom fighters. They only rose to prominence 6 months ago, equipped with the finest weaponry from Stark Industries. They do not engage the U.S. military nor seize territory. Instead, they raid and massacre certain villages. Strangely, they seem disinterested in material goods, primarily seeking women and children. Their actions bear no resemblance to terrorists or warlords, but rather evoke the image of the bandits of yore. Bang! As soon as Jin Yu finished speaking, Chekhov slammed his empty glass down on the table, having just downed another full glass of high-proof vodka. They are mercenaries, here to sow chaos, to make this region even more tumultuous, to invigorate the activity among various armed factions. Chekhov pondered for a moment before settling on that description. The most effective way to maintain prolonged warfare and disorder in a region is to have a group of mercenaries stirring trouble in the midst, masquerading as members of rival factions to launch surprise attacks against their enemies. In recent months, several small-scale conflicts have erupted among the armed groups in the desert, with each side blaming the other for initiating hostilities. Clearly, this group is orchestrating the discord. This is the tactic of arms dealers. With war comes the demand for weapons, leading to a ceaseless stream of orders. They have done this before in Africa, trading outdated equipment for vast quantities of diamonds and oil from the local populace. Do you suspect them? Indeed, Jin Yu emulated Chekhov's boldness, downing his drink in one breath, his face instantly flushing crimson. Cough, cough, precisely. Although the entire Kandahar province is chaotic, only a handful possess the capability and audacity to assault U.S. military forces. If they had truly captured anyone, with their numbers in the city, it would be impossible for no information to leak out. Someone would inevitably slip up in conversation. Thus, the most likely culprits are them. They possess strength, advanced equipment, and need not enter the city, akin to phantoms in the desert. That makes sense. Chekhov nodded, directing his gaze toward the Black Widow. Let us embark on a meticulous examination from the beginning. A newly ascendant faction, striving to invigorate this locale, is bolstered by the support of affluent benefactors supplying weaponry and resources. Their abduction of the populace ostensibly serves a long-term developmental strategy, a theory that appears plausible. Now, let us scrutinize the benefactors behind this operation. The most substantial orders undoubtedly originate from the military of Country M. This leads us to suspect those arms companies with long-standing collaborations with the Department of Defense of Country M. This connection is easily verifiable, yet Natasha Romanoff exhibits a degree of hesitation. But what? Jin Yu inquires. The principal company with enduring ties to the Department of Defense is Stark Industries, followed closely by Hammer Industries, Stark's most formidable rival. However, if this reasoning holds, why would they resort to kidnapping Tony Stark? Natasha expresses her doubts. If Stark Industries is indeed their benefactor, what motive could they have for abducting their own employer? Conversely, if Justin Hammer is involved, how could they possess such a plethora of Stark Industries weaponry? It is likely that Justin Hammer orchestrated Tony Stark's kidnapping. A reduction in Stark Industries' order allocations from the Department of Defense would unequivocally benefit Hammer Industries. As for the Stark Group's armaments, they might merely serve as a ruse to obfuscate their true identity. Chekhov articulates his analysis. That perspective holds merit, Natasha concedes, but we have overlooked two critical points. First, if indeed that faction is responsible for Tony Stark's abduction, it is highly plausible that their benefactor resides within Stark Industries itself. In such a vast corporation, internal competition is inevitable. Second, irrespective of the perpetrator, one truth remains. Eliminating Tony Stark would be the optimal course of action. Not only must he be slain, but the world should be made aware of it post-haste, aligning perfectly with their greatest interests. Why then resort to kidnapping? The Black Widow muses, as silence envelopes the trio. Chekhov concurs with Natasha's reasoning. If Hammer Industries is involved, swiftly dispatching Tony Stark would precipitate an immediate crisis for Stark Industries, thus allowing them to seize the opportunity to rise. Should the individuals be from within Stark's ranks? Only by eliminating Stark could they ascend to power and usurp all that Tony Stark possesses within the company. Meanwhile, Jin Yu finds himself at a loss for words. Natasha's analysis is astutely cohesive, and he cannot simply assert that the second-largest shareholder of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane, is the culprit. Instead, he furrows his brow, feigning deep contemplation. Yet, there remains one more possibility. The Black Widow declared, tapping the table with a smile. What if those individuals have slipped beyond control? For the architects behind this scheme, Tony Stark is a perilous asset. The longer he remains in their custody, the greater the risk. Yet for those armed factions, Tony Stark represents a veritable treasure trove. What do these armed militants lack? Money. They can seize it, they can abduct individuals, but weapons are the sole exception. Powerful weaponry is inevitably held within the grasp of formidable armies. To attempt to seize it directly would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, one is left with no choice but to pathetically procure arms from arms dealers at exorbitant prices, the majority of which are merely discarded relics of the past. For armed factions across the globe, arms dealers are akin to the puppeteers pulling their strings. According to the Black Widow, Tony Stark's adversaries have invested in a cadre of mercenaries or armed militants, with the intention of exacerbating the chaos in Afghanistan. However, Tony Stark's foray into Afghanistan presented him with an opportunity, a chance to eliminate his rival. Yet, upon encountering Tony Stark, those mercenaries had a change of heart. They realized that as long as he remained in their grasp, there would be no balance of power. They would no longer be beholden to a superior issuing commands over their actions, for they prided themselves on being self-proclaimed freedom fighters. Chapter 28, Finding the Right Path. The primary objective of this operation, in which Jin Yu participated, was to locate Tony Stark. The identity of his captor or the motives behind the attempted assassination were not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that both Hammer Industries and the shareholders of Stark Enterprises were individuals perched atop the societal hierarchy, intricately linked to the military and even the governmental apparatus of M Nation. Monitoring them was a task that even SHIELD lacked the authority to undertake. However, with the scope of investigation effectively narrowed, the situation became considerably more manageable. The local young man Jin Yu had encountered served as an invaluable entry point. His familial bond with the so-called cousin appeared insignificant when subjected to Jin Yu's monetary persuasion, particularly after Jin Yu presented him with substantial stacks of US dollars and facilitated M Nation passports for his entire family through SHIELD connections. This young man named Ghani completely betrayed his cousin. Larry Village, a small settlement on the outskirts of the desert, once thrived primarily on the factories of the former Soviet Union. Following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the villagers' livelihoods became solely dependent on the barren land beneath their feet. Many young individuals fled, while those who remained either fell victim to local militias or willingly joined various terrorist factions, seeking at least a single meal a day. Ghani's cousin, Ashraf, was among those who voluntarily enlisted. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by an elderly grandmother and had rarely experienced a full meal throughout his 20-plus years. For Ashraf, the most terrifying prospect was not death itself, but the gnawing pangs of hunger. In light of such dire circumstances, Ashraf displayed remarkable audacity in combat from the moment he first grasped a firearm, exhibiting unwavering bravery. To him, as long as he could secure sufficient food, taking a life was a trivial matter. Terrorist factions favored young men like Ashraf, who possessed such fearless resolve. Within a mere 6 months, he ascended to a pivotal position within the armed organization, serving as the right-hand man to its leader. With ample resources and weaponry at their disposal, and having captured a figure as significant as Tony Stark, the leader harbored grand ambitions of dominating the entire Kandahar province within a few years, aspiring to become the largest armed force in southern Afghanistan, even dreaming of challenging the government's military might. The only shortcoming was the lack of manpower. Over the past half-year, they had plundered numerous villages and abducted many children as potential recruits. However, These children were still quite young and would require several years of training before they could qualify as competent soldiers. The conscripts taken from the villages largely harbored deep resentment towards their captors, with only a rare few, like Osroff, disregarding morality solely to satiate their hunger. Consequently, Osroff's superior urged him to seek out local friends or relatives for recruitment, assuring him that once these individuals underwent training, they would fall under Osroff's command. Thus, during his previous visit home, Osroff had mentioned this prospect to Ghani. "Join us, and you shall never experience hunger again. Not only will there be sustenance, but a monthly stipend in dollars as well. Accompany your cousin. The moment to transform your destiny has arrived." Unexpectedly, Ghani indeed altered his fate through this cousin, acquiring a passport and funds from Jin Yu, and they metamorphosed into citizens of M country. Of course, the condition was to locate their cousin with Jin Yu, and how Jin Yu would treat Osroff depended on his willingness to cooperate. Larry Village. This marks Osroff's third return in 6 months. The previous 2 visits were to deliver supplies to his grandmother and to survey the village's youth and relatives, seeking those willing to join their cause. Last time, he had already inquired, and several villagers expressed their readiness to follow him. He had consulted with his superior, and this return was solely to escort them away. However, upon stepping into his home, the cold muzzle of a black gun pressed against his forehead. Osroff reacted swiftly. Sensing the unease, he refrained from immediate surrender and instead chambered a round in his AK. Unfortunately, before he could act further, Jin Yu effortlessly bent the barrel of his weapon, prompting Osroff to abandon resistance. He was not afraid of death, but he was no fool. "Who are you?" Osroff inquired, observing the peculiar duo before him. The woman, a redhead resembling an E-country native, held a handgun to his head, while the man, slender and seemingly East Asian, had just disarmed him with bare hands. "Can you understand English?" Jin Yu casually tossed the AK to the ground and asked. "Yes, I can speak a little." Osroff's accent was somewhat peculiar, yet comprehensible. "Excellent. Please, come in and have a seat. Cooperate, and we shall not harm you." Jin Yu, along with the Black Widow, exuded confidence, unperturbed by potential resistance. The Black Widow lowered her handgun and shut the door. "Who are you? Where is my grandmother?" Osroff scanned the room, demanding answers. "We administered a mild sedative to your grandmother. Rest assured, it poses no harm. She is sleeping upstairs, and Ghani is keeping her company." Jin Yu replied, taking a seat with a leisurely demeanor. "Ghani, he brought you here." Osroff, displaying remarkable composure, remained unflustered. "Indeed. Now I will ask questions and you will respond. If you lie, both you and your grandmother shall perish. Do you understand? Ask away. Did your organization capture an M-country citizen, Tony Stark, 2 months ago?" "I do not know." Osroff's response was resolute and unwavering. "It appears you have yet to grasp your current predicament." The Black Widow drew her handgun once more, this time with less gentleness, pressing the muzzle against Osroff's temple, tilting his head to the side. "I am acutely aware of my current predicament. If I refrain from responding to you, I shall perish. If I do answer, I can only escape with my grandmother. We possess no shelter, no funds, and ultimately, we would merely succumb to death in the desert. It would be far more merciful to be shot by you." Osroff tilted his head, casting a glance at Jin Yu, his words imbued with earnestness. "Ha!" Jin Yu chuckled, realizing that this made their conversation considerably more straightforward. There was no need for threats or inducements, simply a dialogue of terms would suffice. He reached for Black Widow's gun and, without further ado, produced the passports he had meticulously prepared, the photographs synthesized from the Ghani household. With a resounding thud, he slammed 2 American passports before Osroff. "These passports belong to you and your grandmother. We will provide airfare, accommodation, and even a sum of $100,000. We can even secure a job for you, provided you cooperate with us." To the farmers of Kandahar, these American passports were akin to a stairway to heaven, especially when accompanied by monetary compensation, housing, and employment. Yet, Osroff's expression remained unchanged. He merely regarded Jin Yu with a faint gaze and declared, "I do not trust you." Jin Yu, somewhat at a loss for words, scratched his head and beckoned towards the stairs, saying, "Ghani, it's your turn. Prove it to your cousin." Ghani had been eavesdropping from the stairway. While he felt an exhilarating rush when betraying Ashraf, the reality of bringing someone into Ashraf's home left him feeling anxious. Initially, he had feared that Jin Yu would kill Ashraf, which left him with a tinge of guilt. However, upon hearing that there was indeed a way out for him, including his grandmother, Ghani finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bounding down the stairs with enthusiasm, Ghani exclaimed, "Ashraf, it's all true. I have verified the passports from my family. They are genuine. We can go to the M country together." Bang! In response to Ghani, Ashraf rose and delivered a fierce punch. "This is the price of your betrayal. My grandfather is your grandfather's elder brother, and you would sell me out for an American passport? Remember, it is because you betrayed me that you have become an American. You owe me a favor." Ashraf pointed at Ghani with venomous ire. Then, disregarding the latter who was now on the ground clutching his cheek, turned to Jin Yu and asked, "Are you trying to rescue that American, the one who can manufacture missiles?" Jin Yu and Black Widow's faces brightened at these words. Although they had initially speculated, Ashraf's verbal confirmation solidified their belief that he was indeed referring to Tony Stark. "Indeed, if you cooperate with us, the passports and the dollars will be yours. You can embark on a new life in the M country with your grandmother, and yes, your cousin too. Your entire family can start anew. I can agree to your terms, but I have several stipulations." Ashraf glanced at Ghani, still on the ground, and spoke. "Very well. State your demands. We shall endeavor to accommodate you." Black Widow responded. "First, escort the Ghani family and my grandmother. Second, arrange the $100,000 and the house. Once you have completed these tasks, I shall cooperate with you to rescue the individuals in need." Ashraf spoke succinctly yet with remarkable decisiveness. "We have already provided our passports and can deliver the cash immediately. We have paid our dues. Why do you believe we would acquiesce to your demands? We can take you to your base right now and rescue those we wish to save." The Black Widow did not immediately acquiesce but rather retorted with a hint of menace. "You would not dare. Your goal is to save lives, not to take them. Until you ascertain the situation, you will not take such risks. He is a significant figure, is he not? Although I am unaware of his true identity, I am certain he holds considerable importance, worthy of your efforts, is he not?" Ashraf's conviction was palpable. "I admire this young man. He possesses the potential to be an agent. We may agree to his terms, as we require some time to devise a plan." The Black Widow smiled as she holstered her weapon. "Very well." Jin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "You heard, we have consented. I shall return here in a week. You may await my arrival and fulfill my conditions, and I will assist you in the rescue." Having spoken these words, Ashraf turned once more towards Ghani, extending his hand towards him amidst his fearful gaze. "Take care of my grandmother. Let the betrayal slide, or I shall personally send you to hell. Do you understand?" "Understood." Ghani nodded submissively, and Jin Yu could not help but reflect on how terrified this man was of his cousin, despite having betrayed him so readily at first. "I find it perplexing. Since Ghani betrayed you, why did you trust him once he claimed the passports were genuine?" Finally, Jin Yu voiced his confusion. "He could never lie to me as a child. Whenever he did, he would blink furiously, and I always saw through him, though I never revealed it." A faint smile finally appeared on Ashraf's face. "Did I? Really?" Ghani murmured to himself. Chapter 29. Do you remember Torres? Although Ashraf's words were undeniably trustworthy, Black Widow could not afford to be complacent. Initially, she contemplated surreptitiously implanting a tracking device on Ashraf, but upon reflection, she considered the possibility of advanced equipment on his side that could detect such an intrusion, rendering the effort futile. Fortunately, prior arrangements had been made. Once Ashraf departed, SHIELD personnel took over the surveillance. Regrettably, the pursuit was halted near the Pakistan border when numerous vehicles were observed patrolling the desert, instilling caution in the agents. Circling the area extensively, I became certain that they were concealed within that vicinity. The efficiency of SHIELD was commendable. By the time the tracking agent returned the following day, a temporary action team had already assembled at the bar. Black Widow produced a high-definition map of the desert, and the agent swiftly marked a circle on it. Upon determining the approximate location, Black Widow's subsequent directives showcased the formidable might of intelligence agencies. Request a satellite from headquarters. I require detailed photographic documentation of this area, down to the finest hairs on a caterpillar. Additionally, I need a comprehensive rescue and extraction plan. Immediately, with her command, everyone except Jin Yu dispersed in a flurry. Black Widow, having just emerged from her intense focus, noticed Jin Yu staring at her in a daze and cast him an inquiring glance. Ahem, it's nothing. I was merely wondering, are there caterpillars in the desert? In the dead of night, while others were meticulously gathering intelligence to gain a thorough understanding of the area, Black Widow poured herself a glass of red wine and sat across from Jin Yu. It has been ages since I savored your cooking. After this operation, you must prepare a grand feast for me. Upon uttering this, Jin Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing how intimate his relationship with Black Widow had become. Though they were not officially together, their bond was undeniably closer than that of mere friends. All right, no problem, Jin Yu responded with unwavering confidence. Do you remember Torres? Black Widow suddenly shifted the topic. Jin Yu certainly recalled Torres. The fragments of the bronze mirror had been obtained from him, not only restoring the mirror but also allowing them to abscond with hundreds of millions in cash and various weapons, thus establishing a connection with Black Widow that led to a series of subsequent events. What's the matter? Jin Yu inquired, noticing the seriousness in Black Widow's expression. After being taken, he aligned himself with the military. He possesses an extensive network in the Middle East and former Soviet regions, capable of providing the military with numerous biological and physical scientists. The military specifically formed an intelligence group for him, of which he is the head, and he has been discreetly inquiring about you of late. Jin Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was not unexpected that Torres would seek him out. He was acutely aware of this. However, when the Black Widow inquired so directly, he found himself at a loss for a suitable response. As he pondered how to articulate his thoughts, she suddenly broke into a playful laugh. You need not overthink it. You may choose not to divulge anything, but do not deceive me. The day you clashed with Torres, I was observing from above the hotel. While others were oblivious, I noticed both of you wearing pendants around your necks. Yet, after we descended, those pendants mysteriously vanished. Initially, I dismissed it, but now that he is fervently searching for you, I cannot help but wonder if it is merely a case of misplaced anger directed at you. Upon hearing these words, Jin Yu was utterly stunned. Though he had always recognized his own limited capabilities within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he had harbored a sense of superiority when confronted by these cinematic figures. He often felt omniscient even regarding them as mere NPCs. While that characterization might be an exaggeration, he certainly held a condescending perspective. Yet, he had forgotten that this was a tangible world, devoid of the narrative glitches found in films. The so-called NPCs he faced were indeed the pinnacle of their respective fields. In comparison, the Jin Yu of his previous life was merely an inconsequential passerby. With this realization, Jin Yu silently sighed and reminded himself that this was a real world. He could not afford to maintain such an arrogant mindset, especially when dealing with superheroes or villains. Indeed, I harbor my own secrets. I regret that I cannot share them with you. But trust me, Natasha, my intentions are benign. Having reached this point in their conversation, he felt that any further secrecy would seem petty, so he openly acknowledged the truth. I trust you. What I wish to convey is that you are being watched. Beyond Torres, the military is also interested in utilizing your blood cells for experimentation. Although Nick claims to have resolved the matter, the internal dynamics of the military are complicated. Not everyone will support Nick's agenda. Sooner or later, someone will come seeking you. Do you understand? I comprehend. What, then, is your suggestion? Jin Yu recognized that Black Widow would not broach such a subject without purpose. Execute the plan to rescue Tony Stark and earn his gratitude. The Stark family wields unparalleled influence within the military and the entire government of M. With Nick and Stark on your side, unless you engage in some monumental act that threatens the government, trouble will inevitably find you. Jin Yu initially assumed Black Widow had more to say, yet this was precisely the endeavor he had intended to undertake. Having been here for over 2 months, he believed that Tony Stark had completed his evolution. Seizing an opportunity to approach him was a task Jin Yu was eager to undertake, not merely for Stark's wealth, but because Iron Man had always been his favorite character. Furthermore, what young man could resist the allure of a suit of armor? Observing Jin Yu's somewhat indifferent expression, Black Widow began to feel a twinge of concern. I understand that we have fought together in the past, yet this time is different. We require you to infiltrate first and gather intelligence regarding Tony Stark's situation. Should you be discovered and find yourself without support in a short span of time, you will face an entire base of heavily armed terrorists alone. The Black Widow spoke slowly and with great seriousness, her face etched with concern. Jin Yu felt a warmth in his heart at her words and replied with a smile. Do not be so anxious. Allow me to perform a magic trick and witness a moment of wonder. Chapter 30. Infiltrating the enemy's lair a week later. 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border in the Kandahar desert, a dilapidated off-road vehicle wobbled its way over a sand dune. Behind the wheel was Ashraf, accompanied by a young man in his early 20s, his face adorned with a full beard. Ashraf, while maneuvering the vehicle, conversed with the young man, who nodded earnestly, diligently absorbing every word. Afghanistan is a peculiar land. Though not vast in size, its terrain is remarkably diverse, encompassing hills, plains, and deserts. The Kandahar Desert is distinct from others, a blend of pure sand and semi-arid land. Here, one could encounter undulating dunes, followed by stretches of cracked, semi-desiccated earth, interspersed with small yellowish hills. Ashraf's base was nestled within one of these small hills, where several caves had been excavated, providing a comfortable refuge that was warm in winter and cool in summer. Surrounding these caves, the varying heights of hills formed a natural basin, akin to a spacious courtyard. Covered with canvas that matched the hue of the surrounding terrain, it would be nearly impossible to detect from the air without precise coordinates. This place is remarkable. Your leader has a true knack for finding such locations, remarked Jin Yu, seated in the passenger seat, disguised as a Middle Eastern individual using special materials. Upon witnessing the base that resembled something out of a film, he could not help but exclaim, "Silence! Damn it! Do not forget you are mute and cannot speak or hear others. Understand? You must remember this or you will compromise me," Ashraf admonished, turning to glance at Jin Yu, who had transformed into another person before his eyes. A transformation that left him in awe. "Understood. I shall be quiet," Jin Yu replied with a resigned roll of his eyes, his tone languid. It appeared that Ashraf had established himself well within the base. Throughout their drive into the basin, Jin Yu observed at least 3 hidden sentries, yet they did not impede Ashraf's passage despite the presence of an unfamiliar face. This suggested that Ashraf held a considerable position within the armed faction. Upon entering the small basin, as Ashraf led Jin Yu toward a cave, they were halted by several fully armed soldiers. "Intruder, who are you?" one of them demanded. "He is Zai, my distant cousin, whom I have brought to join us as a freedom fighter," Ashraf replied promptly. However, the soldiers showed no leniency toward Ashraf, instead addressing Jin Yu with stern expressions. "We are asking you, stranger. Speak." "He is mute, deaf and mute," Ashraf gestured emphatically, attempting to clarify the situation while simultaneously informing his mute cousin of what was unfolding. "Deaf and mute?" The soldier at the forefront murmured in confusion, yet refrained from elaborating, merely conducting a meticulous search of Jin Yu before stepping aside to allow the 2 individuals to enter. The cavern was expansive. Having traversed the narrow passage outside and walked for over 10 meters, they emerged into a broad chamber. The cramped corridor transformed into a wide hallway, approximately 4 to 5 meters across, with various rooms of differing sizes carved into the rock walls on either side, each equipped with dilapidated, antiquated iron doors. Ashraf led Jin Yu through a series of winding turns until they arrived at a room. Before entering, Ashraf cast a cautionary glance at Jin Yu, signaling him to be wary, before he reached out and opened the door. Inside was a room of about 20 to 30 square meters, cluttered with simple wooden stools lining the walls. Approximately 7 or 8 individuals occupied the space, one of whom was a portly man with a bushy beard, seated at a makeshift table constructed from wooden planks, upon which several antiquated monitors were displayed. Jin Yu merely glanced at the screens, his heart racing with excitement. On the surveillance footage, Two men busied themselves around a similar wooden control panel in another cave, one of whom was none other than Tony Stark, the very target of Jin Yu's mission. Compared to his cinematic portrayal, this version of Tony Stark appeared somewhat younger, maintaining a striking resemblance of over 80%. The world-renowned playboy was clad in tattered clothing, his appearance disheveled, yet he exuded a vibrant energy. Most striking was the blue glow emanating from his chest. Visible through his clothing, the hallmark of Iron Man, the miniature arc reactor, often referred to as the Heart of Iron. After a brief observation, Jin Yu turned away, adopting an expression of bewilderment as if he were lost in thought, to avoid raising suspicion. Ashraf strode confidently towards the bearded man, leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear before gesturing energetically toward Jin Yu. With a fa of confusion, Jin Yu approached, slightly bowing as he offered a bashful yet ingratiating smile to the bearded man, reminiscent of a novice encountering a superior for the first time. Ha ha ha, your cousin seems promising. His name is Zai, correct? A fine name, though regrettably he is mute. But perhaps that is for the best. No noise or idle chatter. Let him stay. The bearded man chuckled. Ashraf promptly began to gesture and communicate with Jin Yu, who feigned enlightenment, nodding enthusiastically at the bearded man. The bearded man waved his hand, signaling Jin Yu to feel at ease, before turning to Ashraf. You wish for your cousin to wait at the entrance while I discuss a few matters with you? Afterward, you can help him get settled. Ashraf nodded vigorously, and after another round of gesturing, Jin Yu turned to leave. Just as Jin Yu had taken his first step away, the bearded man's previously affable demeanor shifted dramatically. He abruptly drew a handgun from his waist and aimed it at Jin Yu. Ashraf's expression morphed into one of terror, and he opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by a fierce look from the bearded man. The gun, initially aimed at the back of Jin Yu's head, suddenly shifted downward. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out in succession, each striking near Jin Yu's heel, sending fragments of stone flying. Yet, Jin Yu appeared unfazed, proceeding forward with an air of nonchalance, even closing the door behind him. Ha ha ha! Ashraf indeed is a mute. Being mute is advantageous, for one who cannot hear knows not fear. As long as one dares to shoot, they are inherently a valiant warrior. Ashraf hastened to teach him the art of shooting and killing. The expression on the bearded man's face shifted once more, while Ashraf beside him chuckled in agreement, a droplet of sweat the size of a bean slowly trickling down his cheek. Chapter 31. Iron Man's initial encounter outside the door. Jin Yu stood motionless, inwardly cursing. The moment the bearded man drew his gun was undoubtedly infused with murderous intent, compelling Jin Yu to instinctively activate bullet time. It was precisely due to his acute sense of impending danger that he refrained from turning back, for this fleeting moment of bullet time vanished in a mere second. Trusting the abilities bestowed upon him by the copper mirror, he resisted the urge to glance behind him. Nevertheless, when the first gunshot rang out, his heart sank momentarily. Fortunately, he had received a prior warning, establishing a mental defense mechanism. Otherwise, he would have instinctively turned around to evade, thereby exposing himself entirely. Disguising himself as a mute was not a feasible option, as the local dialects were numerous: E-language, Pashto, Arabic, Persian, and various others, none of which Jin Yu could comprehend. Without adopting the guise of a mute, it would be impossible for him to blend in. Standing at the threshold, upon hearing the bearded man's hearty laughter from within, Jin Yu finally felt a sense of relief. His identity appeared to have passed scrutiny. Who would have anticipated that one of the leaders of an armed organization would possess such cunning? Just a moment ago, he had been smiling and engaging with Jin Yu, and in the next instant he drew his weapon from behind. Moreover, Jin Yu could sense that the bearded man held considerable trust in Ashraf. Yet even so, he felt the need to test his relatives before fully accepting them. This revealed the extreme caution exercised by this group, which perhaps explained why the military intelligence of M country had mobilized for over 2 months without locating them in the desert. After the bearded man's probing, Ashraf finally settled Jin Yu into this location. For the following days, Ashraf arranged for individuals to train Jin Yu in marksmanship. Fortunately, Jin Yu had genuinely never practiced before, alleviating the burden of pretense. He merely had to lift his arms slightly while firing, feigning the effects of recoil. After approximately 3 to 4 days of training, Jin Yu finally received his first opportunity to meet Tony Stark. Ashraf, accompanied by several others, was transporting items into the cave and deliberately coincidentally spotted Jin Yu, inviting him to assist. The boxes contained miniature missiles. Due to a shortage of materials, they needed to dismantle these mini-missiles to extract the necessary components and elements for Stark's latest invention, the Jericho missile. The concept was commendable, yet these terrorists were utterly ignorant of the advanced project of missile manufacturing. Ultimately, they watched Tony Stark through surveillance for 3 months, only to witness him construct the Mark I armor right under their noses. Returning to the subject of the missile boxes, although these missiles were miniature, they were not light enough for one person to carry alone. A group of terrorists working in pairs struggled to transport 4 or 5 boxes into the cave. In contrast to the previous cavern, this one was significantly smaller, with a long passage extending at least 20 meters, culminating in a circular chamber over 100 square meters in size. Only a single entrance remained, secured by a sturdy iron door, vigilantly guarded by 2 armed soldiers. Upon witnessing the group carrying boxes inside, the soldiers made no effort to assist. Instead, they simply unlocked the door with a key, their hands resolutely resting on their weapons, maintaining a watchful presence on either side. Their defense appeared stringent, yet with Jin Yu having infiltrated the interior, the presence of 20 guards outside would prove inconsequential. As he followed the crowd inside, one of Jin Yu's companions, seemingly fatigued, stumbled and collided with a makeshift workbench, causing a cacophony as various tools and blueprints tumbled down. By chance, the blueprints landed right in front of Jin Yu, who instinctively picked them up and began to organize them in his hands. At that moment, Tony Stark, who was observing their activities alongside Ethan, suddenly shouted, "Don't touch my tools! Place the missiles over there." Jin Yu, choosing to ignore him, felt a flicker of recognition as he recalled that arranging the blueprints in the correct order resembled the design of the Mark I from the film. Just as he intended to examine the blueprints closely, Tony Stark approached briskly. Coincidentally, the other fellow finished gathering the scattered tools just as Tony, with an anxious expression, snatched the blueprints from Jin Yu's hands. Upon a quick glance, he realized that the arrangement did not fortuitously align with that of the Mark I, prompting him to release a sigh of relief. Amused, Jin Yu deliberately lagged behind as they exited, coordinating with Ashraf to ensure others moved ahead while he remained at the rear, creating a considerable distance between himself and the group. He then rejoined Tony Stark's side, leaning down to murmur, "These drawings are impressive. When combined, they resemble Transformers." At this remark, Tony Stark's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could respond, Jin Yu quickly added, "Do not speak. I prefer to keep my cover as a mute. I am here to assist you, and I will return to find you." Without waiting for a reply, he hurried after Ashraf and the others. In truth, Tony Stark was hesitant to inquire further, as the presence of others and the omnipresent surveillance cameras made it impossible to voice his shock and unease, leaving him to grapple with his bewilderment internally. This encounter had been a spur-of-the-moment decision for Jin Yu, triggered by the sight of the blueprints. Although it startled Tony Stark, it ultimately served as the most effective means of earning his trust, sparing Jin Yu the need for lengthy explanations. Having discovered a secret without betraying him was, in essence, the most compelling evidence of his intentions. Ashraf is a person known for his meticulous approach to tasks. After a few days had passed, allowing Jin Yu to become familiar within the base and less conspicuous, he finally began to assign Jin Yu the duty of delivering supplies to the cave. It is worth mentioning that aside from the guards at the entrance, the cave where Tony Stark is held is under the supervision of the bearded man, who not only monitors the progress but also strives to provide everything necessary for missile production. This is why Ashraf is responsible for transporting items. He is the bearded man's right hand. It must be said that Jin Yu's seemingly random choice of an individual turned out to be quite fortuitous. Initially, Jin Yu hoped to take advantage of the opportunity to converse with Tony Stark while delivering the supplies. However, upon seeing Jin Yu approach the entrance alone, the guard watched him closely as he brought the items inside. Just as Jin Yu placed the supplies down, the guard gestured for him to exit promptly. Although Jin Yu felt somewhat helpless, he had prepared for this moment. As he left through the door, he cleverly shielded the guard's view with his body, taking advantage of a blind spot in the surveillance. At that moment, he subtly loosened his grip, allowing a small slip of paper to glide down the outer side of his pant leg. Chapter 32. The unexpected collaboration of the mustachioed man. Are you certain of your confidence? Nick's anxiety was palpable as he refrained from relaying the information to the military, fearing that a hasty assault might precipitate unforeseen consequences. We require a flawlessly orchestrated plan. Any misstep would result in the blame resting squarely upon our shoulders. Over the satellite phone, Black Widow conveyed Nick Fury's pressure to Jin Yu. Rest assured, it will be within a few days. There is no cause for concern. Remember, I am a magician. Jin Yu's tone was somewhat boastful. Just as he was about to end the call, Black Widow's voice resonated once more. Jin Yu, if, and I emphasize if, anything goes awry, your foremost priority must be your own safety. Disregard any notions of heroics. And do not forget, you owe me a sumptuous meal. Fear not, should danger arise, I shall certainly prioritize my own protection. After all, he is a notorious playboy, not a glamorous supermodel gracing the cover of a magazine. I am rather superficial, you recall? Jin Yu chuckled as he ended the call. Calculating the days, it indeed seemed that the time was nearly at hand. Seated within his modest cave, Jin Yu scratched his head, vaguely recalling a line from a film where Tony Stark mentioned spending 3 months in a cave. It was approaching that time frame, yet he had yet to find a genuine opportunity to connect with him, leaving Jin Yu feeling somewhat disheartened. While contemplating how to proactively create an opportunity, a thunderous knock echoed against the small iron door of his cave, causing dust to cascade from the rocky walls. Rising to open the door, he found Ashraf standing there. Noticing the empty corridor, Jin Yu lowered his voice. Why knock so forcefully when no one is around? Ashraf, his expression stern, stepped into the cave without a word. Once the door was closed, he quietly addressed Jin Yu. I am not keen on any unexpected incidents. My grandmother is waiting for me in M country. Your opportunity has arrived. My boss is dissatisfied with the progress. I know him well. He will surely seek a chance to show that M country fellow some consequences. You must accompany me. Jin Yu was eager for this prospect and promptly rose to follow Ashraf. However, before he reached the door, Ashraf grasped his arm firmly. You promised to ensure my safety. Those who are barefoot fear not those in shoes. Ashraf now anticipated a new life, no longer the reckless youth he once was. Rest assured. Jin Yu patted Ashraf's shoulder, contemplating for a moment before turning back to say, before we commence, I shall inform you. Find an excuse to leave first. This statement was delivered with utmost sincerity, not out of a desire to be overly altruistic, but rather because keeping him there served little purpose. Ashraf was indeed well acquainted with the temper of the bearded man. Just as they reached the entrance of the surveillance room, they witnessed the bearded man storming out, cursing vehemently, flanked by a group of individuals as they made their way menacingly toward the cave where Tony Stark was held captive. Beside him was a fearsome bald giant, whom Jin Yu recognized from the films as the true leader of this armed organization. It was he who had engaged in negotiations with Obadiah Stane, only to seemingly be silenced by Stane in the end. Remarkably, after several days spent here, Jin Yu had nearly forgotten about this figure. The group rushed into the adjacent cave, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, the bearded man waved his hand, prompting his subordinates to seize Tony Stark and Ethan, forcefully pinning them onto the table. I am furious. Infuriated. We reached an agreement. I would spare your life, and in return you would manufacture Jericho missiles for me. You require tools? I will provide them. You need materials? I shall supply everything. Yet now, nearly 3 months have passed since your arrival, and I have yet to see even the shell of a missile. Tony Stark, it seems you have forgotten one crucial detail. This is Afghanistan, not your laboratory in America. Here, I am in command. The bearded man roared angrily at Tony Stark, with a menacing array of firearms aimed directly at Stark's head. You are correct. This is not a laboratory. Here, only rudimentary tools exist. My assistant is a doctor, and these are Jericho missiles we are discussing, not the second-rate goods scattered around. I require time, as you can see. I have been diligently working. The frustration of lacking technical understanding was evident, for the bearded man could only respond with a rising, agitated chest, unable to articulate anything of substance. Meanwhile, the bald man, having observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, drew his pistol and pressed it against Ethan's temple upon hearing Stark's words. Tony Stark, you must have seen your fair share of American films. Do you fancy yourself a hero, You have 3 days, only 3 days.
Impossible.
3 days is far too short. It is utterly unfeasible, Tony Stark exclaimed, for his armor had yet to be calibrated, and he was forced to work in secrecy. 3 days was simply insufficient for him. I am not negotiating with you, Mr. Stark. The bald man wasted no time, flipping off the safety of his pistol, his finger poised on the trigger. Fine. I agree. Damn it. I agree. 3 days. Tony Stark shouted in exasperation. Excellent. The bald man, satisfied, holstered his weapon, and his subordinates released their grip. 3 days was indeed a tight timeline, and Stark realized he would need to enlist additional help. He looked earnestly at the bald leader, who remained silent, his gaze penetrating as if attempting to discern whether Stark was attempting to deceive him. I truly require more personnel. Otherwise, you will certainly not see any missiles within 3 days. Even if you were to kill us both, it would make no difference. Tony Stark, upon encountering the bald man, fell silent for a moment, inhaling deeply before suppressing his voice to emit a low growl. Very well, as you wish, Stark. Choose your own assistant. With that, the bald man turned on his heel and departed, leaving the bearded man to select personnel. I require someone with steady hands, capable of maintaining focus. We certainly do not wish for an inadvertent explosion to obliterate this place. Do we? Tony Stark articulated his requirements to the bearded man. Steady hands? Focused. The bearded man surveyed the surroundings, and when his gaze landed on Jin Yu, his eyes lit up. I have an individual here who is absolutely focused, although communication may pose a challenge. If you can overcome that, he would be the ideal candidate. Jin Yu had initially prepared alternative measures alongside Tony Stark, feigning the process of selection, intending ultimately for himself to remain. However, it was an unexpected delight when the bearded man directly pointed to Jin Yu. Communication is not an issue. I can provide hands-on instruction. Let us proceed. I need to assess the steadiness of his hands. Chapter 33. The eve of escape. Who exactly are you? Once the crowd dispersed, Tony Stark led Jin Yu to the workbench, lifting a miniature missile from the ground and demonstrating its workings as if instructing Jin Yu in the craft. Yet, in a hushed tone, he inquired, "Rest assured. They cannot hear our conversation. Just avoid facing the camera directly. Who I am is of little consequence. The crux of the matter is that I have been commissioned by a head of an intelligence agency to locate and assist in your rescue. Listen, I am aware you have your own plans, and we must cooperate." An intelligence agency? Tony Stark expressed surprise, as it was typically the military that would be involved. CIA or FBI? Jin Yu rolled his eyes, seemingly exasperated that these were the first two agencies that came to mind when discussing intelligence. Neither. It is the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics. Homeland. Defense. Never mind, these details are indeed irrelevant. Let us discuss my plan. Tony Stark's strategy was straightforward and audacious, to don his armor and charge out headlong. However, with Jin Yu's involvement and the potential for outside assistance, the overall plan gained considerable refinement. At the very least, the weapon systems on his armor appeared less critical. Ensuring his own safety during the fray became the priority. Nevertheless, Tony Stark was not one to sit idly by. With time still on their side, he endeavored to enhance his armor as much as possible. Thus, over the next 2 days, the three of them busied themselves energetically in front of the cameras, instilling a sense of confidence in the bearded overseer regarding their impending deadline. 2 days later, at dinner time, the trio sat in a blind spot of the cameras, enjoying their meal. Jin Yu instructed Tony Stark to keep an eye on the guards outside while he seemingly conjured a satellite phone out of thin air, notifying Black Widow that they would commence their operation early the following morning. This maneuver left Ethan and Tony Stark utterly astounded. After spending the past 2 days together, they were well aware of Jin Yu's attire, which bore no pockets. Where could he have concealed the phone? You actually possess a satellite phone? Where did you hide it? In such an environment, familiarity among individuals developed swiftly, and after 2 days, their conversations had become notably more casual. Is it so strange to carry a phone? Everyone has one. What, do you lack mobile phones? Jin Yu remarked casually while munching on a piece of bread. Voo. What the hell? Tony Stark nearly choked on Jin Yu's words. Did you know? Before I met you, I never thought there could exist anyone more insufferable than myself. Congratulations. You are indeed the most insufferable one. Now, can you tell me where you hid the phone? I need to make a call. Absolutely not. It's not safe. I am unsure whom you intend to contact, but as a friend who has shared 2 days within this cave, I offer you a heartfelt caution. Your abduction is undoubtedly not a mere coincidence. You ought to reflect deeply on who is aware of your route. Jin Yu's words struck Tony Stark with a jolt. It was a notion he had contemplated, though he was reluctant to accept it and lacked the time to ponder. For the past few months, he had tirelessly labored to construct his armor, eager to escape the damp confines of this cave. He had initially considered reaching out to his military acquaintance, Rhodes, but given that Jin Yu had already set plans in motion for tomorrow's operation, making a call now seemed imprudent. Furthermore, the guards outside periodically cast glances within, rendering any conversation perilous. Zai, you have chosen to be called by that name here. With our actions commencing tomorrow, I am curious to know your true name. Ethan spoke up, breaking the silence between the two, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere. After uttering this, Tony Stark turned his gaze toward Jin Yu, sharing the same curiosity about the identity of the individual whose audacity surpassed his own. My name? I am Robert Downey, Jin Yu replied, beaming like a fox that has pilfered a hen. Robert Downey? Ethan looked on in disbelief, while Tony Stark regarded Jin Yu with a puzzled expression. What is it? Is there something peculiar about this name? Jin Yu inquired, sensing he might have revealed too much. Not particularly. It's just that you are of Middle Eastern descent, yet your name does not seem to reflect that heritage. Oh, is that the reason? Jin Yu's realization dawned upon him. I have applied special materials for disguise. This is not my true appearance.
Remarquable make-up technique.
Ethan marveled. After a casual exchange, the three shared bread, intending to discuss further details for the following day. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The bald man and the bearded one had arrived to check on their progress. Perhaps due to the satisfactory work observed in recent days, they approached without a throng of subordinates, accompanied instead by a slav and another armed individual, totaling 4 who entered. I hope you remember, Stark, you have only 1 day left. The bearded man surveyed the room, noting the remnants scattered about, expressing dissatisfaction. All components are complete. We shall commence assembly tonight, and it will undoubtedly be ready by noon tomorrow. Excellent. Good. Well done. It appears I have found you a capable assistant. Stark, the bearded man beamed, having anticipated this success for months. He could only imagine the immense pressure they had endured during this time, for failing to eliminate Tony Stark had led to a rift with their financial backers, resulting in a loss of supplies and ammunition. Should this endeavor fail, it would be a disastrous miscalculation. Zai possesses commendable craftsmanship. To waste his talents with firearms would be a travesty. You should encourage him to pursue mechanical engineering or similar fields. Tony Stark shrugged, seemingly jesting about the near completion of his work. Yet he silently stepped forward, obstructing the bald leader's line of sight, which had been fixated on the pile of components on the ground. It is crucial to note that all parts for the escape plan scheduled for tomorrow morning had been nearly prepared, ready to be donned at a moment's notice. Any discovery at this juncture would render their efforts futile. Tony Stark's movement appeared quite natural. On the surface, he merely advanced to converse with the bearded man. The bald leader, without uttering a word, withdrew his gaze, casting a glance at both Stark and Jin Yu before speaking in a grave tone. Very well. I hope to witness your results tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Stark, after delivering this admonition, he turned on his heel and departed. Before leaving, Jin Yu discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Osroff, who nodded slightly in response, his lips forming a silent expression of gratitude. Observing Osroff's departing figure, Jin Yu mused that even upon arriving in the M country, this fellow should be faring quite well. That individual named Ghani had a cousin in M country, who had shown him respect, and this betrayal could be deemed a misstep in the grand scheme of things. In truth, Jin Yu was not alone in his thoughts. Osroff shared the sentiment. He recalled the day he brought Jin Yu over and the video call with his grandmother, who had excitedly introduced their new home. A house in a small town in the southern region of M country, complete with 2 stories, a garden, and a lawn, not to mention the brand new furnishings and appliances within. It was evident that this group had not merely arranged for their convenience but had put considerable thought into it, leaving Ashraf quite satisfied. Upon returning to the monitoring room, the bald leader convened a meeting with his core team, primarily discussing a significant deal that might materialize in the near future, urging everyone to conserve their energy and prepare accordingly. In the past, such discussions would have thrilled Ashraf, as they signified a larger share of money and resources for him. However, today, his mind was consumed with thoughts of departing from this place, leaving the desert and this country behind to embark on a new life, rendering him somewhat absent-minded. He had meticulously prepared his belongings, having sewn his new passport carefully into his trousers. In the preceding days, he had made considerable preparations, even burying a few articles of clothing and some cash in a nearby village in case of unforeseen circumstances. With his thoughts solely fixated on the escape planned for that night, the typically calm and indifferent Ashraf displayed an unusual excitement, being the first to rise and prepare to leave as the meeting concluded. He opened the iron gate, with a new life awaiting him just beyond it. However, just as his right hand grasped the handle, the bald leader's voice called out from behind. "Ashraf, wait a moment. I have something I need to ask you." As Ashraf paused momentarily, he silently cursed under his breath before turning to don a faint smile. "At your service, boss," he proclaimed, his gaze fixed anxiously on the bald leader, fearing that he might suddenly assign him a task that could jeopardize his escape plan. To his surprise, the bald leader remained silent, merely regarding him with a half-smile, leaving Ashraf feeling somewhat uneasy and reluctant to inquire further. It was not until all others had vacated the room, leaving only the bearded man and 2 armed sentinels, that the bald leader finally rose, approaching Ashraf with a smile. "You seem a bit off today, my brother. Typically, you are the last to leave. Is there something weighing on your mind?" The bald leader said as he embraced Ashraf's shoulders and guided him further inside. Ashraf felt a chill run through him, internally berating himself for being so careless, while outwardly he furrowed his brow, feigning discomfort. "I apologize, boss. I have been feeling unwell today. My stomach has been troubling me since the meeting, and I held out until now, so I am a bit anxious." "I am sorry, boss." Ashraf was tense to the utmost degree, yet he endeavored to appear relaxed to prevent the bald leader from detecting any flaws in his demeanor. "No worries, no worries. If you are truly unwell, you might consider seeing a doctor. We have our own physician, Ethan. He is quite competent. Speaking of which, I must extend my gratitude to your cousin. He performed admirably, completing the task alongside Stark and the others." "What is his name?" "I believe Stark referred to him as Zai, correct?" The mention of the name Zai caused Ashraf to stiffen involuntarily, for Zai was mute, and he wondered how Stark had managed to call him by name. This moment of stiffness was inconsequential, as the bald leader's arm remained draped over his shoulder, but sensing Ashraf's shift, the leader's gaze shifted ominously. Chapter 34. Namo Gatlin Bodhisattva. Under ordinary circumstances, such matters would be easily explicable, particularly for someone as composed as Ashraf. However, this evening, burdened by a sense of guilt and the urgency to flee, he was clearly not in his right mind. His usual trepidation towards the bald leader compounded his discomfort. Unlike his direct superior, the bearded man, the bald leader bore a perpetually stern countenance, leaving Ashraf in the dark about his thoughts. Consequently, his facade crumbled. The bald leader, too, had not anticipated this. He merely sensed an unsettling dissonance, an inexplicable foreboding that something was amiss. It was only when he observed Ashraf's stark deviation from his usual demeanor during the meeting that he decided to probe further, unwittingly striking gold. The bald leader, undoubtedly astute, swiftly grasped the situation. The arm that had once warmly draped over Ashraf's shoulder retracted with force, akin to an iron band tightening around Ashraf's neck. "That Zai is neither mute nor your cousin. You intend to escape, do you not?" he bellowed, prompting the bearded man and 2 armed associates to spring to their feet. The bearded man, who had always placed his trust in Ashraf, rushed forward, seizing Ashraf's clothing and demanding answers. "Is what he says true? Have you betrayed us?" I haven't. I merely have a stomach ache. I have not betrayed you, Ashraf stammered, his face flushed, struggling to articulate his defense. His immediate reaction betrayed him. He was clearly embroiled in trouble. Take him away and see how long he can maintain his stubbornness. We shall consult Stark to uncover their schemes. The bald leader tightened his grip until Ashraf was on the brink of unconsciousness, then released him, thrusting him towards the armed men before leading the bearded man towards a nearby cave to gather more personnel. Ashraf stumbled as he was propelled, colliding with another individual. His head bowed, one hand clutching his neck, gasping for air, yet his gaze drifted towards the grenade at the armed man's waist. At that moment, as the bald leader and the bearded man reached the doorway, another armed associate behind Ashraf placed a hand on his shoulder, twisting his arm to restrain him. Unexpectedly, Ashraf, seemingly struggling for breath, let out a piercing scream, twisting free. In an instant, he brandished a glistening grenade, the safety pin already removed. Jin Yu, you owe me a favor, Ashraf shouted, fully aware that he was now marked for death. Pleading on his knees would be futile. Thus, he resolved to create a commotion. Whether Jin Yu and the others could escape would be left to fate. Damn it! The bald leader and the bearded man turned back, their souls nearly escaping their bodies, and dashed outside, one to the left and one to the right. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the nearby caves and causing a cascade of dust and small debris to fall from above. What on earth has transpired? Jin Yu exchanged a glance with Tony Stark and Ethan, both visibly alarmed. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the frantic crackle of the guard's intercom pierced the atmosphere. Something has gone awry. They intend to kill us and take Stark. Ethan deciphered the urgent message, his face etched with anxiety as he turned to his companions. Tony Stark, quick to react, dashed to the workbench before Ethan's words had fully left his lips. He seized a massive wrench and charged toward the iron door. Alas, he was a moment too late. The door had already been flung open from the outside, and two guards with rifles stormed in. The first guard, instinctively leveling his weapon at the nearest figure, hesitated upon recognizing Tony Stark, then barked, "Drop your weapon." Meanwhile, the second guard entered without hesitation, raising his gun directly at Ethan. As the imminent threat loomed, Ethan, feeling a sense of despair, closed his eyes in resignation. Bang! Bang! Two shots rang out, and the guards collapsed to the ground. The gunfire emanated from the Python revolver in Jin Yu's hand, one of the most powerful handguns in existence, loaded with 357 magnum bullets. The guards' heads exploded like overripe melons, leaving a gruesome scene. Well, I'm not particularly versed in firearms. I shall opt for something a tad gentler next time. Jin Yu, hands raised in mock innocence, remarked to the astonished faces of Tony Stark and Ethan. Damn it! What the hell is going on? I need to suit up immediately. Tony, barricade the door and guard it with those rifles. We must buy ourselves a few precious minutes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tony Stark swiftly assessed the situation, assigning tasks to his companions. Although the nature of the crisis remained unclear, they found themselves isolated and vulnerable. Relying solely on the three of them would not suffice. They had no choice but to don their armor and prepare to fight. He sprinted to the corner where they had been assembling their suits, grateful that they had decided to prepare for action the following day. After the bald leader had departed, they had set up the armor in the corner for a swift deployment. The area where the components had been stored now housed a pile of disassembled missile casings. A fortunate stroke of luck given the dim lighting and the late hour, no one would come to inspect. Do you remember how to activate the suits program? We must hasten our efforts. I hope this iron door can hold them off for a while. What the hell are you doing? Tony, shut that damn door. They are coming. Tony Stark had only spoken halfway when he cast a glance toward Jin Yu, nearly infuriated to the point of exasperation. His intention was for Jin Yu to close the iron door and buy a moment's respite, allowing him to don his armor and subsequently block the entrance while slowly charging forth. Meanwhile, Jin Yu and Ethan would arm themselves with the two rifles lying on the ground to provide support. To his astonishment, upon glancing over, he discovered that not only had Jin Yu failed to shut the iron door, but he had also neglected to retrieve the rifles. Instead, he stood brazenly at the entrance wielding a revolver, resembling a living target. What was most infuriating was that upon hearing Tony Stark's furious roar, Jin Yu casually waved his handgun and innocently remarked, "It's fine. Just put on your armor. I have a gun. Are you jesting? Hurry and close that damn door. Do you intend to fend off those despicable terrorists with that revolver?" Tony Stark's frustration was palpable, veins bulging in his neck. He had already encountered Jin Yu's nonsensical demeanor over the past couple of days, and while he found it somewhat tolerable, he had not anticipated such levity at a critical moment. What intelligence agency would enlist such an unreliable character for assistance? The Department of Homeland Strategy, as its name suggested, was just as dubious as the individual before him. Tony Stark was truly beside himself. Having already donned his chest plate, he hastily peeled it off, only to take a single step forward before halting abruptly. "Indeed, you make a valid point. A revolver lacks sufficient firepower," Jin Yu remarked, flipping his wrist as the revolver mysteriously vanished. In its place appeared a minigun M134, a formidable weapon with 6 dark barrels, commonly referred to as the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Tony Stark stood frozen in place, speechless, nearly choking on his own incredulity. To Tony, "Perhaps we should forgo the armor and simply follow Donnie out." Ethan, equally dumbfounded, murmured while gazing at Jin Yu's Gatling gun. Chapter 35. Is there an armory within? When the bald leader initially selected this base, he was particularly drawn to the several meter-thick natural stone walls of the cave. As long as their supplies were ample, they could easily conceal themselves within this cavern. As long as their exact position remained unknown, even if the M Army deployed bombers for a widespread assault, they would have little to fear. Little did he anticipate that one day, the very cave he chose would provide a natural barrier for his adversaries. Upon entering just a few meters, they were met with an unimaginable barrage of heavy fire. Of the dozen or so who had entered, 5 or 6 were immediately felled by the first wave of gunfire. Fortunately, the cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned did not lead to the outside via a straight corridor. There was an arched hall formed by a natural stone pillar in the middle. Were it not for this sanctuary, they would likely have faced total annihilation. However, the distressing aspect was that both the entrance and exit were through a linear corridor. They were still haunted by the recent gunfire, and several dim bulbs along the passage had been shattered, plunging the area into darkness. How could they possibly proceed? Pressing against the corridor wall, the bald leader grew anxious after lingering for more than half a minute. He gestured to one of his subordinates, who understood the signal and edged toward the passage's side. He retrieved a grenade from his tactical belt, removed the safety pin, and held it for a moment before preparing to execute a rolling throw along the ground. Just as he extended his arm, the rapid-fire sound of a Gatling gun erupted once more. The unfortunate terrorist, having extended his reach a tad too far, had his entire arm, along with half of his shoulder and chest, shredded to pieces by the horrific hail of bullets. It was a foreboding sight. He was beyond saving. Fortunately, his grenade had slipped from his hand, or he might have inadvertently taken out his own comrades. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, abruptly silencing the gunfire. A glimmer of hope flickered on the bald leader's face. Had they hit something? Just as he prepared to peek out, the relentless gunfire resumed, striking the wall where he was concealed, sending stone debris flying. A fragment grazed his forehead, leaving a small trail of blood. Damn it! Damn it! The bald leader retreated more than a meter in haste. "I was away for just a few days, and this is how you guard them? Not only did a traitor bring outsiders in, but how did you allow a Gatling gun to be smuggled right under your nose?" Unable to devise a solution, he could only bellow at the bearded man, venting his frustration. "You weren't supposed to let them bring weapons in. We don't even possess such heavy firepower in our base." The bearded man's voice dwindled as he spoke, for he had been diligently stationed before the monitors, with 2 guards always standing at the entrance, checking anyone who entered. He had no idea how the weapon made its way inside, but the stark reality left him with no choice but to acknowledge his own negligence. The bald chief let out a long sigh, realizing that now was not the moment for inquiries. He lowered his head in contemplation, then picked up the walkie-talkie to contact his men outside. Just as the gunfire erupted, footsteps could indeed be heard approaching, and he believed it was his subordinates coming to provide support. However, before they could enter, The sound of rapid gunfire and anguished cries erupted, ultimately subsiding into silence. Do not charge directly. Bring more men. Form groups of 3 standing side by side, and open fire towards the inside simultaneously. Rotate the 3 groups, and once we suppress him with firepower, we will advance slowly. The bald chief felt a sense of helplessness. The first 2 groups were likely to be riddled with bullets. He was in dire need of soldiers, and the loss of life would undoubtedly weigh heavily on him, yet there appeared to be no alternative. A long, narrow corridor was indeed a formidable barrier against a Gatling gun. The crux of the matter was that he dared not employ heavy firepower. A few miniature missiles could do the trick, but he was still inside the cave, and one miscalculation could lead to his demise. The bald chief's immediate subordinates were commendable. Upon issuing his orders, a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside, which soon quieted. After a brief interval, gunfire from both inside and outside erupted almost simultaneously, accompanied by continuous cries of agony. Yet the gunfire from outside did not cease, and the sounds grew ever closer. His men did not disappoint him, sacrificing their lives to press forward. These were his most elite warriors. Contemplating this, the bald chief felt a twinge of pain in his heart and could not help but cast a hungry glance at the bearded man beside him. The bearded man recoiled, mumbling under his breath, nearly burying his head in his lap. In a mere 10 seconds, it was uncertain how many lives had been lost. Suddenly, the gunfire from within ceased, and the bald chief could even hear the faint sound of an empty gun barrel spinning. He has no bullets. Charge in, charge in. Upon hearing the bald chief's command, the gunfire outside abruptly halted, and footsteps quickened. A group of men, maintaining their shooting stances, rushed inside, and the leader, upon spotting the bald chief, felt a surge of joy and was about to speak, only to see the bald chief swiftly gesture for them to push forward. With over 10 men leading the way, the bald chief and the bearded man quickly rose to follow the soldiers. Just as they had taken a few steps, a loud shout echoed from within, "Baozi! Hot ones!" This phrase was spoken in Mandarin, a language none present could comprehend, but they could see a shadow flicker in the doorway at the end of the corridor, illuminated by the only light, followed by a flurry of small black objects raining down. It was grenades. It was unclear who shouted, but a battalion of brave soldiers promptly turned and fled. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions reverberated incessantly. Fortunately, the bald leader was shielded by numerous soldiers in front of him. Upon hearing the grenade, his instinctive reaction was to tightly grasp the soldier ahead, positioning him as a barrier. Despite this, the bald leader was still propelled several meters away by the immense force of the blast. His ears rang painfully from the explosion. The soldier beneath him was tragically lifeless. Yet the bald leader was fortunate. He had been thrown at an angle, landing back in the initial location, which for the moment remained relatively safe. He pushed aside the body and, in a daze, sat up partially. He began to wonder if the cave harbored an arsenal. After all, it was one thing to have a Gatling gun, but to hurl a dozen grenades all at once, was there no fear of the debris crushing oneself? Chapter 36. Mark 1 returns to the cave. Jin Yu's actions today were truly beyond human comprehension. Tony Stark found himself questioning whether he had indeed been abducted, or if this was merely a reality show orchestrated by a television network. It was one thing for Jin to unleash a barrage from a Gatling gun, but what was truly astonishing was his peculiar method of pausing intermittently, once even halting after firing a few shots, only to be interrupted by a resounding explosion outside. Clearly, someone had attempted to throw a grenade, only to be thwarted by his precise aim in the enveloping darkness. How was he able to achieve such accuracy? The situation escalated as reinforcements arrived outside, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a tempest, reducing the workbench to mere splinters. Yet, that fellow named Donnie stood his ground, engaging in a fierce exchange of fire. Suddenly, he retreated, and Tony Stark observed intently as, almost instantaneously, the spot where Donnie had just stood was pockmarked with small craters, debris scattering everywhere. Nonetheless, Donnie had already withdrawn to safety, even finding a moment to greet himself. Then, the gunfire ceased, and the sound of footsteps grew louder. Stark and Ethan felt a surge of tension, for the armor's activation sequence was still in progress, yet to be initiated. In the next moment, Jin Yu showcased his remarkable skills once more. Perched against the wall, he casually reached towards the mountainside, and Tony Stark would have sworn on the memory of his deceased parents that he had indeed grasped the rock face, from which an entire crate of high-explosive grenades emerged. Testing the weight of the box, Jin Yu deemed it excessive, so he removed his tattered jacket and stuffed 8 or 9 grenades inside. Unsatisfied, he added 2 more. Then, clutching 2 grenades in one hand, he bit off the safety pins and tossed them outside. "Donnie, what did you mean by that shout earlier?" Jin Yu paused, realizing he was being addressed. He waved dismissively and replied, "It was nothing, just a random shout." After glancing at the two of them, Jin Yu continued, "What have you two been doing all this time?" "I've been exerting every ounce of strength to hold off so many enemies. It's exhausting and perilous. Can't you pick up the pace a bit?" "Stark, I'm talking to you. Stop daydreaming and get your act together. We need you to lead us to victory and bring us home." "Who the hell am I supposed to bring with me?" Tony Stark nearly blurted out a curse. "What danger are you in? You've been firing a Gatling gun and even found time to smoke a cigarette in between. Don't think I didn't notice. With your performance, are you sure you need rescuing?" Stark was frustrated. Despite the arduous 3-month endeavor to build the armor, he felt no sense of achievement. He was suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to shed the cumbersome armor and follow Jin Yu outside. Yet the activation was at its final stage, nearing completion. Thus, he lowered his head and directed Ethan to operate the notebook. In truth, it must be said that Jin Yu was not as formidable as he appeared. The impressive outcomes here were primarily due to his advantageous position. His various makeshift enhancements, coupled with the copper mirror's modifications that granted him superior night vision and the heightened perception of danger akin to bullet time, created an illusion of invincibility. If he were to venture into an open area, with dozens of adversaries surrounding him and unleashing a barrage of gunfire, even with bullet time, he would be utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, within the passage, the bearded man had fallen, a shard of shrapnel piercing his forehead amidst the chaos. Apart from the bald leader, only 3 individuals remained in the cave, 2 of whom were injured. The crux of the situation was not merely casualties but the morale. The bald leader, having experienced numerous firefights, now feared venturing outside, apprehensive of what might emerge from the cave's depths. Even the thought of a mortar being fired would not surprise him. After nearly 2 minutes of anxious waiting, footsteps echoed outside once more. A dozen terrorists, armed with various weapons, rushed in, and upon witnessing the horrific scene in the passage, they became visibly flustered, momentarily unsure whether to advance or retreat. "Calm down. Gather around. The enemy has limited ammunition. We will charge in shortly." The bald leader felt a swell of frustration, as their behavior reminded him of his elite subordinates, most of whom now lay lifeless on the ground. Perhaps feeling the need to maintain his authority in front of his subordinates, the bald leader forced himself to rally, seizing a rocket launcher from one of the terrorists. "Come to my side. I will lead the charge. Once the explosions begin, you all rush in. Understood?" After a brief regrouping, the bald leader took a deep breath, positioned himself in the center of the passage, and aimed the rocket launcher toward the cave. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of heavy machinery echoed from within. Before the bald leader could comprehend the source, a dark silhouette emerged. A colossal steel robot stepped forth. What in the world is this? Despite having just witnessed Jin Yu's remarkable display, which had prepared him for the unexpected, the sheer sight of a towering robot left him momentarily stunned. However, the glow emanating from the robot's chest snapped him back to reality. "Tony Stark, you've created an armored suit?" A tumult of emotions surged within the bald leader. Tony Stark had once again redefined his understanding of genius. Yet, astonishment aside, there was no time for further contemplation. In this narrow confrontation, only the brave would prevail. Gritting his teeth, the bald leader squeezed the trigger. Though I was undeniably cumbersome, Tony Stark possessed an innate mastery over machinery. Upon donning the armor for the first time, he adeptly maneuvered it with remarkable agility, evading the onslaught of a rocket launcher while simultaneously shielding Jin Yu and Ethan from the perilous shockwave and shrapnel. As the leader initiated his assault, his subordinates hastily raised their firearms, directing a barrage of gunfire at the imposing robot. The combined firepower from over a dozen rifles forced the heavy suit to stagger backward repeatedly. In response, Tony Stark controlled Mark I, shielding his visor with one hand while raising the other towards the enemy, unleashing a modified miniature missile with a deafening roar. Its destructive force far surpassed that of the handheld rocket launcher, scattering the assailants, most of whom were sent sprawling to the ground, wailing in agony. A few, sustaining minor injuries, barely had the chance to lift their weapons before Jin Yu and Ethan emerged from behind the armor, armed with rifles scavenged from the ground, dispatching each of them at close range. And what of Ashraf? Where was he? The bald leader lay battered on the ground, barely clinging to life. When Jin Yu seized him, "Ha! You seem rather concerned for him. Alas, he has perished. He could have avoided this fate. It was you who exposed him, and I had him detained. He need not have died, but he detonated a grenade, and I suspect it was an attempt to convey a message to you. Was it not?" In his final moments, he uttered, "Jin Yu, you owe me a favor. He was calling for you, yet regrettably, you shall not be able to repay that debt." Ah! If the bald leader's words were intended to instill guilt in Jin Yu, he succeeded. Jin Yu mercilessly transformed him into a sieve. In truth, Jin Yu was aware that they were not friends. It was merely a transaction. Ashraf had resigned himself to death, aiming to imbue his demise with some semblance of value. Pragmatically speaking, he sought to ensure that Jin Yu would look after his family in the future. A decision born out of desperation. However, Jin Yu could not afford such thoughts. Death is final, irrespective of the circumstances. Ashraf's detonation of the grenade was ultimately an act of self-preservation, and he was the one who chose this path. A young man barely in his 20s, on the cusp of a promising new life, finally poised to attain normalcy. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jin Yu gazed upon the bald leader's lifeless body, still seething with unresolved rage, delivering a series of heavy punches to his forehead. "Tony! Jin! You?" he muttered, exasperated. "Enough! Whatever your name, cease this madness. Calm down. He is already dead, nearly reduced to pulp." Ethan clung tightly to Jin Yu. "Though I share your anger, we must exit immediately. There are enemies outside. We cannot remain concealed in this cave any longer. Regardless of your grievances, you just called me friend. Let's gather ourselves." Tony Stark lifted the visor of Mark I, exhaling a deep sigh. "I spent over 2 months in Kandahar, seeking to uncover your whereabouts. The individual I encountered is a villager from the vicinity, who, driven by hunger, joined the ranks of the terrorist organization. I provided him with a new passport and facilitated his family's relocation to Country M, assuring him of their safety. Do you realize? He is merely in his 20s, on the brink of a new life. A friend of mine remarked on the remarkable character of this young man, and I had hoped to forge a friendship with him in the future." Jin Yu sank to the ground, despondently expressing that the thought of someone dying because of him was profoundly unsettling. "I will compensate his family," he declared, acknowledging that while it may seem callous to utter such words now, it is the only course of action we have at this moment. Tony Stark sighed once more. "Your abduction was not a mere coincidence. All involved in this matter are inexorably linked, and I will not let this go unresolved. I too share in this burden. He died for my sake," Tony Stark asserted, donning his mask as he strode briskly towards the cave's entrance, overtaking Jin Yu. Chapter 37. Will you transform into a parachute? In a bygone era, it was said that within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man, a mere mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with deities. It was within the confines of an Afghan cave that he underwent a metamorphosis from an ordinary man into a superhero, endowing the playboy Tony Stark with a heart of iron uniquely his own. If this holds true, then Ethan, who perished in that cave, became the sacrificial lamb for Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man. However, with Jin Yu's arrival, Ethan was granted a second chance at life, shifting the mantle of sacrifice from him to the young man Ashraf, and altering the intended victims from Tony Stark to Jin Yu and his companion. Both felt an inescapable sense of responsibility for the young man's demise, their faces stoic as they strode out of the cave. Jin Yu had anticipated that, akin to the film, they would emerge to face a barrage of assaults from terrorists, finding the ordeal even more arduous than within the cave. Yet, reality proved to be a stark contrast to his expectations. Outside, a few scattered individuals continued to resist, but the overwhelming majority, having witnessed the imperviousness of Mark I, turned tail and fled, a revelation that took Jin Yu by surprise. In truth, the movie depicted a scene wherein the bald man was grievously injured in the cave, with numerous elite warriors awaiting outside, under the command of a bearded leader. Here, however, the bearded man met his demise within, and the elite forces had nearly all perished, leaving only a ragtag group bereft of courage to confront the formidable metal behemoth. They offered a token resistance before hastily retreating. The battle, though effortlessly won, left Jin Yu and Tony Stark seething with unspent rage. As the sporadic gunfire subsided, Mark I turned its attention to the piles of munitions covered by canvas in the basin, each crate emblazoned with the Stark surname. What had initially been conceived as instruments of peace had devolved into weapons of terror, and Stark's fury intensified upon realizing that his own creations had been wielded against the army, prolonging his survival in the cave for 3 arduous months. As anger surged within him, Tony Stark raised the mechanical arms of Mark I, unleashing twin jets of intense flame upon the surrounding munitions, commencing their physical annihilation. While he reveled in the destruction, Jin Yu and Ethan were left in a state of sheer terror. Stark, Tony Stark, cease at once. We lack the protective shell you possess. Are you attempting to blow this mountain to smithereens? Jin Yu's furious shout momentarily tempered Stark's fervor. Yet as he surveyed the scene, flames had already begun to engulf the munitions, and an explosion was merely a matter of time. With no room for regret, Tony Stark hastily maneuvered the mechanical arms of Mark I, seizing Jin Yu and Ethan by their trousers. You best hold on tight. If you fall, I cannot guarantee your rescue. What did you say? Ethan, still processing the gravity of the situation, had no time to react as Mark I's feet erupted with fierce flames, followed by a swift whoosh. With a sudden roar, the battle armor soared into the sky, carrying 2 individuals as it angled towards the vast expanse of the desert ahead. Fortunately, they managed to ascend swiftly. Behind them, a colossal eruption of flames engulfed the entire basin. From a bird's-eye view, it resembled an array of firecrackers igniting in a warehouse, crackling and popping in a vibrant display. Perhaps due to the weight of its 2 passengers, the Mark I didn't reach the heights depicted in films, yet Tony Stark, ever the ingenious thinker, opted for a diagonal ascent. This strategy ensured a lower altitude and placed them above a sprawling sea of sand dunes, maximizing their chances of a safe landing. Magician, I have witnessed you conjure mobile phones, Gatling guns, and grenades. May I inquire if you can summon parachutes as well? Tony Stark bellowed midair, having successfully exited the explosion zone. I certainly cannot, Jin Yu exclaimed, momentarily stunned by the rapid turn of events. Suddenly reminded of a scene from a movie, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. Then you had best have purchased insurance. No sooner had he spoken than the light on the Mark I's chest flickered ominously. After a couple of intermittent bursts, the flames beneath them extinguished, robbing the armor of its powerful thrust. The Mark I instantaneously transitioned from a diagonal flight to a downward plunge. With a resounding thud, the rear of the Mark I slammed into a sand dune. Just before impact, Tony Stark desperately maneuvered the armor to raise its mechanical arms high. Following a violent collision, the connecting treads shattered, flinging Jin Yu and Ethan to either side, while Tony Stark tumbled down the dune along with the Mark I. Escaping with their lives, they narrowly avoided a fatal drop from the sky. A bitter irony indeed. The worst of it fell upon Jin Yu, who, while Tony Stark rolled away and subsequently lost consciousness, at least had the protection of his armor, suffering only minor injuries despite the tumultuous descent. Ethan, on the other hand, succumbed to fear before hitting the ground, landing unceremoniously not far from the dune. Jin Yu, however, rolled down the slope, colliding forcefully with a partially sand-encrusted boulder. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, and Jin Yu's head tilted at an unnatural angle as he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, Jin Yu found himself once again in a bed, though this time the surroundings hinted at the lavish decor of a luxurious hotel. Yet, familiar to him was the presence of the stunning Black Widow by his side. Awake at last, her perennial sweet smile, coupled with the sunlight streaming through the window, brought a sense of tranquility to Jin Yu. If every time I regained consciousness I could behold this scene, I would willingly allow myself to be knocked out daily. He chuckled. Ha ha ha, that would require quite a hefty stick. After all, you shattered that massive rock. She laughed, reveling in Jin Yu's playful banter. By the way, I seem to have crashed into a stone. That scoundrel Stark. I curse him to bear children with too little appendages. But what of the two of them? Jin Yu recalled the reason for her fainting spell, filled with frustration and resentment. Why, of all things, did she have to meddle with firearms? Initially, she intended to confiscate those weapons directly. It was only through Black Widow's account that Jin Yu learned HIALD had been monitoring that area. After the sounds of gunfire and explosions erupted that night, Black Widow's immediate instinct was that something had gone awry. She quickly gathered her team and rushed over, only to arrive just in time for the massive explosion. She began searching the vicinity and was the first to find Tony Stark, who lay unconscious amidst a scattering of debris. Although Tony Stark was to be handed over to the military, Black Widow felt uneasy about entrusting Jin Yu to them. After examining her and discovering she had only sustained a mild concussion, she decided to take Jin Yu back with her, while the others awaited the military's arrival to retrieve the two unfortunate souls. You hit your head, and I wanted you to rest well, so I gave you an injection to ensure you could sleep soundly. Then I commandeered a Quinjet to bring us back. How does your head feel now? Black Widow gently caressed Jin Yu's head, her concern evident. What? Back? I slept and suddenly found myself from Afghanistan to the United States? Jin Yu sat up abruptly from the bed. Yes, we are at the Nomad Hotel in Los Angeles. Black Widow confirmed with a nod. Upon receiving her affirmation, Jin Yu instinctively reached up to touch her face, realizing her disguise had vanished. She pulled back the covers and blushed, asking, "Did you give me a bath? Is there a problem with that?" Black Widow replied nonchalantly, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of her mouth as if a thought had crossed her mind. How infuriating. For the first time in my life, a girl helped me bathe, and I have no recollection of it. No experience at all. Why didn't you wake me? Jin Yu pounded her chest in frustration, feeling as though she had lost a fortune. If you want to experience it, come here, Black Widow teased, beckoning Jin Yu with a playful gesture. For an inexplicable reason, Jin Yu couldn't help but recall that famous line. You? Come here. Shaking her head to dispel the thought of Uncle Shin, she turned to Black Widow, bewildered. You brought me back from Afghanistan, gave me an injection that rendered me unconscious, and now I wake up completely naked in a hotel bed. Did you do this on purpose, taking advantage of my unconscious state? Crazy. I did not. Black Widow vehemently denied. You didn't? You helped me bathe and did not seize the opportunity to indulge in my perfectly sculpted physique? I feel utterly insulted. Please leave me alone. I need some time to think. Ha ha ha. Chapter 38. Farewell to Tony Stark. After the Black Widow departed, she inquired about the events in detail before leaving Jin Yu alone in the empty hotel suite. Bah! What a heartless woman. Previously, to reassure the Black Widow, Jin Yu had performed a magic trick at a bar in Kandahar, conjuring various weapons from thin air. This was one of the reasons the Black Widow had confidence in Jin Yu's ability to venture into the lion's den alone. Naturally, she omitted this detail from her report to SHIELD. Once the Black Widow was gone, Jin Yu lay on the bed, lost in contemplation. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, it seemed the Black Widow intended for him to establish a rapport with Tony Stark. This arrangement suited Jin Yu well, as he was, for all intents and purposes, homeless. Any location would suffice. Being close to Stark could also afford him the opportunity to acquire a suit of armor, a prospect that seemed advantageous. After a journey that began in Dubai and meandered through the Middle East, Jin Yu returned after nearly 6 months, feeling as if he had stepped into a different world. It was fortuitous that he could rest in this hotel, reputed to be one of the finest in Los Angeles. For a full fortnight, he remained in the hotel, indulging in the simple pleasures of eating, sleeping, and enjoying the massage services of the legitimate variety, though it was a pity that the Black Widow had not come to visit him during this time. Having rested sufficiently, Jin Yu donned a newly purchased casual outfit, contemplating the need to acquire a vehicle for his extended stay in Los Angeles. Initially, he considered purchasing a used car, but reflecting on his newfound wealth, with billions in cash within his spatial vault, he decided to treat himself to something more luxurious. Thus, he resolved to buy a new car. However, considering that he was headed to meet Tony Stark, a notorious capitalist with a mansion the size of a football field, He felt it imperative to arrive in style. Ultimately, adhering to the principle of going all out, Jin Yu purchased a Bentley Continental, a vehicle befitting his aspirations. As for Stark's residence, Jin Yu was uncertain of its exact location but knew it was situated in Malibu Beach, renowned for its luxurious coastal estates. He decided to drive there, relishing the opportunity to showcase his new car. Exiting the city and entering the coastal highway, Jin Yu admired the rows of beachfront villas. To be frank, the claim of this area as Los Angeles's enclave of opulence was well-founded. The scenery was quite breathtaking, and the hues of the sea were enchanting. However, he found himself alone, and the thought of living in a villa felt somewhat isolating. Jin Yu was not fond of having a housekeeper intrude upon his solitude, so he decided against it. In this regard, he shared a similarity with Tony Stark. Both appeared outwardly boisterous and sharp-tongued, yet inwardly, they were reluctant to engage with strangers in their daily lives. As I traversed along the winding path, I encountered several distinct and stylistically varied villa districts, until both sides transformed into an expanse of untamed woodlands. Just as Jin Yu began to wonder if she had taken a wrong turn, a magnificent white edifice emerged at the edge of a prominent cliff in the distance. This grand residence, perched upon the precipice, lay secluded for miles, starkly contrasting the earlier villa neighborhoods. Indeed, it epitomized the essence of opulent living. Jin Yu, slowing her vehicle at the entrance, contemplated whether her entire fortune could suffice to procure such a dwelling. While the mansion had appeared extravagant in the film, standing before it in reality left her awestruck by its sheer magnitude. No wonder Tony Stark often secluded himself in the garage. Such a vast estate could indeed evoke a sense of vulnerability. Before she could press the doorbell, a voice emanated from nearby. "Mr. Stark does not entertain any interviews." "Thank you." It was Jin Yu's first time hearing Jarvis's voice in person, devoid of any electronic synthesis. One might easily mistake it for that of a real human. "I am not a journalist. Thank you. I have no need for sales pitches." Jin Yu's expression darkened. This artificial intelligence lacked the sophistication she had expected. Did she truly appear to be a salesperson? Meanwhile, in the underground garage, Tony Stark was preparing to develop the Mark II suit. With Jarvis's assistance, all systems and parameters had been meticulously configured. He was in the midst of assembling two components when Jarvis interjected. "Sir, there appears to be an unfamiliar visitor at the door. My database contains no prior interactions between you and this individual. Tell him I do not accept interviews."
Stark replied curtly.
"Understood, sir. However, he claims he is not a journalist. I don't want to engage with salespeople either. I dislike meeting strangers. You know this Jarvis?" Stark's impatience was palpable. "Understood, sir, but—" Jarvis paused thoughtfully. "He states that you owe him something." "Excuse me?" Stark halted his work, perplexed at the notion of owing anything to anyone. Just as he was about to instruct Jarvis to dismiss the visitor, Jarvis continued, "He says you owe him a parachute, sir. Should I contact the police department?" "Parachute?" Stark was taken aback. Jarvis opened the door for him. "No, I shall go myself." Unsure of who awaited him, he removed his gear and swiftly made his way to the entrance. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a completely unfamiliar face. A remarkably youthful Oriental individual, seemingly in his early 20s. "Who are you?" Stark inquired, glancing behind Jin Yu, only to find her alone, which deepened his curiosity. "Ah!" Jin Yu sighed and extended his right hand, weakly snapping his fingers. With a sharp sound, a parachute bag materialized in his hand. "I had specifically purchased it as a memento from our previous desert adventure, having acquired 3 in total. This color is particularly suited for you." "Tony?" "No, Jin Yu." Hearing that familiar voice and seeing the recognizable gaze during conversation, Tony Stark finally confirmed the identity of the person before him. "You truly are an unmitigated scoundrel. I initially believed your name was the only fabrication, yet it appears even your visage is a deception. Nevertheless, it brings me great joy to see you, my friend." Tony Stark casually accepted the parachute bag, placing it on the floor, and extended a sincere embrace towards Jin Yu. The bond forged through shared peril is unlike any other. Jin Yu could feel the genuine happiness radiating from Tony Stark upon recognizing him, warming his heart, prompting him to tighten his grip and return the embrace. However, Before he could exert any force, the previously earnest Tony Stark pushed Jin Yu away with a look of disdain. That felt rather peculiar. A mere gesture suffices. Jin Yu could only roll his eyes in resignation, awkwardly shifting the topic. Who was it that spoke with me while I was outside? Do you have others at home? That is my artificial intelligence butler, J.A.R.V.I.S. Please greet Jin Yu. Greetings, Mr. Jin. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am J.A.R.V.I.S. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. resonated once more. Jin Yu responded with a mild acknowledgement before turning to Tony Stark. Your artificial intelligence butler is decidedly lacking in intelligence, as he mistook me for a salesman. Do I truly appear to be the sort who engages in door-to-door sales? Jin Yu's face was a picture of indignation, particularly since he had waited outside for nearly 5 minutes. This is an utterly unforgivable blunder. J.A.R.V.I.S. You have shown yourself to be exceedingly rude. It seems I will need to conduct a thorough review of your programming. Well then, my friend, let us not dwell on J.A.R.V.I.S.'s shortcomings. Your timing is impeccable, for I have something delightful to show you. Tony Stark ushered Jin Yu further inside. J.A.R.V.I.S. Chapter 39. What are you avoiding? It is truly splendid to have you here. It is unfortunate that Ethan refuses to return with me. Otherwise, the three of us could enjoy a drink together. Upon meeting Tony, Jin Yu realized that Ethan had not accompanied him back. Previously, the two had been taken by the military to the M military base for treatment. Tony even suggested purchasing a hospital upon their return, so that Ethan could serve as its director, yet Ethan declined. His village had been ravaged by the bald-headed leader and his cohorts, with his family brutally slain and buried there. Ethan yearns to return to guard his family and to utilize his medical skills to assist the impoverished locals. In response, Jin Yu could only express his profound admiration. By the way, if you get the chance, please provide me with the information about the Osroff family. I wish to do something for them. Tony handed Jin Yu a bottle of drink and said in a low voice, No need, I have arranged for someone to deliver $1 million to them, which should suffice for them to start anew here. If they encounter any trouble, someone will notify me. Jin Yu waved his hand dismissively, as he had already tasked Black Widow with the matter. 1 million. Who would have thought you were quite wealthy? Tony teased Jin Yu with a smile. Hearing this from you feels somewhat insulting. Jin Yu chuckled wryly before continuing, by the way, speaking of 1 million, this brings me to one of my main purposes for seeking you out. I possess a substantial amount of cash which is rather inconvenient to utilize, and depositing it directly into the bank seems equally troublesome, so I would like to request your assistance. With that, Jin Yu stood up without hesitation, waving his hand, and a perfectly arranged square of cash appeared before them. Even though Tony is known as the world's richest man, he had never before encountered such a vast sum of cash. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of so much money, he spat out the drink he was holding. Do not tell me you just robbed a federal bank's vault. Rest assured, this is definitely not bank money. Its origins are legitimate. Here, we have a total of 300 million. Is that too much? Perhaps we should divide it into 3 transactions? Jin Yu thought it might be excessive to present all at once, wondering if Tony would find it difficult to manage. However, the next moment, he was struck by a wave of disbelief. Tony stood up, rummaged through the cluttered console, and retrieved a stamped checkbook. He swiftly signed his name and filled in the amount of 300 million. Not too much at all. Take this check and simply go to the bank for the transfer. There will be no complications. Jin Yu was taken aback. 300 million. I meant for you to deposit it at the bank first and then transfer it to me. 300 million. Why complicate matters? Let me handle this. You can set that money aside for now. I'll find someone to manage it later. In fact, I almost forgot about the main task at hand. I happen to be working on the flight data for the 2nd generation armor. Could you assist me with that? Jin Yu. After assisting Tony with testing various data on the limb thrusters, they finished just as dusk began to settle. Tony, reluctant to dine out, had found that since announcing Stark Industries' cessation of weapon production, He was invariably besieged by swarms of reporters whenever he ventured outside. Dining out had become an exhausting affair. Thus, he opted to call a restaurant and have the food delivered home. The two of them, eschewing any formalities, settled in the garage around a small tea table, pouring themselves 2 glasses of red wine while chatting and eating. The surrounding chaos of armor parts and tools created a peculiar sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of their time in the caves of Afghanistan. As they dined, their eyes met, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. In all honesty, having returned for a while now, it felt as if they had stepped into an entirely different realm. If it weren't for the constant threat to life, the days spent in the cave seemed almost more tranquil. Upon my return, I declared that Stark Industries would no longer manufacture weapons, and the world thought I had lost my mind. After sharing a laugh, Tony suddenly spoke with a hint of resignation. Jin Yu, having watched the film, understood the immense pressure behind Tony's decision. Even Pepper, his closest confidant, believed he had made a grave mistake. I can empathize with you. You spent 3 months in that hellish place, witnessing the slaughter of innocents and the pillaging of villages. Every weapon bore your family name, and every bullet was produced in your factory. That wretched feeling is indeed a harrowing experience, and I support you wholeheartedly. It feels wonderful to be understood. I must express my gratitude for everything that has transpired. Tony raised his glass, clinking it gently with Jin Yu's, the first person to support him since his return. In truth, you need not concern yourself with others' opinions. Come on, you are Tony Stark, the pinnacle of genius, possessing wealth that could last several lifetimes. Why should you care about what others think? If you have an idea, pursue it. You have the right to be audacious, my friend. Jin Yu reassured Tony as he continued to eat. Indeed, I am Tony Stark. The company bears our family name, but it is not mine alone. They believe I am throwing a childish tantrum, that I will plunge the company into irretrievable ruin. The board is even contemplating my removal, and talk show hosts mock me, suggesting that if I cease arms production, I might as well start manufacturing baby pacifiers. That insufferable scoundrel! Tony's expression darkened with further exasperation. Then prove them wrong, Tony. Deep down, you know that no matter which field you choose to pursue, you possess the confidence and expertise to lead your company to renewed glory. What truly matters is not this. You have isolated yourself in the basement, not merely to create armor, but to escape from certain individuals and circumstances. Is there something within the company that you cannot confront? Jin Yu adeptly steered the conversation in this direction, which was one of his primary objectives for today. The death of Ashraf cast a shadow over his heart, and he believed that until he eliminated Obadiah Stane, his thoughts would remain unfulfilled. However, he could not simply confront him directly, despite his strong desire to do so. His current strength was insufficient to disregard societal constraints. I cannot comprehend your words. I am not evading. I merely lack the energy to argue with the board. Tony set down his utensils, feeling a loss of appetite. You are evading, Tony. Your company is plagued by issues, and you neither dare nor wish to investigate further. You fear the outcome may be the most undesirable for you. Thus, your immediate decision to announce the cessation of weapon production was not solely motivated by what you witnessed in Afghanistan. You seek to hastily conclude everything and prevent past events from recurring. Yet, your board does not support you, leaving you at a loss for what to do. Shut up. Under Jin Yu's relentless probing, Tony could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the coffee table and shouted loudly. Jin Yu regarded him in silence, his gaze unwavering. After a moment, Tony exhaled deeply, his tone subdued. The crux of the matter lies in those weapons, does it not? If I simply shut down the arms department, I can avert similar occurrences in the future. Is that not the right course of action? Absolutely not. Jin Yu showed no signs of letting up on Tony. What about the innocent lives lost to those weapons? What of the elders and children in those villages? And Ashraf? Even if you close the weapons department, it does not alter the fact that they are already dead, their corpses discarded in some corner to rot and decay. Jin Yu's voice grew increasingly fervent, while Tony remained silent, though his trembling hands betrayed the turmoil within him. Moreover, Tony, you seem to have forgotten the most crucial point. They will not idly watch as you obstruct their revenue stream. If you persist in your indecision, not only will you be in peril, but those around you may also face danger due to your hesitance. This statement struck a chord deep within Tony, prompting him to lift his gaze to Jin Yu. Yet he remained silent. Jin Yu sensed that they had reached a sufficient conclusion for the day. Tony's indecisiveness was both a flaw and a strength. In the film, he too had been cornered before confronting Obadiah Stane. Jin Yu had said enough for now, leaving the rest for Tony to ponder at his own pace. I have stated that the matter of Ashraf will not simply be overlooked. I understand you still need to make a resolute decision. I shall await your conclusion. When you are ready, seek me out. Jin Yu stood, turned, and departed, leaving Tony alone, sitting in the garage, lost in contemplation and silence. Chapter 40. Gifts and bad news. The day after departing from Tony, Jin Yu spent a considerable amount of time searching for an apartment in downtown Los Angeles. After more than a week of looking, he finally found a spacious apartment of approximately 150 square meters that caught his eye. The open-concept kitchen flowed seamlessly into the living room, which featured a large master bedroom complete with a walk-in closet, a study, and a cozy bar area delineated by a counter for enjoying tea, coffee, or wine. Situated on the top floor of a building, the apartment boasted a generous 50-square-meter terrace. Essentially, it was a two-bedroom, one-living-room layout with each functional area and room offering ample space, grand yet unpretentious. The terrace, perched high above, ensured privacy, resembling a secluded haven in the sky, which greatly pleased Jin Yu. In his previous life, before his unexpected journey, Jin Yu had not purchased a home until his early 30s, primarily due to the exorbitant prices in first-tier cities. With a free-spirited nature, he had always shunned the idea of becoming a slave to mortgage repayments. Thus, this marked his very first home purchase, an exhilarating experience, especially when he received the keys and began to design and decorate the space. Although the apartment was already furnished, he resolved to replace all the furniture. Consequently, for the next few days, he enthusiastically shopped for furnishings and decorative items, reveling in the process. One day, after a long outing, he returned home with an assortment of exquisite glassware and a case of wine intended for the cabinet behind the bar. Upon reaching his doorstep, he noticed a small package waiting for him. Surprised, he wondered if it had been mistakenly delivered, but upon verifying the address and name, he confirmed it was indeed for him. Curiously, he opened the small box to find a card resting atop it, which elicited a smile from him. How does it feel to move into your new home, you adorable yet superficial little man? I'm so sorry I couldn't return to celebrate with you, so I chose to send you this gift in advance. This is merely the first part of your present. You must keep it safe, or the subsequent gifts may be forfeited. Remember, you owe me a lavish meal, so don't forget to repay me when I return. Thinking of you. The card was signed with a red lip print, leaving no doubt that it was from the Black Widow. Jin Yu's curiosity piqued as he opened the box to reveal the gift inside, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Within lay a piece of ancient Chinese-style women's lingerie, commonly known as a dudo. This particular design had been modernized, crafted in black with purple trim, featuring a horizontal slit at the chest adorned with two intricately patterned buttons, measuring approximately from the collarbone to just above the navel. Jin Yu couldn't help but envision the Black Widow donning this garment, her fair skin contrasting beautifully with the fabric, the subtle slit teasingly revealing her curves. How could anyone possibly resist such a lure? He swallowed hard, feeling a rush of heat. To make matters more intense, it came with a matching pair of delicate panties, consisting merely of a strap and a small piece of fabric, just sufficient to cover the essential areas. This was utterly overwhelming. Jin Yu felt a wave of heat enveloping him, and he realized that if he continued down this path of thought, it would surely lead to his demise. He hastily began to put away his belongings, opting for the adage out of sight, out of mind. However, this proved utterly futile, as the vivid imagery he conjured had already taken deep root in his consciousness, playing on an endless loop without his volition. In desperation, Jin Yu retreated to the balcony to catch his breath and gaze at the scenery, hoping to divert his attention. In his youthful and vigorous body, such matters could not simply be brushed aside. Jin Yu felt himself slipping into a state of disarray, as an enticing voice in his mind suggested, why not venture out and seek a resolution? After all, he was in M country, where alluring women abounded. Yet, concurrently, another voice admonished him, you must not act so recklessly. Although you have yet to define your relationship with Natasha, there exists an unspoken understanding between you. To act otherwise would be a grave disservice to the thoughtful gift she prepared. The two voices clashed within Jin Yu's mind, each vying for dominance. In a moment of urgency, he devised a plan to toss a coin, heads representing instinct, and tails symbolizing reason. Deep down, he was aware of which outcome he secretly desired. With resolve, he hurled the coin skyward. Whoosh! Bang! Just as the coin was yet to descend, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a figure, clad in red and yellow, plummeted heavily onto the rooftop. What the? Jin Yu exclaimed, startled beyond measure. The sudden shock quelled his earlier impulses. Upon focusing, he realized it was Mark II, the true first completed suit of Iron Man armor. He had only just seen the blueprints and data parameters at Tony's place. To witness the finished product emerge so swiftly was astonishing. You nearly scared me to death, you bastard, Jin Yu exclaimed, his irritation flaring as he momentarily regretted purchasing a penthouse. Yet, after venting his frustration, he noticed something amiss. The armor bore numerous battle scars, with small dents adorning various sections. Tony, what have you done? Ethan is dead, Tony uttered, lifting his visor with red-rimmed eyes, before collapsing weakly onto the ground. Jin Yu stood frozen in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he finally rose and entered the room to retrieve the 3 cups he had recently purchased, along with a bottle of high-proof whiskey. He poured generous servings for both himself and Tony, placing another full glass beside them. Raising his glass, he clinked it against the empty one, then tilted his head back and drank deeply. To Ethan, he proclaimed. Tony mirrored the gesture, downing his drink in silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. It turned out that Tony had just completed assembling the armor when he saw the news on television about a village in Afghanistan being massacred by the 10 Rings. Tragically, that village was Ethan's hometown, and by the time Tony arrived in his armor, Ethan was already on the brink of death. He breathed his last in my embrace. Before he departed, Ethan implored me, do not squander your potential. How ironic it is that his assailants were none other than those so-called freedom fighters, and even more absurdly, the weapons they wielded were manufactured in my own factory. I have betrayed Ethan. I am deeply sorry, deeply sorry. At this juncture, Tony could no longer contain his emotions, repeatedly uttering apologies with a quivering voice. Jin Yu remained silent, pouring more liquor into his and Tony's glasses from the bottle, and soon drained his cup once again. That night, the two of them exchanged no words, merely sitting there in a daze, consuming one glass after another. They polished off 3 bottles of high-proof spirits. Tony, upon opening the second bottle, spilled the contents of his first glass onto the floor, leaving Jin Yu to drink alone thereafter. He could not fathom why he was consuming so much. Ethan's death was not without pain, yet to claim he was heartbroken would be a falsehood. The feelings had not fully settled. He merely felt a sense of loss and a tinge of anxiety. His presence had altered the destinies of certain individuals. So how could it be that Ethan still met his demise? Was it mere coincidence? Or could it be that Ethan was destined to serve as a catalyst on the path to becoming Iron Man? Jin Yu was uncertain and could not unravel these thoughts, so he continued to drink until he ultimately succumbed to oblivion. Chapter 41. The unraveling of Tony in the heart of downtown Los Angeles, at the illustrious Disney Concert Hall. The annual gala of the Firehouse Foundation unfolds today. This benevolent fund was established by Tony Stark in his personal capacity, primarily aimed at enhancing the equipment of firefighters, as well as providing support for the families of those affected by casualties. In its inaugural year, the initiative was solely a personal endeavor of Stark. However, as the media and government lauded this charitable act, an increasing number of affluent locals began to partake, contributing funds to the foundation, spending a modest sum to cultivate a reputation for generosity and kindness in the public eye. This marks the 3rd year of the gala, which has evolved into one of the premier networking events for the elite of Los Angeles. Naturally, such a gathering of luminaries attracts a throng of journalists, who are capturing the event from various angles, uttering similar sentiments, such as the certainty that Tony Stark would not grace this philanthropic dinner with his presence. They also take jabs at his recent announcement regarding the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, deliberately affixing adjectives like arrogant, self-indulgent, and irrational to his statements. The journalists, astute in their understanding of Tony Stark, aimed to provoke his interest, hoping to draw him into the spotlight and create headlines. This tactic has proven effective with the Playboy in the past. However, this evening unfolds differently. As the gala progresses, Tony Stark remains conspicuously absent, leaving the gathered reporters disheartened. They recognize this as one of the rare opportunities with a significant likelihood of drawing Stark out. Nevertheless, their duty compels them to continue their work. If Stark himself does not appear, they might still engage with those around him, such as Obadiah Stane or his personal assistant, Ms. Potts. As long as they can steer the conversation towards Stark, they consider it a triumph. The first to emerge is Obadiah Stane, who has just stepped out from the music hall's entrance. A swarm of reporters, accompanied by photographers, rushes toward him, but he is well prepared, flanked by no fewer than a dozen bodyguards, who form a barrier to keep the crowd at bay. Just when the reporters believe their hopes for the evening have been dashed, a thrilling turn of events occurs. The roar of a sports car engine reverberates through the air, and as the gala nears its conclusion, Tony Stark makes his entrance. The throng of journalists, previously encircling Obadiah Stane, suddenly pivots en masse toward the location where Stark's vehicle has parked. Even Stane, poised to depart, halts and turns his gaze toward Tony Stark. Upon disembarking, Tony disregards the reporters, brusquely pushing past them. And then, an even greater surprise awaits. Tony Stark strode directly before Obadiah Stane, retrieving several photographs from the pocket of his coat, seemingly questioning Stane in hushed tones. The reporters, invigorated by the unfolding drama, found themselves thwarted by the numerous bodyguards accompanying Stane, who formed an impenetrable barrier, effectively blocking their access. What do these photographs signify? They were captured in a small town called Gamera just yesterday. Do you have any inkling of the calamity that transpired there? The lives lost, all perished beneath the weapons we manufactured? Those very weapons bear my name, Obadiah. What have you done? Tony's agitation was palpable, as the recent events concerning Ethan still weighed heavily upon him, only to be compounded by this new revelation, igniting his fury. Tony, must you remain so naively idealistic? Obadiah Stane retorted with a hint of disdain. I was indeed naive once, naive enough to believe your words that business should never transgress moral boundaries. And now? Are we not clandestinely supplying arms to terrorists while fulfilling government contracts, engaging in double dealings? Tony's hands trembled with rage. We are arms dealers, Tony. Wherever there is a demand for our products, we supply. If none exists, we create it. This is our means of survival, do you comprehend? Spare me your absurd principles. Do you really think I was the one who ousted you from the company? That was my doing. You can comfortably count your riches at home, playing the role of a major shareholder while I handle the business affairs. Do you understand? Stane's words rendered Tony Stark utterly speechless. Prior to this confrontation, he had harbored a flicker of hope regarding Stane. And what of the lives that have been extinguished, Obadiah? Just as Stane was about to turn away, Tony's voice, barely above a whisper, broke through. Interesting question, Tony. I must admit I had not considered that. Allow me to ponder. Stane tilted his head in mock contemplation. Then a smirk graced his lips as he replied, I can only say,
I am sorry.
You can go to hell. At that moment, Tony Stark could no longer contain his wrath. He stepped forward and delivered a fierce punch to Obadiah's face. The reporters, witnessing this shocking act, erupted in astonished cries, urging their photographers to capture the moment, hoping for close-ups. The blow left Obadiah Stane momentarily stunned, his disbelief evident as he covered his face. In his eyes, Tony Stark had always been a brilliant mind beneath his control, someone he regarded as a subordinate, an uncle, even a son. How dare he strike him, especially in such a public setting? Tony, are you out of your mind? You are the one who has lost your sanity. Obadiah, do you have any idea of the gravity of your actions? Get away from me. Let go. On that fateful night, Jin Yu's words confronted Tony Stark with the brutal realities he had long evaded, leaving him no avenue for escape. The subsequent death of Ethan struck him like a dagger to the heart. Even now, Tony found himself grappling with a photograph sent by a female journalist. depicting a plethora of newly manufactured Stark Industries weaponry alongside harrowing images of civilians being slaughtered, including women and children. The sheer horror of it all demanded every ounce of his composure. Yet, it was Obadiah Stane's casual apology that shattered Tony Stark's defenses completely. A cadre of bodyguards surged forward, restraining the now frenzied Tony Stark. "Obadiah, you are a murderer. A butcher. You have no right to act thus. This is my father's company," he shouted. "Silence him." Obadiah Stane commanded his bodyguards with palpable fury. Initially, the guards struggled to contain Tony Stark, preventing him from lashing out, but upon receiving their employer's directive, they became more forceful. Two of them restrained Tony's arms, while a third pressed a knee into his back, forcefully pinning his head to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. After instructing additional guards to intercept the journalist, Obadiah Stane approached Tony's side, crouching down to observe him as half his face lay pressed against the floor, struggling to articulate a coherent sound. With a cold smile, Obadiah extended his right hand, gently patting Tony's cheek twice before speaking. "Tony, you see, impulsiveness and rage do not resolve issues. They only bring you disgrace. Perhaps I have been too lenient with you in the past. Your behavior today has truly disappointed me. I warn you, do not meddle further. Focus on being the playboy you are, or else. Remove your filthy hands, or I shall turn that damned bald head of yours into a pulp." Chapter 42. The hidden maneuver of Obadiah Stane and his few bodyguards simultaneously looked up as they noticed Jin Yu emerging from the direction of the concert hall. With swift strides, he descended several steps, charging directly towards Obadiah Stane. The surrounding bodyguards, realizing the imminent threat, hastily dispatched two of their own to encircle Jin Yu from either side. Bang! Bang! In an instant, both bodyguards were caught off guard, receiving powerful punches to their midsections. The impact felt as though they had been struck by a colossal hammer, causing their insides to twist painfully, leaving them instinctively hunched over like shrimp before collapsing onto the ground. This was merely a show of restraint from Jin Yu. Had he unleashed his full strength, he could have shattered their ribs with a single blow. "Stop him!" Obadiah Stane, taken aback by the rapid incapacitation of his bodyguards, barely managed to utter a command before Jin Yu was upon them. With a deft combination of punches and kicks, the two guards beside him fell before they could even turn around. Meanwhile, the bodyguard who had been pressing his knee against Tony was seized by Jin Yu, who yanked him by the hair, swiftly twisting his wrist in a brutal maneuver. A piercing scream erupted as the guard's hand, which had previously held Tony's head, was contorted grotesquely. Obadiah Stane attempted to make his escape, but Jin Yu's movements were too swift. His other guards were still occupied with a few security personnel below, leaving Stane with no choice but to flee. However, it was too late. As he rose, he felt a tight grip at the back of his neck, lifting him off the ground before he landed heavily on his backside. Jin Yu had pulled him back by the collar. Without hesitation, Jin Yu delivered a resounding slap, the sound echoing sharply in the air. Instantly, one side of Obadiah Stane's face flushed crimson, swelling visibly. Stane, though tough, emitted a muffled grunt, spitting out two bloodied molars. Another sharp crack resounded, this time from Tony, who had regained his composure. Seemingly more collected, he wasted no time in delivering a stinging slap to Obadiah Stane, followed by a swift kick that sent Stane sprawling to the ground. Yet, Tony appeared unsatisfied, poised to deliver more blows. "Stop!" The remaining bodyguards rushed towards the fray, but the scene before them deterred their advance, compelling them to aim their weapons at Jin Yu and Tony. Tony glanced back at the guards, undeterred, and delivered another forceful kick to Obadiah Stane's abdomen. "Stand down, Mr. Stark, or I will be compelled to fire," one of the bodyguards warned, his gaze steely. Jin Yu, standing nearby, softly urged, "Ignore him. If you haven't yet vented your frustration, I will hold them off for you." "No need," Tony replied. "I acted impulsively today." Tony had initially come over today to confront Obadiah Stane, intending to question him about the weapons depicted in the photographs. Unexpectedly, as the conversation progressed, he became increasingly agitated, leading to an unforeseen escalation. "Let's send your boss home," Jin Yu exclaimed, gripping Stane by the collar and forcefully directing him toward the approaching group of bodyguards. The bodyguards scrambled to receive their employer, while Jin Yu, indifferent to their attempts at damage control, seized Tony and prepared to depart. To his surprise, upon turning around, he was met with a face that exuded an air of earnestness, tinged with a hint of resentment, adorned with a receding hairline that seemed to stretch to the heavens. Alas, in my haste I forgot the matter at hand. My apologies, Coulson. Jin Yu's presence here was indeed summoned by Coulson, pertaining to the Afghan rescue operation. Jin Yu had merely discussed it briefly with Black Widow, many details having slipped by, especially since Black Widow intentionally omitted certain aspects from Jin Yu. Consequently, Nick Fury dispatched Coulson to reacquaint himself with the situation. However, when Coulson attempted to locate Tony Stark, he encountered several closed doors, and in a state of desperation, he sought out Jin Yu, clarifying his identity and purpose, hoping Jin Yu could serve as an intermediary to facilitate a discussion with Tony. Initially, Coulson had mentioned that Tony would arrive this evening, which Jin Yu took at face value, waiting here, only to be met with an unexpected street brawl. In the heat of the moment, Jin Yu had completely forgotten his original purpose. Nevertheless, encountering Stain provided an opportunity for the three of them to sit down and converse. Fuming, Obadiah Stane returned home. Although not young, he maintained a remarkable physique. Despite appearing somewhat portly, he possessed considerable muscle, sustaining minimal injury apart from 2 teeth knocked out by Jin Yu's slap and one side of his face swollen like a pig's head. Seated alone in his study, under the dim light, Stane's countenance was ominously dark. After a prolonged silence, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. "What do you want from me now?" Upon connection, an exceedingly peculiar voice resonated from the other end, deep, viscous, utterly unlike anything a normal human could produce. "I require your assistance. My people have failed, and Tony Stark no longer trusts me. I need the arc reactor from his chest," Stane stated in a low tone. "That is your own problem, Obadiah. Our transaction has concluded." The voice on the other end displayed no interest in this proposal. "This is a long-term collaboration invitation. You provided me with those blueprints, which we have significantly optimized. The resources at my disposal are more than sufficient to commence mass production of the Iron Man suits. All I require is a mere arc reactor, and we can forge an invincible army. Do you comprehend the implications of this?" Obadiah Stane, caught up in his fervor, spoke with such intensity that the corners of his mouth twisted painfully, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. "You possess such confidence that your band of ineptitude can replicate that reactor?" It seemed his counterpart was slightly intrigued, prompting Obadiah to seize the moment. "Since the day that hulking mass was left behind after Howard's demise, my team has been diligently studying it. We are thoroughly acquainted with its structure and materials. The only obstacle is downsizing it. Once we acquire the finished product from Tony Stark, I assure you, my team will replicate it within a week." "Very well. Remember your words, Obadiah. If you fail, I shall be the first to end your life," came the cold retort from the other end before the call abruptly ended. With a resounding thud, Obadiah slammed his phone onto the table in frustration. "Damn that bastard! How dare he threaten me? Once I obtain what I desire, I shall be the one to eliminate you first, monster." Meanwhile, Jin Yu and his companions found themselves aboard a luxurious yacht, spanning 2 levels and equipped with every amenity. To Jin Yu, this vessel felt far more sumptuous than his own home, though Tony referred to it as his smallest yacht. In Tony's words, the only advantage of this boat was that he could operate it alone, perfect for solitude or for enjoying an intimate retreat with a beautiful companion. As Tony made this statement with an air of nonchalance, both Jin Yu and Coulson could not help but roll their eyes in unison. The weather was splendid, and the trio settled in the lounge area on the deck. Tony produced a bottle of brandy, purportedly aged 20 years. While Jin Yu could not discern its quality, the ever-honest Coulson, after taking a sip, brightened up and swiftly emptied his glass, promptly refilling it to the brim. "I find it curious. What exactly do you wish to know?" "I believe I have already briefed Rhodey on the general circumstances. You cannot possibly be unaware." Tony expressed his bewilderment. "I am indeed well informed about the events. My primary interest lies here," Coulson replied, gesturing toward the reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Tony's expression shifted, while Jin Yu regarded Coulson with contemplation, recalling that S.H.I.L.D., or Nick Fury's cohort, had shown no interest in coveting Tony's arc reactor. You may have misunderstood my intentions. I merely seek to document and understand certain parameters of this device. I assure you, I harbor no desire to covet its manufacturing process. Coulson hastily clarified, noticing Tony's change in demeanor. You aim to ascertain its power, then? Tony deduced. More accurately, its threat potential. We monitor any entities or items that pose a risk to human society on a global scale. We require detailed assessment data to facilitate prompt and effective solutions should a threat or loss of control arise, Coulson contemplated. May I interpret this as you offering me insight into the capabilities and specifications of your weaponry, conveniently preparing me for the day I might need to eliminate you? Jin Yu jested. Such is my duty. We exist for the sake of safety and stability. Great power invariably requires oversight, does it not? Otherwise, it merely invites calamity, Coulson replied solemnly. Tony rolled his eyes, raising his glass to clink with Coulson's. Buddy, you're a good man. Coulson looked perplexed. Did I say something wrong? Absolutely not. You simply have a tendency to be overly serious, my friend. Your boss, that fellow with the eye patch, is undoubtedly a cunning rogue. Jin Yu recalled that fateful night in Batumi with a bitter resentment. Director Fury is quite decent, in fact. He has discreetly assisted you in navigating numerous predicaments. Coulson maintained his earnest demeanor. Indeed, but that was a trade. My labor deserves compensation. Since encountering you, I have suffered significant injuries and even lost consciousness multiple times. Jin Yu retorted disdainfully. And what of Natasha? You've spirited away our most exquisite female agent. The honest man, too, had his moments of defiance. What exquisite agent? This rogue has taken her? I must admit I relish such tales. Tony exclaimed with delight. Silence. Enough chatter. Let us toast. The raucous little yacht drifted languidly upon the sea's surface, while beneath the tranquil waters, a surging undercurrent stealthily approached. Chapter 43. Do you believe ginger can prevent hair loss? Coulson, I demand an explanation. The moment the call connected, Jin Yu's furious voice erupted from the phone, causing Coulson's ears to buzz, prompting him to hastily hold the device a good 10 centimeters away. I don't understand what you mean. Coulson cautiously adjusted the volume and inquired, bringing the phone closer to his ear. Stop pretending. The television news and newspapers are inundated with it. Are you really going to claim this isn't your doing? On the other end of the line, Jin Yu sat on the apartment sofa, one hand clutching the phone while the other rhythmically struck the coffee table. Scattered across the table lay several newspapers and magazines, each bearing the same cover and headline. Two major shareholders of Stark Industries engaged in street brawl with an Asian man. Suspected love triangle. The cover photo depicted Tony pinned to the ground by Obadiah Stane's bodyguards, while Obadiah crouched beside him with a disdainful expression, and Jin Yu charged towards them with a fierce demeanor. The photograph was striking. It was difficult to delineate the adversarial relationship among the trio at a mere glance. The content was even more sensational, suggesting that Jin Yu was once Obadiah Stane's kept man, who serendipitously encountered Tony Stark, leading to an instant attraction, yet bound by the fact that he was already entangled with Obadiah, whom Tony regarded as an uncle. The two could only silently harbor their feelings until they crossed paths again at a party. Of course, there were even more exaggerated versions, but the love triangle was an unavoidable topic. I did it, but you best not let last night's events circulate, Coulson replied nonchalantly. The best way to overshadow news is to cloak it with something even more outrageous. This is my expertise, and the results are bound to be impressive. Coulson remained unfazed, unaware of Jin Yu's ire. It should be noted that to ignite this love triangle drama, the initial 2 articles had been penned by a ghostwriter he had hired out of his own pocket. I did mention it, but I never instructed you to proceed in this manner. A love triangle, where I'm merely a pawn caught between 2 men. Damn it. Jin Yu's irritation was palpable, especially as a well-known host on television vividly narrated the trio's unspeakable entanglement, making him feel as if he had swallowed a fly. You didn't say it couldn't be done. Besides, last night on the yacht, I asked for your opinion about being a tool in the public eye, and you said it was fine. Coulson retorted, unabashedly. Jin Yu racked his brain, recalling that he indeed had made such a remark in a drunken haze, too engrossed to heed Coulson's detailed explanation. He had waved his hand dismissively, not foreseeing the resulting chaos that would ensue. At a loss for words, Jin Yu fell silent. Seeing this, Coulson attempted to console him. You need not be overly concerned. Such news tends to grow increasingly exaggerated, and no one truly believes it. Besides, the spotlight is primarily on the two of them. As for you, to speak frankly, in the eyes of most individuals from M country, all Asians appear quite similar. If one is not familiar with your visage, they are unlikely to remember it. There is no need for your apprehension. Nonsense. Just earlier, as I returned home, an infuriating old man leered at my backside for an eternity. His gaze so intense it felt as though an invisible hand were caressing me. I swear, tomorrow I shall arm myself with a shotgun. Should I encounter him again, I will shatter his face with a single shot. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Jin Yu's anger only intensified. That may merely be a figment of your imagination. Believe me, my friend, I would not trust a word you say, not even if you claimed ginger prevents hair loss. Care to enlighten me? Coulson, I now understand why you are losing your hair. Damn it all. Beep, beep, beep. Jin Yu terminated the call, leaving Coulson in a state of gloom. Why resort to insults about my hair? I detest any commentary on my appearance. Jin Yu was quite distressed, yet someone was even more troubled. Pepper Potts, still in her role as Tony Stark's assistant. Tony had been isolated by the board, retreating to his garage to tinker away, while Obadiah Stane remained at home nursing his wounds. Given the sensational news of the day, it was certain they would avoid the public eye for some time. However, Pepper could not hide. Her job necessitated her daily navigation between the Los Angeles office and Tony Stark's opulent mansion. From the moment she awoke, her phone had been bombarded by various media inquiries. I am unaware of the circumstances between you and Obadiah, but at the very least, you both need to address the media. My phone, both home and office lines, have been incessantly ringing, and the office entrance is clogged with reporters. If not for Happy diverting them, I would not have been able to come find you, Mr. Stark. You ought to. Oh, are you all right? As soon as Pepper entered the garage, she began to voice her grievances, only to abruptly notice Tony sitting dejectedly on the floor, prompting her to cease her incessant chatter. I apologize, Mr. Stark. I did not realize your state was so dire. I simply do not understand what has transpired between you and Obadiah. I know it is certainly not as the news portrays it. Are you drinking? As Pepper approached Tony, she noticed a cup filled with a green liquid by his side. This is chlorophyll used for vitamin supplementation, Pepper. Obadiah. He has been secretly selling weapons to terrorists without my knowledge. Have you seen the news these past few days? The massacre in those Afghan villages was executed using our weapons, and Tony hesitated for a moment before continuing. I suspect my abduction is also linked to him. He initially intended to eliminate me, but those terrorists sought to exploit me for weapon creation, which ultimately provided me with an opportunity to escape. Obadiah? You mean Obadiah Stane? He is a friend of your father, having co-founded this company alongside him. What I mean is, oh my God, to have him treated as your uncle and to be betrayed by a loved one must be an incredibly painful experience. Pepper gazed at Tony, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to embrace him. She took a hesitant step forward, only to be restrained by her own reason. Unexpectedly, Tony Stark reached out and pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her thighs. OST. Stark, Tony, everything will be all right. Is there anything I can do for you? Pepper exclaimed, taken aback by his sudden action, her hands unsure of where to rest. Yet, upon seeing his despondent expression, she eventually tenderly cradled his head. Yes, I need you to implant a Trojan horse into the company's computer. What? Pepper's expression shifted dramatically. I meant to chat with you to offer some comfort. How did it turn into me sneaking in to install a Trojan? Chapter 44. Sudden attack. In the end, Pepper Potts could not refuse Tony Stark, despite her awareness that if Obadiah Stane truly executed the deeds Tony mentioned, her life would undoubtedly be in peril once discovered. However, when Tony uttered the words, "You are the only one by my side," her resolve melted away in an instant. Unlike the film, which artfully crafted tension by having Pepper encounter Obadiah while downloading critical data, she cleverly evaded him and completed the download, only to be detected immediately upon her departure. Consequently, Obadiah stormed into Tony's residence, seizing his arc reactor. When Pepper, accompanied by Agent Coulson, attempted to apprehend him, Obadiah had already successfully activated the Ironmonger, leading to a fierce street battle with Tony Stark's Mark II. Presently, due to Jin Yu's unexpected involvement, the situation had shifted dramatically. With trepidation, Pepper ventured into the company, as Obadiah had returned to his lair in New York after yesterday's incident. Thus, her mission proceeded smoothly, allowing her to download the necessary data. In Sector 16, a department she had never known existed, she found it utterly deserted. It appeared that Obadiah had obliterated all records. Tony Stark's impulsive actions that night heightened Obadiah's vigilance, resulting in the transfer of all data. In Tony's lavish mansion, Jin Yu, Coulson, and Tony gathered in the living room, overlooking the ocean, deliberating over matters concerning Obadiah. Sector 16 doesn't sound like a trivial department. There must be some clues left behind, Coulson remarked to Tony. Indeed, there is a sizable area on the first floor of our production department. Yet everything has been completely removed. Computers, various equipment. Nothing remains, as if it were just vacated. Tony shrugged, indicating he had already conducted an investigation, and then countered Coulson's assertion. You are an agent. Surely there is nothing we are unaware of? That night, he returned to his home in Los Angeles, then made another trip to the company, and by dawn he took a private jet back to New York. Our colleagues there are monitoring him, but to no avail. You know how it is with you high-ranking officials. Without concrete evidence, we cannot conduct comprehensive surveillance, Coulson replied, spreading his hands in resignation. As they conversed, Tony's phone rang, displaying the name Rhodey. He rose to answer the call in another room and returned 2 minutes later. Obadiah has requisitioned 3 military transport planes to fly to New York under his personal name, and the aircraft are laden with heavy cargo. No wonder Coulson couldn't uncover anything. It seems this old fox has commandeered military aircraft. But what could he possibly be doing in New York? In the 16th district, Jin Yu possessed a clear understanding of the situation. Although his arrival in this world had precipitated certain changes, such as the military acquiring the remains of Mark I, the technology behind combat armor was not insurmountable with current advancements. The most formidable challenge lay in the energy source, with the pivotal element being the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Despite Tony having revoked Obadiah Stane's access to the premises through Jarvis, it was imperative for him to remain close to Tony in order to obtain that reactor. Why then, was there such urgency in packing the equipment from the 16th district to New York? Could it be that his butterfly effect had borne fruit, leading his scientists to develop a miniature reactor? Suddenly, as Jin Yu pondered these questions, a deafening explosion shattered his thoughts, the force reverberating through the house. Jarvis, what transpired? Tony shouted, barely having time to rise. The garage door has exploded. We are being invaded, sir. Jarvis responded, his tone remarkably calm. Upon hearing of the garage breach, Tony sprang to his feet and dashed toward the entrance leading to the garage, with Coulson swiftly following suit. Jin Yu, possessing prior access to the garage, outpaced them both, racing to the door and turning the revolving knob. The garage, equipped with an automated metal door, had an entrance that wound in a circular path beneath the house. As Jin Yu descended, he spotted a shadow rushing down from the upper corner. It was a figure clad in metallic armor. Not the kind Tony wore, but rather a form-fitting combat suit reminiscent of the character from the film G.I. Joe: The Rise of Cobra. The individual appeared robust, standing at least 195 meters tall. The two men entered the garage from different directions almost simultaneously. Upon seeing Jin Yu, the armored figure paused momentarily before unleashing a monstrous roar that echoed through the space. Jin Yu was taken aback. Was this truly a greeting? However, in the next instant, he sensed something was amiss. A chill enveloped him as his senses heightened, and time seemed to slow. Bullet time. The armored assailant intended to kill him. Indeed, after the roar, the armored figure crouched slightly, propelling himself forward with explosive force, charging directly at Jin Yu. The attack was aimed at him. Jin Yu's instincts kicked in. Rather than confronting the assault head-on, he deftly sidestepped the charge. With a swift motion, he swept his right leg forward while his left arm bent, delivering a sharp elbow strike to the assailant's back. Originally aimed at the back of the head, the attempt was thwarted by a lack of height. Although the critical target was missed, Jin Yu did not hold back. Utilizing his own momentum, he tripped the opponent with his right foot, followed by a powerful elbow strike. The armored figure was sent flying, transformed into a streak of black light, accelerating away. Along the way, an unknown number of tables and tools were shattered until it finally collided with the wall, leaving a substantial dent in its wake. The force behind this strike was undeniably considerable. Jin Yu pondered that even if his opponent had not been directly incapacitated, he must have at least been dazed. To his astonishment, the armored figure, seemingly unfazed, immediately rose to its feet and charged at Jin Yu once more. Chapter 45. Would you mind managing for a moment? Bang! 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 3 gunshots echoed, and in that fleeting moment, Jin Yu keenly observed the 3 bullets hurtling towards the armored figure. With tremendous kinetic energy, they struck the armor, producing 3 dazzling sparks, yet leaving no mark whatsoever. The specially crafted, high-caliber handgun in Coulson's grasp failed to penetrate the metallic armor. Despite being hit thrice, the armored figure remained unfazed, its form unchanged. However, this action successfully captured the attention of the armored being. Initially charging directly towards Jin Yu, the armored figure abruptly halted after Coulson's 3 shots rang out, akin to a rampaging rhinoceros momentarily pausing to gaze quizzically at a child who had flicked pebbles at it, seemingly inquiring why it had been provoked. Now, the armored figure was in a similar state, tilting its head with earnest curiosity as it regarded Coulson. Coulson, feeling somewhat embarrassed, had instinctively fired thrice upon seeing the armored entity rise and rush towards Jin Yu. Little did he expect such futility. Instead, he had unwittingly drawn the enemy's focus. From a divine perspective, the positions were as follows. Jin Yu stood alone on the left side of the staircase, the armored figure on the right, while Tony and Coulson stood side by side on the steps 3 tiers above the staircase. The 4 individuals formed a triangular formation, with Tony leaning towards Jin Yu's direction and Coulson facing the armored figure, which was now regarding him with its head cocked. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. 2 seconds later, Tony broke the stillness. Ahem. Would you believe me if I said his gun misfired? Woo! Just as Tony spoke, the armored figure seemed to notice his presence for the first time, its gaze fixating on Tony's chest. With a sudden, furious roar, it pivoted and charged towards him. Bang! Bang! Coulson instinctively fired 2 more shots, but the armored figure remained undeterred, barreling towards Tony. Damn it, why is it looking at me when he's the one shooting? Tony exclaimed, and unlike the retreating Coulson, he moved forward, taking a bold step down the staircase towards Jin Yu. No one knew better than he where the safest haven lay. Indeed, as the armored figure locked onto Tony Stark with unwavering intent, it barely registered the swift movement before Jin Yu appeared before him, seemingly out of nowhere. Boom! This time, Jin Yu was not empty-handed. He wielded a barbell, one end bare while the other bore 2 of the heaviest weight plates. With a swing reminiscent of a baseball player, he raised his arms diagonally, striking the armored figure, which was sent crashing into the corner refrigerator, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. Jin Yu's strike landed squarely on the chin of the armored figure. Despite the force of the blow, the armored man merely shook his head and attempted to rise once more. Jin Yu was determined not to grant him that opportunity. Bending his legs, he leaped several meters, wielding the barbell as if it were a mighty hammer, and brought it crashing down upon the armored man's head. The impact produced a resounding thud, reverberating through the air as Jin Yu's full weight descended, shattering the floor beneath him. Jin Yu anticipated that this blow would either incapacitate the armored man or at least render him unconscious. To his astonishment, within mere seconds, the armored figure managed to brace himself on the ground and tried to push himself up. How resilient! The realization that 2 heavy strikes had failed to subdue his opponent ignited a surge of anger within Jin Yu. He swung the barbell again, raining blows down upon the armored man. Take that, he exclaimed, channeling the techniques passed down by Tang Hao to Tang San in the world of Dolua continent. Although the power did not accumulate to the extraordinary levels depicted in the novel, the rhythm of his strikes, utilizing the force of rebound to spin and strike down heavily, lent a fluid coherence to his assault. This is indeed true. A seasoned worker knows how to wield a heavy hammer with finesse, delivering blows so precise that one might question their own existence. As Jin Yu became increasingly absorbed in his barrage, He paid little heed to the condition of the armored figure beneath him. With a fervor, he continued to hammer down, creating a significant pit in the floor, debris of cement and stone flying in all directions. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of his strikes, he heard a distinctly different sound. In his exuberance, he had lost track of the 2 weight plates that had flown off, leaving him with an empty barbell. Unfocusing his aim, he brought it down beside the armored man's head. In that moment, the armored figure, having endured at least a dozen heavy blows, surprisingly began to recover. With both hands pressing against the ground, he kicked out with his legs, striking Jin Yu squarely in the abdomen. The impact sent Jin Yu flying, tracing a parabolic arc through the air, landing over 10 meters away against the vintage car belonging to Tony parked at the entrance. Damn it! Next time, I must procure a more suitable weapon. Rubbing his sore lower back, Jin Yu stood up to find the armored man still swaying in place. It turned out he was not as unscathed as he appeared. At the very least, he seemed somewhat disoriented. Glancing to the side, Jin Yu noticed that Tony had stealthily approached the newly crafted control panel. With the aid of mechanical arms, the Mark II armor was already half donned, leaving only the lower half, a pair of battle boots, yet to be fully secured. At that moment, Tony Stark appeared quite dapper above, while his lower legs remained clad in dress pants and shoes, creating an oddly jarring contrast between the completed upper armor and the bare lower half. "Why are you not wearing your shoes?" Jin Yu blurted out, feeling a twinge of obsessive-compulsive discomfort at the sight. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Tony cast a furious glance downward. Following his gaze, Jin Yu noticed 2 smaller mechanical arms lying on the ground, which were originally intended for fastening screws onto the battle boots. At this moment, however, they had been crushed at the base by 2 weight plates, with faint sparks flickering at the break, rendering them utterly useless. Jin Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Perhaps you could make do for the time being? Chapter 46. The heart of Tony Stark. As Jin Yu's voice faded, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. The armored figure had somehow retrieved a barbell and hurled it like a javelin directly at Tony. Boom! The sharp clang of metal reverberated as Tony was sent flying, crashing right in front of Jin Yu. Well, another vintage car was now wrecked. Jin Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Tony. "Can't you dodge?" Jin Yu teased. "I can't run," Tony replied, his face now concealed by his helmet, his furious roar echoing from within the metallic confines. "Then please step aside and allow me." Jin Yu swiftly picked up a tire from the ground, using it as a projectile aimed at the armored adversary, and he charged forward closely behind it. The heavy tire whistled through the air, only to be swatted aside by the armored figure. Seizing the moment of distraction, Jin Yu wickedly grinned as he produced a compact grenade launcher from the depths of his space, preparing to strike while the opponent was off guard. Suddenly, a streak of orange light zipped past him, striking the armored figure squarely on the right shoulder, exploding with a violent force that sent him spinning sideways. Tony's massive workstation was utterly demolished, and the tempered glass partitioning the stairwell shattered into fragments, accompanied by the distinctive cacophony of construction debris. The steps below crumbled into ruins. At the edge of the debris stood Coulson, who had been observing the chaos from above, ready to rush to Jin Yu and Tony's side. He looked down, meeting the gaze of the armored figure now sprawled on the ground. Coulson held his pistol, uncertain whether to fire or speak, particularly given his innocuous demeanor, rendering the situation awkward once again. Jin Yu cast Coulson a glance, signaling him to retreat slowly, while he deliberately strode forward to draw the armored figure's attention. This tactic proved effective. The armored adversary quickly shifted focus away from Coulson, scrabbling amidst the rubble to regain his footing. However, as he managed to elevate himself partially, his movements halted abruptly, his head tilting to gaze at something beside his right hand. It was a square glass box, seemingly of high quality, having survived its fall from the workstation without shattering. Wrapped in craft paper, one side was torn, revealing an ethereal blue glow emanating from within. With a rip, the armored figure tore open the craft paper, revealing a miniature arc reactor nestled within. This is the reactor that Tony crafted in the cave, a time when materials and tools were scarce. The reactor was not in its most optimal state, and upon Tony's return, he immediately replaced it, instructing Pepper to dispose of it by incineration. However, Pepper found it to be of sentimental value and transformed it into an exquisite display piece with a base and glass enclosure, inscribed with, "Proof that Tony Stark has a heart." Oh no! That was the immediate reaction of Jin Yu and Tony. If this reactor were to be stolen, it would undoubtedly pose a considerable dilemma at this stage. Indeed, in the film, Obadiah Stane had acquired the new reactor from Tony's chest, and it was precisely because of this that Tony's life was saved. Yet, that was merely cinematic fiction. Here and now, Jin Yu had no idea who this armored figure was, or if its arrival was directed at him. "Agent Coulson, run!" Jin Yu quickly realized the urgency and shouted for Coulson to flee while retrieving the grenade launcher, aiming it directly at the staircase and firing a round. Boom! The resounding explosion effectively thwarted any chance of the armored figure escaping with the reactor, causing a significant portion of the staircase to collapse. Fortunately, Coulson reacted swiftly and began to sprint the moment Jin Yu spoke. Otherwise, with little pause between his warning and the launch, it would have been nearly impossible to avoid inadvertently harming the unsuspecting agent. Initially, Jin Yu had intended to aim at the armored figure, but he hesitated, uncertain whether the reactor might explode and bring the entire structure down. He had no confidence in his ability to survive unscathed should such a calamity occur. Upon detonation, Jin Yu discarded the launcher and charged toward the armored figure. To his astonishment, this brute of an opponent, upon seizing the reactor, seemed to awaken, cradling it with one arm and rolling sideways in a deft maneuver. From the moment the armored figure entered and began its assault, it had relentlessly charged at either Jin Yu or Tony. This unexpected evasion caught Jin Yu off guard. The mysterious figure possessed strength nearly equal to his own, with linear speed that surpassed his. The armored shell was exceptionally resilient, and if it truly sought to flee, Jin Yu feared he might be unable to stop it. But at this moment, it was too late for words. Jin Yu launched into the air, initiating his attack, unable to halt his momentum. He could only shout, "Tony! Tony!" Clad in Mark II, though further away than Jin Yu, had already discerned what the armored figure was wielding. Without waiting for Jin Yu to finish, Tony was already prepared, calculating his response. Almost in unison with Jin Yu's call, the thrusters on his suit ignited, and two beams of orange light shot forth, striking the armored figure squarely in the back with pinpoint accuracy. This time, the explosion did not occur as it had before. Two beams of searing light, brimming with compressed energy, firmly immobilized the armored figure in place. Yet, the armored individual displayed remarkable resilience, contracting his body and gripping the reactor tightly, enduring the onslaught of the beams with his back. The terrifying heat rapidly transformed the armor into a glowing red mass. As Tony continued to unleash his assault, the armor's exterior could no longer withstand the relentless heat. At the epicenter of the beams, molten iron began to drip down from the armor. Jin Yu, whose senses surpassed those of ordinary individuals, could even hear the sizzling sound of the armored man's body being scorched by the superheated iron. Hiss! Jin Yu, who had just regained his footing, instinctively inhaled sharply. The sound alone was excruciating. Chapter 47. What kind of monster is this? Tony's assault persisted for approximately 4 to 5 seconds, and when the beam retracted, Jin Yu beheld a gaping hole the size of a soup bowl on the back of the armored figure. The intense heat of the beam had penetrated at least 4 to 5 centimeters deep, leaving the flesh within a congealed mass, with some areas still faintly emitting wisps of smoke, rendering its original form unrecognizable. Exhaling heavily, both Jin Yu and Tony simultaneously released a sigh of relief. Surely, it must be dead. In just a few minutes, from the explosion in the garage to this moment, the battle had been nothing short of fierce. Come. Let us uncover the identity of this enigmatic being. Noticing that Tony remained as still as a statue, Jin Yu promptly lifted both him and his armor. Come, Grom. Allow me to unveil the mystery surrounding your bride. Jin Yu, too, was intrigued about the identity of this mysterious figure that had not graced the silver screen. As Jin Yu playfully taunted him, Tony was about to retort when a sudden spectacle before him altered his gaze entirely. My God! What manner of monster is this? Elevated by Jin Yu, Tony observed from a higher vantage point. Upon hearing his exclamation, Jin Yu tilted his head to glance over, and upon doing so was taken aback. Before them, the wound inflicted by the searing heat began to swell, the once tangled flesh resembling roots suddenly pulsating and then bursting forth like an overinflated balloon. Dark crimson blood and yellowish pus spilled across the ground, revealing vibrant red flesh beneath. Even more astonishing, this flesh appeared to possess a life of its own, subtly writhing as the tissue began to grow and entwine, rapidly healing and filling in the wound, forming tender skin, followed by an outer layer that twisted and melded together, ultimately congealing like bark. At this moment, Jin Yu noticed that through the melted gaps in the armor, the skin of this mysterious entity appeared layered like tree bark, distinctly unlike anything human, with the most peculiar hue, a deep green. What on earth is this creature? In mere seconds, such a horrific wound had healed autonomously, leaving Jin Yu astounded, yet he did not hesitate. He swiftly set Tony down. Regardless of whether this being was human or monster, or if it still drew breath, his priority was to retrieve the reactor. However, just as he took a step forward, the previously motionless, curled-up creature abruptly straightened, producing a small, square box the size of an ashtray from seemingly nowhere. It pulsed with a rapid red light and was hurled in the direction of the two. Shit! Damn it! Jin Yu and Tony simultaneously cursed, and without a moment's pause, Jin Yu pivoted and lunged towards Tony. In a swift reaction, Tony activated the thrusters on his arms as Jin Yu leapt onto him, propelling both of them towards the entrance of the garage. Just as they rounded the corner, a deafening explosion resounded, causing half of the garage, along with the ground above, to collapse. At the entrance of the living room, Carlson, who had just heard that it was safe below and was preparing to descend again, stood at the staircase, gazing at the ruins that had buried half of the area, lost in profound contemplation. Amidst the debris, Tony sifted through the remaining components of his armor, pondering the hole in the wall that overlooked the chasm of the sea. His resolve to cease the production of weaponry had stemmed from a desire to prevent his creations from falling into the hands of those with malicious intent, thereby sparing the innocent from harm. Yet by a twist of fate, he had inadvertently crafted the most advanced personal weapon. From the moment he conceived the idea of a miniature reactor and the armor, Tony Stark had vowed never to relinquish his armor to any government or faction, fearing it would be exploited to kill innocents. Now, however, his reactor had been stolen, and he was left frustrated and uncertain about the identity of the perpetrator. Jin Yu stood beside him, similarly lost in thought. Visions of that green monster flitted through her mind, reminiscent of a failed experiment of the Hulk, albeit lacking the same formidable strength. Its regenerative capabilities were genuinely terrifying. Whence had this creature emerged? The silence was abruptly shattered by the ringing of a phone. Carlson S. Understood. I see, he replied succinctly. Leave the ensuing matters to me. After a brief exchange, he hung up, his expression turning grave. Gentlemen, we may have encountered a significant dilemma. What? Jin Yu and Tony looked up simultaneously. Half an hour ago, a fighter jet took off from the Air Force Base. Can you guess who the passenger is? Jin Yu and Tony exchanged glances, their silence speaking volumes. Indeed, Carlson confirmed with a nod. Based on the description of the appearance and attire, it was precisely the guests who visited us 2 hours prior. And the destination? Tony inquired directly. That is precisely what I was about to convey, Carlson said with a wry smile. The military has refused to disclose the whereabouts of that aircraft. But that monster just attacked my home and made off with my belongings. Tony's anger flared at the military's involvement. I am aware, Carlson replied. My subordinates raised questions, but they stated it was a direct order from the Department of Defense. I have already reported this to our director, and I believe he will soon engage with the Department of Defense. Carlson felt a twinge of helplessness. Had he known about the armor sooner, he would have reassessed Tony Stark's situation, avoiding their current predicament. However, such reflections were futile in the moment. As soon as Carlson finished speaking, Tony immediately dialed Rhodey, only to find the phone was turned off. Tony hung up the phone, his voice cold. I will head to the Air Force Base immediately to seek clarity. As he spoke, he attempted to unearth tools from the rubble, eager to manually don his armor in its entirety. It's futile. They will not divulge anything to you. We must go together, Tony. There is still time. We cannot afford to lose our composure. Jin Yu rose to interject. Carlson, standing nearby, added his counsel. Indeed, we must remain composed. Even if you insist on storming the Air Force Base, take me with you. This would only escalate tensions between government departments. Coulson shook his identification badge. The words Department of Homeland Security and Logistics support particularly prominent. Chapter 48. General Ross Los Angeles Air Force Base, in reality, is situated in El Segundo, California, near Los Angeles International Airport. Although referred to as an Air Force Base, it lacks runways and does not accommodate any aircraft. It is more akin to a command center compound. Furthermore, while it claims to be a base, it is actually the operational headquarters of the United States Air Force Space Command and houses the Space and Missile Systems Center, SMC, and various research laboratories. Dear readers, I know there are many knowledgeable individuals among you. I fear being challenged on this matter. However, within the Marvel Universe, this is indeed a genuine Air Force base located in the suburbs. The camaraderie between War Machine Rhodes and Tony Stark flourishes here, as Rhodes serves as the sole liaison between the military and Stark, primarily due to the strategic advantage of being situated in Los Angeles. Of course, their rapport is pivotal. The depth of their friendship is evident. In the cinematic realm, only Pepper Potts and Rhodes have direct access to Tony's garage. Whether Happy possesses such clearance remains uncertain, but given subsequent developments, it is highly probable. Moreover, at the outset of Iron Man 1, upon returning from Afghanistan, Tony sought out Rhodes, mentioning a significant project he wished to keep from the military and inviting Rhodes to join him. However, Rhodes, concerned for Tony's well-being, urged him to rest instead of allowing him to elaborate. I digress. The point is, given their close bond, it would be unlikely for Rhodes to simply shut his phone off amidst any turmoil. Yet, just as they prepared to visit the Air Force Base, Tony's phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Tony answered, perplexed. Tony, is something wrong? Rhodes's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Oh my God, you finally called. Why is your phone off? But let's set that aside for now. Half an hour ago, the Department of Defense issued an order for a fighter jet to take off from your base. I need to know where it went. Rhodes. Tony sighed in relief upon hearing Rhodes's voice, yet his concern surged immediately. An order from the Department of Defense? I was unaware of this. You must tell me what is happening. I had just spoken to you a few hours ago when I received a special directive. They confiscated my phone and instructed me to rest for 2 days. To my shock, I discovered that there were individuals monitoring me downstairs. After much contemplation, the only conclusion I could draw was that it relates to you. You must inform me of the situation. Tony, do you know how I managed to make this call? I secretly tapped into my neighbor's phone line. Rhodes, equally distressed, realized that as a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, he was under complete surveillance. Recalling the day he encountered a humanoid flying object that turned out to be Tony Stark only heightened his unease. A monster attacked my home. Rhodes, an entity that bears no resemblance to humanity. It destroyed my house and stole a miniature reactor before boarding a fighter jet. Do you understand what this signifies? Pray, tell me the destination of that wretched aircraft. For the love of God, if you possess such knowledge. Tony's furious roar left Rhodey utterly perplexed. After a brief silence, he calmly replied, "Give me a minute." Once the call was terminated, it wasn't too long before Rhodey's phone rang again. New York. As soon as the line connected, Rhodey immediately spoke. "Thank you, my friend." Tony exhaled in relief, finally aware of the aircraft's destination. "Tony, stay safe. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." Rhodey's words warmed Tony's heart, yet after a slight pause, he promptly ended the call, unwilling to entangle Rhodey in the situation before clarifying matters. Obadiah Stane had also ventured to New York. Irrespective of the military's involvement, they needed to reach New York first. Initially, Tony contemplated flying there directly in his armor, but he was ultimately persuaded by Jin Yu to reconsider. Given the military's involvement and to expedite their journey, the trio opted not to take Tony's private jet. Instead, Coulson commandeered a Quinjet, a craft belonging to SHIELD, ensuring they remained under the radar of military scrutiny. On board the aircraft, the group exchanged their perspectives on the unfolding events. They began with discussions regarding Obadiah Stane's activities in Sector 16. Jin Yu, relying on his foresight, deduced that Stane was clandestinely constructing armor. After Tony's escape from Afghanistan, the mark I had fallen into military hands. It seemed that Stain had forged some agreement with the military to seize the reactor, having swiftly commenced the production of armor due to access to the Mark I's intricate data and specifications. The military's sudden resort to such extreme measures could only be attributed to the impatience of certain radicals within, eager to secure the technology before engaging in protracted negotiations. Given Tony Stark's influence within the U.S. government, if he adamantly refused to relinquish the technology, the military would find themselves at an impasse. Their deductions were not entirely erroneous. Indeed, numerous individuals within the military coveted the reactor, though a direct seizure was unlikely at this stage. Such drastic actions would necessitate a failure in political pressure first. The complexities of the day's events exceeded their expectations. New York, a sprawling mixed military base on the outskirts. A fighter jet descended slowly onto the runway, where an elderly general, his beard speckled with gray yet still possessing a robust stature, stood silently at the edge of the tarmac. Behind him, at least 20 fully armed soldiers stood ready, poised for action. The cabin door swung open, and a tall figure gradually emerged from the aircraft. It was the very monster that had seized the reactor. However, at this moment, the creature had shed its earlier ferocity displayed in Tony's residence. No longer exuding aggression, it averted the gaze of the venerable general, its posture slightly hunched, betraying a sense of trepidation. The distance from the aircraft to the general was a mere 30 meters, yet the monster took over 2 minutes to traverse that space. The general, unfazed, narrowed his eyes and regarded the creature with quiet observation. "General Ross." At long last, the monster arrived before him, hesitating for a considerable time before mustering the courage to greet. Chapter 49. The sudden capture handed over. General Ross wasted no words, extending his hand to demand the item. The creature, though somewhat reluctant, promptly complied without hesitation. Upon receiving the reactor, General Ross examined it briefly before passing it to his guard, then spoke with a hint of disdain. "I had thought the experiment merely altered your physique. I had no idea it would so profoundly affect your intellect. Collaborating clandestinely with Obadiah Stane? Are you truly so foolish? Do you naively believe that once he obtains this, he will join you in conquering the world? Let me be clear. The first act he will undertake is to eliminate you, you imbecile." As Ross spoke, his agitation grew, and he struck the creature's chest with his hat several times. The monster, who had previously endured brutal blows from the likes of Tony Stark, now resembled a child being chastised by a parent, trembling involuntarily, rooted in place, instinctively retreating. After delivering 4 or 5 strikes, Ross's fury subsided somewhat. "However, despite your blunder, you have successfully retrieved the reactor, which somewhat redeems you. Stark should have been compelled to hand this over without delay. The need for several legislators' approval was unnecessary. Those individuals are mere puppets, nurtured by Stark's wealth, oblivious to the principle that national security supersedes all else. Such a device must belong to the military." Lost in his thoughts, Ross redirected his gaze toward the creature. "I know you secretly sent the schematics to Obadiah Stane. Return the money he gave you, and this matter will be forgotten. But heed my warning. You would do well to remain in the laboratory and cooperate with our research. Otherwise, I will treat you as I did Blonsky and confine you as well. Do you understand?" "Understood, sir." Whether it was Ross's words that struck a chord within him, the creature's voice was notably louder this time, laced with a hint of indignation. "There's no need to address me in such a manner. You are no longer a soldier. Return to your rightful place," General Ross coldly retorted, turning to stride towards the base, leaving the creature standing alone on the runway, fists clenched for an extended period. Meanwhile, at the landing site chosen by Jin Yu and his companions, located in the northern part of Brooklyn, stood a modest standalone building, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s outposts in New York. According to Coulson, they could seamlessly evade both civilian and military flight paths. Had it not been for the fear of being seen, they could have landed directly in the bustling heart of Manhattan without anyone being the wiser. Coulson's words rang true, and Jin Yu believed he was not exaggerating. S.H.I.E.L.D. undoubtedly possessed such capabilities. The Quinjet, capable of vertical takeoff and landing, descended directly onto the rooftop of the building. However, as the three disembarked, Coulson was met with a swift and painful blow to the face. A throng of at least 20 to 30 armed soldiers surged forth from the passage leading to the staircase, instantly encircling the trio in an impenetrable formation, their weapons unwaveringly trained upon them. "Coulson, you had best clarify the situation," Jin Yu murmured, slowly raising his hands and casting an awkward glance at Coulson beside him. Before Coulson could utter a word, the ranks parted, revealing a military officer in his 30s striding forward, his insignia indicating he held the rank of major. This major's gaze lingered, almost uncontrollably, on Tony, clad in Mark II armor, before shifting directly to Jin Yu. "By order of the Department of Defense, apprehend the wanted military fugitive, Jin Yu." A document, the size of an A4 sheet, bore the military seal and the Department of Defense's stamp, prominently displaying the signature of Alexander Pierce, the Secretary of Defense. Jin Yu recalled that this man was actually a high-ranking leader of Hydra and the former director of SHIELD. He pondered when he had incurred his wrath, suspecting it might have been during the incident in Ukraine involving Longfellow. Yet Nick Fury had supposedly intervened on his behalf at that time. "Arrest me? Apologies. But I seem to be unaware of any crimes I have committed," Jin Yu said, furrowing his brow. "I regret to inform you, but I am merely executing orders. Any further discourse can occur once you meet our superior. Take him away." The major gestured, prompting the soldiers behind him to advance and subdue Jin Yu. "Halt!" Tony and Coulson simultaneously raised their weapons, their actions unequivocally signaling their stance. Jin Yu is a consultant for the Department of Homeland Security's Strategic and Logistical Support Bureau, and I need to make a call to verify your information. Coulson, uncertain of the unfolding situation, realized that if this were an arrest warrant from another department, he could simply present his credentials and dismiss them. However, given that this was a command from the Department of Defense, complete with the Secretary's signature, he could not defy it outright. "No need for that," Jin Yu interjected, halting Coulson's hand before he could reach for his phone. "You should have only informed Nick Fury of our whereabouts. The operations of SHIELD were shrouded in secrecy, and Coulson had not disclosed this mission to anyone else, not even his own subordinates. He had merely reported to Nick Fury. Yet, they had been ambushed with such precision. Without a doubt, something had gone awry on Nick Fury's end. "I trust Nick. There must be some misunderstanding here," Coulson stated after a brief silence. "Whatever misunderstanding exists cannot resolve our current predicament. Listen to me, my friend. You must leave, regardless of the military's intentions. I cannot surrender passively, but you cannot resist alongside me. We still require your intelligence support." Jin Yu's words are indeed profound. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, given the current circumstances, his presence here would only serve as a burden, demanding attention from both Tony Stark and Jin Yu. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Coulson addressed the Major with a resolute statement. "I will contact the Department of Defense for clarification." With that, he turned and strode out of the room. The Major made no effort to hinder him, merely watching as Coulson confidently exited. "And you, Mr. Stark, do you find it necessary to depart at this moment? By the way, the equipment you are wearing has not been registered with any department. Should you choose to fly while adorned in it, you would be engaging in unlawful activity." Chapter 50. "Do not hinder my surrender." This statement caught both Jin Yu and Tony off guard, particularly evident on his face, which clearly expressed an anticipation for their actions. This unexpected demeanor momentarily silenced the two who were ready to act. "What is the charge?" Tony Stark inquired suddenly. "While I am under no obligation to disclose this information, since Mr. Stark has asked, I shall inform you. Your friend has allegedly slain a captain of our military at a military base in Ukraine, in the presence of hundreds of soldiers. Not only do we possess eyewitnesses, but the surveillance cameras at the base have captured the entire incident in vivid detail. The evidence is irrefutable, and I can assure you that your friend may very well spend the remainder of his life in prison." The Major delivered this proclamation with a smile, even throwing Jin Yu a provocative glance thereafter. Upon hearing these words, Tony's expression shifted dramatically, and as he was about to respond, Jin Yu reached out to restrain him. "Where are you taking me?" "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information," came the curt reply. Jin Yu's countenance darkened. The specter of Obadiah Stane, the military, that monster, the Department of Defense, and a colossal conspiracy loomed ominously over both him and Tony. The reactor was already lost, likely in the clutches of the military. Retrieving it posed a conundrum. They lacked concrete evidence. However, the fact that Jin Yu had committed murder in Ukraine was indisputable, with witnesses and physical evidence firmly in place. If Jin Yu chose to surrender, he would become an immense bargaining chip for the military. Even if Tony utilized his connections and influence to unearth evidence. With Jin Yu in their custody, Tony would not dare to go public, resorting instead to clandestine negotiations. Should Tony reveal the situation to the public, the worst-case scenario for the military would be the return of the reactor, placing Jin Yu in grave danger, given his act of murder, which would make his arrest entirely justifiable. This was a blatant conspiracy. If Tony assisted Jin Yu in evading capture, then he too would become a fugitive alongside Jin Yu. No matter his influence, should he manage to extricate himself, the matter of the reactor would be rendered moot, with Jin Yu's fate hanging in the balance. So, what will it be? Have you made your decision? Will you cooperate with us? The major, seemingly well-connected within the military, inquired with a knowing smile, observing their discomfort. I have made my decision. I will go with you, Jin Yu declared suddenly, raising his head. Jin Yu, Tony shouted anxiously from the side. Jin Yu turned, subtly conveying a message to Tony with his gaze, while stating, "There's no other choice, Tony. We cannot confront the Department of Defense directly. We must first clarify the situation. If we refuse to surrender, there will be no room for negotiation. Will there?" After uttering these words, Jin Yu stepped forward, extending his hands and saying, "Let us proceed." The major smiled, "A wise choice, though I would have preferred to see you resist arrest. This way we can all save ourselves the trouble." Upon finishing his words, he raised his hand to signal the soldiers to escort Jin Yu. However, just as his right hand began to ascend, Jin Yu swiftly reached out and seized his wrist. "What do you intend to do?" The sudden turn of events startled the major. "Of course, I will cooperate with you." Jin Yu chuckled mischievously, exerting a slight force to pull the major into his embrace, his right arm encircling the major's neck while his left hand drew a pistol from the major's waist, pressing it firmly against their foreheads. "Everyone step back," Jin Yu declared, having taken the major as a hostage, and with a swift turn, he exited the encirclement, addressing the soldiers. Tony momentarily froze, suddenly recalling the look in Jin Yu's eyes. Initially intending to assist, he instead raised both hands in surrender. "Let me clarify, this has nothing to do with me. I merely accompanied him." Although he was still uncertain of Jin Yu's intentions, Tony instinctively complied with him. "Did you hear that? Step back and lower your weapons." Jin Yu shouted once more at the soldiers before him. "Without my orders, they will not retreat. If you wish to evade arrest without dragging Tony Stark down with you, such a childish act will not alter the outcome." Facing the gun aimed at his head, the major displayed no fear. Instead, a smirk of disdain crept across his face as he replied nonchalantly, "You seem quite knowledgeable. It appears your standing within the military is not insignificant. However, who told you I intended to resist arrest? I am merely following you back, but I desire to do so in a different manner. Now, have your soldiers step back and lower their weapons. Do you understand the implications of your actions?" The major finally exhibited a hint of unease, sensing that the situation was spiraling beyond his control. "I need not know. After all, I am already implicated in a murder charge, having taken the life of a captain. Can it get any worse? Enough with the chatter. Have them step back and lower their weapons. This is my final warning." Jin Yu pressed the gun barrel firmly against the major's head. "I will not issue such orders. I wager you lack the courage to pull the trigger," the major asserted confidently. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out as Jin Yu shot him directly in the thigh. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Now, let us play another round. Can you guess which part of your body I will aim for next?" Jin Yu whispered into his ear. The major, displaying resilience, grunted softly at the sudden pain, maintaining a sullen silence in the face of Jin Yu's threats. Bang! Jin Yu fired again, this time aiming at the major's toes, creating a gaping hole in his shoe, the extent of damage to his toes unknown. The major could not stifle a cry of pain this time, his leg buckling as he began to collapse, only to be firmly held up by Jin Yu's arm. "This is your final warning. Have them lower their weapons and step back immediately. Do not hinder my intention to surrender, or I shall ensure that you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair, bidding farewell to the military forever. Do you believe me?" The major was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy by Jin Yu's audacious remark. "What do you mean I hindered your confession? Are you certain this qualifies as a confession?" However, Jin Yu's final statement truly unsettled him. With a dark expression, he commanded the soldiers before him to lower their weapons. "Good lad. Splendidly done. Now we can prepare to embark." Chapter 51. Alexander Pierce in the Triarch Wing Building, Washington, stands the global headquarters of SHIELD, which also serves as the nominal headquarters of the World Security Council. Within the office on the top floor, Nick Fury lounges on a sofa, watching a segment of video while seated across from him is Alexander Pierce, the defense minister of M-Nation and the individual responsible for the council's operational affairs. The video displays Jin Yu, valiantly blocking the entrance to a cave, his actions vividly captured as he conjures a Gatling gun and a box of grenades seemingly from thin air. This footage originates from the site where Tony Stark was kidnapped, where an explosion occurred in the cave, shattering computer monitors. Fortunately, their main server was shielded by rocks, preserving this critical footage. The threat level posed by Jin Yu far exceeds our expectations. Imagine if he were to carry several nuclear warheads into Manhattan, Capitol Hill, the vicinity of the White House, or the Pentagon. What chaos might ensue. We can tolerate the existence of a superhuman, someone with enhanced resilience and greater strength, as long as it remains within controllable limits. After all, SHIELD has numerous 084 files, does it not? However, Jin Yu's abilities. Analysis of the video suggests that his spatial manipulation powers may not directly target living beings. But what if he chooses to conceal his intentions? What if legions of troops or terrorists suddenly materialize on our soil? Alexander Pierce speaks with an air of calm assurance. "I know you are upset with me, my old friend. You have conveyed the situation to me, yet I have taken advantage of your trust, prompting General Ross to dispatch agents to apprehend them. However, you must understand, all of this is for the sake of security. We must ensure that Jin Yu remains entirely within our surveillance." Nick Fury, upon receiving a call from Coulson, rushed to confront Alexander Pierce, yet the video left him speechless. Clearly, he was unaware of Jin Yu's capabilities until now. After a moment of silence, Nick Fury finally responds, "We have never relaxed our vigilance over him. We monitor his every move. Furthermore, we have conducted a psychological assessment tailored to his character. He is manageable. This is my ongoing endeavor. Pierce, no. He is uncontrollable. At least not by you, at least not for now." Alexander Pierce retorts, picking up the remote from the coffee table and switching to another video, which reveals Jin Yu discarding a muddy Langfaro from a vehicle in Ukraine. "I am aware of the events transpiring in Ukraine. He could have easily shot Langfaro dead, yet he opted for a more brutal approach, revealing a vicious aspect of his character. While we might overlook the brutal nature of our neighbors, who could slash your tires or deliver a punishing blow, Jin Yu is extraordinarily perilous." Nick Fury inhales deeply and speaks in a grave tone. "You can speak frankly with me. We possess a more tempered approach and a method acceptable to all. Given the inherent dangers he embodies, we must not compel him to become our adversary through our methods. This is not our customary approach." Nick Fury's single eye bore intently into Alexander Pierce's gaze. "It is about that reactor, isn't it? The reactor within Tony Stark and General Ross's soldier enhancement program was inherently illegal. Yet, you allowed a flawed experiment to seize the reactor, which amounts to burglary, Minister. Indeed, it is about the reactor. But robbery was never my intention, nor General Ross's. It was Obadiah Stane who corrupted that individual. Upon discovering this, I acted promptly to apprehend him, ensuring the reactor did not fall into Stane's hands," Alexander Pierce clarified. "Then you ought to return the item and seek a different way to collaborate with Stark." Nick Fury retorted coldly, "There is no possibility for collaboration, Nick. Stark does not trust us, nor does he trust the government. You understand the significance of that reactor. The exoskeleton would mean our soldiers could maintain peace without bloodshed or sacrifice. However, Stark will not relinquish it, and we have no means to compel him. But he is Tony Stark, the largest benefactor of the Democratic Party. The opportunity is before me. What do you expect me to do? What do you expect the military to do? We are the guardians who operate from the shadows. We are not born to engage in sordid affairs. That is why our operatives are agents, not police. Alexander Pierce's emotions escalated, and after expressing these sentiments, he took several deep breaths to regain his composure before softly addressing Nick Fury. Even if I relinquish the reactor, the hardliners in the military will not relent. Regarding Jin Yu, I can involve you, but he must cooperate with us. As for the reactor, let those generals squabble with Stark. Alexander Pierce, a seasoned fox in the political arena, after expressing his frustrations and clarifying his position, offered a concession to Nick Fury, granting him a modicum of respect, yet his demands remained unyielded. Nick Fury understood that the conversation had reached its limit. He reluctantly rose and departed hastily, needing time to contemplate how to steer matters toward the most favorable resolution. Outside the military base where General Ross was stationed, Jin Yu drove a military vehicle with Tony seated beside him, while a colonel, having received a simple bandage and subsequently rendered unconscious by Jin Yu, occupied the back seat. I apologize, Jin. I have burdened you. I assure you, I will not allow the Department of Defense to apprehend you. However, there is one matter I do not comprehend. Your so-called surrender is a futile ploy, and you have injured their colonel. Tony lamented, convinced that his own affairs were the reason Jin Yu was ensnared in this predicament. I understand, yet we must not allow them to lead us by the nose. Initially, we were only aware of the military presence, but now we at least know whom to seek. Moreover, they are currently unprepared, are they not? I shall venture in to divert attention, while you search for the reactor and, incidentally, ascertain the whereabouts of that scoundrel.
Abadiastan.
Completing these two tasks is of utmost importance for our mission in New York. The two conferred briefly and were about to split up when, from the direction ahead, a vehicle appeared seemingly out of nowhere, hurtling towards Jin Yu at an alarming speed. Chapter 52. The negotiation falls apart. Jin Yu initially believed the approaching vehicle was merely passing by, but to his surprise, it slowly came to a halt directly in front of him. As the door swung open, he was greeted by the sight of the Black Widow, a figure he had not seen for quite some time. Clad in her iconic black bodysuit, she radiated an intoxicating allure that was further accentuated by her striking yet icy demeanor, a true embodiment of the fantasy many men yearn for. However, upon seeing Jin Yu, the corners of her mouth curled into a playful smile, and her aura transformed from that of a cold, formidable agent into that of a charming, youthful neighbor. What's this? Am I not welcome? The Black Widow exclaimed playfully, extending her arms towards Jin Yu. He stepped forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. If you ever find yourself in trouble again without notifying me first, I swear I will incinerate that gift in your wardrobe, and you shall never receive anything of the sort again. Do you understand? She whispered conspiratorially close to his ear. Images of that gift flashed through Jin Yu's mind as he glanced at Tony beside him, his face flushing with embarrassment. He opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. So you are the most beautiful agent that Coulson spoke of, the one that Jin Yu whisked away. It seems Coulson's description was rather understated. You must be the most exquisite agent in the world. Tony greeted her with a nod, extending his hand towards Natasha. Your armor is impressive, even cooler than Coulson described. Natasha responded with a smile, shaking Tony's hand before turning serious and addressing both men. Nick has conferred with the Secretary of Defense. I represent the Department of Homeland Security and the Logistics Support Agency. Natasha recounted the conversation between Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce in its entirety, leaving no detail unspoken. She also brought forth information that the two were unaware of, such as the revelation that the creature was a product of General Ross's supersoldier program. Furthermore, when Obadiah Stane sent the creature to steal the blueprints, the military had already placed him under comprehensive surveillance. By the time he arrived in New York, he had fallen directly into General Ross's hands. Moreover, along with Obadiah Stane, the military had also seized an enhanced version of the armor, dubbed Ironmonger, which was constructed using Stark Industries resources under the guise of Project 16. Haha! Having heard Natasha's account, Jin Yu couldn't help but let out a few derisive chuckles. They are quite clever, allowing the blueprint leak to occur without interference, merely observing the situation unfold. Once Obadiah Stane successfully manufactured the armor, they swooped in to reap the rewards, even receiving a reactor as a bonus. Now, they are using my situation to their advantage. Truly, the military is cunning. Jin Yu's words rang true. The military had indeed stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity, yet the notion of being used as a pawn left a bitter taste in his mouth. Upon discovering their own secrets, a more amicable resolution could have been achieved. Given the rapport between him and Black Widow, she could have represented S.H.I.E.L.D. to monitor Jin Yu, a proposition he would have readily accepted. However, in an effort to pressure Tony, they resorted to a more aggressive approach. Why? Because it is easier to pick the soft fruit. Attempting to seize something from Tony Stark would demand an exorbitant price, yet possessing Jin Yu altered the dynamics entirely. Realizing this, Jin Yu's expression darkened palpably. As a traveler, he bore a certain pride, and the notion of being treated like a soft target filled him with an inexplicable sense of humiliation. Had he enjoyed a background akin to Tony Stark's or possessed the extraordinary prowess of the Ancient One, military and governmental agencies, including S.H.I.E.L.D., would be at his beck and call, devoid of the convoluted complications he now faced. He resolved to become immensely powerful. Jin Yu did not aspire to trample the world beneath his feet, but rather to liberate himself from societal constraints, to live freely, pursuing his desires without hindrance. This marked Jin Yu's first genuine determination to become formidable. Unbeknownst to him, as his thoughts evolved, the copper mirror within his consciousness continuously emanated energy, subtly enhancing his body. Observing the change in Jin Yu's demeanor, Black Widow quickly stepped forward, embracing his arm and reassuringly spoke, "Rest assured, I will not hand you over. Regardless of their boundaries, mine is clear. Monitoring you under the guise of safety is permissible, but this task will remain ours, mine alone. I will ensure the military does not interfere." Tony interjected, "If they insist on pursuing this matter, then so be it. They can have my reactor. I am confident that within a few years, no one will decipher my technology." His words exuded confidence, revealing his willingness to make concessions for Jin Yu, albeit reluctantly. Yet, at that moment, Jin Yu felt an even deeper sense of humiliation upon hearing those words. "Let us proceed. Since negotiations are in order, we should see what they have to say." Within the base, in the conference room, General Ross sat casually, facing Jin Yu, Tony, and Black Widow. The Major, whom Jin Yu had shot twice and brought back, had been sent to the infirmary. In the context of power dynamics and vested interests, that Major, despite appearing to hold some significance, was merely a pawn. No one cared about his injuries, and his condition bore no impact on the proceedings. If there were any repercussions, they would solely serve the military's aim to leverage Jin Yu against Tony. Since their arrival, nearly 20 minutes had elapsed in negotiation, during which General Ross had avoided discussing the reactor, insisting that Jin Yu's situation be resolved first. His stance was clear. Jin Yu need not be treated as a prisoner. However, one must immediately enlist in the military, and may only operate in designated areas under the supervision of military personnel, while also complying with certain military demands. To put it euphemistically, it is termed incorporation. To express it bluntly, it is a form of veiled captivity. Furthermore, invoking the death of Langfaro at every turn has left the Black Widow, the primary negotiator, feeling rather impotent. Just as silence enveloped the room, Jin Yu lightly tapped the table twice, uttering his first words since entering. If I agree to all your demands, will you promptly return Tony's reactor?" Jin Yu. Upon hearing his words, both the Black Widow and Tony exclaimed anxiously. Without turning his head, Jin Yu raised a hand to gesture for them to remain calm, then directed his gaze towards General Ross. "Please, answer my question, General." Observing Jin Yu's irate expression, General Ross smirked with satisfaction. "You seem rather upset, which I can understand. However, I must inform you that these matters are entirely distinct. You have taken a life, and it is fortunate you are not incarcerated. You must accept military oversight. As for the stolen reactor from Stark's residence, that is another issue altogether. Obadiah Stane bribed my soldiers to unlawfully invade a private dwelling and commit robbery. Such actions will be brought before a military tribunal, and that reactor serves as evidence. We shall discuss specifics once this matter concludes. Jin Yu, consumed by fury, responded with a sardonic laugh. So, regardless of how this unfolds, you military personnel feel assured that I, having killed that scoundrel Langfaro, am at your mercy, am I? After uttering these words, Jin Yu leaned forward, exuding an aura of menace directed at General Ross. The Black Widow and Tony, fearing Jin Yu might lose his temper, discreetly nudged him under the table, but he paid them no heed. General Ross, having encountered numerous tribulations, prided himself on having Jin Yu in check. Thus, instead of speaking, he reclined in his chair with interest, surveying Jin Yu with an expression that seemed to convey, "What will you do about it?" With a swift motion, Jin Yu lifted the enormous conference table into the air, causing it to spin before crashing against the wall. Simultaneously, his other hand was not idle. With a resounding slap, he delivered a powerful blow to General Ross's face. Chapter 53. Not dead? As previously mentioned, General Ross's base is a hybrid military installation directly under the command of the Army headquarters. In addition to a diverse array of soldier formations and their equipment, a significant number of research personnel are engaged here, dedicated to a clandestine project focused on the creation of super soldiers. Earlier, prior to the actual commencement of this initiative, General Ross, under the guise of researching radiation-resistant serum, managed to gain the trust of several professors from Calvo University. His aim was to develop a super serum, aspiring to replicate the super soldier program akin to that of Captain America, which included the transformation of Bruce Banner into the Hulk. Subsequently, following a gamma radiation leak within the laboratory, Bruce Banner mutated into the Hulk. During General Ross's pursuit, Bruce fled to Brazil, where he practiced Brazilian jiu-jitsu breathing techniques to control his emotions while seeking a definitive solution to his transformation. The earlier mission of Black Widow was to covertly monitor Bruce Banner. Her return to New York was prompted by Bruce's escape from General Ross's clutches in Brazil, as he sought opportunities for healing, coincidentally leading to the incident involving Jin Yu. To elaborate, General Ross's military base is quite expansive. The building where Jin Yu operates is the primary administrative area, separated by warehouses and training grounds, along with several runways designated for transport aircraft, culminating in the laboratory building. The direct distance between these areas spans at least 2 kilometers. 30 meters beneath the laboratory building, since Bruce Banner's transformation into the Hulk, Dr. Ross has been elated. Despite the Hulk's occasionally uncontrollable rage, his attributes surpass all expectations, leading Dr. Ross to believe that with minor enhancements, a perfect super soldier could be realized. Thus, he constructed a laboratory underground, not only to maintain secrecy but also to establish several cells specifically designed for confining experimental subjects. However, these cells, intended for the Hulk, have yet to accommodate Bruce Banner, as they currently house a second prototype, Abomination. For those intrigued by the origins of Abomination, I recommend viewing The Incredible Hulk 2, as I will refrain from delving further into that narrative here. What is pertinent to mention now is that, in addition to Abomination, there are 2 other notable prisoners currently detained. The first is the creature responsible for the assault on Tony Stark's residence, which resulted in the theft of the reactor. The second is the true mastermind behind these events, Obadiah Stane. During the apprehension of Obadiah Stane, General Ross's forces not only captured him, but also uncovered incriminating evidence of his collusion with terrorists intending to assassinate Tony Stark, along with substantial proof of his illicit arms dealings. The military leveraged this information to threaten him into spearheading the exoskeleton project. Initially, Obadiah Stane believed he would be confined here for an extended period, biding his time for an opportunity to escape. Little did he anticipate that such an opportunity would present itself so swiftly. That night, as Obadiah Stane was escorted back to his cell to rest, he had scarcely settled down when a frantic alarm pierced the air. Startled, Obadiah sat upright and peered through the barred window above the iron door. In the corridor, the red lights of the alarm blazed wildly, while soldiers hurriedly brandished their weapons and rushed towards the elevator. "What on earth is happening?" he called out loudly to each passing soldier through the bars. Regrettably, the hurried soldiers paid him no mind as they dashed outside, ignoring his inquiries. "Hey, I'm speaking to you, you damned fools. Can't you hear my questions? Obadiah shouted furiously at the soldiers outside. They have no time to answer you. The base is under attack, came a deep voice from the opposite cell, belonging to the very creature Obadiah had once manipulated. The base is under attack? Obadiah echoed, glancing at the empty corridor where the guards had just fled. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. This is splendid. An opportune moment for us to escape together. To his surprise, the creature outright rejected him, its voice resonating with disdain. General Ross informed me that you are merely using me. Indeed, I am utilizing you, Obadiah reasoned calmly. Isn't cooperation built upon mutual benefit? Would you ally with someone of no worth? He continued, he claimed that once you get what you desire, you would seek to eliminate me. Nonsense. He is the true deceiver. Do you recall our initial collaboration? You provided me with the blueprints, and I promptly transferred the funds. Did I not? I upheld my end of the bargain. It is Ross who seeks to control you, treating you as a mere experiment, fabricating lies to ensnare you. Who imprisoned you in this dark, dismal cell? It certainly wasn't I. Do you wish to spend the rest of your life here? Don't you crave vengeance against the one who has wronged you? Remember that scoundrel named Jin Yu? A furious roar answered Obadiah. Can you assist me in avenging myself? After the outburst, the creature eagerly inquired. Indeed, that very individual is currently allied with Tony Stark. You have already witnessed his prowess, have you not? Alone, you cannot confront them. If you seek vengeance against Jin Yu, I too wish to challenge Tony Stark. We share a common goal. Langford, the creature who attacked Tony's home, supposedly slain by Jin Yu, yet he lives on and is part of General Ross's super soldier program. What should I do? Langfaro was persuaded, panting heavily as he inquired. Since his transformation, although he had maintained the thought processes and rationality of an ordinary person, the speed of his mental responses had significantly diminished, especially in the presence of the cunning Obadiah Stan, who swiftly seized control of the conversation. Do you see that camera on the wall? Smash it. Inside, there's a miniature alarm system. Once you break it, the individual in the monitoring room will undoubtedly rush over to investigate. Obadiah Stan patiently instructed, emphasizing that, for reasons of confidentiality and security, the occupant of the monitoring room would never leave his post under any circumstances, a fact he had inadvertently overheard from a professor. Although he was unsure of its veracity, in a critical moment, Obadiah Stan was willing to take the risk. The outcome proved him right. Under his guidance, Langfaro feigned madness and shattered the camera. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. At that moment, Langfaro lay on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. The startled guard, upon seeing him, gasped in shock and, after unsuccessfully calling out to Langfaro twice, anxiously opened the door. Chapter 54. Resistance. General Ross, having served in the military for half his life, boasts numerous accolades and has faced the battlefield, even once having a gun pointed at his head by an adversary. Yet, he had never before endured such a humiliating assault. Jin Yu's strength was perfectly calibrated, akin to the utmost effort of an ordinary person, rendering Ross's face flushed yet leaving him unscathed. You bastard! I will kill you. General Ross, indeed a man of grit, despite possessing analytical data on Jin Yu's combat prowess, could not restrain his fury and prepared to rise against him. Tragically for Ross, Jin Yu granted him no opportunity. With one hand, he gently pressed down on Ross's shoulder, akin to a stabilizing force, rendering Ross's struggles futile, while his other hand swiftly delivered a stinging slap. Do you truly think me an easy target? If you perceive me as a soft persimmon to be squeezed, let us see who possesses the greater resolve. In Jin Yu's previous life, he hailed from a small town. After his parents prospered in business, they sent him to a private boarding school in the city upon his completion of elementary education. In that institution, most students came from affluent families, starkly contrasting with Jin Yu's rural origins. Despite excelling academically and being well-liked by the girls, he drew the ire of several delinquent students who viewed him with disdain. Seizing every opportunity, they would hurl provocations, even knocking him down in the streets. Jin Yu typically responded with a faint smile, choosing to ignore them, until their antics escalated to the point of insulting his parents, prompting an explosive reaction from him. On one occasion during a break, While he was in the restroom, a boy from the adjacent class blocked his way and taunted him. What makes a kid from XX village worthy of studying here? Did your mother send you here after doing something disgraceful? In an instant, Jin Yu seized the boy's hair and slammed his head into the urinal. That class was abandoned as he transformed a mop into a weapon, delivering a relentless beating, resting only when fatigue set in, only to resume once he regained his strength. Subsequently, armed with that same mop, he sought out each class, meting out lessons to all who had bullied him, until they cried, cowered in fear, and each bore the marks of his wrath. The incident reverberated throughout the school, resulting in Jin Yu receiving a probationary notice. Yet, from that moment forward, the tormentors avoided him, keeping their distance. This exemplifies Jin Yu's character, articulate yet somewhat socially anxious, capable of compromise and possessing a grand vision. He can endure grievances, but when provoked incessantly, the fierce spirit within him awakens, leading to a resolve that is uncompromising. Now, Jin Yu is imbued with that very mindset. A hand executed a reverse draw, delivering more than 10 resounding slaps to General Ross's face. The poor general, unable to rise, attempted to draw his gun, only to have it mercilessly swatted away by Jin Yu. Just as the adjutant at the door rushed in, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, he was unceremoniously kicked out by Jin Yu. Enough, Jin Yu. If this continues, there will be no way to resolve it. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, as Tony, visibly concerned, urged Jin Yu to reconsider. Stark is right. Let him take you first. I will handle the rest. There is still room for maneuver. Black Widow also grasped Jin Yu's arm, speaking softly. I have no intention of ending this. Jin Yu flashed a grin at the two. Take back what belongs to you, Tony, and you too, Natasha. Your task today is merely to stand aside and enjoy the spectacle. As the footsteps grew closer, Jin Yu stepped forward, effortlessly lifting General Ross with one hand. They wish to capture me? Jin Yu smirked at the duo while hoisting Ross. Then they should be prepared to pay with their lives. With that, he hurled General Ross towards the entrance, sending a group of soldiers sprawling to the ground. If they wished to play, he would play to the end. The game had begun. With a wild shout, Jin Yu dashed outside, unarmed, relying solely on his extraordinary speed to navigate through the chaos. Each punch and kick sent soldiers crashing to the ground, bones shattering, their combat effectiveness obliterated. The corridor was scarcely populated, but in mere moments, Jin Yu felled several, and as gunfire erupted, soldiers from downstairs began to converge on the scene. Jin Yu laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to charge down the staircase before the troops could ascend. Soon, the base was engulfed in the blaring of alarms, as thousands of soldiers sprang from their beds, hastily donning their gear and rushing towards the sound of gunfire. Undeterred, Jin Yu descended from the 3rd floor to the 2nd, and as more soldiers poured into the stairwell, he boldly plunged into the fray. With every strike, one or more soldiers were sent flying, the scene resembling a climactic battle reminiscent of Stephen Chow's films. From the 3rd floor to the 2nd and then to the 1st, Jin Yu grew increasingly exhilarated, reveling in the ease with which he dispatched his foes. Each blow delivered a sense of exhilarating satisfaction. This was the essence of being a traveler, to confront challenges head-on, eschewing convoluted schemes and compromises. Jin Yu has harbored a fondness for Jean Lao's martial arts novels since childhood. While some admire Guo Jing's steadfast honesty and chivalry, others are drawn to Yang Guo's rebellious spirit, Ling Huchang's carefree nature, or Wei Xiaobao's cynical demeanor. Yet, Jin Yu's heart is captivated solely by the Golden Serpent Lord, Xia Shui, from the Sword of Blood and the Blade of the Heart. With a mere whisper of discontent, he would unsheath his sword and take lives, wielding the Golden Serpent sword with unparalleled prowess across the realm. His unrestrained spirit and audacious laughter epitomized the allure of the martial world. Having traversed into such a wondrous and resplendent realm, endowed with a coveted golden finger that countless dream of possessing, what meaning would life hold if one did not live boldly and freely? Reflecting on this, Jin Yu felt a surge of clarity, as if every pore in his body opened up to a gentle breeze, filling him with a profound sense of comfort. At that moment, the copper mirror inexplicably erupted with an energy that invigorated every cell within him, instantly amplifying his strength more than twofold. Jin Yu felt as if an electric current coursed through him. With a thunderous roar, he raised his head, grasping a nearby soldier with casual ease. As he slipped to evade a bullet that whizzed by from the left, he wielded the soldier as a weapon, swinging him effortlessly to the side, sending surrounding soldiers sprawling in all directions. As the scene before him cleared, Jin Yu realized that he had dispatched over 100 soldiers from the third floor and had unknowingly arrived at the entrance, where not a single individual stood. All lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Before him, a battalion had assembled at a distance of approximately 30 to 40 meters, a formidable mass of several hundred men, arranged in a battle formation, their weapons ominously aimed at Jin Yu. The lieutenant, whom Jin Yu had previously sent flying, stood at the forefront with a trumpet in hand, surveying the scene where Jin Yu stood alone and defiant. He raised his left hand and commanded, "Fire!" Chapter 55. The emergence of the malevolent monk. Thanks to Jin Yu's raucous commotion at the base above, the solitary soldier on duty in the underground laboratory surveillance room had his neck snapped by the mutated Lang Fei Luo. The rescued Obadiah Stane hurriedly dashed towards his laboratory, where not only awaited his ironmonger but also Tony's first-generation reactor. Roar! As he stepped out, a tremendous roar echoed from the corridor's end, accompanied by a violent crashing sound. It seemed that the occupants within were violently colliding with the walls or the floor. Obadiah Stane abruptly halted, turning to Lang Fei Luo. "Are you referring to the behemoth confined within? Emil Blonsky, what are your intentions?" Despite being somewhat sluggish post-transformation, Lang Fei Luo's demeanor shifted to one of caution upon the mention of the giant inside. "I advise against harboring any designs on him. He is not like me. He willingly underwent the experiment solely to vanquish that green monster. He is a bona fide lunatic, and his emotions are exceedingly unstable post-transformation." To Obadiah Stane, however, this news was rather exhilarating. The presence of a desire implied a method of control. To confront an entire army, we cannot rely solely on ourselves. We require that giant. "You go and converse with him. I must retrieve my armor." Around Jin Yu lay numerous soldiers sprawled on the ground. Even the officer, leading such a large number, dared not unleash a full barrage, with only a dozen or so from the front squad aiming at Jin Yu's head and upper body before pulling the trigger. Tat 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 tat. The dense gunfire erupted suddenly. Just as Jin Yu prepared to evade, darkness enveloped him as a figure descended from above, landing heavily in front of him and shielding him from the onslaught of bullets. A symphony of metallic clinks and clatters ensued as every bullet struck the Mark II suit. The officer waved his hand to cease fire, aware that too many of their own were present below, and stray bullets could lead to unintended casualties. "I must admit, I do not entirely concur with your approach. To be candid, I find you somewhat impulsive. However, I cannot deny that single-handedly taking on a group of soldiers is undeniably impressive. I feel compelled to join in." Tony's words dripped with a hint of irreverence. Yet his actions were swift. The lights within the two thrusters coalesced, targeting the soldiers outside. "From the perspective of an agent, your earlier conduct was rather immature. Yet, from a woman's standpoint, I must say, your display was exceedingly manly, and I found it quite appealing." Natasha's voice echoed from behind. Though she was not alone, she held the somewhat dazed General Ross captive. Women often possess a touch more rationality than men. Facing a military base with just 3 individuals was hardly a prudent choice. As he observed the 2 figures flanking him, Jin Yu felt a warmth in his heart. He understood that they both did not entirely approve of his reckless actions, yet once his decision to take action had become an established fact, they immediately stood by his side, which deeply moved him. "You shall pay the price for today's events, Stark. Are you aware of what you have done?" General Ross, indeed in good health, despite being pummeled by Jin Yu, still possessed the vigor to unleash a furious roar at Tony. "I merely came to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me, understand? Old friend, take me to retrieve the reactor." Tony retorted coolly. He and General Ross were old acquaintances. It was Ross who first wielded the specialized sonic weapon crafted by Stark Industries during his pursuit of Bruce Banner, with Tony being the inventor. Initially, General Ross intended to stand firm in his refusal, but after a bullet grazed his scalp, he opted for a temporary compromise, leading the group onto a military vehicle toward the laboratory. A throng of soldiers followed closely behind. "Stark, I advise you, Congress will not allow such power to rest in the hands of an individual. Eventually, you must. You would do well to silence yourself. At the entrance of the laboratory, General Ross continued his attempts to persuade Tony, only to be shoved aside by Jin Yu, who propelled him forward, begrudgingly leading the group inside. Upon entering, a thunderous roar erupted, and a colossal shadow lunged towards them. Jin Yu felt a rush of darkness envelop him, his body tensing with adrenaline. As time seemed to stretch, he caught sight of a giant towering over 2 meters, its sinewy muscles prominently defined, and its skin a sickly yellowish green, topped with a bald head. It was none other than the Hulk's formidable adversary, Abomination. The speed of Abomination was astonishing. Caught off guard, Jin Yu had no time to evade. In desperation, he wrapped his arms tightly around Black Widow, only to feel as though he had been struck by a freight train, a ferocious force propelling him over 10 meters. With a thud, Jin Yu twisted midair, landing heavily on his back. "Are you all right?" Though he had been struck with great force, he was not injured and quickly turned to check on Black Widow, who was nestled in his arms. "Iem me fine," she replied with a sweet smile, her heart inexplicably lifted by his instinctive concern. However, as she comprehended the situation, her expression abruptly shifted. "Damn it! How did he escape? This is the green monstrosity the military created, and it can change colors?" Tony had also been knocked away but had stabilized himself mid-air with his thrusters, landing beside Jin Yu and Black Widow. He is not Bruce Banner. He is the second successful subject of General Ross's experiments. The Black Widow gazed at the formidable abomination before her, a chill running down her spine as she recalled the immense destructive power he possessed. "Is this truly what you call success? He resembles a waterlogged banyan tree," Tony remarked, his curiosity piqued by the unfolding spectacle. In the midst of the chaos, Abomination forcefully pinned General Ross to the ground, his colossal mouth roaring inches from the general's face. "You deceived me. You promised I would defeat Bruce Banner. Yet you imprisoned me, confined in this accursed darkness. I did not deceive you. When the time comes to capture Bruce Banner, I will ensure you are free to act. It was never my intention to keep you locked away, Blonsky. You must learn to manage your emotions. You require a secure environment to adapt." Bang! Abomination's fist crashed down beside General Ross's head, causing the ground to tremble. "Tell me, where is Bruce Banner?" His tone grew increasingly ferocious. "Blonsky, listen to me." "Ah!" General Ross attempted to speak, but Abomination tightened his grip, snapping the upper portion of Ross's left humerus. "Where is Bruce Banner?" "He is in New York, Harlem to be precise. We have yet to pinpoint his exact location, Blonsky, I swear, as soon as—" "Blonsky! Damn it!" Ross's complexion paled. He merely sought to buy time, but Abomination had already leaped towards Manhattan. "Damn it, what have you done? You let him head to Manhattan." The Black Widow fumed, seizing Ross by his collar. Ross, equally ashen, realized the gravity of the situation. Bruce Banner truly was in Harlem. If the two titans clashed in the heart of New York City, "Let me go, unless you wish to witness the destruction of New York." Ignoring the fact that one of his arms hung uselessly, Ross pushed past the Black Widow to intercept the approaching soldiers. "Stark, the materials are in the underground lab. My aide will guide you there. This matter is not over. I will be in touch." Ross instructed his aide to remain behind, casting a serious glance at his companions. He needed to organize a team to enter the heart of New York City, aiming to confine the potential devastation to as small an area as possible. "Go on. I need to contact Nick Fury immediately," the Black Widow said to Jin Yu. Too much had transpired beyond her control that evening. She needed to report to Nick Fury without delay. Jin Yu nodded, allowing the Black Widow to make her call outside while he followed Tony and the aide into the building housing the laboratory. The secret lab, situated underground and recently constructed, required the transportation of substantial equipment. The passageway leading below was a massive freight elevator, from which Abomination had just emerged. The three individuals arrived at the freight elevator, and before they could press the button, the doors opened with a chime. Inside were none other than Obadiah Stane and Langford. Langford was clad in armor, though he wore no helmet, and beside him stood the imposing ironmonger suit, which was even larger than the formidable figure of the Abomination. Obadiah Stane sat within, his helmet also removed. He had been engaged in conversation with Langford moments before. We were unaware of the situation above. Perhaps he could ascend first to draw attention, allowing us to seize the opportunity. Oh dear Tony! At that moment, the elevator doors chimed open, leaving everyone momentarily speechless, exchanging glances. Chapter 56. The decayed avocado. The silence was first shattered by the lieutenant, who, upon witnessing the inmates escape from the base, instinctively drew his pistol. Bayou! 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 He fired 3 consecutive shots aimed at Obadiah Stane. Unfortunately for him, Obadiah swiftly slammed shut the hatch of the Iron Monarch with a resounding clang. Hee-hee! Accompanied by a disdainful sneer, the modified heavy machine gun mounted on the Iron Monarch's arm unleashed a relentless barrage. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Streams of fire erupted from the elevator like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Tony activated his thrusters, flames erupting from them, while Jin Yu shattered the surrounding tiles beneath his feet. The two deftly maneuvered to avoid the onslaught. The lieutenant, however, was far less fortunate. Having fired only 3 shots toward the Iron Monarch, he was mercilessly turned into a sieve by the heavy machine gun's close-range fire, his upper body barely retaining a human shape, riddled with more than 30 bullet holes. Tony, just moments ago, I was pondering the surprise my appearance would bring you, and here we are, facing each other. With a thunderous crash, the Iron Monarch activated its thrusters, barreling through the elevator and crashing into both walls, effectively blocking Tony's path. Quite the surprise indeed. Congratulations, you are now a wanted man. How does that feel, Obadiah? The imposing figure of the Iron Monarch appeared formidable, prompting Tony to engage him in conversation to divert his attention, while subtly illuminating the thruster in the palm of his right hand. Bang! The energy coalesced, and a laser cannon targeted the Iron Monarch's head. Despite his massive frame, Obadiah was no slouch. He swiftly turned his colossal metallic head aside, allowing the laser to whiz past him, obliterating a wall behind him. Tony, you still revel in these childish tricks, Obadiah taunted, reigniting the thrusters at his feet. His immense metal body crashed down upon Mark II, pinning it to the ground. The propulsive force of the thrusters dragged Tony's armor across the floor, creating a deep trench as it shattered countless walls, propelling him outside the building. As Jin Yu rushed outside, concerned for the solitary Black Widow, he was suddenly struck by a surge of caution. Instinctively, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a cement block over a meter tall, complete with protruding rebar, as it whizzed past his head. With a thunderous crash, the cement block shattered, leaving a massive crater in the wall. Jin Yu, your opponent is me. This time, I shall shatter every bone in your body piece by piece. From the debris in the elevator, a figure clad in armor slowly rose. Langfaro, with a head transformed into that of a lizard-like creature, spoke with venomous hatred. Indeed, it was the armor that allowed Jin Yu to recognize him. This was the very monster who had invaded Tony's home and seized the reactor. Yet, Jin Yu could not comprehend the profound resentment his words carried. Was it truly so unforgiving over a mere incident involving a few blows from a barbell? With a shrug of innocence, Jin Yu recalled their previous encounter. Although the creature was remarkably resilient and only attacked in a straightforward manner, presenting little threat, he felt somewhat emboldened after his body had inexplicably undergone a second enhancement from the copper mirror. Facing this creature now, he would not dare claim it was an effortless endeavor, but at the very least he felt secure. Curse that bastard! Do you not recognize me? Lang Fei Luo gestured to his face, having left his helmet behind this time. Ugh! Jin Yu grimaced, finding the creature's visage repulsive. Its head bore a resemblance to that of a lizard, with skin marred by a network of hardened dead tissue, forming grotesque channels. Your head resembles a decayed avocado. I assure you, I have never encountered anything so hideous. Jin Yu's unabashed disdain and venomous description incited an explosive fury within Lang Fei Luo. You wretched scoundrel, I was not like this before. It is all because of you. As Lang Fei Luo lunged forward in rage, Jin Yu opted not to employ his previous tactics but instead struck the ground forcefully, launching himself directly at him. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the mutated Lang Fei Luo, whose strength slightly surpassed Jin Yu's, was unexpectedly shoved back by the impact. Boom! 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 The resounding clashes continued as Jin Yu cornered Lang Fei Luo against the wall, delivering a series of crushing blows to that avocado-like face. Bang! After an indeterminate number of strikes, the wall behind Lang Fei Luo finally succumbed, collapsing with a thunderous crash, unleashing a cascade of bricks and debris that covered a significant portion of his body. Upon ceasing his assault, Jin Yu regarded the now motionless Lang Fei Luo before launching a powerful kick at the wall beneath him, causing the entire structure to crash down. Rest well. There is no time to deal with you now. Casting aside the creature that posed little threat, Jin Yu hastily made his way outside. As he reached the doorway, he collided with the Black Widow, who was rushing in with urgency. "Oh my God! I've been searching for you outside for ages. Why are you still here?" Upon seeing Jin Yu, the weight of her concern significantly lifted. "I encountered a minor inconvenience, but it has been resolved." "What is the situation outside?" Jin Yu inquired casually. "The giant has already reached Manhattan, and General Ross has yet to arrive. The police department has mobilized, and the civilians have not yet had the chance to evacuate. I must go and assist Jin." Jin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He felt a twinge of unease at the thought of the Black Widow venturing forth alone. "Hold on. I shall assess Tony's situation and accompany you." Initially, Jin Yu had intended to seize the opportunity to aid Tony in confronting the Ironmonger. However, upon his arrival, he was left astounded. Both individuals were clad in mechanized armor. Setting aside the formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, their agility was simply astounding. In one moment, one was hurling a vehicle towards the opponent, and in the next they had vanished from sight, appearing several hundred meters, even a kilometer away. Chapter 57. Fierce battle with Ironmonger. The situation was dire. Jin Yu was uncertain whether events would unfold as they had in the film. Although, in contrast to the cinematic portrayal, Tony's reactor had evolved into a second generation, Ironmonger had surprisingly reverted to the primitive model crafted in a cave. Observing the battlefield, it was evident that Ironmonger was leveraging his physical advantage to overpower Tony. Jin Yu had little confidence that Tony could withstand the onslaught before Ironmonger's energy was depleted. With this thought, Jin Yu retrieved his mobile phone, recalling that Tony had connected it directly to his suit. "This will do." Black Widow watched as Jin Yu produced a tiny metallic orb, no larger than a third of a fingernail. It was a combat-specific device capable of linking to the phone, equipped with a specialized encrypted channel. After inserting the minuscule earpiece into Jin Yu's ear, Black Widow manipulated her phone for a moment, and soon a series of beeps resonated in Jin Yu's ear, followed by the unmistakable sound of heavy breathing. "Tony?" Jin Yu instinctively pressed his hand to his ear, attempting to call out. "Jin Yu, have you dealt with that monster?" Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece, and in Jin Yu's line of sight, Ironmonger had just hurled Tony's suit several meters away with a military jeep before crashing into a nearby building. Boom! Bang! The deafening sounds reverberated through the earpiece, causing Jin Yu to wince in pain. "Are you all right, Tony? You'd better bring the battlefield over here. I want to assist you." "No need, damn it. I'm fine. I know his weakness. I have a plan to eliminate him. You take care of that monster and wait for me in New York City. There are surely people in need of help there," Tony declared confidently. Remarkably, both of these nascent Avengers, future superheroes, instinctively shared the same thought, to aid others in New York City. While conversing with Jin Yu, Tony managed to free himself from Ironmonger's grasp. All 4 thrusters ignited simultaneously, propelling him through the roof and into the sky. Ironmonger, after a gradual acceleration, followed suit, soaring into the air after Tony. "What kind of monster is Stark referring to?" Black Widow's voice echoed both in Jin Yu's earpiece and beside him, revealing that she had joined their communication. "Oh, it's nothing, just a..." Jin Yu began, but his words trailed off as a sense of imminent danger surged within him. His heart raced, and every pore on his body prickled as his perception of the world slowed. He heard a piercing whoosh nearby. "Damn!" Jin Yu cursed inwardly, his body instinctively lunging toward Black Widow. Boom! An anti-tank rocket exploded where they had just stood. Jin Yu tightly embraced the Black Widow, but was thrust backward by a tremendous shockwave, propelling him several meters away. Upon landing, the momentum did not cease. The two of them tumbled like rolling gourds for over 10 meters. "Natasha! Are you? Natasha!" Jin Yu appeared largely unscathed, yet the Black Widow in his arms had fallen silent. Alarmed, he hastily checked her pulse and inspected her body for injuries, noticing no apparent wounds. It seemed she had merely lost consciousness. Jin Yu let out a temporary sigh of relief. Turning to the direction from which the shells had been fired, he spotted the entrance of the experimental building, where the creature he had previously knocked out was now awake, brandishing a small rocket launcher acquired from an unknown source. How does it feel? Does this sensation ring a bell? Do you remember who I am now? Ha ha ha. Lang Fei Luo stood at the doorway, laughing maniacally at Jin Yu. It's you. Jin Yu narrowed his eyes. From the creature's words, he recognized him. He glanced at the Black Widow on the ground, recalling the previous explosion this fiend had orchestrated against him. Jin Yu resolved to settle both old and new grievances. So you finally recognized me. Do you know that for these past days I have? Damn, that was quick. Jin Yu had no desire to endure any further ramblings. He surged forward, reaching Lang Fei Luo in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he summoned a barbell that appeared in his grasp, having appropriated it from Tony's residence before crafting specialized weaponry. Channeling his speed into the swing, the barbell, forged from high-grade steel, bent slightly in the air under his force, emitting a sharp sound as it sliced through. Lang Fei Luo, caught off guard mid-sentence, raised his hand in a desperate attempt to defend against Jin Yu's strike. With a thunderous crash, the towering Lang Fei Luo was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground with such force that sparks flew from his armor as it skidded across the surface. Jin Yu let out a battle cry and pursued him relentlessly, wielding the barbell like a flail, each strike penetrating the ground and creating fissures beneath them. After an indeterminate number of blows, Lang Fei Luo seemed to discern Jin Yu's rhythm, suddenly reaching out to seize the barbell. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he was met with an overwhelming force emanating from the barbell. Instead of wresting it from Jin Yu's grip, he found himself lifted high, barbell and all. With a powerful spin, Jin Yu hurled Lang Fei Luo away as if tossing a discus. The impact of Lang Fei Luo colliding with a military vehicle resulted in its immediate destruction. In less than 2 seconds, Lang Fei'aro rose from a heap of scrap metal, his body contorting in an odd manner as he realigned the bones that had just been shattered by Jin Yu's strike, appearing entirely unscathed. It is futile. Although you seem more formidable than before, you cannot kill me. Once your strength is depleted, I shall return each of your attacks upon you, allowing you to perish slowly in agony and despair. Lang Fei'aro stood, unharmed, defiantly provoking Jin Yu. Jin Yu, taken aback, realized that Lang Fei'aro's remarkable regenerative abilities indicated a transformation in a direction that could not simply be deemed a failure. How absurd. The military attempts to apprehend me under the pretense of eliminating you, yet they secretly metamorphosed you into this grotesque form. To be honest, I find it incomprehensible that you have become this way. Was it because your mother consumed avocados during her pregnancy, leaving some sort of avocado gene within you? With the realization that he could not kill Lang Fei'aro immediately, Jin Yu was in no hurry to act, sneering at him. Shut your mouth. I am a modified super soldier, not some damned avocado. My transformation is flawless, unlike those two brutes who have devolved into nearly mindless beasts. I possess incredible regenerative capabilities and can control my emotions. I am the quintessential warrior, the ultimate creation. Do you understand, you damned scoundrel? Do not mention avocados, nor my mother. Lang Fei'aro bared his grotesque mouth, gasping for breath as he raged, clearly agitated by his current appearance. Then why do you still harbor such hatred towards me? You should be thanking me. It is because of me that you have become this perfect ripened avocado. Jin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, buying time with his words while contemplating how to eliminate the monstrous Lang Fei'aro before him. Lang Fei'aro, true to his boast, was indeed able to maintain control over his emotions. Damn it, you are stalling to regain some strength. It is useless. I will not grant you that opportunity. How foolish to discard your weapon. With just your bare hands, you could never kill me. Lang Fei'aro picked up a barbell from the ground, unable to resist taunting Jin Yu, preparing to retaliate in kind. Although Jin Yu's blows would not be fatal, being struck by such an object would undoubtedly be painful. Having spoken, Lang Fei'aro decided not to give Jin Yu any further chances. He lunged forward, mimicking Jin Yu's earlier high leap, swinging the barbell horizontally towards Jin Yu's head. In midair, A smile lingered on Lang Fei'erow's face, convinced of Jin Yu's folly in discarding his weapon. Clad in armor, he believed that even with all his strength, he would struggle to breach his own defenses. Little did he know, in the next moment, a Gatling gun materialized in Jin Yu's hands. Lang Fei'erow's smile froze on his face. The secrets of the Jin Yu space are known only to a select few, including certain high-ranking officials from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, while Lang Fei Luo remains entirely uninformed. However, suspended in mid-air, there is scarcely any means of evasion. Under the influence of inertia, Lang Fei Luo can merely watch as Jin Yu aims 6 dark gun barrels directly at him and pulls the trigger. The thunderous barrage of bullets almost instantaneously counteracts Lang Fei Luo's momentum, forcefully bringing him back down from the air. Jin Yu's hands are terrifyingly steady. The recoil of the Gatling gun seems negligible in his grasp, with the bullets consistently targeting Lang Fei Luo's chest. Although his armor is crafted from commendable materials, it is merely a common alloy, and within mere seconds, it is shredded by the onslaught of the Gatling's relentless projectiles. The bullets tear through his armor and pierce his skin, resembling the bark of an aged tree, yet are halted by his robust musculature. Jin Yu observes with clarity as the bullets barely penetrate Lang Fei Luo's muscle by 2 or 3 centimeters, ultimately falling harmlessly to the ground. With a decisive click, an entire magazine's worth of ammunition is expended in mere moments, leaving only the sound of the empty chamber echoing. Jin Yu casually discards the gun, contemplating whether to unleash a rocket launcher for further experimentation when he is suddenly interrupted by a cacophony of clinking sounds. Looking up, he sees Lang Fei Luo rising to his feet, his muscles slowly writhing, as the embedded bullets tumble to the ground and his skin rapidly regenerates to cover the exposed flesh. I have declared myself the most perfect super soldier, immortal. You cannot kill me, Lang Fei Luo exclaims, reveling in the bewildered expression on Jin Yu's face, unable to suppress his laughter. Jin Yu, silent, retrieves another rifle, aiming it directly at Lang Fei Luo's head. The gunfire erupts once more, prompting Lang Fei Luo to instinctively shield his head. A thought strikes Jin Yu, recalling their earlier encounter in the building, where he had rendered Lang Fei Luo unconscious with just a few strikes to his head. He wonders if he should test his luck again. As he fires, he strides confidently towards Lang Fei Luo. The rapid-fire mode discharges 30 rounds in a matter of seconds. As the gun falls silent, Lang Fei Luo lowers his arms, incredulous. Useless. I doubt you. He begins, only to find Jin Yu suddenly in front of him, tossing aside his rifle. With a swift motion, he raises his right hand, conjuring a barbell from seemingly thin air. With a sweeping downward strike, Lang Fei Luo instinctively raises his arms to protect his head. Jin Yu smirks slightly. Mid-attack, the barbell vanishes, and he delivers a powerful kick directly to Lang Fei Luo's face. Lang Fei Luo raised his arm to shield his temple, unaware that the stick had vanished. Suddenly, a large foot approached from the front, catching him off guard as Jin Yu delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Before he could regain his footing, Jin Yu's foot reappeared before his eyes. With a dull thud, Jin Yu's foot abruptly struck, landing directly on Lang Fei Luo's Adam's apple. Lang Fei Luo felt a momentary constriction in his breath and could not help but emit a muffled sound. Little did he know that, in the next instant, a rifle inexplicably materialized in Jin Yu's hands, thrust unceremoniously into his mouth. Lang Fei Luo panicked, mumbling a few incoherent words. Observing this, Jin Yu smiled faintly, knowing that his assumptions had proven correct. Goodbye. Jin Yu formed the words with his lips slowly. Bang, 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 bang. The barrel of Jin Yu's gun was slightly tilted, and the bullet pierced through Lang Fei Luo's upper jaw, turning his brain into a chaotic mess. There was no coming back from such a fate. Chapter 58. The most erroneous decision. Jin Yu, what in the world happened? It was only after confirming that Lang Fei Luo was undeniably dead that Jin Yu heard Tony's voice echoing through his earpiece. I'm here, Tony. I was a bit too engrossed. That monster ambushed me, but thankfully, it has been dealt with. How is it on your end? Jin Yu hastened to the side of Black Widow, squatting down to assess her condition while swiftly responding to Tony. I'm relieved to hear you're unharmed. I have a minor issue. I intended to lure Obadiah to a higher altitude. The cold at such heights can cause freezing, but unexpectedly, he lost energy mid-flight and plummeted. Just as he was about to hit the ground, I noticed the flames from his thrusters. The residual energy saved him. He has taken refuge in New York City, and I must find him quickly. The cacophony of Tony's voice suggested he was engaged in rapid low-altitude flight. Good luck, Tony. I'll come to find you as soon as possible. Jin Yu lowered his gaze, cradling Black Widow in his arms. He needed to transport her to the medical bay at the base. Although she appeared to be breathing steadily and bore no visible injuries, Jin Yu was woefully inexperienced in such matters. He couldn't afford to delay in case she suffered from any lingering effects of a concussion. However, just a few steps into his journey, Jin Yu sensed something unusual in his embrace. Upon looking down, he discovered that Black Widow had regained consciousness at some point. Nestling comfortably against him, her eyes fixed intently on his chin as if it held the most exquisite view in the world. I'm aware of my good looks, but should you gaze upon me so unabashedly, I must impose a fee, Jin Yu thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over him even as his feet continued to move. Ha ha ha! Black Widow laughed heartily, her waist arching as she attempted to rise from Jin Yu's arms. Although resting against him was undeniably pleasant, from her vantage point, she could clearly see the defined line of his lower lip, igniting an impulse to kiss him. Yet, having been discovered, she knew her responsibilities awaited. She needed to rush to assist in the chaos that had overtaken New York City. Little did she know, as she exerted herself to rise, Jin Yu instinctively adjusted his grip, countering her efforts. Stay still. That was an anti-tank rocket. I must take you to see a doctor. Any potential concussion could lead to complications. Jin Yu's expression was grave. Black Widow's face blossomed into a radiant smile once more. This was precisely why she was fond of Jin Yu. Such words were rarely heard in their line of work. Even if one had been momentarily incapacitated, or suffered 2 gunshot wounds, as long as they could stand, their comrades would not express such earnest concern. They would simply seek medical attention after the mission concluded. Perhaps this was also why, in the films, Black Widow would develop feelings for Bruce Banner. Among the multitude of superheroes, he was the one most grounded in reality, the closest to an ordinary human being, and the one who yearned for a normal life the most. It was reminiscent of Tony's singular affection for Pepper Potts. Much like the exchange between Iron Man and Captain America, where Captain America advises Iron Man against isolating himself in a cold, vast mansion, Iron Man, in turn, urges Captain America to embrace a semblance of ordinary life. I am not suffering from a concussion. I am acutely aware of my physical state. I am perfectly fine. I must venture into New York City, for that is my obligation. Black Widow wriggles in Jin Yu's embrace, attempting to escape the clutches of his grasp. Jin Yu, while silently finding ways to diffuse the situation, is acutely aware of the astonishing elasticity and sensation emanating from various parts of his body. Who can withstand this? Stay still, be compliant, and I shall set you free. Jin Yu concedes. If this continues, he is bound to experience a nosebleed. In the northern part of Manhattan, within the Harlem neighborhood, we find a significant stronghold of African-American culture. Here, street basketball, graffiti, and hip-hop music are ubiquitous. Despite the influx of white and Asian residents due to economic growth in recent years, there remain several blocks predominantly inhabited by African Americans. This is not intended to denote any form of discrimination. In fact, these areas are among the most chaotic in Manhattan. West 140th Street, situated between 7th and 8th Avenues, was deemed the worst neighborhood in Harlem during the early to mid-1990s, with legends suggesting that at least 1 in every 5 apartments served as a drug dealer's hideout. The presence of numerous street thugs and gang members underscores the level of disorder. However, for fugitives or those seeking to conceal their identities, this area serves as a natural refuge. Whether hiding within its confines or navigating through its tumultuous environment to escape, it stands as an unparalleled choice in all of Manhattan. Obadiah Stane harbored similar thoughts. After plummeting from the sky, he uncontrollably descended toward Manhattan. At the last moment, he utilized the remaining energy from his reactor to slow his descent and adjust his trajectory toward West 140th Street. With the reactor depleted, the ironmonger suit became nothing more than an ornament. Obadiah Stane needed to land immediately, extract the reactor, and find a place to hide. He had a wealth of resources concealed, and as long as he evaded this crisis, a resurgence, bolstered by the reactor, was merely a matter of time. In the vicinity of his landing, there was no place more suitable than West 140th Street. He could see several blocks away that Emil Blonsky, transformed into a massive creature, was surrounded by a multitude of military and police forces. Surely, the local law enforcement had been stretched thin, especially in West 140th Street. Even if they managed to dispatch personnel into this neighborhood, the numerous drug dealers and gang members would not be easily swayed. By the time they conducted an investigation and removed the armor, Obadiah Stane would have already vanished through alternative channels, perhaps to an undisclosed country. It must be said that amidst the rapid descent, the ability to analyze and select the most suitable escape zone from the limited areas below speaks to the remarkable agility of Obadiah Stane's mind. The remaining energy barely assisted the massive ironmonger in slowing its landing velocity, yet that was all it could achieve. Ultimately, Obadiah Stane plummeted from a height of over 10 meters, crashing directly onto a seemingly abandoned structure that had long been neglected. The sound of the building's collapse resonated amidst the distant gunfire, barely registering as an anomaly. The building appeared to be of decent quality, as the ironmonger crushed half of it, while the remaining portion stood defiantly. Obadiah Stane opened the hatch on the head of the suit, revealing his visage, and at first glance, he spotted the second floor of the undamaged section of the house, where a seemingly refined Caucasian gentleman gazed at him in astonishment. Although the ironmonger was devoid of energy for flight, it was still capable of executing a few simple maneuvers. After locking eyes with the man and contemplating for a brief moment, Obadiah Stane resolved to eliminate any future threats by raising the ironmonger's arm and aiming directly at the gentleman. This decision would turn out to be the gravest error of the three he would make that night. The first misjudgment was his failure to discern the differences between the first and second generation reactors, mistakenly believing there was no significant disparity in energy, which led him to engage Tony Stark, resulting in defeat due to insufficient power. The second blunder was choosing this particular neighborhood to land in, and, unfortunately, selecting this very house. The final and most grievous error was raising his arm to fire, for the man before him was none other than Bruce Banner. He too had come to the same realization. West 140th Street, a perfect refuge from pursuit. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Chapter 59. Loki's initial experience. Poor Bruce Banner. He stealthily returned to New York in hopes of thoroughly curing his affliction. Indeed, he referred to his transformation into the Hulk as an affliction, deeply resisting this uncontrollable power from within. Yet, he failed to reflect that each complete loss of control stemmed from others aiming their weapons at him and pulling the trigger. He could not fathom why the military persistently pursued him. Just moments ago, he had heard the thunderous sound of collapsing buildings and the incessant roar of gunfire, and his immediate reaction was that they had come to capture him. It was not until he ascended to the rooftop that he discovered a colossal creature leaping high, hurling a car at a helicopter above. It appeared so fearsome that, compared to his own transformed self, it seemed the true embodiment of monstrosity. Listening to the intensifying clash of battle and the increasing number of buildings crumbling, he also heard the desperate cries of those unable to escape. Bruce Banner hesitated, sensing that the creature appeared utterly out of control and wondering whether he should intervene. In the midst of his indecision, the ironmonger descended from the sky, directly crashing into the very building where he had taken refuge. Bruce Banner's first instinct was to conclude that this individual was a new military weapon, evidently designed specifically to combat monsters like himself. Indeed, the next moment the massive suit raised its arm towards him. Rat-a-tat-tat. After a barrage of gunfire, Bruce Banner collapsed into a pool of blood. What bad luck! Obadiah Stane scoffed, beginning to dismantle the reactor within the ironmonger. The next instant, a tremendous roar echoed, so powerful that even while concealed within the suit, his ears buzzed from the impact. Obadiah Stane looked up, exclaiming, "Oh, shit, what the?" A massive, green creature, over 2 meters tall and resembling a muscular orc, stood on the second floor of the half-destroyed building, howling towards the heavens. Bullets were being slowly expelled from its bulging muscles. This was a misunderstanding. Obadiah Stane certainly recognized what this creature was. However, he never anticipated that he would fall into such dire circumstances. Another furious roar erupted, this time originating from several blocks away, clearly indicating that the abomination had sensed the Hulk's presence. Having spoken directly with the abomination before, Obadiah knew its target was the green monster before him, and he dreaded being caught between two colossal beings, especially in his current state of having no energy. Realizing this, Obadiah hastily attempted to open the hatch, hoping to stealthily escape while the Hulk was distracted by the distant roar. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he felt the world spin, and everything around him was turned upside down. Though momentarily distracted by the sinister roar of the malevolent entity, the Hulk's rage remained steadfastly fixated on the imposing metallic figure before him. After a brief pause, the Hulk seized one of the Iron Tyrant's feet, seemingly unfazed by its several tons of weight. With a mighty swing, he whirled the colossal body through the air before bringing it crashing down to the ground. The impact resonated throughout the vicinity, creating a massive crater several meters wide, while a water pipe was fractured, causing a small fountain to spring forth from the cracks in the rock and concrete. Obadiah Stane, still disoriented from the violent fall, found himself airborne once more, soon to be reacquainted with the earth in a rather unceremonious manner. The small fountain gushed even more vigorously. The Hulk's signature move, the Loki Slam, had arrived in this world ahead of Obadiah Stane by several years. With each earth-shattering thud, the Iron Tyrant was slammed relentlessly into the ground until the Hulk leaped atop its form, delivering a fierce stomp that left a sizable dent in its chest armor, causing the reactor's glow to flicker erratically before the Hulk's fury subsided. The primary catalyst for this cessation of wrath was the arrival of the malevolent entity, crashing down from the sky mere meters away. Bruce Banner, at last you have appeared. Come, let me vanquish you with my own hands. The voice of the malevolent entity reverberated like a deep growl, causing the windows along the street to tremble in response. In a fit of rage, the Hulk, devoid of Bruce Banner's rationality, unleashed a thunderous roar toward the heavens. He seized the Iron Tyrant from the ground and hurled it toward the malevolent entity as a means of retaliation. The several tons of metal flew through the air, akin to a chair wielded by a ruffian in a brawl, slicing through the atmosphere with a deafening rush, its power formidable enough to reduce a tank to scrap. In the face of this onslaught, the malevolent entity merely raised its massive hands, fingers interlocked, and struck the ground with ferocity as the Iron Tyrant hurtled toward it. The resulting impact was a thunderous boom as the Iron Tyrant crashed to the ground, sparks erupting from its joints, indicating severe damage to its sensory apparatus. Subsequently, both titans let out furious roars, charging toward one another in a furious collision. The street, spanning dozens of meters, was traversed in mere seconds, and upon collision, the two colossal forms met with a force that momentarily stilled the air around them. Then came the resounding thud, as an invisible shockwave radiated outward in all directions. The glass of dozens of surrounding buildings shattered into fine powder with a resounding crash. The armed helicopter that had just arrived was abruptly thrown off balance by the invisible shockwave, spiraling dangerously towards a nearby skyscraper. Had it not been for the pilot's extraordinary skill, who managed to ascend several meters at the critical moment, it would have undoubtedly resulted in a catastrophic collision. As these two colossal beasts clashed, the force nearly caused an armed helicopter to meet its demise. General Ross issued urgent commands across all channels. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Clear the nearby streets. Encircle this area. I repeat, all personnel, retreat. Chapter 60. The urban battlefield. Countless police and military vehicles surrounded the streets encircling West 140th Street. Armed soldiers stood ready, rifles poised, while New York police officers donned in black uniforms swiftly guided civilians away from the chaos toward nearby temporary shelters. Among them, agents in dark suits from S.H.I.L.D. moved with purpose, led by Coulson, who had temporarily taken over Black Widow's duties in New York. Several armed helicopters hovered above, maintaining a remarkable altitude of over 40 meters, refusing to descend even a single centimeter, illuminating the surrounding blocks with powerful searchlights as if it were daytime. Bang! 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 The sound of violent collisions echoed, punctuated by the thunderous roar of collapsing buildings. It was evident that the surrounding blocks had devolved into a battleground for the Hulk and Abomination, two colossal beings whose destructive capabilities surpassed the limits of human comprehension. Their strength rivaled that of the towering monsters seen in Hollywood blockbusters. A single punch could bring a building crashing down, and a single blow could send an opponent hurtling into the street, obliterating everything in their path. In such circumstances, even the military and police dared not approach the core of the battlefield, except for a striking figure clad in red and yellow metal. When Jin Yu and Black Widow arrived, they were met with this harrowing scene. The chaos unfolded so suddenly that some were unable to evacuate or escape from the rubble. In response, Tony controlled his armored suit, nimbly maneuvering through the battleground's crevices to rescue those trapped in the fray. It was a bitter irony that the forces meant to protect the populace had instead become the greatest harbingers of destruction. If more of these behemoths appeared, they could easily annihilate an entire city. Black Widow surveyed the scene with deep concern. She had been tracking Bruce Banner for some time, gaining considerable insight into the military's so-called super soldier program. Having witnessed the Hulk's formidable combat prowess during an encounter with military forces in Brazil, she was still profoundly shaken by the spectacle before her. This is precisely why I must cease the production of weapons. These individuals, unable to minimize the slaughter with the arms they possess, foolishly aspire to wield uncontrollable powers, an act of sheer folly. With a swift whoosh, Tony descended in his suit, cradling a middle-aged couple and placing them safely beyond the perimeter. I'm going to assist. Coulson is over there evacuating the crowd. Black Widow nodded in acknowledgement, signaling to Tony before turning to Jin Yu. Stay safe. Jin Yu admonished softly, remaining stationary. In such circumstances, he found no place to intervene and would not recklessly join the fray. He was no saint. While at the base, he did not constantly ponder the safety of those in New York, yet he was not devoid of compassion. Should someone be harmed before him, he would lend his assistance, provided his own safety was assured. Have you retrieved your belongings? I no longer require them. In response to Jin Yu's inquiry, Tony's armor made a shrugging gesture. His fortune seemed rather bleak, caught between two colossal figures, devoid of any movable energy source, and had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal by these giants. This was the sight Tony encountered upon his arrival. Not only was the reactor dismantled, but the armor too lay in ruins, a pile of broken metal. Obadiah Stane was, of course, irrevocably deceased, which left Tony with an inexplicable sensation. It is not your fault, Tony. Jin Yu comforted as he patted Tony's shoulder, understanding the profound admiration Tony harbored for Obadiah Stane. My God, there's a little girl over there. As the two conversed, a police officer nearby suddenly began shouting. Jin Yu and Tony turned simultaneously towards the center of the battlefield. They beheld the Hulk, sprawled within an apartment building, evidently hurled there by the abomination, having crashed through several structures before striking a square apartment complex, leaving a massive gaping hole on the first floor. On the fifth-floor window of that building stood a bewildered black girl, seemingly oblivious to the chaos occurring outside. The building appeared stable for the moment, yet the abomination was rapidly approaching the Hulk's direction. Given their destructive power, a single charge from the abomination would undoubtedly reduce the entire edifice to ruins. Quickly, disperse. As the battlefield encroached upon their position, Tony shouted to the stationary officers, activating his thrusters and propelling himself towards the center of the conflict. Boom! It was impossible to withstand the abomination directly. Thus, while still airborne, Tony unleashed 2 consecutive laser blasts aimed at the abomination's path to divert its attention. Both blasts struck beneath the abomination's feet, sending concrete flying, yet failed to slow its advance even slightly. In desperation, Tony activated the micromissile launchers on his armor's shoulders, unleashing a barrage of miniature missiles, scarcely larger than sniper bullets, that enveloped the entirety of the abomination's upper body. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted, and amidst the ensuing sparks and smoke, the abomination stood unharmed. However, it could not be claimed that Tony's assault had been entirely ineffectual. At the very least, he had successfully garnered the abomination's ire. Roar! With a furious roar, the malevolent monk glared at Tony soaring above and seized a heavy motorcycle nearby, hurling it towards him with fierce intent. The Mark II gracefully traced a beautiful arc in the air, deftly evading the motorcycle's assault, and ascended slightly in altitude. Rather than retreating, Tony pressed forward, flying towards the monk. Jin Yu understood that Tony intended to leverage the agility of his armor to draw the battlefield back to its original position. However, just as the armor passed overhead, the monk bent his knees slightly and, in an instant, leaped into the air, soaring over 10 meters high. With a swift punch reminiscent of swatting a fly, he struck Tony's armor, sending it crashing down from the sky. Damn it! Jin Yu heard Tony curse through his earpiece as the Mark II slammed heavily into the ground, carving out a trench several meters long. Before Tony could regain control of his armor, the monk leapt once more, aiming directly at Tony's landing spot. Damn it! Jin Yu, initially reluctant to involve himself in this titanic clash, found himself compelled to act upon witnessing Tony's peril. With a reluctant exclamation, he swiftly retrieved a rocket launcher and fired a round at the monk. Chapter 61. A shocking turn. The copper mirror exploded. Boom. As Jin Yu had anticipated, the cannon fire did not inflict the slightest harm upon the abomination. However, it successfully redirected his ire from Tony to himself. This rocket launcher was indeed a desperate gamble, just managing to strike the abomination squarely in the face as he was about to crush Tony's armor beneath his feet. With all 4 thrusters igniting in a blaze, Tony swiftly propelled himself away from the imminent danger, narrowly escaping the reach of the abomination's assault. The abomination, undeterred, fixed his enormous eyes on the source of the rocket's launch. Everyone present in the vicinity turned their gaze towards Jin Yu. Oh no! A pang of anxiety struck Jin Yu's heart. Roar! The furious bellow echoed as the abomination lunged forward, each step leaving deep imprints upon the ground. Tony, you better hurry! Jin Yu called out, noticing that Tony had already scooped up the little black girl, while the Hulk appeared to be regaining his footing. Tot. Without hesitation, Jin Yu drew forth 2 rifles, aiming them squarely at the abomination's face and unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets. The abomination's movements mirrored those of the mutated Lang Pharaoh, direct and unyielding. Jin Yu intended to buy some time, dodging 2 attacks with deft footwork, awaiting Tony to draw the abomination's fury. If he could just hold out until the green giant stood, victory would be within grasp. Such thoughts, though commendable, often diverge from reality. In cinematic portrayals, both the Hulk and Abomination, when faced with a barrage of heavy artillery, may not sustain injury, yet they undeniably experience pain. Consequently, under such concentrated fire, they instinctively pause to shield their heads. In Jin Yu's case, however, as the ammunition from his rifles dwindled, he found himself unable to hinder the abomination's advance. The creature's pace quickened, and when he was merely 10 meters away, he let out a thunderous roar and leaped high into the air, fists raised above his head like hammers. If that strike connected, Jin Yu would surely be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Standing his ground, Jin Yu remained motionless, mindful of the surrounding SHIELD agents and innocent civilians. He wished to contain the battle's scope, intent only on evading the abomination's attack at the final moment. Utilizing the disparity in their sizes to his advantage, he planned to flee in the opposite direction, drawing the abomination towards the Hulk. Bullet time. This was Jin Yu's ultimate ace. To him, the abomination's actions appeared in slow motion. The leap, the clenched fists, the crossing of the 10-meter distance, the descent. Now is the moment. As the moment of impending doom approached, with both hands instinctively poised to strike downward, Jin Yu's eyes flickered with a spark of determination. His legs, already charged with energy, suddenly surged with force. However, in the most perilous instant, Jin Yu discovered that he could not move a single muscle. What had transpired? While he pondered this bewildering occurrence, the copper mirror suspended in his consciousness began to spin rapidly, emanating a dazzling golden light akin to the propulsion of Tony's thrusters. The brilliance intensified, and the swirling accelerated until the radiant glow illuminated his entire realm of awareness. Boom! A sound, audible only to Jin Yu, resonated like an explosion, as the copper mirror shattered, transforming into beams of light that surged wildly into his body. Ah! Jin Yu felt as if his head had exploded, followed by torrents of ferocious energy flooding through him, causing every bone, every muscle fiber, and every cell to tremble under the overwhelming force. Fight! 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 Countless battle cries echoed in his mind, as the indomitable fighting spirit of the mirror's former owners merged into his consciousness. The instant Jin Yu opened his eyes, a sound akin to a great bell tolling, a sword being unsheathed, and a dragon's roar resonated in the minds of everyone present. First and foremost was the embodiment of malevolence, who, with hands poised above Jin Yu's head, froze momentarily upon meeting his fierce gaze. Only after regaining composure did the figure reassert its strength and bring its hands crashing down upon him. Jin Yu. From a distance, Tony, though unaware of the events unfolding, doubted Jin Yu's ability to withstand this formidable attack. Yet, Jin Yu remained steadfast, crossing his arms to block the colossal descent. The clash of the two pairs of arms met at the wrists, devoid of any thunderous noise. In that moment of contact, Jin Yu realized that, despite his power having increased exponentially, he still could not compare to this behemoth. However, unlike before, the intensity of this force was no longer beyond his capacity to withstand. Lowering one knee to alleviate some of the pressure, Jin Yu transformed his crossed arms into claws, seizing one of the malevolence's wrists. Using his entire body as a fulcrum, he executed a 360-degree spin, leveraging the force of the descending menace. With a swift motion, he hurled the embodiment of evil over 10 meters away. With a thunderous crash, the figure collided with a 5-story building, which crumbled under the impact, leaving it sprawled on the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Tony, still cradling the little girl in his armored embrace, halted outside the perimeter, awestruck. Meanwhile, General Ross, observing from a distant helicopter, was left utterly dumbfounded. My God, what had just transpired? What transpired within that young man? It is evident to all that something remarkable occurred with Jin Yu, an event shrouded in mystery, which has inexplicably augmented his powers. Tony remains unaware, yet he feels a profound joy for Jin Yu's newfound strength. General Ross, too, is oblivious to the truth, but he perceives this as the embodiment of his ideal super-soldier. Jin Yu himself is unaware of the details, but he finds no time nor inclination to unravel the mystery. His mind is singularly focused on one thought, to engage in a fierce and exhilarating battle with all his might. Chapter 62. Jin Yu vs. The Abomination. Bang, bang, bang. Jin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, as if he were on the verge of bursting with energy. He engaged the abomination without employing any techniques, instead delivering 3 solid punches. With the first strike, he was sent flying over 10 meters. The second blow had him skidding across the ground for several meters before he regained his footing. The third punch resulted in the ground within a 3-meter radius shattering beneath him, yet he stood firm against the abomination's powerful strike aimed directly at him. These 3 exchanges allowed Jin Yu to gauge his current strength. In terms of raw power, he estimated he was approximately 30% weaker than the abomination. However, the resilience of his body surpassed that of his foe. Although Jin Yu was uncertain about the changes occurring within him, he speculated that it was linked to the copper mirror having dissipated and integrated into his entire being. This sensation was markedly different from the temporary boosts in strength he typically experienced from the mirror's auxiliary energy. The power felt as though it could tear him apart, far exceeding his body's current limits. Yet, this time the copper mirror had fused with his physical form. If his original body could be likened to bamboo, then now it had transformed to the caliber of titanium alloy, akin to the armor crafted by Tony. It was clear which material was superior. The strength he now wielded, capable of contending with the abomination, had not yet reached the upper limits of his body's capacity. Although the copper mirror was no longer visible, Jin Yu's body continued to absorb energy, reinforcing itself. The precise limits of his new form would likely remain a mystery for a considerable time. As these thoughts briefly flickered through Jin Yu's mind, the abomination unleashed another furious roar, seemingly undeterred, and swung a massive fist towards him. This punch possessed an even greater ferocity than the previous ones. Even before it landed, the force of the blow rustled Jin Yu's hair and clothing, prompting a smirk of disdain to curve his lips. Such reckless, straightforward attacks might intimidate weaker opponents, but against someone capable of putting up a fight, they were riddled with openings. As the heavy strike descended, Jin Yu did not meet it head-on. Instead, He deftly evaded the blow and leaped onto the abomination's thick arm. With a precise push-off, he soared into the air and delivered a sweeping kick directly to the abomination's temple. Bang! The abomination, expending all its might in the downward punch, struggled to maintain its balance. Defending against Jin Yu's kick was out of the question. The colossal figure was propelled off the ground by the sheer force of Jin Yu's strike, soaring 3 to 4 meters before crashing back to the earth with a resounding thud. Before Jin Yu could capitalize on his advantage, the abomination, having landed, exerted its limbs forcefully and lunged towards him like a toad. Upon landing, there was no moment of hesitation. He immediately launched an attack, which indeed surpassed everyone's expectations. However, Jin Yu, possessing the advantage of bullet time, had already anticipated his movements with utmost clarity. Just before the abomination touched down, he deftly evaded the attack range, exerting force in his legs to leap high once more. The abomination's assault resulted in a kneeling position, with both fists crashing onto the ground. But it was a futile effort. Jin Yu, having sprung up from beside her, interlocked his fingers and emulated the abomination's initial motion, raising his hands like a hammer and striking forcefully onto the bare back of its head. Lie down. The abomination's head thudded heavily against the ground, and before it could rise, Jin Yu delivered a powerful kick to its ribs, propelling its massive form several meters away. In the ensuing rounds, Jin Yu continuously utilized his agility to evade the abomination's straightforward attacks while delivering a series of strikes to its knees, ribs, neck, and head. The arena echoed with dull thuds, each impact showcasing Jin Yu's fists and feet landing from various angles upon the abomination. This spectacle bore a striking resemblance to Thor's duel with the Hulk in the arena of Thor, Ragnarok. The audience was left in awe. Even the Black Widow and Coulson, who had hurried back after evacuating the crowd, were rendered speechless by Jin Yu's performance. The stark contrast in size created a profound visual impact. After another forceful throw that sent the abomination flying over 10 meters, Jin Yu remained stationary, refraining from pursuing. The abomination was indeed remarkably resilient, yet, at this stage, posed no significant threat to Jin Yu. With a fierce roar, the abomination rose once more, its cry laden with concealed fury. It was impossible not to be enraged. Emil Blonsky had willingly undergone experimentation to transform into this monstrous form, all in pursuit of the strength to conquer the Hulk. However, having barely gained the upper hand, he found himself subdued by a seemingly frail young man. What, then, was the purpose of his transformation? "I will tear you apart and consume you," the abomination bellowed, its anger palpable as it struggled to comprehend how such immense power resided within Jin Yu's seemingly diminutive frame. In response to the abomination's irrational provocation, Jin Yu merely executed a classic gesture reminiscent of a comedic film from a past life. "Come here." The abomination roared once more and leaped high into the air, aiming to pounce upon Jin Yu from a distance. Unfortunately, mid-flight, a colossal green figure surged forth, intercepting the abomination and sending it crashing down over 2 buildings and onto the adjacent street. After venting its fury upon the abomination, Jin Yu felt a notable sense of relief. "Jin Yu, are you all right? I am uncertain about the circumstances that have befallen you and how you have suddenly acquired such immense strength. Are you truly all right?" The voice of Black Widow emanated from the earpiece, recalling her prior encounter with Jin Yu in Ukraine, where he had temporarily gained such power, only to exacerbate his injuries significantly afterward. Now, witnessing his extraordinary strength, she was deeply concerned about the potential cost of such a transformation. "Fear not. I am in excellent condition, better than ever before. This situation is unlike the last," Jin Yu reassured her. "In truth, I am at a loss as to how to explain it. Allow me to conclude today's farce first." Understanding her concerns, Jin Yu continued to elucidate while making his way to the remnants left by Iron Tyrant. He picked up an arm, severed by an unknown hand, and wielded it like a staff, practicing a few casual gestures. It felt surprisingly comfortable in his grasp. With a powerful leap, he soared over 10 meters high, traversing several buildings in the street, and landed seamlessly on the adjacent road. Chapter 63. What threats do you pose? In stark contrast to the earlier confrontation between Jin Yu and Abomination, the clash between the Hulk and Abomination was characterized by its brutal simplicity. Both titans exchanged powerful blows, engaging in a direct contest of resilience and strength, each determined to outlast the other. The Hulk had previously intercepted Abomination mid-air, bringing him crashing to the ground, whereupon he unleashed a flurry of heavy punches to Abomination's head. After enduring a relentless barrage of over 10 strikes, Abomination finally regained his footing, kicking off the ground and sending the Hulk hurtling backwards, smashing through a building. Seizing the moment, Abomination lunged forward, exchanging positions with the Hulk and delivering powerful punches to his adversary's head. Jin Yu let out a soft sigh, leisurely approaching the fray. Ignoring the chaos unfolding before him, he carefully positioned himself and struck Abomination firmly on the side of the neck. The sound of the impact resonated with a dull thud. The material of Iron Tyrant proved reliable, and it appeared that Abomination's vulnerable points were not dissimilar to those of an ordinary human. Upon receiving a heavy blow to the dense nerve area and major arteries, Abomination's neck jerked violently, and he glared furiously at Jin Yu, who had launched the surprise attack. A low growl emanated from his throat before he collapsed onto the Hulk. The Hulk, momentarily taken aback, quickly reacted by raising his hand to throw Abomination away. Yet, in a flash, Jin Yu struck him as well. With a roar of fury, the Hulk did not succumb like Abomination. Instead, he rose, wielding Abomination as a weapon and aimed a strike at Jin Yu on the ground. Jin Yu felt a rush of darkness as he was crushed beneath the weight of the titanic figures, buried in the rubble of the collapsed structure. "Damn it, aren't you both the same?" Jin Yu grumbled as he pushed aside Abomination's body and emerged from the debris. Just as he prepared to engage in a fierce battle with the Hulk, he was taken aback to see the Hulk staggering and plopping down into a large pit, visibly shrinking before his eyes. The vibrant green hue faded, revealing Bruce Banner in his normal human form, albeit his tattered pants and wild chest hair undermined his scholarly demeanor. As Jin Yu hoisted Bruce Banner, intending to exit the scene, General Ross, having disembarked from a helicopter at some point, rushed towards him accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, followed closely by Coulson, Black Widow, and other agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. With a swift whoosh, Tony Stark landed beside Jin Yu. "You're not planning to take this guy home, are you?" he inquired, glancing skeptically at Bruce Banner slung over Jin Yu's shoulder. "He shares the same enemies as us, Tony. Trust me, I can handle him," Jin Yu replied, shrugging. Just as he intended to discuss further matters with Tony, a figure rushed towards them, calling out Bruce Banner's name. A girl clad in a white shirt caught General Ross's attention. He initially seized her arm but, after a moment's contemplation, released her, allowing her to rush toward him. Jin Yu recognized her as Betty Ross, the current girlfriend of Bruce Banner and the daughter of General Ross. "Bruce, oh God, let me see him," Betty exclaimed, dashing to Jin Yu's side, lifting Bruce Banner's head, her face awash with tears. "I possess a means to control his monstrous form, but it hinges upon my ability to remove him from this location. If I were you, I would refrain from weeping here." Jin Yu's words abruptly silenced Betty Ross. She understood that Bruce Banner's greatest torment lay in the fear of harming innocents post-transformation. Yet with such a remarkable individual nearby, she pondered whether he would choose to stay. Betty had just witnessed Jin Yu confront the Abomination, leaving her profoundly shaken. "You cannot take him. He belongs to our military," General Ross interjected as he walked. Although his words were directed at Jin Yu, she noted his gaze wandering towards Tony, suggesting that both the earlier slaps and Jin Yu's confrontation with the Abomination had instilled a sense of trepidation in this hardened general. "He is not yours, General Ross. He is a victim, a casualty of your damned experiments, and I am a wanted fugitive of your military, am I not? If you desire him, then you must first apprehend me." Hours had passed, and Jin Yu's current threats carried a weight far beyond those of earlier. Observing General Ross's silence, she pressed on. "Regardless of whether you hail from the Department of Defense or another agency, I advise you, and your associates behind you, to cease provoking me. Otherwise, I shall bear 2 nuclear warheads into the Pentagon and hurl Bruce Banner from thousands of feet above the White House. Do you dare to challenge me?" Jin Yu leaned closer to General Ross, who stubbornly fixed his gaze on Tony, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "You are threatening the U.S. government. Bruce Banner is a vital asset in our research. We will not allow you to take him. And what of your threats? You may relay my words verbatim back to your superiors. Feel free to test me. Oh, and by the way, if I were you, I would hasten to secure that behemoth on the ground. If he awakens, I cannot be held accountable for the aftermath. Jin Yu's declarations left General Ross momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, he finally commanded, "Prepare a large dosage of anesthetic. We must swiftly transport this creature back. All helicopters, take to the skies and intercept those media helicopters surrounding us, regardless of their affiliations. Apprehend them all." That evening, Jin Yu brought Bruce Banner and Betty Ross to Tony's residence in New York, located at 50 Union Square, causing quite a commotion. Coulson, Black Widow, and a multitude of other matters required their attention, and it was certain that the two would have to provide an extensive report to Nick Fury. As anticipated, early the following morning, Nick Fury arrived in person, accompanied by Black Widow and Coulson. Chapter 64. Nick Fury's visit. Tony owns a luxurious hotel not far from here and arranged for breakfast to be delivered directly. The four of them gathered around the dining table. Jin Yu, Tony, Betty Ross, and the bewildered Bruce Banner. The transformation seemed to take a significant toll on his mental faculties. Bruce had slumbered heavily through the night, and upon awakening, he could only recall fragmented impressions of the previous evening, greeting Jin Yu and Tony with a dazed expression. At that moment, he sat at the table, listening as Betty slowly recounted the events that had transpired. In the early stages of the Hulk, there exists a vague memory between both forms. However, the emotional volatility of the Hulk renders Bruce Banner acutely aware of the monstrosity he becomes, which ultimately gives rise to the persona of the Hulk. Therefore, I possess the capability to impose certain constraints upon your transformations and can help avert complications arising from military interference. With our combined abilities and Tony's entrenched connections within the government, we can insulate ourselves from the military's covetous gaze. Having just absorbed Betty Ross's account of the previous night's events, Jin Yu did not afford Bruce Banner much time for reflection before interjecting. "However, you cannot remain by my side around the clock. Should I transform, I may still pose a danger to those nearby." Bruce Banner was evidently still ensnared in his own mental labyrinth, troubled by the potential harm he could inflict on others. "You are misunderstanding a fundamental concept, Dr. Banner. Leaving here does not equate to severing ties with society. You require sustenance, employment, and a semblance of life. You cannot completely detach from humanity. In fact, you are already beginning to control your emotional fluctuations, and I believe you will only improve. You performed quite admirably in Brazil, did you not?" Jin Yu coaxed gently. "Yet, I still destroyed a factory and half a city block." Guilt was etched across Bruce Banner's face. "That was because someone aimed a gun at you. It was General Ross's men who posed the initial threat. Have you not always sought to cure yourself? Who better to assist you than Tony Stark?
Un premier scientiste,
With boundless resources and state-of-the-art laboratories." Jin Yu gestured toward Tony. Tony glanced at Jin Yu, contemplating whether to speak but ultimately refrained. He had already conversed with Jin Yu the previous night and still did not fully comprehend why Jin Yu was so adamant about keeping Bruce Banner close. Nevertheless, he trusted Jin Yu. Jin Yu's words evidently resonated deeply with Bruce Banner, yet he remained hesitant. After a moment of silence, just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a sudden alarm blared throughout the room. Beep, beep, beep. Bruce Banner sprang to his feet in an instant. "The military has arrived?" No sooner had he spoken than the alarm system fell eerily silent. "Has there been a malfunction in the house's security system?" Tony, somewhat perplexed, remarked that he seldom visited this property, which was not equipped with the intelligence system operated by Jarvis, but rather with a security system gifted by the developer. Nonetheless, the safety standards were quite high, so there should not be any issues. "No, we have guests arriving. Someone who decidedly dislikes knocking." Jin Yu leisurely fed himself a bite of egg with a fork and spoke. Almost as soon as he finished his sentence, the sound of the door opening echoed from the foyer, followed by the sound of several footsteps striding confidently into the room. Tony nodded, likely understanding who would be arriving. Only Bruce Banner and Betty Ross looked out with expressions of confusion and anxiety, as these poor souls had long been made skittish by military personnel. "I spent last night in Washington arguing with those politicians, all because of the troubles you lot have stirred up. This morning, I hurriedly made my way to New York, and here you are, leisurely enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. Even before the individuals arrived, their voices heralded their presence. Emerging from the foyer besides Black Widow and Coulson was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.A.L.D. Black Widow stood behind Nick Fury, silently casting a playful glance at Jin Yu, who understood her implication. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Jin Yu then offered Bruce Banner and Betty a reassuring look just as Tony seized the conversation. If I weren't acquainted with the two individuals standing beside you, I'd have already dialed the police, given that a rogue has intruded upon my apartment, disrupting my leisurely breakfast. Do you know this rude bald man? Tony provocatively directed the question at Jin Yu. Save your sarcasm, Stark. Those senators and politicians behind you cannot shield you from the arc reactor in your chest. You require a formidable ally, so you would do well to learn the meaning of courtesy. Tony rolled his eyes. At least I understand the concept of knocking when visiting others. As the first round of banter concluded, Nick Fury bypassed Tony, focusing his gaze directly on Bruce Banner. It is a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Banner. In fact, we have been observing you for quite some time. During your previous stay in Brazil, our agents discreetly assisted in concealing your whereabouts. We have several laboratories that would greatly welcome a top-tier scientist like yourself. Of course, we will also help you extricate yourself from any complications arising from any department. Nick Fury emphasized the word complications deliberately. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, under the auspices of the World Security Council. This old fox, Nick Fury, had been discreetly gathering intelligence on Bruce Banner, all for his Avengers initiative. Now, having assumed the role of the antagonist and severed ties with the military, Jin Yu found Fury extending an olive branch directly. Bruce Banner, taken aback, extended his hand to shake with Nick Fury, struggling to comprehend how he had gone from being a hunted man, fearful of military pursuit, to surrounded by a multitude assuring him of freedom from such harassment. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, though unfamiliar to him, carried an air of great significance. This is an excellent opportunity, Dr. Banner. It's a pity their laboratory wasn't established sooner. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had to spend such an extensive time in Brazil, remarked Jin Yu with a sardonic tone. Chapter 65. The emergence of the team. Although Bruce Banner possesses the attributes of a bookworm, it does not imply that he is devoid of social acumen. He understood the unspoken words of Jin Yu, questioning why his associates, who had monitored him for an extended period in Brazil, failed to appear when the military came to apprehend him. Thus, with a grave expression, Bruce Banner addressed Nick Fury, stating, "I apologize for my skepticism. However, I find it exceedingly difficult to trust any governmental agency at this moment. Furthermore, I am not well acquainted with your organization. What is it? The Department of Homeland Strategic Affairs?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Bruce Banner directed his gaze towards Jin Yu for clarification. Jin Yu, exasperated, rolled his eyes and refrained from responding. He could hardly recall the lengthy and cumbersome name. "Let me be frank," Nick Fury interjected, casting a fierce glare at Jin Yu before unceremoniously pulling out a chair and sitting down. "It is undeniable that you all possess extraordinary abilities, which understandably incite a degree of trepidation within the government. Yet, believe me, this is not a sustainable approach. No one would feel secure keeping several unpredictable nuclear warheads at their doorstep. You may threaten the military or even the entire government, but you must recognize that this is not a viable solution. Setting aside the ambitions of those who covet your powers, from a security standpoint, oversight is essential." Nick Fury emphatically rapped his knuckles on the table, observing the indifferent expressions of those present, and added gravely, "You cannot remain in constant opposition to the entire government." His words ushered a profound silence among the group. Indeed, the current circumstances differed vastly from the future years when the Chitauri would invade Earth, prompting the Avengers to save the world, thereby earning sufficient prestige to operate independently of the government. Moreover, the world was not yet replete with superheroes. Powers such as Kamartaj and Wakanda had yet to reveal themselves, and governments around the globe were still accustomed to wielding all power within their grasp. The recent events, particularly the destruction wrought by the military's clandestine bioweapon experiments, served as a crucial turning point. The monstrous creations wreaked havoc in Manhattan, and with forthcoming elections on the horizon, The government lacked confidence in suppressing any scandal that might arise from Tony Stark, who, it is worth noting, quietly held stakes in several major media outlets. Of course, such incidents were not without the subtle encouragement and veiled threats from Nick Fury. Retaining these extraordinary combatants while evading government control aligned the interests of both Nick Fury and Jin Yu. Thus, the implications of Fury's words were clear. He sought to obtain what he desired, exerting a degree of influence over Jin Yu and his companions, ensuring that their powers could be wielded for his purposes when necessary. Naturally, he would strive to afford them maximum freedom while shouldering the corresponding pressures from the government. Furthermore, their presence granted a semblance of legitimacy to the government, as these forces were, in name, still under its jurisdiction. We shall establish a special task force, of which the three of you will be members. In our day-to-day operations, we shall not interfere with your actions. Our involvement will only be considered in times of significant crisis. After stating this, the Black Widow cast a glance at Bruce Banner, who seemed hesitant to speak, and added, "Of course, this is not mandatory. We shall impose no strict surveillance upon you. We will assign 2 liaison officers, and you may contact either of us should the need arise." She gestured towards herself and the quietly observant Coulson. Jin Yu understood that Black Widow's role as a liaison was likely a spontaneous decision made by Nick Fury, considering the ambiguous relationship between them. Nevertheless, he accepted this charming arrangement. "Oh, by the way, I must add that Stark, your father was one of the founding members of our department," Nick Fury remarked with a smile directed at Tony. He endeavored to entice Bruce Banner with the prospect of security, while using Black Widow's role as a liaison to ensure Jin Yu's compliance, even invoking Tony's father for good measure. Nick Fury, the cunning strategist, had calculated every angle. However, Jin Yu had no objections. After all, one cannot realistically confront the entire government head-on. Even during the later Avengers era, communication and deep cooperation with the government would be essential, unless one was prepared to operate independently like the Camartage. "All right, I agree," Jin Yu declared with a snap of his fingers. Naturally, Tony would not refuse, leaving only Bruce Banner with a trace of hesitation. Yet, upon catching the hopeful gaze of Betty Ross beside him, he acquiesced with a slight nod. Once the broader direction was settled, the finer details became much easier to negotiate. For instance, they required the members of the task force to establish their base in New York. The rationale was that Los Angeles was too distant from Washington, and if they were to be near S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, it would be uncomfortably close to Washington, causing some unease, particularly after Jin Yu had issued a threat to General Ross. New York, situated hundreds of kilometers from Washington, was not too close yet still within its sphere of influence, just perfect. These minor concessions were met with little dissent from either side, especially from Tony, who, having shuttered his weapons division, was already planning to pivot Stark Industries towards renewable energy, intending to focus his efforts in New York. This development hastened his ambition to establish a landmark renewable energy facility in the city. Jin Yu, however, felt a tinge of reluctance to part with his newly acquired home in Los Angeles. He had always known he would eventually transition to New York, but he had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. In this manner, Jin Yu and his companions found themselves affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. And for Nick Fury, this group could potentially serve as the nascent embodiment of his Avengers initiative, resulting in mutual satisfaction. After discussing everything, Jin Yu prepared to rise and see his guests off. Last night, for reasons unknown, the bronze mirror vanished, leaving no trace of response. Additionally, upon his return yesterday, he found himself succumbing to an overwhelming fatigue, perhaps due to the significant changes in his body, and fell into a deep slumber. Today, he intended to thoroughly examine both his physique and the mystery of the bronze mirror. However, before he could stand, Nick Fury forcefully pulled his chair towards the dining table. "Well then, the business is concluded, Stark. Surely you wouldn't treat your guests in such a manner? I have been toiling on your behalf all night and have yet to have breakfast." Tony glanced at the empty kitchen, noting, "I have never employed a servant or a chef. I merely requested for breakfasts." Jin Yu shot a glance at Nick Fury but remained silent, swiftly shoving the last piece of bread from his plate into his mouth. Only Bruce Banner, with genuine sincerity, picked up the solitary waffle on the table and offered it. This is all that's left, untouched. Here you go. Nick Fury. Chapter 66. The secret of the copper mirror in the boundless void of the universe. The gaze falls upon an expanse of nothingness, with only a swirling mass of countless starlit specks gracefully rotating at its center. Above this radiant vortex, an ethereal image of a copper mirror stands as if it were an ancient entity, exuding a faint golden glow. Suddenly, the brilliance of the entire light spiral intensifies, as beams of energy intertwine and converge into a humanoid silhouette. Gradually, under the relentless gathering of energy, the faint outline of Jin Yu emerges, becoming increasingly distinct. Having called upon the copper mirror countless times without receiving a response, Jin Yu finally enters the realm of his consciousness through deep meditation. However, compared to the previously chaotic state of his mind, this desolate universe appears vastly expanded, and the copper mirror is nowhere to be found, leaving only a shadow lingering above the singular light vortex. You have arrived. Before Jin Yu could utter a word, a resonant voice, imbued with an ancient gravitas, reverberated throughout the void. It was devoid of any human warmth, yet it bore a stark contrast to the lifeless tone he had previously encountered. Are you not the original copper mirror? Jin Yu inquired, noticing this shift with intrigue. To some extent, yes. The prior manifestation was merely a projection of my essence, a fragment of my superficial consciousness, if you will. It is indeed a part of me, but not the entirety of my being. Oh, since that was the case from the outset. Why have you ultimately revealed yourself again? What purpose does it serve to merge your true essence with my body? Furthermore, what exactly are you? A treasure? An artifact? Jin Yu was filled with questions. You have many inquiries. There is no need to rush. We have ample time, and I shall elucidate everything for you. My true form is the Kunlun mirror, one of the ancient artifacts. The copper mirror's declaration was nothing short of a revelation. Kunlun mirror, a name that Jin Yu, as a descendant of the Yan and Huang, could not possibly be unfamiliar with. What? You are the Kunlun mirror? Jin Yu gasped, overwhelmed. Regardless of the grand narrative spun within the Marvel universe, in Jin Yu's heart, the ancient artifacts of Huaxia represented a force of unprecedented magnitude. Indeed, I am the Kunlun mirror. The copper mirror's ethereal form shimmered, and a contemporary sofa materialized beneath Jin Yu, who comprehended the significance of this gesture. Taking a deep breath, he settled down, ready to listen intently. Since Pangu cleaved the chaos to create the world and establish the primordial continent, humans, demons, monsters, immortals, deities, witches, and myriad schools of thought flourished, allowing all races to cultivate and attain longevity, ushering in an era of remarkable spiritual advancement. Alas, cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens, a theft of celestial essence, a pursuit of gain without reciprocity. Consequently, the spiritual energy across the primordial continent became depleted, prompting various races to engage in protracted conflicts spanning millennia in the struggle for resources. Although war is brutal, it may not necessarily be a misfortune for the vast wilderness continent. The number of cultivators diminishes, and the deceased return their profound essence to the heavens and earth, allowing the wilderness to regain some of its former vitality. However, as the conflict intensifies, another continent swiftly approaches from the chaos. Though the laws of power on this continent differ from those of the wilderness, it too is populated by myriad races, with spiritual energy waning. Thus, did they engage in battle? Jin Yu naturally presumed that the war among the myriad races was primarily for resources. With an external breach now present, unity against a common foe would seem inevitable. Contrary to expectations, the supreme beings from both sides began to collaborate. After a brief silence, Kunlun Mirror spoke. Ah! Jin Yu was genuinely taken aback, exclaiming in surprise as he reined in his inner doubts, gesturing for Kunlun Mirror to continue. The collision of two continents typically results in mutual annihilation. Thus, both sides set aside their disputes and sought ways to ensure a harmonious encounter, transforming a collision into a fusion. At this point, Kunlun Mirror paused once more. And then, Jin Yu, enraptured by the narrative, eagerly pressed for more. Later, Kunlun Mirror sighed deeply. They failed. The two continents collided with a cataclysmic force. Mountains crumbled, oceans surged, and the earth fractured. More terrifyingly, in their attempt to merge the two realms, the powerful entities forcibly linked their laws, resulting in chaos and the collapse of their foundational essence. Both worlds were utterly destroyed? Jin Yu inquired anxiously. To some extent, yes. The two realms were indeed annihilated, yet the efforts of their powerful beings were not in vain. Though the grand worlds did not successfully merge, the impact resulted in the emergence of countless fragmented laws and small worlds formed from the debris of both continents. Some of these small worlds were born from fragments of the wilderness, others from that of the opposing continent, while many comprised a blend of both, creating incomplete realms relative to the two continents. At the moment of collision, the human emperor utilized 10 divine artifacts to form the 9 provinces barrier, striving to protect the bloodline of humanity within. The cataclysm was no trivial matter. Kunlun Mirror sighed deeply once more. It goes without saying that this endeavor ultimately failed. All 10 divine artifacts were lost, and I alone, relying on my innate gifts, managed to protect my fragmented essence with a sliver of true spirit, tearing through space to arrive in a newly formed universe. A mere struggle for survival. Had I not inadvertently absorbed a trace of the essence from the refining demon cauldron at the moment of my demise, I would likely have been unable to harness the energies of this newly formed universe, so distinct from the wilderness. Regrettably, the energy levels within this universe are exceedingly meager. Even though I possess a fragment of the abilities of the alchemical cauldron, with merely a sliver of true spirit and remnants of my original form, the prospect of reclaiming even a modicum of my former might is as daunting as scaling the heavens. To breach the cosmos and traverse to another realm in search of remnants of the primordial continent, I must first bestow a fragment of my true spirit upon a human host. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu comprehended the reason for his transference to this world. Yet a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. You assert that only by inhabiting a human can one traverse disparate worlds, which I find perplexing. Though your essence is but a shard, why is it imperative to inhabit humanity to journey across dimensions? Jin Yu, a steadfast practitioner, found himself devoid of energy prior to his transference, his physical constitution rather ordinary among mortals. How, then, could he aid the Kunlun Mirror in navigating between worlds? These countless realms, though birthed from two continents, adhere to vastly differing laws, which render us, beings of divergent principles, unwelcome. Only the indigenous races of these two continents are entitled to tread upon the myriad realms of the cosmos without facing rejection. Thus, it dawned upon Jin Yu that his corporeal form served merely as a passport. Even so, upon arrival in this world, I was still subjected to the cleansing of the world's laws, resulting in my division into two halves, a fact you should be well aware of. The Kunlun Mirror continued. Jin Yu understood all too well that his quest to reclaim the other half of the Kunlun Mirror, coupled with his encounter with the Black Widow and entanglement with S.H.I.E.L.D., had precipitated a cascade of subsequent events. You yearn for the past, seeking your former master, companions, or a fragment of memory belonging to the primordial era. Yet, why have such profound transformations occurred within me? I am weary. The voice of the Kunlun Mirror resonated with profound sorrow. I have never reconciled with my fate. As one of the supreme artifacts of the primordial continent, how could I be relegated to these desolate realms, where the energies are barren and the laws incomplete? I yearn to discover a grander world, to seek out those remnants of humanity and events that have endured from the primordial age. Thus, each time I accumulate sufficient energy, I inhabit a human vessel to traverse to the next realm. In return, I grant a fragment of my true spirit to the host, enhancing their physical and mental prowess, aiding them in achieving transcendence in another world before I embark on my next journey. Every few decades, I undertake a transference. Since the cataclysm of the primordial era, I have sought for an entire epoch. An epoch? Jin Yu queried, perplexed. According to your calculations, one epoch equates to 60 trillion years. The voice of the Kunlun Mirror remained devoid of emotion, yet Jin Yu discerned an overwhelming sense of desolation within it. 60 trillion years, charging himself every few decades, and once sufficiently empowered, proceeding to the next destination, all in pursuit of traces of the past. No, with such an expanse of time, how many cosmic realms must he have traversed? Jin Yu momentarily froze, disbelief washing over him as he raised his head in astonishment. The Kunlun Mirror seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern his thoughts, directly retorting with a question of its own. Do you comprehend the vastness of the Honghuang continent? Jin Yu shook his head, aware that the figure was likely astronomically immense yet at a loss for words to encapsulate it. If one were to liken Honghuang to Earth, then your universe would merely be akin to a single grain of sand within a vast desert. The magnitude of the universe eluded Jin Yu's understanding, but he knew that humanity had observed celestial bodies on Earth, some of which were billions of light-years away. The mere contemplation of such a figure sent shivers down his spine. I am truly weary, the Kunlun mirror continued. Your fierce battle last night reminded me of my first true master. I had intended to resign myself to fate, to genuinely acknowledge my master, but then you encountered that creature. I thought to assist you to the very end. My original form is now but remnants, which hold little significance for me. However, within this universe, I can still serve as the finest material. By merging with your body, the limits of your growth shall enable you to attain invincibility in this cosmos. The final words of the Kunlun mirror exuded a sense of disdain for the universe, which Jin Yu could comprehend, feeling both its pride and helplessness. Yet, for an artifact steeped in legendary tales since childhood, he could not bear to witness its downfall. And what of you? After merging with my body, what will become of you? Sensing Jin Yu's concern, the Kunlun mirror's voice carried a note of mirth. Fear not, my essence remains intact. This universe differs profoundly from those I have traversed before. Its fundamental laws have manifested as entities. As you absorb them in the future, there exists a possibility for my essence to truly detach from its original form. At that time, I shall require your assistance in crafting a true body for me, allowing me to be reborn as a human and to fully experience the wonders of the world. Very well. I promise you, Jin Yu replied without hesitation. In that case, I shall peacefully surrender to slumber, my remnants merging entirely with your being. As you grow stronger, the myriad powers from my essence shall be at your disposal. Live well, for I await the day you awaken me. With those words, the ethereal projection of the Kunlun mirror gradually faded, disappearing from sight. Jin Yu took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself once again in Tony's opulent apartment, where Nick Fury had already departed. Tony, Dr. Banner, Betty, and of course Black Widow and Coulson were all gathered around the sofa by the rooftop pool, their gazes fixed upon him. Having conversed with the Kunlun mirror in the sea of consciousness for several hours, he was oblivious to how much time had elapsed outside. Now, still immersed in the ancient tales of the Honghuang continent and the Kunlun mirror, he looked at everyone and felt an overwhelming sense of disconnection, as if he had traversed epochs. Why are you all staring at me? Jin Yu queried, sensing an unusual glimmer in each of their eyes. He cast a glance at Black Widow, but to his surprise, she merely smiled back at him. Unable to contain himself, he pressed further with his inquiry. Damn it, we are in a meeting, and you have the audacity to fall asleep while we are discussing the matter concerning Dr. Banner. I proposed that each of us invests $100 million to establish a comprehensive high-end research facility. This way, we would possess our own base and Dr. Banner would have a suitable place as well. I was seeking your opinion when I noticed you shamelessly dozing off. Tony, holding a crystal goblet, rapped it sharply on the coffee table, his eyes filled with disdain as they fixed upon Jin Yu. Oh, Jin Yu suddenly realized. That wasn't my intention. $100 million, right? Well, I don't have it. What? You don't have it? I personally helped you convert $300 million into cash, and I am certain you are concealing a considerable amount. Aside from purchasing a house and a car in Los Angeles, I haven't seen you spend any money. Now you tell me you don't have it? Tony certainly did not lack for $100 million. His involvement with Jin Yu stemmed more from concern for him. Well, Jin Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Didn't the news about the tragic accident of the Obadiah Stein aircraft get announced this morning? Coupled with your earlier decision to shut down the weapons department, your company's stock plummeted to rock bottom. You know, my friend, I believe in your abilities, and I am confident that you will eventually lead Stark Industries back to its zenith. To express my support for you, I invested all the funds in your company's stocks. I swear, I am not attempting to take advantage of you. It is merely a testament to my faith in your capabilities. Tony, this chapter feels inseparable, so I am releasing 2 chapters together. The setting of the primordial chaos is purely for plot purposes. I kindly ask readers who adhere to the mainstream primordial chaos framework not to criticize. Additionally, some have been saying that the protagonist is inept and lacks a powerful advantage. I would like to say, keep reading. This is just the beginning. I cannot allow the protagonist to be invincible from the outset, breezing through challenges and mindlessly conquering the world. That kind of narrative is beyond my grasp. Thank you all. Chapter 67. Bruce Banner's Self-Adjustment in the Dead of Night. At the junction of Manhattan and Brooklyn, a derelict shipyard along the lower Hudson River illuminated by the headlights of dozens of cars. The once vast space where ships were launched now glowed as brightly as day. Muscular men, their suits stretched to the brink, stood facing each other, exuding an air of intimidation that seemed to scream their affiliation with the underworld. At the forefront of each faction stood two men. One appeared to be in his 50s, clad in an expensive black tuxedo, complemented by a pristine white dress shirt and a black bow tie adorned with gold trim, perfectly centered. The other, a youthful figure no older than 40, donned a tailored blue suit without a tie or bow tie, but sported an exceptionally stylish brooch on his jacket. His meticulously combed golden hair radiated the demeanor of a privileged scion. As they descended from their vehicles, each was flanked by a robust man in a black suit, carrying a briefcase, as they strode towards the empty expanse. Adjacent to this open space lay the sea, where a colossal, long-abandoned passenger liner loomed, towering at least several dozen meters above the ground, with decks stacked high like a 10-story building. On the top deck, three figures observed the transaction below. Tony Stark remained clad in his armor, but the arc reactor in his chest had transformed into a triangular, innovative design. This marked the inception of his collaboration with Bruce Banner, following the acquisition of his father's legacy, resulting in the creation of a new element. By substituting the palladium in the reactor with this novel element, the reactor's performance was enhanced by at least threefold, while its size was remarkably compact. If not for the numerous circuits and components required to power the suit, the finished product would be no thicker than a flip phone. Consequently, the newly crafted suit for Jin Yu bore a striking resemblance in thickness to that of Black Panther's. Apart from the slightly protruding reactor at the chest, it resembled a simple outfit rather than a suit of armor. Indeed, Jin Yu had finally acquired a suit that embodied every man's dream. A blue-black ensemble devoid of a helmet and any superfluous weaponry or functions, aside from standard propulsion systems at the hands and feet. After all, Jin Yu's physical prowess was akin to that of a living dinosaur, rendering excessive features unnecessary. Moreover, should he require ranged attacks, the armory within his space would surely remind enemies of what a true mobile artillery unit could unleash. In stark contrast to the two clad in military attire, Bruce Banner donned a casual outfit. A simple blue shirt paired with a pair of relaxed trousers, which were the result of a collaborative endeavor between Tony and Dr. Banner, though it would be more accurate to describe it as a minor invention rather than a full-fledged project. These trousers boasted an elasticity beyond one's imagination, lacking any protective features, designed solely to prevent Bruce Banner from experiencing any wardrobe malfunctions during his transformations. Indeed, within the narrative of the film, it is established that Tony and Dr. Banner developed a new elastic material to craft Banner's trousers. As the moment approached, Tony, wearing a mask and standing at a considerable height, surveyed the scene below with the clarity of a telescope. As he observed the two leaders making their way into the arena, he addressed them directly. "All right, Banner, are you ready?" Jin Yu turned to Dr. Banner, inquiring. "Yes, I am prepared. I have no issues controlling my emotions and thoughts. This is my unique ability. I am not a monster, nor am I afflicted by any ailment." In the recent past, under the persistent encouragement of Jin Yu and Tony, particularly after witnessing several gang transactions where Dr. Banner had transformed to thwart criminal activities, his mindset began to shift, especially after Jin Yu donned his battle armor, which consistently enabled him to incapacitate the Hulk with remarkable efficiency. Banner found an unprecedented sense of affirmation regarding his abilities, coupled with a newfound sense of security. After a few self-encouraging words, he fixed a determined gaze upon Jin Yu. "All right, I am ready." "Good, no problem. Just be prepared." Jin Yu gradually retreated behind Dr. Banner, beginning a slow countdown. 3. With the utterance of a single digit, Jin Yu unexpectedly delivered a powerful kick towards Dr. Banner, sending him hurtling over 10 meters away from a position that was initially quite distant from the exterior. Damn it. Jin Yu, you counted to 2 last time. For heaven's sake. Ah! Just as the two groups below commenced their rendezvous, a sudden scream echoed from above, prompting the well-trained henchmen on both sides to swiftly aim their firearms skyward. Meanwhile, the two leaders maintained their composure, remaining stationary, albeit their subordinates, each clutching a briefcase, had already trained their weapons on one another, their expressions brimming with caution. With a resounding crash, a dark figure plummeted from the sky, landing just a few meters away from several individuals. The two distinguished gang leaders, dressed in attire befitting high society, instinctively jumped at the sudden impact. What on earth was that? Where did this person fall from? And what was that shout I heard? Inquired one leader in a black tuxedo, his face a mask of astonishment. I couldn't quite catch it either. Did you hear what he shouted? The leader in blue turned to his companion, seeking clarity. The young man, perplexed, gazed up at the sky and then shifted his attention to the forsaken cruise ship by the shore, which seemed to hover in mid-air, at least 10 meters away. Despite his contemplation, he could not fathom the situation and shook his head in confusion. Damn it! Regardless of what transpired, something felt decidedly amiss. Shall we arrange another meeting? Inquired the man in the blue suit, addressing the leader in the evening gown. The leader, after a moment of reflection and a glance at the corpse on the ground, responded with a look of bewilderment. Very well. We shall set another time. The two reached an agreement, yet both cautiously retreated a few steps before preparing to part ways. However, the man in the blue suit suddenly seized the handgun from his subordinate, aimed it at the corpse, and discharged several rounds with a series of sharp reports. Chapter 68. How is the Nightlight Hero? The gunfire nearly startled the opposing leader into submission. Upon turning to gaze at the corpse on the ground, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger. With a flick of his wrist, he gestured to his subordinates, aiming his weapon at the lifeless figure. Before he could pull the trigger, the corpse abruptly twitched, and then, to his astonishment, began to swell, its skin gradually transforming from a normal hue to a sickly green. With a thunderous roar, the creature unleashed a fearsome cry. What in the world is this monstrosity? The leader in the black suit trembled, his fingers slipping as his gun discharged, the bullet striking the green giant's neck, which only served to further incite its wrath. Open fire. Everyone, shoot this beast, he bellowed. Yet no bullet had any effect. In a panic, he bent low and sprinted backward. The moment the creature appeared, both factions unleashed a hail of bullets. Amidst the flurry of gunfire, pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, everyone aimed at the towering green colossus. Unfortunately, the bullets had no more impact than a mere tickle. With a furious roar, the beast leapt toward the leader in black. Its arms, thicker than a man's thigh, swung down with ferocity. The leader let out a strangled cry, his body cracking audibly as he was sent flying more than 10 meters, his fate uncertain. With another earth-shattering roar, the green giant lunged into the densest cluster of the crowd. This was not a battle. It was akin to a reckless child tormenting chicks in a poultry yard. One stomp sent several men sprawling across the ground, and a single swing of its arm could easily break bones. From their vantage point, Jin Yu and Tony observed the chaos below, watching the giant wreak havoc with satisfaction. Tony nodded, noting the creature's restraint compared to previous encounters. Aside from the initial shooter, most were left groaning on the ground, and as the giant continued its rampage, its fury seemed increasingly manageable. Indeed, Jin Yu mirrored his satisfaction. It appeared that as Bruce Banner accepted his transformation within, though still furious upon becoming the Hulk, his rage remained within controllable bounds. In mere moments, the armed gangsters below were crying out for mercy, scattering in every direction. That should suffice. Let us descend to clean up the aftermath, Jin Yu proclaimed, flames erupting from his limbs as he angled downward. Tony activated his suit's thrusters, propelling himself in another direction. After thoroughly clearing the battlefield and rendering all captives unconscious and bound together, Jin Yu opened the suitcase to reveal a trove of cash alongside a stash of illicit substances, which he promptly tossed to Tony. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tony instructed Jarvis to alert the nearest police station using a virtual number. Meanwhile, Jin Yu cast his gaze upon the still heaving form of the Hulk. Hey there, Buddy, the job's done. Do you remember what we discussed? Bruce Banner, having begun to accept himself, had, at least for the moment, not manifested the Hulk's persona. Compared to the petulant temper of the Hulk from his previous life, this version, imbued with Banner's memories, was noticeably more communicative. Although still seething with considerable anger, the Hulk's expression softened upon hearing Jin Yu's words, and he nodded in response. However, just as Jin Yu exhaled in relief, believing he would not need to intervene this time, the Hulk unexpectedly launched a powerful punch towards him. Bang! With a deafening crash, Jin Yu was sent hurtling against an abandoned cruise ship, his body embedding into the hull, creating a human-shaped indentation. Damn it! Tony, who had just finished a phone call, spun around only to witness the Hulk gradually shrinking and reverting to his normal hue. He deserved this. He always deceives me. With that thought, Bruce Banner, now fully returned to his normal size, promptly fainted. This marked the 7th instance in 3 months that unidentified individuals had intervened against gang crime in New York City. As with previous encounters, they had halted the gang's illicit transactions and subsequently notified the police via anonymous phone calls. According to the descriptions provided by the apprehended gang members, this group comprised 3 individuals, one of whom was a large green creature. On television, a female reporter stood outside the police station, incessantly reporting the events. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, seated at a spacious desk, furiously smashed the remote control in his hand. Coulson, I need an explanation. I entrusted you with monitoring them in New York, not allowing them to run amok. Furious, he continued, this is your responsibility. You need to devise a solution. You are among our highest-ranking agents. The incidents in Harlem were captured on numerous mobile devices, and people are already connecting these occurrences to previous events. Do you understand? Furthermore, I suspect this is deliberate on their part. We cannot allow them to continue their antics unchecked. At the very least, their identities must remain concealed from the public. With a final burst of anger, Nick Fury ended the call, holding his phone as he input Tony's number. But after a moment's thought, he switched to Jin Yu's. Sighing heavily, he placed the phone down on the table. Nick Fury was not mistaken. Jin Yu had indeed orchestrated these events intentionally. In fact, many of the fleeting images and videos circulating online had been deliberately captured and leaked by the trio themselves. In the words of Jin Yu, one must not allow others to lead them by the nose. One's true identity will inevitably be revealed. It is far more prudent to seize an opportunity to lay everything bare, presenting oneself and the others directly to the public, thereby securing an additional layer of protection. Jin Yu would never confess that his foremost intention was to experience firsthand the moment in the Marvel Cinematic Universe when one boldly declares, I am Iron Man. Once again, they find themselves in the outskirts of New York, at the original Stark Industries warehouse, which had been transformed into the Avengers base in the film. By a stroke of serendipity, it has now become a makeshift headquarters for their group. Although it is termed temporary, under Tony's lavish renovations, each individual enjoys a spacious suite exceeding 100 square meters. In addition to separate laboratories for himself and Dr. Banner, they have access to a gym, a conference room, a vast communal lounge, and even a conveniently installed indoor cinema and karaoke room. In the lounge, Jin Yu and 2 others are gathered around the bar, 3 glasses of amber-hued aged whiskey placed before them. On the bar, a virtual 3-dimensional hologram is displaying the news. It seems we are nearly ready. Once the attention reaches a higher peak, we can leak further information. Out there, some refer to us as the New York Vigilantes, while others call Banner the Green Muscle Man and label me as Tin Man among other names. We ought to devise a more appealing title. I would prefer not to be called Tin Man, Tony remarked, lifting his glass and taking a gentle sip. Jin Yu glanced at the glowing blue arc reactor nestled in Tony's chest and chuckled. Tony, given your unique persona, what do you think of the name Night Light Man? Alternatively, Lamp Man could also suffice. Chapter 69. The spring dream leaves no trace. Jin Yu gazed at the front-page photograph in the newspaper, a manifestation of the butterfly effect triggered by his arrival in this world. When Tony Stark declared, I am Iron Man, he stood alongside the transformed Hulk. The headline read, The True Identity of the New York Vigilante Revealed. Billionaire Tony Stark, the mysterious Hulk, and the yet-to-appear enigmatic Eastern Man, the Armored Marauder. In truth, The trio had garnered a plethora of whimsical nicknames online, with Armored Marauder stemming from a deliberately leaked video by Tony, depicting their skirmish against gangsters in a blurred frame. In the footage, Jin Yu donned a blue-black battle suit, lacking the agility and technological finesse of Tony Stark's combat style, instead exhibiting a brutish ferocity that resembled a rampaging beast more than the Hulk beside him. The assignment of this moniker was solidified when, following his proclamation, Tony inadvertently uttered the nicknames of both Jin Yu and the Hulk, thus defining Jin Yu's label once and for all. Beep, beep. The sound of car horns jolted Jin Yu from his reverie. A Ford SUV had come to a halt beside him, its window gliding down to reveal the flawless angelic visage of Black Widow. The entire city of New York was abuzz with speculation about the identity of the enigmatic Armored Marauder. Who could imagine that he was seated alone by the seaside in Manhattan, resembling a middle-aged man reluctant to return home after a long day at work? Black Widow observed Jin Yu, who sat on a bench by the shore, surrounded by 4 or 5 oversized bags, a newspaper in hand. Just a reminder, I am only 22 this year, Jin Yu exclaimed as he opened the rear door, tossing the bags into the back seat before sliding into the passenger seat. Moreover, I have acquired a new title as the youngest billionaire in New York. A broad smile spread across his face as he recalled how Tony Stark, while declaring himself Iron Man, also unveiled Stark Industries' ambitious plans to erect a new landmark in New York, the Stark Tower. This edifice would be characterized by its complete reliance on a renewable energy system, fulfilling all its daily energy needs. Compared to exorbitant electricity costs, this innovative energy source, derived from the reactor, promised a staggering reduction in expenses by 90%, with virtually no pollution. Upon the announcement, those so-called business experts who had previously proclaimed Stark Industries would falter due to Tony's closure of its weapons department and the untimely demise of Obadiah Stane were rendered utterly silent. Especially after Tony revealed that the Stark Expo, which had been on hiatus for a year, would recommence in 2 months, showcasing an array of new technological patents. The stocks of Stark Industries soared dramatically. With zero pollution and low-cost renewable energy, the world recognized Stark Industries was poised to revolutionize the globe. The stocks, which had plummeted by over 80%, surged to double their peak value and continued to rise. Jin Yu, having invested less than $300 million, has now amassed a fortune exceeding $30 billion, extracting a remarkable $20 billion in cash. Thus, he modestly claims the title of New York's youngest billionaire, a statement that could indeed be considered a display of humility. Ah, such a youthful scion of high society, one might inquire, why did you abstain from attending the recent press conference? Did you wish to shun the limelight and conceal your identity? Such behavior seems inconsistent with your ostentatious demeanor. With a swift press on the accelerator, the vehicle began to glide forward. Indeed, I prefer not to venture out for dining or cinema while clad in a hat and mask, or trailed by a throng of journalists. That is Tony's style, not mine. I cherish a life of normalcy. It is precisely why I chose to relocate from the base. I am an ordinary individual, endowed merely with certain unique skills. Nothing more. Jin Yu responded earnestly, revealing his genuine sentiments. He held no fascination for the life of a superhero. Shopping for groceries, cooking, walking the dog, competing for parking spaces at the supermarket, and engaging in spirited exchanges with strangers over trivial matters. These are the everyday occurrences that define my existence. In the mornings, I ponder what to have for dinner, and in the evenings, I long to snuggle with someone special on the couch, watching beloved films or shows. When the twilight of life approaches, I envision acquiring a quaint cottage by the lake, basking in the sun, competing with my partner in the delightful pastime of gnawing on sugarcane. This is the life I yearn for. As he spoke, a glimmer of yearning sparkled in Jin Yu's eyes. This had once been the life he craved in his previous existence. Now, having traversed time and acquired greater wealth and capabilities, he felt it was his duty to secure such a life. God, I adore this side of you. With a sudden halt, the Black Widow pressed her lips against Jin Yu's, breathless and fervent. Startled, Jin Yu found himself utterly unprepared, soon surrendering to the sweet oblivion of a passionate kiss. After what felt like an eternity, they gradually parted, panting for breath. The Black Widow had somehow maneuvered into the passenger seat, now perched on Jin Yu's lap, their noses nearly touching, their gazes brimming with fervent affection. Home? Jin Yu murmured softly. The Black Widow gently nibbled on Jin Yu's lower lip, her response a fragrant whisper. Let's go. Jin Yu reached out to lift her, only to realize that the vehicle was gradually rolling away. Had it slipped? The first thought that crossed his mind was whether she had engaged the handbrake. As they descended a slope, a Ford SUV appeared at the top, gradually making its way down the steep incline, accelerating with alarming speed. Through the windshield, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a woman in the front seat, frantically scrambling out of the passenger side. Regrettably, it was too late. With a resounding crash, the car collided with a lamppost. Shit! The simultaneous exclamations of frustration echoed within the vehicle. That night, within an upscale apartment building in Manhattan, two security guards stood in stunned silence as they beheld a Ford SUV with a dented hood, which had careened into the underground parking garage at breakneck speed. From the vehicle emerged a man and a woman, who, almost inseparable, proceeded to the elevator in a fervent embrace. Upon exiting the lift, the couple remained entwined, with the man fumbling to find the keypad on the door. With a resounding thud, they leaned against the doorframe and entered, promptly shutting the apartment door behind them. Gulping down the last of his soda, Guard A slid his hand slowly onto Guard B's thigh. We must seize the moment and indulge ourselves, don't you think, darling? On the top floor of the apartment, Jin Yu and the widow basked in an atmosphere brimming with springtime allure. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the two bearded guards leaned closer together, their glances laden with intrigue. The night unfolded, leaving no trace of its dreams. Chapter 70. Tony's dog knows as dawn broke, the preset curtains gently drew apart, creating a narrow opening through which a radiant beam of sunlight eagerly infiltrated the room, gradually expanding until it illuminated nearly the entire space. It was 7:30 in the morning in New York, and the weather was remarkably splendid, with not a cloud in sight. The sunlight streamed through the window, penetrating every pore of the face, effectively rousing one from slumber. Jin Yu slowly opened his eyes, still cradling the warm figure beside him. With half-closed eyes, he located the right spot and placed a gentle kiss on the forehead of the sleeping beauty. As he fully opened his eyes, a beaming visage came into view. The Black Widow had awakened at some point and was gazing at Jin Yu, playfully blinking her eyes. It was such a delight to awaken and behold this charming face instead of the disorienting aftermath of an injury-induced coma. With a languid stretch, Jin Yu snuggled back beneath the covers, embracing her tightly. The smoothness and warmth in his palms made it difficult to let go. I have never experienced a night of undisturbed sleep, waking up naturally. The Black Widow wrapped her arms around Jin Yu's neck and playfully pecked his cheek, saying, "Waking up naturally, are you sure?" With a mischievous grin, Jin Yu replied, "You do realize we only returned home at 8 last night and didn't fall asleep until after 3, right? Still not even 8. Yes." She nodded earnestly. "Since I turned 15, I rarely sleep more than 4 hours a night. That won't do. We must sleep a bit longer. This unhealthy habit needs to be rectified immediately," Jin Yu declared as he reached for the remote to close the curtains. "No," the Black Widow laughed, sitting up halfway. "Today marks the first day of our official relationship. Let me cook a lavish breakfast for us. Shall we?" She looked intently into Jin Yu's eyes, her seriousness evident. However, she soon realized that as she rose, the blanket had slid down her body, revealing large swathes of pristine skin. Jin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Perhaps we should just skip to lunch, darling." "No, Text omitted for brevity. 2 hours later, the couple sat at the dining table after their showers. The spread included coffee, fried eggs, toasted bread, accompanied by a hint of strawberries and blueberries, a quintessential Western breakfast. Jin Yu gulped down half a cup of coffee in one go and savagely cut a fried egg in half, stuffing it into his mouth. Gazing at the Black Widow, who looked like a lotus emerging from water, he felt as though he were in a dreamlike state. Sunlight, breakfast, and the presence of a loved one gazing adoringly at him. Everything felt almost surreal. The Black Widow gently wiped away the crumbs from the corner of Jin Yu's mouth with a napkin and leaned in to plant a kiss on his lips. "Eat up. You mentioned wanting to replace all the furniture here. We need to go shopping for it soon. All right, let us fly to Europe and get custom-made pieces," Jin Yu replied, grinning foolishly, resembling a naive son of a wealthy landlord. Buzz, buzz. The sweet ambience was abruptly interrupted by the vibration of a mobile phone. Hey, how's it going, Tony? In the morning, you should have been tucked away in your studio. What prompted you to call me? Jin Yu remarked with an air of nonchalance, his tone languid. I just received an invitation and wanted to inquire if you might be interested. Wait, that's not right. Something seems off with you. As he spoke, Tony suddenly sensed an anomaly. In the past, when he called Jin Yu, he was either dismissive or earnestly engaged in conversation. This languorous tone and demeanor resembled his own past experiences after sharing a night of passion with a certain beauty, indulging in a celebratory cigar upon receiving a call from Pepper or Happy. I'm merely having breakfast. Nothing seems amiss. Now, tell me what invitation you received. Jin Yu rolled his eyes, pondering whether Tony had the instincts of a dog, able to detect nuances in speech. Ha! I dare wager you are certainly not dining alone. Let me guess. It's Natasha, isn't it? Moreover, I'm quite certain you two had an intimate exchange prior to breakfast. Damn it. Otherwise, why would you be so eager to move out of the base? You both have been planning this, haven't you? Tony chuckled mockingly over the phone, his confidence unmistakable. Shut your mouth, Tony. You didn't call to inquire about my private life. State your purpose quickly, or I shall hang up. I loathe being disturbed during my breakfast. Caught off guard by Tony's perceptiveness, Jin Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he retorted in indignation. Ha ha ha, I guessed correctly. Very well. I wish you both well, my friend. There's no need for secrecy in such matters. You two are quite suited for one another, aren't you? Now, on to business. How about the Monaco F1 Grand Prix? Are you interested? I sponsored a racing team. This is undoubtedly one of the most exhilarating sports in the world. Monaco, racing, casinos, and the noble ladies from across Europe. It is truly an ideal pursuit for men. Are you interested? Although you have Natasha now, the last aspect of the event may not concern you, yet I assure you, if you do not attend, you will undoubtedly regret it. It was evident that Tony had a genuine fondness for racing. Jin Yu had watched a few races on television in his previous life, and witnessing such an event in person would surely be more thrilling. Moreover, considering the timing of the race, it coincided with the introduction of Whiplash, the antagonist from Iron Man 2. Although the plot dictated that Whiplash would not pose a challenge for Tony, Jin Yu's presence had already altered numerous events. Thus, any minor discrepancies could lead to unforeseen complications. With this thought in mind, Jin Yu glanced at Black Widow. Her recent task involved maintaining contact with Jin Yu, Tony, and the others, ensuring they did not stir up any chaos. Observing the inquiry in Jin Yu's eyes, Black Widow smiled gently and nodded. Very well. I shall send someone to pick you up at the airport in a week. Until then, after hanging up the phone, Jin Yu recalled the plot of Iron Man 2. That Whiplash was undoubtedly a brilliant scientist, and together with the comical Justin Hammer, the military-industrial complex backing him was certainly a formidable force. Although Jin Yu yearned for a life of an ordinary person, in a world like Marvel's, cultivating one's own power in secrecy was also a form of safeguarding oneself, especially during the tumultuous early conflicts on Earth. Originally intending to travel to Europe to purchase furniture, he now found himself saving on airfare as well. Jin Yu remarked with a cheerful smile. Chapter 71. Justin Hammer. Monaco, officially known as the Principality of Monaco, is the second smallest country in the world, surpassed only by the Vatican City. Its total area is a mere 198 square kilometers, surrounded on three sides by France, with only the southern edge resting against the Mediterranean, boasting a modest stretch of coastline. In comparison to larger nations, even some villages may encompass greater land areas than this diminutive principality. However, despite its small territory, Monaco ranks among the wealthiest nations globally, thriving on its gambling and tourism industries, coupled with a comprehensive tax exemption that draws countless affluent individuals from Europe and America to invest or indulge in leisure. Often touted as a place where one can essentially step across a border with a mere press of the accelerator, its territory has become renowned for its circuit, which is one of the most famous Formula One racetracks in the world, marked by extensive road closures and security measures during events. With the smallest area, it also stands as the most illustrious venue for the fastest motorsport on land, a notion that alone is enough to captivate many. Consequently, each year during the F1 events, Racing enthusiasts from around the globe flock here to witness the races, often overwhelming the local accommodations to the extent that some visitors must find refuge in France prior to the event. Naturally, such a compact locale does not possess its own airport. Typically, one must first fly to Nice Airport in France and then take a helicopter to Monaco, or traverse the land routes. However, during the F1 race period, securing a helicopter ride becomes a challenge, often requiring bookings that are a week out, while train tickets are available only half a month later. Fortunately, Tony's meticulously arranged itinerary spared them from such inconveniences. Happy Pepper Potts and two trusted associates, Jin Yu and Black Widow, arrived at Nice Airport, where a private helicopter awaited them, providing direct access to a hotel rooftop with the best vantage point for the race. The Monaco royal family is undoubtedly one of the most lucrative business entities in the world. I find myself returning here nearly every year, yet I must pay exorbitant maintenance fees for this helicopter, amounts that could nearly purchase a new one. The tales of Europe's vampiric nature are not without merit, as Tony incessantly lamented to Jin Yu. Jin Yu rolled her eyes, choosing not to engage him. Following the surge in Stark Industries stock, Tony's fortunes have risen commensurately, and to suggest he is now among the wealthiest capitalists in the world would not be an exaggeration. Yet here he was, bemoaning the supposed vampires of the world. Were it not for Tony's recent enhancements to his armor, Jin Yu might have taken the opportunity to deliver a sharp retort to this insufferable capitalist. While many are aware of Iron Man Tony Stark's genius from films, it is only through Jin Yu's first-hand experience that she could truly appreciate the profound impact of his brilliance. For instance, let us not delve into the modifications of the armor, particularly that of Jin Yu, which has been transformed into a briefcase, though it is merely a vessel for energy and propulsion. However, consider Tony Stark's Mark V, with its intricate lining, exterior, shock absorption, weaponry, and an array of unforeseen functionalities concealed within. Merely glancing at the schematics made Jin Yu feel nauseated, let alone envisioning its conversion into a briefcase. Trust me, you will come to adore this place. Today we shall witness the competition, and in the evening, I shall escort you to the grandest casino for a game of chance to test your luck. Tomorrow morning, we will embark on a cruise to explore the romantic Mediterranean. Of course, should you find a way to part ways with Natasha, I would not mind inviting several enchanting French ladies aboard for a grand celebration. After disembarking from the helicopter, Tony embraced Jin Yu, whispering softly. As he spoke, he occasionally cast furtive glances toward Pepper, feeling a twinge of guilt. Due to the butterfly effect instigated by Jin Yu, Tony had yet to seal his affection with Pepper through a kiss, though both harbored an unspoken tension that rendered Tony, usually incapable of self-sufficiency in daily life, hesitant to seek companionship elsewhere, fearing Pepper's inevitable knowledge of it. Listen, Tony, I understand you and your roguish thoughts. No. Don't be hasty in your anger. Jin Yu swatted Tony's hand away. My affair with Natasha is none of your concern. If you wish to reclaim your playboy lifestyle, perhaps you should afford Pepper some tasks, such as managing your company. Your stocks are soaring, yet you have neglected your office for a week. Your company requires a CEO you can fully trust. What do you think? Jin Yu raised an eyebrow, and Tony felt a surge of clarity. He had been overwhelmed by corporate matters and unable to pursue fleeting romances. Jin Yu's suggestion felt like the key to a new realm of possibilities. You are undoubtedly a genius. My God, there is no more perfect solution than this. How does that saying from your culture go? One arrow, two birds, right? That's killing two birds with one stone. I've heard you've bedded all the cover girls from the 2006 issue of Maxim. Didn't one pair happen to be twins? Perhaps that evening's escapade could be aptly described by that idiom. Jin Yu remarked with a hint of gritted teeth. The thought of those twin cover girls and the phrase killing two birds with one stone stirred a desire within every man to replace Tony Stark in that narrative. Did it not? Disregard the journalist's fabrications. Firstly, the cover girl from March clashed with my schedule, so I had no success. More importantly, regarding the twins in December, that night was not solely about them. Their agent, allegedly a cousin or some relative, was also present. But I digress. Let us ponder tomorrow. Hey, Tony, I never expected to encounter you here. I mean, your worth has skyrocketed recently, making it far more challenging to arrange a meeting with you. How does it feel to be a superhero? Your armor is simply phenomenal. As Tony, with a playful glint in his eye, was about to discuss arrangements for their cruise party with Jin Yu, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice. A man clad in a tailored suit approached him. On the expansive rooftop of the hotel, a helicopter had just landed, its rotors still whirring, creating a gust of wind that rustled the fabric of their clothes. The man strained to maintain an air of elegance, pressing down on his attire, yet the ferocity of the wind thwarted his efforts, causing his garments to billow in an ungraceful manner, rendering him rather disheveled. Naturally, it was impressive. After all, it was the armor of Iron Man, a creation that your Hammer Industries could never hope to replicate. Tony, releasing Jin Yu with a hint of unrestrained mockery, strode towards the man. Justin Hammer. Jin Yu squinted slightly, his eyes narrowing. Chapter 72 Ivan Vanko. You truly have a gift for jesting. Just take a look around you, my friend. There is an abundance of beautiful people. This handsome gentleman appears somewhat familiar. Oh, I recall now, it was in the newspaper a few months back. You and Obadiah Stane engaged in a brawl outside the concert hall, a love triangle, Tony. You thought your interests lay solely with the fairer sex. Justin Hammer exclaimed, casting an exaggerated glance at Jin Yu. The tabloids have proclaimed that Justin Hammer was the most delighted by Stark Industries' closure of its weapons division. The perennial backup on the military procurement list has finally begun to take center stage. Alas, despite securing a long-term contract with the military, Hammer Industries finds itself increasingly overshadowed by Stark Industries. I also heard Jin Yu leaned closer to Justin Hammer's shoulder. Your entire life has been spent imitating and chasing after Tony Stark. His attire, his work, even the cadence of his speech. Unfortunately, a clown remains a clown. No matter how fine the garments, they cannot conceal the absurdity of one's actions and demeanor. As he uttered the final word, Jin Yu straightened up, surveying Justin Hammer with a gaze reminiscent of observing monkeys at a zoo. Standing just over 6 feet tall, Jin Yu towered over Justin Hammer, who stands at approximately 5'7", data sourced from Iron Man 2, where Justin Hammer is portrayed by Sam Rockwell. The contrast in their statures rendered Hammer almost comical. Do not be deceived by the depiction in films, where Justin Hammer is persistently ignored by Tony. In this reality, he is undeniably one of the foremost capitalists in the nation. It is one thing to be overshadowed by Tony for an extended period, but to be humiliated by an Asian youth he does not even know is a slight he cannot easily endure. His expression shifted. The facade of poor imitation vanished in an instant, and a somber air enveloped him. Kid, do not presume that knowing Tony Stark grants you the liberty to speak recklessly. Offending me, Justin Hammer, I assure you, your existence in this country will be no more comfortable than that of a homeless wanderer. To threaten Jin Yu to his face? Tony Stark nearly burst into laughter, thinking to himself how Hammer, the coward, would react if he knew how Jin Yu had directly threatened the military. However, this time, before Jin Yu could respond, Black Widow stepped forward, gracefully wrapping her arm around Jin Yu's. Her expression shifted dramatically as she turned coldly towards Justin Hammer. I am with the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack and Logistics. Mr. Jin Yu is our senior consultant. If you wish to avoid waking up tomorrow to find your office filled with agents from our department, it would be wise to retract your statement. By the way, our department is abbreviated as SHIELD. If you are unfamiliar, I suggest you inquire with the military. Justin Hammer was drenched, and it was perplexing how he could be so well known. Unlike Tony, who was a tech savant, Hammer spent at least 300 days a year immersed in soirees with high-ranking military and government officials, making him quite familiar with the world's largest intelligence agency. Offending them could lead to the revelation of his childhood indiscretions, not to mention the unsavory secrets harbored by those around him. As if flipping a switch, the moment Black Widow's words faded, Justin Hammer reverted to his earlier jovial demeanor. I was merely jesting. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jin Yu, and of course this lovely agent by your side. How could I ever pose a threat to him? Let us not kid ourselves, he stands beside Tony Stark, the world's wealthiest individual, a superhero, Iron Man. Well, it's a delight to make your acquaintance. As he concluded, he noted the icy expressions on Jin Yu and the others, prompting him to cease his incessant chatter and allow them passage. My dear, there is no need to reveal your identity. I was simply teasing that fool. I know, but let us not forget, resolving your troubles is also part of my duties. As Jin Yu and his companions conversed while making their way to the corridor, Justin Hammer darkened his expression and beckoned his assistant. Investigate that fellow. Ascertain his relationship with Tony Stark. Retrieve those previous photographs for comparison and determine if he is indeed the armored rogue. Watching Jin Yu and his group depart, Hammer's mind was consumed by thoughts of the luminous reactor embedded in Tony's chest. At that moment, as they reached the corridor, Jin Yu suddenly turned back, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Justin Hammer, transcending into a world that initially mirrored Earth's reality. The most entertaining aspect was encountering a myriad of celebrities from the original world. For instance, the creator of Tesla, the man often dubbed Silicon Valley's Iron Man, who at this juncture had just produced his inaugural electric vehicle. Additionally, there were Hollywood stars previously known only through news reports. Tony was cheerfully greeting an array of celebrities, accompanied by Happy and Pepper, while Jin Yu and Black Widow found a quiet spot by a window overlooking the racetrack. They took 2 cocktails from a server, relishing the tranquil moment together as they observed the racing scene outside, along with the live broadcasts of the competitors preparing on television. Do you usually follow the sport of racing? Is there a particular driver you admire? Black Widow, though not particularly enthusiastic about the sport, felt pleased to be watching the event with Jin Yu and casually initiated a conversation about the race. At that moment, the television displayed a particular team, showcasing a group of workers in bright orange overalls passing by, and Jin Yu immediately recognized the tall, imposing figure of Ivan Vanko, sporting a high bun and casually chewing on a toothpick as he moved about. Jin Yu instantaneously smiled, a plan racing through his mind. I wager $10 with you that the most captivating aspect of today is certainly not the competition itself. As a side note, this book was contracted only in June. Just 2 days after the signing, my grandmother passed away. I returned home and was away for quite some time. The funeral customs in my hometown are rather different, stretching over approximately a month. Upon returning, this book had been on a prolonged hiatus, but after picking it up again, I managed to write nearly 100,000 words in about 3 or 4 days. My debut. However, for reasons unknown, it has now been half a month since that debut, and there has been no traction whatsoever. The previous Marvel work concluded abruptly due to its own complications, but this one will not follow suit. Even if I do not promote it, I am determined to build it up gradually. The primary challenge at present is that this book has yet to receive any ratings. Searching for Marvel requires extensive scrolling before it can be found. I am aware that a small group of readers is consistently following this book, and I am deeply grateful to you all. I assure you that I will not hastily conclude this narrative, but I hope you might consider leaving a review or rating. At the very least, it would facilitate finding it within the search categories without excessive page flipping. There are not many tomato Marvel books, and while my writing may not be exceptional, the storyline is coherent, devoid of an overly ambitious invincible beginning. I kindly ask for your support, not for gifts, but merely for a few words in a review to provide this book with a fair rating. Thank you all. Chapter 73. The whip-lock emerges as Jin Yu's words faded. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted around him. The television screen had shifted to the Stark racing team, where the driver, initially representing Stark Industries, had just forcefully hurled his helmet to the ground in a fit of frustration. The race car, which should have been under his command, was now occupied by none other than Tony Stark himself. Dressed in a striking blue racing suit, and without the time to don his helmet, Tony, with a self-satisfied grin, was waving enthusiastically at the camera. Black Widow, clearly under the impression that Jin Yu was referring to this thrilling moment, looked at him helplessly and remarked, "Does Stark even realize how perilous it is to drive such a car without professional training? If he wants to make a spectacle, he might as well compete in his armor." Before Jin Yu could respond, an anxious voice interjected from the side. Pepper Potts, visibly distressed. "Oh my God, when did he even get in there? I merely exchanged pleasantries with a reporter. This is utterly irresponsible. You cannot allow him to act so recklessly." Pepper's agitation was palpable, her words tumbling out in a rush. "We only just found out, Pepper. You needn't be so anxious. After all, he is Iron Man." Jin Yu pulled 2 chairs closer, inviting Pepper and Happy to sit. "I understand. I'm not blaming you, but he cannot take such risks. The company has just begun to stabilize, and everyone hopes he will lead Stark Industries to greatness. Rather than. Pepper gestured animatedly, her concern for Tony evident. Everything will be fine, Pepper. Trust me, you must have faith in him. I comprehend your worries. Yet we all know Tony. He thrives on adventure, revels in science, and enjoys toiling away in his lab surrounded by metal. However, he is not the ideal corporate leader. That is simply who he is it not? Jin Yu reassured her. But Pepper attempted to interject only to be cut off once more. But he is not merely Tony. He is the leader of Stark Industries, is he not? He just informed me that upon his return, he intends for you to assume the role of CEO. What? You mean me? CEO of Stark Industries? Pepper was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Tony has been contemplating this for quite some time, and no one is better suited for this position than you. You deserve this, do you not? Jin Yu pushed his untouched cocktail towards her, while Black Widow raised her glass in celebration. Congratulations, Pepper. Oh, thank you. This monumental news finally diverted Pepper's attention somewhat, her frantic speech subsiding, although her gaze remained fixed on the television screen, anxiously awaiting any sign of trouble for Tony. The scene unfolds with the thunderous roar of racing engines as each car takes its designated track. With cheers resonating throughout the nation, the race officially commences. The cars burst forth like feral beasts unleashed, swiftly gaining distance. The sound of their velocity tearing through the air reverberates everywhere. Jin Yu casts a glance at the screen, noting that Tony has momentarily secured 5th place. It is essential to recognize that this is one of the most prestigious professional races globally, and achieving a position within the top 5 signifies Tony's extraordinary potential as a driver. The race is undeniably thrilling, with the footage constantly shifting between various sections of the track. Suddenly, the camera fixates on a man clad in overalls. This is not due to the director's lack of professionalism. Rather, this man brazenly vaults over the barrier and steps onto the racetrack, allowing vehicles to whiz past him like arrows released from a bow. The audience erupts in a cacophony of screams. Ivan Vanko strolls leisurely along the track, a toothpick swaying in his mouth, as he slowly tears open his shirt at the chest, revealing a circular reactor beneath. He brandishes 2 specially crafted metallic whips, which, upon a flick, pulse with energy. The reactor radiates an intense glow, channeling compressed energy through rudimentary metallic conduits to the whips, which crackle with electric sparks. The heat from the energy transfer ignites his clothing, causing it to burn away at the contact points, and his upper garment disintegrates like petals, cascading down like a Hawaiian grass skirt around his waist. The dramatic entrance of the whips perfectly mirrors a scene from a film, Who Says Villains Cannot Be Stylish. As a race car speeds towards him, Vanko sidesteps gracefully, delivering a swift lash to the vehicle's front. The concentrated energy morphs into a fearsome blade, severing the car's front end as it hurtles forward, leaving a deep gash on the ground. The car, now headless, flies off, eliciting terrified gasps from the audience. Like the spectators, Pepper, who has been fixated on the television screen, suddenly comprehends the grave danger posed to Tony by the terrifying whips and the familiar glow of the reactor emanating from the man. Tony is in peril, Jean. Pepper spins around only to discover that the seat beside her is inexplicably empty. He must have left the moment that man appeared. Black Widow gestures towards Jin Yu's vacant seat. Only then does Pepper exhale in relief, redirecting her gaze to the screen. On the racetrack, Vanko has already destroyed 2 vehicles, and some of the more timid spectators have begun to scream and flee. Meanwhile, Tony's blue race car remains blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding, speeding toward Vanko with unrelenting determination. Tony had just navigated a sharp turn, accelerating with full force, when suddenly a man wielding 2 glowing whips appeared directly in his path. Without a moment to spare, Tony abruptly swerved left. Just as the front of his car breached the track, a white energy whip descended from the sky, severing the front of his vehicle with ruthless efficiency, sending the entire car soaring into the air. In front of the television, Pepper Potts had already risen, letting out a piercing scream. A distinct sound, unlike that of the racing cars, resonated across the arena, as a blue-black figure, propelled by 4 jets of flame, skimmed just above the audience, expertly pinpointing the trajectory of Tony's falling car. With a resounding thud, the The blue-black figure landed and caught Tony's spinning vehicle with bare hands. Chapter 74. He wasn't poisoned? Suspended in midair, Tony found himself cradled by Jin Yu, who held him effortlessly with both hands. As he dangled outside, he swiftly removed his cumbersome helmet and was greeted by the familiar gaze of Jin Yu, complemented by a sleek black mask. That mask looks impressive. Perhaps I should design a similar one for your armor next time, Tony remarked with a hint of exasperation. Blinking. Do ensure the design is aesthetically pleasing. Remember, you owe me one. With a deft motion, Jin Yu maneuvered the vehicle to the roadside. A flick of his wrist conjured a red and white suitcase, the portable Mark V armor Tony had designed for himself. "Yes, coming for you. I'm merely the courier here, so don't expect me to assist in the fight." Jin Yu casually tossed the suitcase beside the vehicle and turned to confront the whiplock. Tony cast a penetrating glance at the reactor embedded in the whiplock's chest, then pressed his right foot onto the suitcase, initiating its automatic startup. This marked his inaugural transformation into Iron Man before an audience. When Jin Yu had emerged earlier, cheers erupted for the armored marauder, and now witnessing Iron Man's live transformation, those who had contemplated fleeing suddenly settled back in their seats. What had initially seemed like a mistake to attend the event now felt worthwhile, especially to the male spectators, as the appearance of two suits of armor ignited a fervor within them. Compared to the armored suits, racing cars paled in significance. Ignoring the cacophony of ecstatic screams, Jin Yu turned to the astonished whiplock. "Your weaponry is quite impressive. I've long sought someone to craft a bespoke weapon for me. Care to assist?" Before he could finish, an energy whip sliced through the air towards him. With an agile sidestep, he evaded the strike yet continued speaking unabated. "No need to decline hastily, my friend. I'm willing to pay, and you seem to be in dire need of funds." Whoosh! Another energy whip lunged at him. This time, Jin Yu did not indulge the attack. After sidestepping, he firmly planted his foot upon the whip. Seemingly a casual act, his foot bore down with such force that, despite the whip-lock's utmost exertion, the whip remained immobile. "Shall we converse now?" Jin Yu's tone was as nonchalant as if he were inquiring about the source of a passerby's exquisite shoes. Ironically, this casual demeanor deeply provoked the already fragile self-esteem of the whiplock. Noticing his left whip was rendered ineffective, the whiplock chose to disregard it and swung his right whip menacingly towards Jin Yu's head. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as Tony, now clad in his armor, executed a low-altitude acceleration, colliding forcefully with the whiplock, who was still intent on striking Jin Yu. The left whip shattered beneath Jin Yu's feet, while the right whip carved a deep trench into the ground. The whiplock was lifted off the ground, barely a foot high, propelled by Tony's swift flight, and hurtled violently towards the barbed wire that lined the road. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the barbed wire was deeply dented, and the whiplash's body was grotesquely contorted, resembling a large shrimp ensnared within the metal mesh. Sizzle! Sizzle! The glow of the reactor in his chest flickered ominously, causing the light emanating from the whip to gradually dim. Without hesitation, Tony reached out and forcefully yanked the reactor from Whiplash's chest, casting a penetrating glance at it before crushing it into scrap. Bah! The defiant Whiplash spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva at Tony, laughing maniacally in derision. "You've lost, Stark. Ha ha ha! You've lost. What is Anton Vanko to you? An uncle? A father?" Tony lifted the visor of his suit and inquired solemnly. The premature emergence of the second-generation reactor had granted Tony a glimpse of the design schematics for the first-generation nuclear reactor, which bore not only his father's name but also Anton Vanko's. "You are unworthy to utter my father's name, Stark. You were born into a family of thieves. Everything you possess has been stolen from my father. You are a thief, Stark." Whiplash, undeterred by Tony's words, raged on with frenzied curses and mockery, his plans to kill Tony having utterly failed. "My father is not a thief. It is undeniable that the first-generation reactor was a collaborative endeavor between them. However, it was your father's malicious intent that led to the eventual consequences. This is not the fault of our family," Tony replied earnestly, devoid of any mocking tone. Upon realizing the events of the past, he couldn't help but reflect as he observed Ivan Vanko, now tattooed and disheveled, who had independently created a reactor based on the schematics, undoubtedly a top-tier scientist. The disparity in their social standings was palpable, and had the unfortunate incident not occurred, Tony felt a sense of melancholy wash over him. Utter nonsense. Thieves, your entire family are thieves. Whiplash, clearly deranged, continued his tirade. Tony was about to retort when security personnel and police officers rushed into the scene, swiftly apprehending the still cursing Whiplash. Jin Yu arrived at Tony's side with a swift motion, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. This is not your fault, Tony. I understand what you're thinking. His father went astray and so did he. There were better choices he could have made. This is not on you. Let him calm down. You cannot reason with him now. With the villain subdued, the surrounding audience erupted into thunderous cheers. Jin Yu and Tony exchanged a glance, simultaneously activating the thrusters of their suits, and soared into the sky, leaving two faint silhouettes against the expanse above. In light of the day's events, that evening, Tony lacked the spirit to drag Jin Yu to the casino. The group hastily dined before retreating to their rooms for rest. The following morning, Tony and Jin Yu made their way to the only police station in Monaco. Much like in the film, Whiplash was confined in a small, dark room, shackled in handcuffs and leg irons, clad only in a pair of shorts. His robust physique was adorned with an array of tattoos that spanned from his neck to his ankles. Whiplash appeared markedly more composed than the previous day. Upon the entrance of Jin Yu and Tony, his gaze first settled upon Jin Yu. I recognize your eyes. You are the armored marauder from yesterday. It seems Stark is rather generous, allowing you to bear the reactor upon your person. Jin Yu replied with a nonchalant smile, you appear far more spirited than yesterday. It seems that failure has not dealt you a significant blow. Upon hearing Jin Yu's remark, Whiplash erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Failure? The one who has truly failed is Stark. If it weren't for your intervention, he would have met his demise yesterday. Nevertheless, even so, his time is limited. Has he not informed you? The sensation of palladium poisoning is quite unpleasant. I senti it. Stark? As he concluded, Whiplash cast a smug glance at Tony. Hey, are you blind? Can't you see how this differs from your reactor? Your father developed a new element, but at the time, the technology was insufficient to realize it. However, Tony unearthed his father's legacy and forged that very element to replace palladium. He is not poisoned. Didn't your father ever mention this to you? Jin Yu seized the opportunity to interject, simultaneously tapping on Tony's chest reactor, producing a rhythmic thud-thud-thud sound. WH. What? This is impossible. Whiplash was utterly unhinged. Chapter 75. 1 week later, within the confines of the dim chamber, the anguished wails of Whiplash reverberated, contrasting sharply with the cinematic portrayals. Even though he had not succeeded in eliminating Tony Stark in Monaco, the knowledge of the reactor's manufacturing process left Whiplash with an unwavering certainty that Tony's body had begun to succumb to palladium poisoning. As long as he remained tethered to the reactor, death was an inevitable fate awaiting him, and Whiplash was acutely aware that the process of palladium poisoning was excruciatingly tormenting. Thus, in the depths of his soul, he felt a perverse sense of satisfaction. Even if he could not extinguish Tony's life, he believed that justice had been served. Moreover, Tony's father, Howard Stark, was reported to have perished in a tragic accident, a narrative initially disseminated to the public, which further reinforced Whiplash's belief that the Stark family had been subjected to divine retribution. However, Jin Yu's words shattered his convictions entirely. On one hand, he could not accept that Tony had escaped punishment. On the other, he had long held the belief that his own father had played a pivotal role in the reactor's design. This notion had been instilled in him by Anton Vanko prior to his demise. In reality, Howard Stark had conceived a new elemental arrangement during that era, but due to the technological limitations of the time, it had never been realized. This innovative element was the ideal form that the reactor should embody. From this perspective, the comparison between Howard Stark and Anton Vanko became glaringly evident, a truth that Whiplash found utterly intolerable. Some individuals tend to attribute their misfortunes to external sources. For instance, those around him who led unsatisfactory lives often blame their parents for insufficient support, or their spouses for failing to maintain the household, thus hindering their pursuits. Anton Vanko was undoubtedly one such person. After being exiled to Siberia, he did not leverage his knowledge and talents to rise anew. Instead, he succumbed to alcoholism, attributing all his grievances to Howard Stark. Even in his final moments, upon witnessing Tony's ascension as Iron Man, he pointed at the television, declaring to his son that such glory rightfully belonged to their family, stolen from them by others. He never contemplated the multitude of mistakes he had made throughout his life or the countless opportunities squandered, which had culminated in his present state. Tragically, he poured all his biases and suffering into his son. Conversely, there are those who internalize all misfortunes, believing them to be their personal responsibility. Tony Stark exemplified this mindset. Upon discovering that terrorists were wielding Stark Industries weapons, he took it upon himself to shoulder the blame. Despite his suspicions regarding Obadiah Stane's clandestine dealings in arms trafficking, he remained convinced that by shutting down the weapons division, he could rectify the situation. Following the Battle of New York, shadows loomed over his conscience. He lamented that had he produced a multitude of autonomous drones, he could have safeguarded more lives when calamity struck. During the Civil War, while delivering a lecture at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology to support student research projects, these thoughts weighed heavily on his mind. The African-American mother, whose child perished in the battle between the Avengers and Ultron, felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Spider-Man's demise weighed heavily on him, and he believed it was his fault. After their initial defeat against Thanos, he felt a fracture in the Avengers, attributing some of the blame to himself. During their encounter on Titan, Thanos remarked to Tony Stark, "You are cursed with knowledge, just as I am," alluding to the torment of possessing the ability to avert calamities yet feeling powerless to do so, ultimately blaming oneself for the ensuing guilt. Thanos, having witnessed the destruction of his home planet, embarked on a path he believed would save the entire universe. Thus, when Whiplash erupted in a frenzied scream and curse in the small room, Tony stood frozen, pondering whether if his father had chosen a different approach years ago, the outcome for the Stark family might have been entirely different. Jin Yu immediately discerned Tony's thoughts and stepped forward to embrace his shoulder. 10 years ago, a woman shared a night with you, and recently you saw her, homeless on the streets, ultimately meeting her demise. Would you feel responsible? After all, had you married her back then, she would have been Mrs. Stark, and fate would have taken a drastically different turn. Wah! What? Tony clearly faltered in his comprehension. What I mean is, we are all adults now. Each person must face the consequences of their actions. Whether one chooses to strive for a new beginning or succumbs to despair is entirely their decision. You cannot blame others for it. Focus on your own responsibilities, Tony. Stop shouldering the weight of the world. You are not a deity, and you cannot control everything, do you understand? Due to Whiplash's appearance, Jin Yu and Tony's trip to Monaco concluded abruptly. Tony and his companions returned to New York, while Jin Yu took Black Widow on a brief tour of Europe, purchasing an array of furniture before heading home. A week later, at New York's Kennedy International Airport, a private jet from France was gracefully descending onto the runway. Within several hundred meters of the landing site, not a single airport staff member was in sight. Only a modified box truck stood conspicuously parked. The cabin door swung open, and several burly men escorted Whiplash, handcuffed and hooded, off the plane. Their intentions were clear. Upon disembarking, they did not glance around but headed straight for the back of the truck, oblivious to the terrified expression on the driver's face in the front. As the rear doors of the truck opened, a young man in his 20s, with an affable smile, sat inside. Upon seeing them, he waved cheerfully, "Welcome to New York." Before the muscular men could comprehend the situation, a blinding flash overwhelmed them, and it felt as if a colossal hammer struck the back of their heads. They all collapsed, unconscious, behind the truck. Without hesitation, Jin Yu proceeded to treat the unconscious men, whether they were awake or already incapacitated, with the same disregard one would show when tossing cargo. One by one, she heaved them onto the vehicle before finally climbing in herself and shutting the door. Turning to the trembling driver in front, she softly commanded, "Drive to your designated destination." Chapter 76. The failed attempt of Justin Hammer. Many affluent individuals purchase private aircraft and often lease a space at airports for the long-term parking of their jets, typically on outdoor tarmacs. Even for maintenance and departures, they temporarily hire crew members and maintenance personnel from established aviation companies. However, The elite billionaires often opt to rent a spacious hangar at their frequently visited airport, accommodating multiple private jets along with their dedicated crew and ground maintenance staff on standby. Justin Hammer epitomizes such a distinguished billionaire. In the military-industrial sector, Stark Industries is renowned for securing only substantial contracts, primarily dealing with advanced missiles and heavy weaponry, or bespoke projects such as the sonic weapon designed at General Ross's behest to capture the Hulk. In contrast, traditional individual combat weapons like handguns, rifles, and ammunition are not Stark Industries' primary focus. Despite these items commanding a significant portion of military budgets annually, generating enough orders to sustain several top-tier magnates like Justin Hammer, the ostentation of his current setup is evident. Within his hangar, he has arranged a dining table adorned with flowers and carpets, engaged several Michelin star chefs, and even airlifted an assortment of fresh ingredients from around the globe. This display is not only to prevent the unwelcome entrance of Whiplash before confirming their collaboration, but also to flaunt his formidable financial strength, demonstrating that should Whiplash provide the technology, he possesses the means to rival Tony Stark. The more insecure one feels, the more one tends to boast. Justin Hammer's profound self-doubt, particularly regarding his ability to outdo Tony, has led him to orchestrate such an elaborate exhibition of high society within his private hangar. The landing spot of the aircraft is merely a few kilometers from the hangar. In fact, as soon as the plane touched down, Justin Hammer was already prepared, having set up chairs, instructed the kitchen, and arranged seating, even tucking a napkin into his collar to present an air of calm sophistication. Had his gaze not frequently darted toward the entrance and his watch, he would have appeared utterly composed. At last, as Justin Hammer feigned nonchalance while eagerly awaiting, this phrasing is quite awkward, isn't it? The hangar doors swung open, and a modified box truck slowly entered. Casting a furtive glance at the truck, he lowered his head to conceal his elation, adopting an expression of focused engagement with the hors d'oeuvres. In a bid to ensure Whiplash immediately perceives his prowess and confidence, Justin Hammer had ushered everyone into the operations room at the back of the hangar. With his head bowed and eyes averted, he remained oblivious to the driver's visibly trembling demeanor as they exited the vehicle. With a decisive click, the rear door of the truck swung open. Justin Hammer wiped his mouth with the napkin, rose, and began reciting the lines he had meticulously prepared. "Damn it! You should extend a warm welcome to my guests." Halfway through his words, he was rendered speechless, for the scene before him was utterly different from the one he had envisioned. The driver stood obediently to the side after opening the door, while several burly men lay haphazardly within the vehicle, his own personal bodyguards. At that moment, Ivan Vanko, who should have been freed from the confines of his hood, remained shackled and hooded in the cabin. Across from him sat a man he suspected to be the armored assailant, Jin Yu, who wore a broad smile and raised a hand in greeting to Justin Hammer. Observing that Justin Hammer had finally noticed him, Jin Yu waved enthusiastically before swaggering out of the vehicle and plopping himself down at the dining table. It appears preparations were made well. "Sit, Hammer. Make yourself at home. This is your domain, my friend." Justin Hammer, silent and contemplative, fixed his gaze upon Jin Yu, his mind racing. If this situation had been compromised, then the FBI or some other law enforcement agency should have been present. Yet, what was the purpose of Jin Yu's sudden appearance? Cooperation? Capture? Logically, he shouldn't be here to apprehend him. But considering Jin Yu's identity and the female agent who resembled his girlfriend from that day, Justin Hammer found himself at a loss, momentarily frozen in place. "What's the matter? Am I not welcome?" Jin Yu unabashedly tore into a small bread roll. "No need to be anxious, I harbor no ill intent. I merely brought back the person you wished to see." He gestured towards the driver. "You, what's your name?" "Never mind, just hurry and bring down your boss's guest." "Do I need to teach you this? Do you still want your bonus this year? Move it." "Good boy." The driver appeared exceedingly compliant, not only bringing the person as instructed but also, at Jin Yu's behest, swiftly removing the hood from the captive. Finally bathed in light, the captive surveyed his surroundings, glancing at Justin Hammer and Jin Yu, and wisely chose to remain silent. Once Justin Hammer confirmed the identity of the captive, he redirected his attention to the dining table, sitting down with caution. "What exactly do you mean?" he inquired. Jin Yu did not respond to his question. Instead, he turned toward the driver. You can leave now, poor thing. Don't mind the bomb strapped to you. It's merely a box of chocolate biscuits, untouched for your enjoyment. And that old mobile phone outside is a collectible. The driver, bewildered, opened his shirt. Having been played for a fool by Jin Yu, refrained from expressing his anger, and gestured subtly to Justin Hammer. Upon receiving affirmation, he drove the van away. Let us serve the dishes. You must have arranged for them already. How about we dine while we converse? Also, our Mr. Vanko lacks a chair. Don't tell me you haven't prepared one, Jin Yu declared, exuding an air of nonchalance. Justin Hammer felt a surge of impatience. This was his territory, and he had no intention of being led around by anyone. Regardless of what you wish to say, first and foremost, understand whose domain this is. You dare to enter uninvited? I could easily dispose of you right here, irrespective of whether you are part of an intelligence agency or a senior advisor from the White House. With a sharp clap of his hands, a cadre of armed bodyguards surged forth. This was a scenario he had meticulously prepared for. Had he merely clapped lightly, the chef and butler would have emerged instead. The bodyguards divided into 3 groups. 3 positioned themselves protectively behind Justin Hammer, while one aimed his weapon at the handcuffed, seemingly harmless Whiplock. The remaining 8 or 9 surrounded Jin Yu, forming a tight circle. Their dark gun barrels pointed directly at Jin Yu's head, particularly so, considering he had yet to don his armor. Once all the bodyguards were in place, Justin Hammer finally completed his statement. Ha! Jin Yu let out a cold laugh, lightly caressing the edge of the dining table without raising his gaze. Who informed you that all my abilities stem from that armor? As soon as the words left his lips, Jin Yu exerted force with his right hand, lifting the dining table, which had only just been covered with a cloth, with a single effortless motion. Before those around him could comprehend the situation, Jin Yu swung his right arm with vigor. Whoosh! The enormous dining table sliced through the air towards the small private jet parked behind. Boom! With a resounding crash, the private jet, which Justin Hammer used for airborne soirees with beautiful women, crumpled inward at its midsection, folding almost at a 90-degree angle. The entire scene was engulfed in a profound silence. Chapter 77. The deceived Justin Hammer. The air was thick with the sound of gunfire as over a dozen bodyguards unleashed a barrage, with no less than 100 bullets striking Jin Yu. He showed no inclination to evade, standing resolutely in the open, enduring the onslaught of bullets. Testing had long been conducted at the base, revealing that even the most formidable sniper rifles, when paired with specially crafted ammunition, could inflict not the slightest harm upon Jin Yu. As for heavy artillery, such as missiles, he was not foolish enough to test his limits. If Jin Yu's earlier display of lifting a table to strike an aircraft had left the spectators in stunned silence, the sight of bullets ricocheting off his face after being fired by the bodyguards left them in awe, as though witnessing a miracle. At this moment, no superhumans had yet revealed themselves to the public. The Hulk possessed sheer physicality, Iron Man boasted his armor, and the legendary Captain America, according to records, did not exhibit such inhuman prowess. Thus, the impression Jin Yu left on them was profoundly shocking. Meanwhile, Jin Yu regarded the few scuffed marks on his clothing with mild dissatisfaction, contemplating how splendid it would be if he possessed the magical powers of Scarlet Witch or the Ancient One, effortlessly halting the bullets midair with a mere gesture. Then, and only then, would his display of grandeur be complete. One day, perhaps, with a quiet sigh, he turned his gaze to the still gaping mouth of Justin Hammer. Impressive. Assentiate? Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Can that be learned? Justin Hammer's mouth fell open once more. An hour later, Justin Hammer respectfully escorted Jin Yu out, his eyes betraying a mix of fear and profound admiration. Find me an expert in Chinese literature immediately. I need someone who understands, he bellowed to his subordinates after bidding farewell to Jin Yu. In the center of the hangar, a table had been rearranged, upon which lay a life-sized anatomical model marked with 720 acupoints throughout the human body, connected by an intricate network of meridians. Clutched tightly in Justin Hammer's hands were 2 ancient tomes. Had he been able to decipher the Chinese characters on their covers, he would have recognized them as the Nine-Yang Manual and the Muscle Change Classic. These texts were firmly grasped. While he instructed his bodyguards to deliver the anatomical model to his residence, Yet he was unwilling to part with the manuals. "He is deceiving you," Bien Shuo remarked coldly from the side. He had witnessed the entire charade where Jin Yu had duped Justin Hammer. Although he too was astonished by Jin Yu's extraordinary strength, he remained skeptical, believing that such power could not be attained through mere training. A proponent of science, Bien Shuo preferred to think that Jin Yu's abilities were the result of some cellular mutation, and that his knack for producing objects from thin air was likely a manifestation of some dimensional space rather than the result of any so-called mystical arts from ancient texts. Even if Jin Yu's words were entirely truthful, he could not fathom that Jin Yu would impart such methods to others. It was implausible. He believed in Jin Yu's intentions. His original target was Tony Stark, yet Stark had sustained injuries to his chest, compromising his meridians and acupoints. He required an individual of substantial societal influence, untainted by politics, to inherit this extraordinary ability. Was there anyone more suitable than myself? Moreover, Jin Yu asserted that I possessed this innate talent. Do you comprehend? Mastering this ability demands immense aptitude. Justin Hammer wore a proud expression. Whiplash rolled his eyes, utterly disbelieving Jin Yu's claims. He could not grasp why Justin Hammer appeared so unwaveringly convinced. Have you contemplated why he does not seek to teach this ability to someone in Huaxia? Why must he? He had already articulated it quite clearly. God, what are you listening to? He stated that he had ideological divergences with others in his sect, that he sought to establish his own path to prove his correctness. In Huaxia, he found no opportunity. His sect would never permit such defiance. Truly, the mysteries of the East. Justin Hammer brusquely interrupted Whiplash. Enough. This matter does not require your concern. I will arrange for someone to return your bird. You are to remain in my company and diligently assist me in constructing battle armor. Whiplash was rendered speechless. He chose to say no more, for in his heart, he harbored his own ambitions. To him, Justin Hammer was merely a stepping stone. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew you were the individual I sought. If Stark is a genius in technology, then your skeletal meridians mark you as a prodigy in the mastery of Huaxia martial arts. I can scarcely believe that such a rare talent, said to appear once in a century, has surfaced here in the United States. This arrangement is fortuitous. Tony Stark serves as the public target while I require him to conceal my identity. You must hasten to study ancient Huaxia texts. I await the day you thoroughly surpass Tony Stark. Just imagine him, clad in his armor, parading with pride, only for you to dismantle his suit piece by piece with your bare hands. What expression would he wear? Jin Yu's words resonated profoundly within Justin Hammer, particularly the notion of being a once-in-a-century genius. Even if he surpassed Stark in business, he still felt dwarfed by Tony Stark's brilliance. But now things had changed. While Tony was indeed a genius in science, so was he not? A once-in-a-century genius, indeed. Moreover, recalling the press conference where Tony confessed to being Iron Man, Jin Yu's absence was conspicuous, an effort to conceal his identity, with the armor serving to mask his true abilities. Justin Hammer's mind raced with these thoughts, and his overwhelming desire to surpass Tony Stark clouded his judgment entirely. Jin Yu sat atop the terrace of his apartment, a space that occupies half of the building's highest floor, adorned with a petite swimming pool. This residence in New York could be regarded as a harmonious blend of a villa and a spacious flat. Upon returning home, Jin Yu was greeted by a visitor, Agent Coulson, who bore an unmistakable scent of ginger. I must head to New Mexico. There has been an unusual occurrence, a peculiar energy field. Nick has instructed me to go immediately. Coulson informed Jin Yu, his gaze drifting towards the Black Widow behind him, conveying a clear message. Keep an eye on them. Ensure no trouble arises. The Black Widow nodded with a smile, and as Coulson bid farewell to Jin Yu, preparing to depart, a sudden disturbance broke the air. With a whoosh, two dark figures descended from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous sound. Simultaneously, one plunged into the swimming pool, sending up a colossal splash, while the other struck the terrace, creating a gaping hole over a meter wide. Within this crater lay a hammer, resting quietly. Today there is but one chapter. Do not wait. Chapter 78. The divine hammer. There exists a saying, while one sits at home, the pot falls from the sky. Jin Yu never anticipated that one day this phrase would manifest before him in its literal sense. However, instead of a pot, it was a hammer. Accompanying the hammer's descent was a shadowy figure, which Jin Yu instinctively chose to disregard. For in the sky, golden sparks were gradually dissipating. Jin Yu nodded in understanding. Just moments ago, Carlson had been discussing the anomalous energy fluctuations in New Mexico, expressing his confusion as to why they had manifested right here. It seemed that the Ancient One had intervened mid-journey. Yet, this supreme sorcerer had transported both the individual and the hammer to his location without any prior warning, leaving Jin Yu puzzled as to the Ancient One's intentions. Before he could contemplate his next course of action, a sound akin to splashing water reached his ears, and Carlson emerged, gasping for air from the pool. Jin Yu averted his gaze from the sky, ignoring him, while Black Widow assisted in hauling the drenched Thor from the water. Unlike the cinematic portrayal, it appeared that Ancient One's influence had rendered Thor unconscious upon his arrival. After unceremoniously depositing the God of Thunder at the pool's edge and confirming his breathing, the three gathered in a circle beside the crater created by Mjolnir, henceforth affectionately referred to as Meow Meow Hammer. What on earth is this? And that figure Jin Yu, do you know something? Carlson, already curious, questioned why an enigmatic individual and the hammer had chosen to descend specifically upon Jin Yu's residence. Observing the conflicted expression on Jin Yu's face, he could not resist asking. No, I do not. Jin Yu waved his hand dismissively. However, I must inform you, Carlson, that my pool has not circulated water in over a week, and I may have indulged a bit too much a few days ago. Let's just say, I may have relieved myself in it. Ugh! Jin Yu, you scoundrel! Carlson, possessing a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, felt his hair bristle in indignation at Jin Yu's revelation. He's joking, don't mind him. I was swimming here just this morning. Carlson shot Jin Yu a glare, but before he could respond, his phone, previously set aside, began to ring, prompting him to grumble as he answered it. The hammer's arrival was undeniably peculiar, and Black Widow hesitated to touch it. Jin Yu, aware of the hammer's origins, was equally curious about his own ability to lift Mjolnir. However, he refrained from making contact, uncertain of the Ancient One's true intentions, and unwilling to unwittingly embroil himself in trouble. Approximately 2 minutes later, Carlson approached with a grave expression. The latest news reveals that the energy fluctuations in New Mexico have vanished. Just moments ago, when that hammer and the figure descended, the energy signatures reappeared in New York. Right here, Carlson gestured toward the hammer lying on the ground. Are we certain this is not a mere coincidence? Black Widow inquired. It should not be the case. We have already ruled out the passage of any aerial objects in this vicinity tonight. It is impossible that it was discarded from an aircraft, and we certainly did not hear any sounds of planes, did we? Carlson stated with utmost certainty, and both of them turned their gazes toward Jin Yu simultaneously. Jin Yu was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? I wish to comprehend what is happening here. Damn it. I just bought a new house, and I haven't even had the chance to purchase additional insurance. The two continued to stare intently at Jin Yu, and then Black Widow spoke up. I am aware that you harbor your own secrets, and I have never pried. However, the presence of this object here cannot be mere coincidence. Aside from you, I cannot fathom any other reason. If you possess any knowledge regarding this matter, I urge you to disclose it. I do not wish for our home to be reduced to ruins at an unknown time. With those words, Jin Yu found himself unable to evade the conversation. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Gu-Yi would cast a person and a hammer into his home. Ah, Gu-Yi! An idea struck Jin Yu. There is a saying, the monk may run, but the temple remains. I know your people must be on their way. Have them turn back. I am acquainted with someone who can elucidate all of this, but she would prefer not to meet too many individuals. Jin Yu addressed Carlson and Black Widow before promptly dialing the police. Indeed, I heard a woman scream for help, and then a man struck her neck with an axe. My God! It was utterly gruesome. No, the murderer did not notice me. He remained, and I was watching from a nearby alley. Yes, 177A Bleak Street. That is indeed the place. Well then, let us wait. Jin Yu grinned widely, chuckling to himself as he spoke to Black Widow and Carlson. Black Widow certainly believed Jin Yu. However, Carlson scurried to one side, muttering as he called Nick. Jin Yu paid him no mind and comfortably reclined in a lounge chair. If you throw someone over without uttering a word, do not blame me for forcing you to reveal yourself. Sure enough, after approximately half an hour, a burst of golden sparks suddenly illuminated the air, which then began to expand, transforming into a shimmering oval portal. The long-awaited Master Gu Yi stepped through the portal. Damn it, you actually informed the police about a murder at the New York Sanctum. Master Gu Yi exclaimed in anger. She could foresee the future through the time stone, yet she would not perceive every trivial detail of what was to come, such as a pack of ravenous police officers bursting into the New York Sanctum in the dead of night, which fell outside her observational purview. Jin Yu gestured to the astonished Black Widow and Coulson that all was well, as he stood up with a broad smile to greet Master Gu Yi. This cannot be blamed on me. You placed the individual and the hammer directly in my home without informing me of the necessary actions. Naturally, I must seek clarification from you. As you know, I do not possess your phone number or email, hence I had no choice but to resort to this method. Regardless of whether the Ancient One was willing or not, Jin Yu naturally approached and embraced the Ancient One as if greeting a long-lost aunt. The Ancient One, not one to stand on ceremony, greeted the nearby Black Widow and Coulson with ease before taking a seat. Without a hint of hesitation, she gestured towards the empty glasses on the table and remarked, I am aware that you possess an ample selection of fine wines. Do you not wish to present a bottle to entertain your guests? Coulson, realizing the implication, curiously inquired, Are you allowed to drink? The Ancient One rolled her eyes in response, exclaiming, I am a sorceress, not a monk or nun. Chapter 79. Let Odin owe you a favor. I had originally anticipated that you would come directly to the sanctum in New York to seek me out. However, to my dismay, I never expected you to. Once everyone had taken their seats, Master Gu Yi was the first to speak. Mid-sentence, she conjured a small portal atop the table. Through this portal, Jin Yu and the others observed a bewildered group of New York police officers standing in the desert, looking around in confusion, with the distant glow of Las Vegas neon lights faintly visible on the horizon. I cannot simply eliminate them, and I wish to avoid unnecessary complications arising from this matter. You called the police. Therefore, it is up to you to resolve this situation. Gu Yi nonchalantly left the officers stranded in the desert, clearly disinterested in their plight. Jin Yu glanced helplessly at Coulson, the poor, honest man, who promptly got up to make a phone call to clean up the mess. You see, someone is already addressing the issue. I assure you that should such an occurrence arise again, we can now turn our attention to this hammer and the individual lying on the ground. Jin Yu pointed towards the hammer and the god of thunder, getting straight to the point. Have you all heard of Norse mythology? Gu Yi smiled as she began summarizing the legends of the 9 realms, the existence of Asgard, the Rainbow Bridge, and so forth, laying it all out in one breath. Are you suggesting that the tales of Norse mythology are indeed true, and that this individual is the legendary Thor? Coulson, having concluded his phone call, pointed in astonishment at the god of thunder lying before them. Indeed, Gu Yi took a sip of the whiskey that Jin Yu had acquired from Tony, her eyes sparkling as she bestowed an appreciative smile upon him. Impossible. That is mere mythology. It defies scientific explanation. Although Coulson had encountered Captain Marvel and aliens, the presence of mythological figures materializing before him was still difficult to accept. Gu Yi remained silent and opened another small portal, revealing a quaint, antiquated room. She retrieved a fan from within, shutting the portal behind her, and began to fan herself leisurely. Very well, Coulson wisely chose to hold his tongue. But why would Odin, the All-Father, send his son and this divine artifact to Earth? Black Widow refrained from questioning Gu Yi regarding the hammer's arrival, believing that it was Jin Yu who should be asking that question. Her concern lay in whether this would pose any danger to Earth. Odin is a commendable king, Gu Yi stated candidly. In his youth, he waged battles across the cosmos, successfully safeguarding the 9 realms, and Asgard holds great renown in the universe. However, he is not a good father. Thor was designated by Odin as the heir to the throne. While Odin taught him valor in battle, he failed to instruct him on how to be a good king. Odin believed that Thor did not comprehend the proper use of his power. Thus he stripped him of his abilities and sent him to Earth to learn how to live as an ordinary man. As Gu Yi spoke, she gestured towards the hammer once more. This is the emblem of Thor's might. It is only when Thor has passed his trials that he may once again lift that hammer. Perhaps feeling that the sight of the hammer striking the ground was rather unseemly, the Ancient One swiftly utilized a portal to transport it, placing the hammer upon the table. Thus, it stands to reason that an ordinary individual cannot lift this hammer, correct? As Coulson spoke, he reached out towards the hammer, eager to test its weight and prevent anyone from seizing it for the power of the Thunder God, as that would pose a significant safety risk. Indeed, despite exerting all his strength, the hammer remained steadfast upon the table. The table was merely a humble coffee table, likely to collapse under the weight of an adult. Had the hammer's heft been the issue, the table would surely have been crushed by now. Thus, Coulson found himself convinced by the Ancient One's words, nodding in satisfaction. Regarding the matter at hand, why am I the one chosen? I do not comprehend. If Odin seeks to train his successor, why has he sent him to me? It was now Jin Yu's turn to speak, having resolved Coulson and Natasha's confusion. When I first encountered you, I had intended to kill you. The Ancient One did not directly respond to Jin Yu's inquiry. Instead, she uttered that cryptic statement. Coulson, seasoned and astute, recognized that the Ancient One spoke of the past. At this moment, devoid of any murderous intent, his expression remained unchanged, as did Jin Yu's. Only Natasha, concerned for Jin Yu, displayed a hint of wariness on her face. Fear not, I am no longer inclined towards such actions. The Ancient One waved her hand, chuckling gently to reassure Natasha, then continued. Your presence has disrupted the fabric of destiny, which is perilous. Initially, I contemplated eliminating you, but as you have unwittingly resolved a significant dilemma for me, I cannot simply turn against you. Hence, after some time, I employed a certain power to glimpse into the future once more. At this juncture, the Ancient One's demeanor turned grave, and she took a deep breath before proceeding. In the future, the entire timeline has descended into chaos. Past, present, and future are all veering towards unknown alterations, and everything has become tumultuous, except for you. She pointed at Jin Yu. The fates of all individuals, once intertwined with yours, continued along their original paths, yet they have transformed into something even more splendid. An item that you possess harbors unparalleled power. It can absorb all energy from the world, and it seems to have fused with you in some manner. This will expand your potential infinitely. I had initially intended to assist you in becoming even stronger, but I have since reconsidered. Power must be wielded judiciously. Mastering too much too swiftly is not necessarily advantageous. Gradual progress is the optimal path to development. At this point, the Ancient One gestured towards the still unconscious Thor. And this, I present to you as a gift, a favor from Odin. Asgard and Earth are destined to intertwine in numerous ways in the future. Before you truly acquire cosmic-level power, Asgard serves as an excellent transitional phase, a realm more suited to your current abilities. Ancient One's seemingly ambiguous remarks were fully comprehended only by Jin Yu. The first point is the literal interpretation. One cannot possess an overwhelming amount of power all at once, as it may precipitate an unforeseen disaster. The second, more concealed implication is that should Jin Yu directly absorb the power of the Infinity Stones now, it would give rise to uncontrollable variables. In Asgard, there exists power that is more appropriate for Jin Yu to assimilate at this stage. Given Jin Yu's current circumstances, particularly after merging with the Kunlun Mirror, he stands at the pinnacle of physical strength within the Marvel Universe, despite being merely a fragment. What he requires is a continuous absorption of high-end energy to augment his power and activate the latent capabilities of the Kunlun Mirror. The Marvel timeline conceals myriad dormant superhumans on Earth, making it an imprudent choice for Jin Yu to seek the Infinity Stones at this juncture. Some may argue that absorbing the energy from Ancient One could also weaken Dormammu's power. However, it must be noted that the dark energies within Ancient One have been purged. The first instance of this was when the Copper Mirror utilized its primordial energy to forcibly activate itself. Should Ancient One attempt to reconnect with Dormammu now, the universal absorption would be rendered futile in the face of such a stark disparity in energy levels. Neither the Kunlun Mirror in its current state nor Jin Yu can absorb excessively immense energies. The Kunlun Mirror is now integrated with Jin Yu. They must gradually recover to store greater energy. Initially, the Kunlun Mirror utilized its maximum capacity to absorb energy, replenishing its essence and fortifying itself, subsequently using any surplus energy to slowly enhance Jin Yu. The process remains unchanged. Daily energy absorption must first expand the essence, repair, and then fill. It is a slow and protracted endeavor. Ancient One misapprehended that even if Jin Yu were to possess an infinity stone now, it would merely consume his energy and the laws of this universe, akin to providing the Kunlun mirror with a long-term power source while integrating a fraction of the laws, without achieving instantaneous ascension. After conversing with Ancient One, Jin Yu cast a troubled glance at the unconscious Thor. While gaining Odin's favor is certainly advantageous, he now faces the challenge of educating a mischievous child, one who has lived for 1,500 years. Jin Yu found himself feeling a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 80. Odin's Calculations. Asgard, the Golden Palace. Loki unearthed his lineage as a frost giant, and, much like in the films, he confronted Odin in a fierce altercation. In a moment of vulnerability, Odin, resembling an ordinary elderly man, was so overwhelmed by anger that he collapsed. The Hall of Odin's Sleep, for millennia, had served as a sanctuary due to Hela's burgeoning power. The source of strength for both Hela and Odin lay in the primordial essence of Asgard, resulting in a delicate balance where Odin frequently succumbed to a state of slumber, contending with Hela for dominion over Asgard's very foundation. This palace was specifically constructed to facilitate Odin's rest, and after his quarrel with Loki, he found himself enveloped in this peaceful refuge. It stood as one of Asgard's sacred grounds, accessible only to the royal family. Upon a magnificent golden bed, Odin lay serenely, while Queen Frigga tenderly draped a velvet blanket over him. Above the bed, a shimmering golden aura shielded him from any disturbances during his slumber. "Why did you not reveal the truth to me?" Loki inquired of Frigga. "Because you are our son. We wish to spare you the feeling of being an outsider," Frigga replied, her expression radiating maternal affection. "Your father will surely awaken. We are a family, and your brother will return as well." Loki felt a flicker of guilt towards Odin upon hearing Frigga's words, yet her final statement shattered that sentiment. "What? Is there still a chance for Thor to come back?" He was astonished and resentful, but Frigga seemed oblivious to the turmoil on her son's face, her gaze fixed solely on Odin. "Indeed, every action your father undertakes is imbued with his own intentions. Thor will undoubtedly return." Loki, with a darkened countenance, glanced at the recumbent Odin and declared, "He will recover, and Asgard will flourish once more, I promise." With that, he rose and departed the sanctuary. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, Frigga's eyes carried a hint of remorse. "I am uncertain if my actions are justified. I sense his love for us. He is merely a child striving to prove himself before his parents, and yet we have manipulated him." Frigga's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at the slumbering Odin. Contrary to the expected state of unconsciousness, Odin slowly opened his eyes. "All is for the sake of Asgard. Before the twilight of the gods, the frost giants and dark elves must be vanquished. This is our duty and our destiny. Trust me, this is the optimal outcome." Odin gently patted Frigga's hand, but Frigga's heart ached with compassion. He will grow through adversity. He will come to understand all of this. Ultimately, he and Thor will emerge as true brothers. You see it, do you not? You know better than anyone that this is the wisest choice. Odin let out a profound sigh. In order to preserve Asgard to the utmost extent during Ragnarok, he needed to make prudent arrangements before his powers dissipated, even if it meant calculating against his own son. Frigga also sighed deeply, her eyes shimmering with a blue radiance, as if she glimpsed a fragment of destiny across the corridors of time. Indeed, this was the best possible outcome. Thor's future had altered. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a portal glittering with golden sparks slowly opened beside the bed. It was not merely Thor. The entire future of Asgard had transformed. The Ancient One stepped forward deliberately. In New York, at Jin Yu's apartment, Black Widow had already departed early in the morning to report to Nick Fury in Washington. Addressing the extraterrestrial visitors, the legendary Asgard, the god of thunder Thor, the All-Father Odin, and the enigmatic sorceress, the Ancient One. Each of these significant figures and pieces of information warranted the highest levels of security clearance within S.H.I.L.D. Meanwhile, Jin Yu sat vacantly on the sofa, observing Thor with a slice of pizza in his left hand, a hamburger in his right, and chewing on a piece of fried chicken wing. If Jin Yu recalled correctly, this was already Thor's third hamburger and second 12-inch pizza, not to mention several chicken wings and half a 2-liter bottle of cola. An hour prior, a newly awakened Thor had lamented over his inability to lift Mjolnir from the table, howling at the sky, and weeping upon calling Heimdall without receiving a response, feeling abandoned and exiled by Odin. However, once the takeout Jin Yu ordered from the restaurant arrived, Thor entered a frenzied eating mode. Truly, turning sorrow into appetite? With a swift turn of his head, the god of thunder spat out a cleanly gnawed chicken bone, which fell directly onto the handcrafted carpet Jin Yu had brought back from Europe, causing Jin Yu to furrow his brow slightly. Thor paid no heed to Jin Yu, finishing off half of the hamburger before seizing the 2-liter bottle of cola, tilting it back, and gulping down nearly half the bottle in one go. "This beverage is delightful. Bring me another," he exclaimed, tossing the empty bottle forcefully onto the floor with a resounding thud, addressing Jin Yu loudly. Jin Yu watched as the large empty bottle gently bounced on the carpet, remnants of cola spilling from the bottle's mouth and sticking to the fabric. Jin Yu chose not to respond to Thor but furrowed his brow even more deeply. "Hey, are you deaf? Mortal, I desire that same drink again." Thor boisterously gestured towards Jin Yu. The drink resided on the bar. One had to serve themselves. "Moreover, once you finish your meal, it would be best to clean my carpet thoroughly." "Damn it. This is a premium item I brought back from Europe." Jin Yu, with a sullen expression, pointed at the cola bottle on the floor and retorted, "You want me to clean your carpet?" The god of thunder stared incredulously at Jin Yu, responding with a question. "Indeed." Jin Yu nodded slightly and proclaimed, "I, Thor Odinson, the future king of Asgard, am to clean your carpet?" "Ha ha ha." Thor articulated each word with emphasis, culminating in a hearty laugh, as if he had just heard a most amusing jest. "Yes, the exiled heir, the diminished god of thunder, poor child. Allow me to clarify once more. I am entrusted with the task of aiding you in acclimating to Earth during your exile, to experience the life of an ordinary person, not to serve as your butler or caretaker. This meal cost me $47.09, and you must remember to reimburse me. Furthermore, regarding this carpet valued at $30,000, if you can clean it, I shall forego compensation, out of respect for your father. Otherwise, I shall send you to a gay bar near Broadway, where you might barter your backside for my carpet. Do you understand?" Jin Yu's words only provoked more laughter from Thor, who abruptly rose to his feet, towering over Jin Yu with an imposing presence. "It seems you truly have never encountered a genuine deity before. I do not blame you. Today you shall witness." Before he could finish, Thor instinctively raised his right hand. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh! A sound pierced the air as the hammer, originally resting on the terrace table, shattered the glass and soared towards Thor's palm. Chapter 81. The hammer of the thunder god as a teaching rod in stark contrast to the astonishment etched on Jin Yu's face. The thunder god initially reacted out of sheer habit. However, when the meow meow hammer shattered the glass, his expression transformed from shock to unbridled ecstasy. "I knew it. I knew you would not forsake me. For heaven's sake, this is inconceivable." The euphoric expression lasted barely a second, for just as the meow meow hammer was about to land in his grasp, it suddenly veered towards Jin Yu, circling around her upper body. Despite its seemingly heavy form, the hammer danced gracefully in the air, akin to a ballet dancer swirling around Jin Yu. Every now and then, it would gently brush against her shoulder, reminiscent of a joyful pup frolicking around its owner. Ah, a hammer that can be adorable, and a divine artifact at that. Jin Yu was instantly charmed, instinctively extending her hand toward the hammer. "Remove your filthy hands, you wretched bastard." For the thunder god, having the meow meow hammer snatched away was perhaps even more unbearable than losing a woman right before his eyes. He roared at Jin Yu, and just as she was processing the situation, the spinning hammer halted between her and the thunder god. "I knew it, you belong to me." The thunder god grinned, but the next moment, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a thumb, shot forth from the hammer, mercilessly striking his chest. Ah! Stripped of his divine power, Thor collapsed upon being struck, trembling and screaming. "This is impossible." Dazed from the electric shock, the thunder god struggled to lift his head from the ground, shouting at the hammer. Crack! The reply was yet another swift bolt of lightning. This time it targeted Thor's head, and the poor god fell to the ground, unconscious, his muscles convulsing violently under the electric current. It seems this is not only a means to discipline a mischievous child, but the teaching rod has also been conveniently prepared for me. Odin, the All-Father, truly is considerate. Jin Yu slowly extended her hand towards the thunder goddess hammer once more. As expected, upon grasping it, she felt no mastery over the power of thunder, yet she discovered she could still manipulate the hammer to unleash a modicum of lightning. Indeed, the teaching rod is merely a teaching rod. Nevertheless, it has granted her a slight enhancement for ranged attacks in the short term. As Jin Yu toyed with the hammer, her mind wandered to the visage of Thor's storm axe from the later Avengers saga. One cannot deny that the weapons forged by the dwarves indeed deserve to be described as formidable. Nidavellir, the dwarven kingdom among the 9 realms. One cannot help but wonder if they have been visited by Thanos. Since Odin has enlisted her to assist in educating the troublesome child, it stands to reason he would not object to the dwarves crafting a weapon tailored to her needs. For instance, during the previous encounter between Jin Yu and the Abomination, although Jin Yu possessed superior physical resilience, his strength proved insufficient. Despite skillfully maneuvering and delivering several blows that sent the Abomination sprawling, he was ultimately unable to breach its defenses. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Hulk, the outcome would likely have been a stalemate between the two. However, possessing a formidable weapon changes everything. For instance, the Stormbreaker, which, given the Abomination's straightforward combat style, could deliver a lethal blow with a well-aimed strike. Contemplating this, Jin Yu gazed at the alluring figure of Thor sprawled on the ground, his eyes ignited with fervor. What steps should one take to tame a deity? With the hammer having earned Odin's approval, Jin Yu had but one course of action: to strike. The adage that discipline under duress may not suit everyone certainly applied here, but it was undeniably fitting for a mischievous Asgardian with over 15 centuries of experience. Under Jin Yu's relentless tutelage, Thor, once proud and haughty, was transformed into an ordinary, unremarkable youth in less than 3 days. He fully embraced his loss of divine powers, learning to adapt to life as a mortal. His once unkempt beard was forcibly shaved clean by Jin Yu, and his flowing golden locks were unevenly sheared, rendering him reminiscent of a Super Saiyan Goku from a distance. His attire was replaced with casual jeans and an oversized t-shirt. Jin Yu scrutinized his transformation for a moment, nodding in approval. Excellent. Now you resemble an ordinary person. Come. Let us take a photograph. Locating a plain white wall, Jin Yu snapped a close-up picture of Thor with his phone and sent it to Black Widow. Having spent several days in Washington and yet to return home to New York, Black Widow instructed Jin Yu to arrange for Thor to acquire a formal identity. Upon receiving the photograph, she momentarily paused in surprise and quickly replied, "Who is this?" "This is Thor, the god of thunder from Norse mythology, son of Odin, the future heir of Asgard." Jin Yu swiftly typed back, lamenting the absence of emoji in this era, wishing he could send a classic gesture in response. Upon receiving the message, Black Widow burst into laughter, only to be soon overtaken by concern. She pondered whether Jin Yu had led Thor to such a state that Odin might rally the forces of Asgard to descend upon Earth. After completing the necessary documentation, Jin Yu had no intention of harboring Thor any longer. Instead, he presented him with $1,000 in cash and an old-fashioned mobile phone, addressing Thor with utmost seriousness. "To be candid, I cannot impart the wisdom of becoming a worthy king. However, your father has equipped you with the skills to navigate the life of an ordinary individual. Begin your journey as a common man. You now possess a renewed identity, a sum of money sufficient for your sustenance, and a mobile phone, a tool I have taught you to use for communication. My number is stored within it. However, I advise you to refrain from calling me unless you encounter an insurmountable predicament. Should you disregard this warning, I shall not hesitate to use your precious hammer against you. Do you comprehend? Your initial challenge is to learn the art of survival before your $1,000 are depleted." Chapter 82. The descent of Odin. In the case of Thor becoming an ordinary mortal, Jin Yu was evidently not jesting. After bestowing him with $1,000, he unceremoniously cast him out, disregarding his plight. Jin Yu believed that if Thor aspired to live as a common man, it was prudent to leave him outside for a few months to fend for himself. Meanwhile, SHIELD had discreetly assigned numerous personnel to monitor Thor's every move. Jin Yu was well aware of this, but he had specifically advised Coulson, who was in charge of the matter, to refrain from interference in trivial matters and allow Thor to tackle challenges independently. Jin Yu, however, focused his attention on Justin Hammer. Although Hammer's jealousy towards Tony had rendered him irrational regarding Jin Yu's affairs, it was only a matter of time before Hammer would regain his senses. Thus, Jin Yu needed to devise a strategy swiftly to ensure some advancement in his cultivation. He had not disclosed his intentions to annex Hammer Industries to anyone, yet he found himself at a loss on how to completely manipulate Hammer. Consequently, he ventured to the base to see if Tony and Banner could employ some technological means to momentarily deceive Hammer into believing that his training was yielding results. Unexpectedly, before Jin Yu could even broach the subject with Tony, divine assistance from Asgard arrived. Just as he parked his vehicle at the base's entrance, ominous clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Subsequently, a radiant beam of multicolored light burst forth from the clouds, illuminating the area before the base. As the brilliance faded, a magnificent steed, standing over 3 meters tall with 8 legs, proudly appeared. Upon this majestic horse sat an elderly figure clad in golden armor, adorned with a resplendent crimson cloak, wielding a golden lance. This venerable man, radiating a dazzling golden aura, even wore a gold-crafted eye patch over his blind eye. At the sight of this grandeur, a phrase from a past life inexplicably surfaced in Jin Yu's mind. Tycoon Gold. In the context of Odin, it would be aptly termed Divine Tycoon Gold. The All-Father, His Majesty Odin. Jin Yu slightly bowed, acknowledging that regardless of status or prowess, the man's age alone warranted his respect. It is a pleasure to meet you, Jin Yu. I must trouble you regarding Thor's affairs on Earth, Odin declared, dismounting with agility and grasping Jin Yu's elbow with a firm hand. I come here today as a father. It has been a long time since my last visit to Earth. My attire is intended to reflect my respect for you, with no ulterior motives. The moment he dismounted, Odin's demeanor shifted dramatically. His voice resonated with a rich, magnetic timbre, exuding the warmth and familiarity of a beloved elder neighbor. Such a grand commotion naturally did not escape the notice of those within the base. While Odin conversed with Jin Yu, Tony and Banner had already stepped outside to witness the spectacle. Oh my God! Now I comprehend why Jarvis remarked that my armor's color is rather understated. Tony, gazing at Odin's radiant golden form, whispered to Banner behind him. Tony Stark, this is Bruce Banner. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I am Odin, hailing from Asgard. Odin approached with an air of casualness, patting the shoulders of the two men without a hint of the pomp associated with the All-Father. Who would have thought that one day I would behold the living embodiment of the All-Father Odin, rather than merely in some Norse temple? Should I kneel and perform a kiss of the hand? Tony quipped half-jokingly, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of uncontainable excitement, for he stood before a figure of legend. In contrast to Tony, Dr. Banner appeared considerably more reserved, clasping his hands awkwardly as he spoke. Your Majesty Odin, I am utterly thrilled. In my youth, I was captivated by Norse mythology. I never imagined that one day. Oh my God. I didn't know the legends were indeed true. Ha ha ha. Asgard has little in the way of formalities, and I come today in the capacity of a father. Will you not invite me in to sit? With Odin's invitation, the group felt compelled to usher him inside, quickly leading him to a spacious parlor where Tony generously poured each person a glass of fine vintage wine. I recall my last visit to Earth. The inhabitants had just begun to learn the art of fermenting grapes into a rather murky beverage that tasted somewhat sour and peculiar. I never would have imagined that after millennia, Earth would transform so profoundly. Odin raised his glass, savoring a gentle sip before boldly downing the remainder, exclaiming in wonder, Your Majesty Odin, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? The tone of Odin left Jin Yu somewhat uncertain of his intentions as he reached for the wine bottle, refilling Odin's glass while inquiring further. As I mentioned earlier, I come as a father not solely because Thor is currently on Earth, but for matters concerning the future. He continued, in the days to come, A crisis will sweep across the universe, one from which Earth, Asgard, and indeed the entire cosmos cannot escape. The 9 realms face a perilous brink of existence. To confront this impending crisis, we require numerous individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities to rise and battle for Earth and the universe. You are among those chosen, along with my son, the god of thunder, Thor. My purpose today is to meet the future comrades of the King of Asgard and to offer you some preliminary assistance. In contrast to Thor's brutish demeanor, Odin displayed remarkable finesse, humbling himself to uplift a few individuals without alluding to Ancient One's words regarding Jin Yu's arrival altering destiny. He treated everyone equally, embodying the essence of a father addressing his son's future allies. At least, that was the impression on the surface. I find myself somewhat perplexed by your words. Are you suggesting that a crisis will unfold in the future? May I inquire further about the specifics of this impending crisis? Tony asked earnestly. Changes have already transpired in the future, steering everything toward a more favorable direction. I must convey that all of this may not come to pass. You simply need to fulfill your responsibilities and follow your own convictions. Both Tony and Banner nodded in agreement, their understanding profound. As the foremost scientists in the world, their comprehension and reverence for the cosmos far surpassed that of the average individual. They possessed a deeper grasp of causality than most. Now, let us conclude our discourse on the future. Allow me, as your elder, to present you with a few modest gifts. As he spoke, Odin gently waved his hand, and a variety of objects of differing sizes materialized in one corner of the room. Chapter 83. Odin's gift. Before them lay a block of black metal, roughly 1 cubic meter in size, accompanied by a flame suspended mid-air, nearly the size of a basin. This flame, presumably the eternal flame residing within Odin's treasury, diverged from the ordinary flames depicted in films, which often sacrifice realism for special effects. Its base glowed a deep crimson, transitioning to a vivid orange in the middle, while the tip approached a near transparency, revealing only a fleeting hint of orange, difficult to discern at first glance. Above the flame, visible waves of distorted air illustrated its extraordinary temperature. The third item appeared deceptively simple, a collar approximately the width of 2 thumbs, reminiscent of the broad golden adornments worn by ancient Egyptian pharaohs, albeit slightly smaller in scale. This collar was crafted from a unique material sourced from Alfheim, infused with the heart of a light spirit. It possessed the remarkable ability to absorb the negative emotions harbored within one's heart, ensuring that its wearer would no longer fear inadvertently transforming into a hulking green figure. Odin took the collar and, with a smile, introduced it to Dr. Banner. Of course, I have also imbued it with magic. When you need to transform for battle, simply remove it and wear it on your wrist. With that, Odin deftly wrapped the collar around his wrist, creating 2 loops, and then gently struck the cubic metal block with his fist. An air shockwave emanated from the bracelet, propelling the metal block approximately 2 meters away. Its power was contingent upon the speed and force of one's punch, augmenting the impact by roughly 30%, adding a subtle enhancement to your attacks. Concealing the collar's effects, Odin personally placed it around Dr. Banner's neck. For Banner, this was undoubtedly the finest gift he could receive. Little did anyone know how long this unfortunate soul had refrained from cohabiting with Betty, paralyzed by the fear of unintentionally harming those around him. Moreover, the collar not only restrained his transformations but could also be detached and converted into a ranged weapon when necessary. A truly perfect gift. Observing Odin's concealment of the collar's function, it appeared that the size was ideally suited for a bracelet on the wrist of the Hulk, a testament to the thoughtfulness behind the present. Thank you, Your Majesty Odin. I am truly humbled by this gift, yet I genuinely appreciate it and desperately need it. Thank you. Banner stammered, visibly moved. You deserve this, my child. Odin replied with a benevolent expression, before turning his attention to the metal block. This is an alloy forged from URU metal and various other ores from Asgard, exhibiting an extraordinary conductivity for magical energies. In your terms, it can channel various forms of energy with nearly 0 loss, and it is slightly lighter than the material of your existing armor. An impeccable match for your unique heart. Odin gestured toward the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, a grin illuminating his face. Certainly, I have infused it with a touch of Asgardian essence. For instance, Odin approached Tony, grasped one of his arms, and extended it outward. Give it a try, feel it with your heart. Odin's voice seemed to carry an enchanting power. Scarcely had he finished speaking when Tony closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened them wide in disbelief as a metallic piece, akin to Mjolnir, floated effortlessly to his side. Tony reached out to cradle the entirety of the metal, his expression shifting dramatically. How is this possible? Indeed, this is another small feature. For you, it possesses no weight. I have imbued this whole piece with magical energy. You may choose to melt it down and use it separately or together. Its efficacy will remain unaffected, Odin remarked with a smile. Tony was astounded. He had been contemplating how to create a locator on himself that would allow him to summon his armor anywhere on this planet via satellite. To his surprise, Odin had not only resolved this dilemma but also bestowed upon him an even more delightful capability. At the very least, when the energy of his arc reactor was depleted, the armor would no longer be a burdensome encumbrance. If it bore no weight upon him, he could don the armor and transform into an indomitable warrior, akin to an impervious turtle shell, albeit this invincibility would only pertain to the relatively minor weaponry found on Earth. What is the range of its perception? Tony inquired, barely able to contain his excitement. To be honest, I have not tested it, my child, yet I firmly believe it will suffice. At the very least, it should reach you within seconds anywhere in the solar system. Odin shrugged, speaking with a touch of nonchalance. These two gifts were sufficient to render Tony and Banner indebted to Odin for a lifetime. Odin had deftly struck at the very core of both their needs, leaving them unable to decline. Finally, Odin's gaze fell upon the flickering flames suspended in midair. The eternal flame, originally the primordial force of Surtur, the fire giant of Muspelheim, held a unique connection to the Asgardian deity of twilight. Odin hoped that this time, the twilight of the gods would truly cease to exist. With a gentle sigh, he waved his hand, guiding the flames to float before Jin Yu. Your bones rival the strongest metals in the universe, and your physical strength is ever increasing. Currently, what you lack is an energy-based attack. This flame can wholly compensate for your present shortcomings. Without requiring further persuasion from Odin, Jin Yu's body instinctively reacted. He slowly extended his hand toward the eternal flame, and his palm erupted with a powerful suction. The eternal flame, flowing like a liquid, surged into Jin Yu's body through his palm. With a resounding boom, flames erupted violently from Jin Yu's form. It appeared that Odin had anticipated this moment. He pointed his eternal spear, and a golden energy shield enveloped Jin Yu entirely, firmly confining the flames beside him. In but a few fleeting seconds, the flames enveloping Jin Yu gradually receded into his being once more. Observing Jin Yu, one could see that while his fur remained unscathed, his garments had been entirely reduced to ash. Remarkably, Jin Yu appeared oblivious to this destruction. His eyes closed as he attuned himself to the transformations occurring within. The eternal flame, now absorbed and fully merged with the Kunlun mirror, elevated Jin Yu's potential significantly. He sensed a tremendous surge in power, estimating an increase of at least 50%, while the energy his body absorbed continuously amplified as well. Most crucially, the essence of this flame had seamlessly integrated into Jin Yu's own strength. With a mere thought, flames erupted from his feet, propelling him gently into the air, where he hovered effortlessly a meter above the ground, suspended in stillness. Chapter 84. A month later, the sound of air being sliced through echoed as Jin Yu skillfully maneuvered through the room, utilizing all limbs in a manner reminiscent of when he donned his armor. His palms and soles transformed into 4 propulsion devices, allowing him to spiral rapidly within the confines of the space. Once he had acclimated to the initial operation of energy in midair, Jin Yu gently descended to the ground. A fleeting flame pattern flickered in his pupils before he returned to his normal appearance. I am profoundly grateful, Your Majesty Odin. This gift is truly delightful. Jin Yu expressed his heartfelt thanks. Although the eternal flame was somewhat mediocre as a source of energy absorption, it imbued Jin Yu's body with a unique energy attribute, granting him the extraordinary ability of levitation. A magnificent surprise for him. This is what you rightfully deserve. Your positive influence on Asgard cannot be quantified by mere gifts. Once Thor's affairs have concluded, I welcome you to visit Asgard. There are further surprises awaiting you. Odin's final words were directed at Jin Yu, who nodded slightly. Even without Odin's invitation, he intended to seize the opportunity to visit for his personalized weapon. With Odin's encouragement, Jin Yu eagerly agreed. Very well. I hope to see you in Asgard someday, my children. I cannot linger here for too long. I must return immediately, Odin remarked with a smile. Naturally, the trio intended to see him off, but unexpectedly, Odin halted their advance. There is no need for farewells. The Bifrost will transport me directly from the entrance. Jin Yu, you should don some clothing. Upon hearing Odin's words, Jin Yu felt a sudden chill. Glancing down to discover his attire was rather insufficient, prompting a silent gasp of shock, though his expression remained composed. He even stood tall before the chuckling Tony and Dr. Banner, declaring with bravado, "Doubt it? Let us compare." Odin departed as swiftly as he arrived, leaving behind 2 vivid imprints of the Bifrost at the base's entrance. The esteemed Allfather of Asgard resembled a father delivering gifts to a teacher's home. Yet, Jin Yu understood that Odin's visit was not solely for Thor's sake. However, for Jin Yu the distinction was negligible. Having resolved to fight alongside the rambunctious Thor, he recognized his obligation to assist with Asgard's affairs. Furthermore, should he have the chance to traverse the cosmos, the latent power of Asgard in the universe would be invaluable to him. Barely had Odin left when Tony eagerly rushed into the laboratory, eager to tinker with his new armor. Dr. Banner, in a bolder move, equipped himself with his new gear and stabbed a dagger deep into his own abdomen. Indeed, despite the severity of the wound, he remained the same Bruce Banner, showing no signs of transformation. In a fit of excitement, he withdrew the dagger and laughed heartily towards the sky, utterly unconcerned about the gaping wound from which blood flowed profusely. Had it not been for Jin Yu noticing the pallor of his face, fearing that he might succumb to excessive blood loss, he would have torn off his collar, enabling him to transform. Perhaps an unforeseen circumstance would have arisen. However, after his transformation and subsequent healing of wounds, he donned the collar once more, reverting to the guise of Dr. Banner, exuding exhilaration as he ventured out, claiming he was to fetch Betty from work for a romantic rendezvous. It was evident that he had been pent up for far too long. The J-bug had taken hold. Poor child. Jin Yu sighed softly, shaking his head as he made his way to the training grounds to familiarize himself with the eternal flame within. A month later, Jin Yu had thoroughly mastered the energy within him, while Justin Hammer diligently immersed himself in the study of Chinese culture. Under Jin Yu's direct guidance on 2 occasions, he had managed to grasp the meanings of the profound ancient texts within the 2 tomes, and had been persuaded by Jin Yu to sit cross-legged daily, attuning himself to the energy particles in the air. As for the actual efficacy of this practice, only the heavens could ascertain. At the very least, without the Kunlun mirror, Jin Yu himself would be oblivious to it. When Thor was down to his last $100, he finally secured employment, reportedly in the vicinity of Chinatown. Jin Yu had not yet visited, but today, fortuitously, Black Widow had no engagements, so he urged her to accompany him to Chinatown. "I've been here for 3 years and have yet to truly explore this street." Returning to familiar ground, Jin Yu felt a wave of nostalgia. The last time he left this place, he had scarcely anything. Yet now he possessed friends, a social circle, women, and of course, unparalleled strength and wealth that ordinary individuals would struggle to amass in a lifetime. Yet, throughout this lengthy period, Jin Yu had subconsciously resisted coming here. The Marvel Universe bore striking similarities to his own Earth in certain aspects, particularly the familiar dialects in Chinatown, which effortlessly stirred his longing for home. Nevertheless, no matter how alike the world appeared, it would never be his. It lacked the imprints of his past. Had it not been for Black Widow suggesting they check on Thor's situation, Jin Yu would have never taken the initiative to come. This is undoubtedly the most remarkable trait of you Chinese. It seems you are perpetually working, devoid of holidays or leisure, as if rest is an alien concept. Every Christmas, it feels as though every restaurant in New York closes, yet Chinatown remains perpetually open for business, because Christmas is not a festival that belongs to us. Jin Yu shrugged. The same could be said for the Chinese New Year. Not only here, but during my visit to Macau and Hong Kong, most shops remained open during the Spring Festival. Jin Yu tilted his head in contemplation. It appeared that both this world and the Earth he traversed were indeed similar in this regard. particularly concerning the elders of previous generations who spent their lives laboring for wealth. Well, you are right. However, our generation is not as industrious as those before us. Our predecessors. Shit, don't tell me this is the very establishment. Jin Yu had initially intended to engage in a discussion with the Black Widow regarding the remarkable achievements his predecessors had accomplished through their own labor. However, he observed her pausing in front of a modest restaurant. The establishment bore a rather mundane name, Fortune Arrived, with its sign displaying an inverted character for fortune. The restaurant was small, featuring a private room for 10 and an exterior that could accommodate approximately 20 diners. The menu was quite eclectic, primarily catering to the older generation of Chinese residing in Chinatown who preferred authentic flavors, though occasionally, some foreigners would venture in to experience something novel. Yet, these details were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that this was the very restaurant where Jin Yu had toiled tirelessly for 3 years. Are you certain that Thor's job is at this establishment? Jin Yu inquired, gesturing towards the sign with a hint of disbelief. Today, there is only one chapter, as I have been quite busy at work these past few days, and my child has been running a fever. This afternoon, I just returned from the hospital after administering 4 fluids. Regular updates will commence tomorrow. Chapter 85. An encounter in Chinatown. I am quite certain that you now understand why I insisted on bringing you here. Do you not? Though Jin Yu appears enigmatic in the eyes of others, his experiences since his arrival in this world have been thoroughly scrutinized by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, this time, Thor's unexpected appearance in this very restaurant has indeed surpassed everyone's imagination. Are you certain this was not a deliberate arrangement on your part? Jin Yu inquired, a note of confusion in his voice. The Black Widow shook her head in resignation. Ah, this wretched fate. Jin Yu sighed and stepped into the familiar yet foreign establishment. Familiar because he had spent 3 years here. Foreign, as the restaurant seemed to have undergone a renovation. Compared to the authentic Chinese eatery it once was, it now bore a hint of modernity, resembling a fast food outlet with a Chinese flair. It reminded him of the food stalls back in his hometown, where a large chef's cabinet displayed various dishes neatly arranged in square containers, each clearly priced. There were also customizable options, such as 3 meats and 1 vegetable, or 2 meats and 2 vegetables with rice served freely. At this hour it was not yet mealtime, and the restaurant was still empty. The cabinets stood desolate, the dishes yet to be served, while the familiar sounds of stir-frying emanated from the kitchen, suggesting that the chefs were diligently preparing the ingredients. The entire restaurant was devoid of patrons, with tables and chairs meticulously arranged. A burly man clad in a white shirt, with a server's apron tied around his waist, was slumped over the counter, fast asleep, clutching a rag. As Jin Yu approached, he realized that the slumbering figure was none other than Thor. Observing the god of thunder drooling across half the bar, Jin Yu felt a surge of frustration. During his time here, he had toiled tirelessly in the kitchen for 3 consecutive years, rising before dawn and working late into the night. He had never dared to rest, often avoiding the front during operating hours to elude immigration officials, only catching glimpses of the outside world through a small window in the second-floor restroom. What a contrast it was to see Thor comfortably napping during work hours. With this thought, a flicker of flame ignited at Jin Yu's fingertips and he directed it toward Thor's chin. After more than a month apart, Thor's beard had grown back, and as the fire singed it, the acrid scent of burnt hair wafted through the air. Thor's nose twitched slightly, and in the next instant, ah! With a heart-wrenching scream, Thor sprang up from behind the bar. It seemed he had risen too swiftly, as his knee collided forcefully with the bar's interior lining, producing a resounding crash. The calculators, pen holders, and various items within the bar went tumbling to the floor in disarray. Jin Yu swiftly caught a falling Lucky Cat figurine from the bar. Sleeping on the job during working hours, was this truly such a laborious task? He gently placed the Lucky Cat back on the counter and spoke in a low tone. Thor rubbed his chin, sore from the sand, and after a moment finally registered that it was Jin Yu standing before him. Upon realizing this, Thor erupted with frustration. Struggles? Do you have any idea how much work I have to do daily? I rise in the morning to assist my boss with washing and chopping vegetables, and by noon, I am here attending to guests, clearing tables, and washing their leftover dishes. Once I finish that, I must haul a mountain of trash to the back alley, and then wait for dinner to commence. I am so busy that I scarcely have time to eat. I swear, this wretched job is more exhausting than when I used to lead men into battle. You must find me another position, a more suitable one. Thor appeared to have endured considerable hardship as he ranted at Jin Yu. By the end of his tirade, he felt a twinge of grievance, plopping down on the bar stool and muttering, "Do you know? When I eat, he doesn't even allow me to drink alcohol, not even a beverage. Back in Asgard, I would consume half a barrel of mead or fruit wine during a meal." With a look of dismay, Thor lamented that although SHIELD had granted him an identity, he lacked education and work experience. He had only just learned how to use a mobile phone. He could barely manage the cash register at a CAF, so how could he expect to secure a respectable job? Left with no choice, he ended up in this restaurant, performing tasks within his ability. Yet, what appeared to be simple work turned out to be incredibly intricate and troublesome. "But you seem to be doing well. You can even nap here during your shift. It's not as dire as you claim." Jin Yu pointed to the drool on the bar. "The owner here is a tyrant." Thor wiped away the drool, lowering his voice as the clatter of pans from the kitchen ceased. "I am tasked with the duties of several people: server, prep cook, cleaning, taking out the trash, and sometimes even handling the cash register. I was merely too exhausted to keep my eyes open for a moment." He continued, "Listen, this job is not meant for an ordinary person. You do not understand this place." Every morning, before he could finish, hurried footsteps approached, and a booming voice echoed from behind. "Thor, you damn fool. I only asked you to clean and watch the store for a moment. Just a moment. What have you broken this time?" "Little Jean." A figure flashed by, and the restaurant owner, Lu Fuxing, emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing Jin Yu, he paused momentarily, then his face broke into a broad smile. "Little Jean, it's wonderful to see you back. Hurry and help me. Last month, old Wu returned to his hometown, and I can't find a single chef. I've had to resort to fast food, cooking myself and then coming out to serve. I finally managed to hire a waiter, but he is so clumsy that he breaks things daily, and he works so slowly that cleaning a single dish results in several shattered pieces, and he requires me to wake him repeatedly just to rise." Lu Fuxing pointed at Saul with evident disdain. Apart from his address to Jin Yu, he spoke entirely in English, deliberately ensuring that Saul could hear him. "Unlike you, who manages to cook and wash dishes in the kitchen alone, and even helps with cleaning at night, one person doing the work of three. Come back quickly. I meant what I said last time. I'll give you 20%, no, 30% of the shares. I'm nearing 60. Work for a few years, save some money, and I'll transfer this establishment to you at a bargain price. You'll be your own boss. What do you think? Give it some thought." Lu Fuxing hurriedly articulated this, disregarding Saul's expression, and looked at Jin Yu with eager anticipation. He genuinely valued Jin Yu, but regrettably, he had no daughter. Had he one, he would certainly marry her off to him. Having come here with his parents in his youth, this establishment had been in operation for 2 generations, and he wished to pass it on to someone worthy. "Boss? Are you saying he used to work here?" The boss spoke so rapidly that Jin Yu, with a wry smile, hadn't had the chance to respond before Saul interjected in disbelief. Indeed, Xiao Jin was once a kitchen assistant here. However, after just 6 months, he not only mastered Chef Wu's skills, but also took on all the kitchen responsibilities by himself. "Unlike you, I have to not only cook but also check occasionally if you're slacking off," Lu Fuxing retorted, having made up his mind that as long as Jin Yu agreed to stay, they could negotiate the shares further, and he was ready to dismiss the clumsy giant. "Did you hear that, Saul? I did far better than you ever have, and I never slacked off," Jin Yu remarked, glancing at Saul with a half-smile. "Do you know each other?" Lu Fuxing finally registered Saul's presence, glancing back and forth between him and Jin Yu, somewhat puzzled by the situation. Saul, on the other hand, wore a gloomy expression. He had intended to express how arduous working here was, yet it turned out Jin Yu had not only worked here before but had evidently excelled, to the point where this miserly, peculiar boss was willing to offer him shares. For a moment, Saul was at a loss for words. "Indeed, he is my friend. It's been a while. How have you been, Uncle Lu?" Lu Fuxing took a proper look at Jin Yu, realizing that his former kitchen employee seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. appearing quite successful. He noticed the striking woman who had been quietly following Jin Yu, smiling without saying a word, and was astonished. What had this lad been up to lately to be accompanied by such a lovely girl? Moreover, considering their attire, Lu Fuxing found himself uncertain about what Jin Yu was currently engaged in. The latter part of his thoughts was swallowed, and he greeted Jin Yu with a stiff smile. I'm doing well. You look really good, he stammered. This big oaf no Saul. Is he the one you brought? No. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Come on, Uncle Lu, let us step outside. I need to talk to you. Jin Yu led Lu Fuxing outside. Naturally, the truth about Sol's origins could not be disclosed. Instead, she merely stated that he was a second-generation wealthy heir from Europe, born into an ancient noble family. Apart from indulging in equestrian pursuits, hunting, and revelry, he seemed utterly inept. His father, wishing for him to experience life, had cut off his financial support and cast him into M country to fend for himself, allowing him to truly understand the essence of existence. Uncle, I do not know how it happened that he fortuitously wandered into our establishment. This young man's father is a top-tier magnate, willing to spend any amount to ensure his son receives an education. As you are one of us, I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. I am aware of his inefficacy at work. He consumes excessively, and I cannot let you bear the burden of him for free. As she spoke, Jin Yu produced a check, swiftly inscribing the sum of $100,000 before handing it to Lu Fuxing. Wait, little Jin, what is this? Lu Fuxing exclaimed, his eyes widening at the figure displayed on the check. How could Jin Yu have amassed such wealth in such a short time? Though he was tempted by the sum, he felt a strong conviction that it was not rightfully his to accept, and thus he pushed it back. Uncle, listen to me. This is my line of work now. There are numerous influential figures willing to spend lavishly for their children's education. This young man's expenses are limitless. This amount is scarcely a fraction of what his father has entrusted to me. Rest assured, with him under your care, I am at ease. Otherwise, I would have to hire someone to watch over him outside, which would also incur expenses. However, this is still rather excessive. Lu Fuxing hesitated, reluctant to accept the check. We are family, after all. Were it not for your kindness in taking me in, I would not have been able to establish myself here or earn such a fortune. Where would I be today? Take it. I have but one request. Should you find it burdensome, feel free to hire more help. However, this young man must be worked hard, assigned all manner of menial and strenuous tasks. If he cannot complete them, withhold his wages. If he fails to perform well, ensure he does not eat to his fill. In short, do not let him perish, that is all I ask. Jin Yu patted Lu Fuxing on the shoulder and firmly tucked the check into his pocket. Sol, I have spent 3 years here. I do not expect you to remain for as long, but if one day you can walk out of here relying solely on yourself and thrive outside, then you will have passed the first trial. I will speak well of you in front of your father. Sol's choice of location provided Jin Yu an opportunity to impart some life lessons. Before departing, she set a short-term goal for him. Whether further trials awaited him after leaving would depend on Odin's judgment. After encouraging Sol and conveying a few final words to Lu Fuxing, Jin Yu declined the invitation to stay for a meal and, taking the widow with her, exited the restaurant. Upon stepping outside, Jin Yu's gaze fell upon a striking man standing across the street, exuding an alluring charm. Dressed in a tailored black suit, his long black hair meticulously slicked back, he stood with a complex expression directed towards the restaurant. Within his gaze lay a mixture of sorrow, resentment, and melancholy, yet more prominently, a mocking smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. As Jin Yu pulled someone out, that person's gaze lingered momentarily on him before swiftly shifting away, striding purposefully toward the restaurant. Jin Yu felt a flicker of intrigue and exchanged a glance with the Black Widow, feigning uncertainty about their next destination as he approached the individual. It was evident that the person's thoughts were not on Jin Yu. In his eyes, Jin Yu was merely an ordinary individual out for a meal with a companion, unworthy of his attention. Thus, when Jin Yu and the Black Widow seemingly obstructed his path, the individual paused slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Jin Yu, as if to say he was fortunate today and uninterested in engaging. He then attempted to sidestep them. In this world, Both the abilities and appearances of individuals bore some deviations from those depicted in films. Jin Yu was initially hesitant to ascertain the truth, but observing the individual's haughty demeanor and the way he regarded him, Jin Yu could nearly confirm that this was indeed Loki, the most arrogant of the Asgardian trio. Especially prior to enduring the Avengers' onslaught, Loki held an air of superiority over mortals. He perceived himself as a deity, exalted above earthlings. Today was no different. Had he not orchestrated the demise of the frost giants and been eager to subtly flaunt his achievements before Thor, alongside delivering the news of Odin's demise, he would have had no qualms about crushing the insignificant ant that dared to impede his path. Casting a dismissive glance at Jin Yu, Loki made to move aside, only to be thwarted once more as Jin Yu swiftly pivoted, once again placing himself in Loki's way, accompanied by the Black Widow. Loki's expression shifted, irritated. Having vanquished the frost giants and now serving as Asgard's acting king, how could he allow a mere insect to obstruct his passage not once, but twice? Damn it! You insignificant, Loki began, his countenance darkening, but before he could finish, Jin Yu, in a manner reminiscent of an ordinary brawler, leapt up and delivered a resounding slap across Loki's face. This narrative is a grand saga, and I humbly request your engagement. If you could take a moment to pen a few words and bestow a 5-star rating, it would provide invaluable reference for this work. Thank you, dear readers. Chapter 86. The violent assault on Princess Loki. In a staggering moment, not only Loki, but even the Black Widow beside Jin Yu, found themselves utterly astonished. Are you blind? Or is there something amiss with your vision? This street is wide enough for 3 trucks to pass side by side, yet you persist in obstructing my path. Loki was completely bewildered. The slap delivered by Jin Yu was merely a casual exertion of a human strength, essentially akin to a gentle pat on the shoulder for Loki. However, this was Chinatown, and where is Chinatown in New York? Manhattan, one of the most bustling places not just in New York, but in the entire world. Even though it wasn't a holiday and it was indeed working hours, a considerable number of pedestrians still filled the streets. Jin Yu's slap, although lacking in force, resonated with a crisp and resounding echo. Many onlookers paused, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Loki had never experienced anything like this before. He felt a burning flush across his face, instinctively covering the struck side with his hand, and tremblingly queried, "Was it I who blocked your way?" For a moment, he struggled to recall what had just transpired. Could it be that I, an Asian in America, dared to stand in your way, a bona fide Caucasian? Clearly, it was you who harbored racial prejudice, and yet you dare to argue. Jin Yu pointed an accusatory finger at Loki, placing a heavy accusation upon him, and naturally, he raised his hand once more to deliver another slap. Smack! Another resounding slap echoed through the air for dozens of meters. Who? Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd, as Jin Yu's words left the onlookers perplexed. Setting aside the question of whether racial discrimination existed in this world or the social standing of people of color, it was evident that with each slap Jin Yu delivered, the lines of discrimination blurred. At this moment, Loki finally grasped the absurdity of the situation. Here he was, self-proclaimed as the new king of Asgard, and yet he had been struck by a mere human, akin to an insignificant insect, not once but twice, in the heart of the street. His mind whirled in disbelief, and he transitioned from confusion to a state of furious rage. You wretched insect! How dare you strike me? He seethed. Just as he intended to utter a few venomous words and publicly annihilate this insect, Jin Yu unexpectedly delivered yet another merciless slap. This is aimed at you. How do you like that? By the time Loki regained his senses, Jin Yu had already pulled the Black Widow several meters away, not forgetting to hurl a taunting remark over his shoulder. I shall kill you, you wretched insect. Loki felt a surge of boiling anger coursing through his chest, utterly bewildered by how an ordinary human could deliver 3 resounding slaps right beneath his very nose, leaving him unable to react. With a furious roar directed at Jin Yu, he began to pursue his retreating figure. As soon as the words left her lips, Jin Yu turned around and viciously gestured a middle finger at Loki. Then, in a swift motion, vanished into a narrow alley with the Black Widow. Damn it! The initial elegance and superiority evaporated, and Loki now resembled a street thug provoked on his own turf, his eyes wide with fury. With a flick of his wrist, 2 daggers gleamed in the dim light as he cursed and plunged into the alley. Upon entering, he spotted 2 figures disappearing around the corner ahead. Without a hint of doubt, Loki quickened his pace, covering the short distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. However, just as he turned the corner, darkness enveloped him. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the alley, and this time, Jin Yu showed no mercy. Loki had barely rounded the bend when he was sent flying across the space with even greater speed than before. He soared at least 10 meters, twisting midair before crashing violently to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. If the Hulk's strength was rated at 70 and his power during the Avengers' first encounter with Loki reached 100, then Jin Yu's current strength must have been at least 110. Not only had Loki been swatted away with a single blow, but before he could regain his composure, a powerful hand clutched his neck tightly, lifting him off the ground. With too many witnesses outside, Jin Yu sought to conceal her identity. After luring him into the alley, she gripped Loki's neck with one hand, hoisting him into the air. Bang! With a swift motion, she hurled him forcefully against the adjacent wall. You just called me an ant, so what does that make you now? A pitiful little sparrow? Jin Yu observed Loki with a smirk, her voice low and menacing. Loki attempted to struggle, but her grip felt like iron, unyielding against his efforts. No matter how he thrashed, he could not budge even a single finger of hers. It dawned on Loki that this seemingly insignificant human possessed strength that transcended even the gods. I am the Prince of Asgard, the son of Odin, the father of the gods. You should release me at once or else. Before Loki could finish his threat, Jin Yu delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, the force reverberating through him and causing cracks to appear in the wall behind. Loki's mouth fell agape, saliva threatening to spill from the corners. Jin Yu, somewhat disdainful, released her grip, allowing him to slump down, then placed her foot firmly on his chest, looking down at him with an air of authority. I know your origins and your intentions, she declared, but heed my warning. Earth does not welcome you. You would do well to leave at once, or I shall knock you unconscious, strip you of your clothing, and toss you into a gay bar. Loki, realizing he had met his match, clutched his abdomen, his expression darkening. I acknowledge your formidable strength, human, but do you truly wish to incite a war between Asgard and Earth? You have struck the Prince of Asgard, and do you dare to provoke Odin's wrath? Alas! Unable to contend with Jin Yu, you resort to invoking the names of Asgard and Odin. With a subtle exertion of his foot, Jin Yu interrupted Loki's lengthy diatribe. You do not represent Asgard. As for Odin, I ponder, if your father were to learn that you came here to deceive your unfortunate brother, would you be able to bear the fury of your father? Observing Jin Yu's unwavering demeanor, Loki's countenance turned ashen. He became increasingly convinced that Odin's so-called exile of Thor was merely a pretext. Otherwise, how could such a formidable individual exist on Earth, standing guard over Thor? As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of resentment ignited in Loki's gaze. To him, Thor was nothing more than a mindless brute, suitable for warfare but lacking the acumen to govern a kingdom. In the past, he could not fathom why, despite his own commendable efforts, Odin always favored Thor slightly more. Throughout his life, he felt like a mere shadow beside Thor. Recently, he finally grasped the reason. He was an adopted child, a scion of the frost giants. This revelation saddened Loki, yet it did not lead him to complete surrender. Seizing the opportunity while Thor, the brute, faltered and was exiled, and Odin fell into a slumber, he seized the reins of power in Asgard. By leveraging his frost giant heritage, he gained Laufey's trust and utilized the icebox to annihilate Laufey and his elite frost giant commanders. He had demonstrated through his actions that he was far more intelligent and capable than Thor. Had he not rushed to flaunt his prowess before Thor and deceived him into believing that Odin had perished from rage, perhaps he would have already obliterated the frost giant realm via the Rainbow Bridge. Who could have known that Odin's favoritism towards Thor had reached such an extent? Even if it were merely a nominal exile, would he still arrange for a caretaker on Earth? After all he had done, all for a fleeting glance from Odin. It seemed futile, for no matter how much he accomplished, even if he were to slay his own kin, it would not sway Odin's bias. As he contemplated this, and gazed upon that insignificant insect looking down on him with disdain, Loki's anger intensified, and a glimmer of resolute madness began to illuminate his eyes.